Lena stood by the window, staring out at the small, quiet town she had called home for most of her life. The familiar sights, the old oak tree by the schoolyard, the winding streets lined with houses, had begun to feel like a cage, enclosing her in a world she no longer fit into. She had always dreamed of something more, something beyond the boundaries of the town, and today, she had finally made the decision to leave it behind. She would move to the city. Her parents had tried to persuade her to stay. "What will you do in the city? It's too big for you," her mother had said. But Lena had made up her mind. She wanted to experience the world beyond her little town, to meet new people, learn new things, and most of all, to find herself. The decision had been difficult, but Lena knew that it was the only way to break free from the constraints of her old life. Packing her bags felt surreal. It was as if she was packing not just clothes, but a whole life, one that had shaped her, but one that she had outgrown. The night before her departure, she lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering what awaited her. Was it courage or fear that drove her? She couldn't tell, but she was sure of one thing: she couldn't stay any longer. The city was calling her, and it was time to answer. The next morning, Lena boarded the train with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The familiar scenery of her hometown blurred behind her as the train picked up speed, and she felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she was making a mistake. But as the city skyline came into view, all doubts seemed to fade away. This was where she belonged. A new life was waiting for her, one full of possibilities. When Lena first arrived in the city, it felt like stepping into a dream. The streets were alive with movement, the buildings towering above her, and the sounds of a million conversations filled the air. The city seemed endless, like a maze of opportunities and challenges. She felt both overwhelmed and exhilarated, like a small fish swimming in a vast ocean. But despite the chaos, there was something undeniably exciting about it. She rented a small apartment in a quiet part of the city, far from the busy center. It wasn't much, but it was hers. The first night she spent there was strange, quiet, yet full of the anticipation of what was to come. Lena stood by the window, looking out at the city lights. She knew that this place, this city, would change her. It was inevitable. Days turned into weeks, and Lena began to settle into her new life. She found a job at a local bookstore, surrounded by the smell of paper and ink. She had always loved books, and the idea of being surrounded by them every day brought her a sense of peace. But even with the comfort of her new job, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The city was vast, but she still felt a little lost. One afternoon, while walking through the park, Lena met a woman named Clara. Clara was an artist, someone who seemed to know exactly what she wanted from life. They struck up a conversation, and soon, Lena found herself opening up about her fears and dreams. Clara listened intently, offering wisdom and encouragement. "Sometimes, you have to lose yourself in order to find your true path," Clara said, and Lena couldn't help but feel that those words had been meant for her. That evening, Lena sat alone in her apartment, reflecting on what Clara had said. It felt like a turning point. Perhaps she had been so focused on finding a specific path that she had forgotten to simply let life unfold. She didn't need all the answers right now. She just needed to trust the journey. As the days passed, Lena began to embrace the uncertainty of her new life. She explored different parts of the city, meeting new people and experiencing things she had never imagined. It wasn't always easy, and there were moments of doubt and loneliness, but she knew she was growing. And for the first time in a long time, She felt free. Lena's days in the city became a mixture of excitement and struggle. The bookstore was small, and while it was a place she loved, it didn't pay much. She had to take on extra work to make ends meet, juggling odd jobs and late nights. It was exhausting, but she kept telling herself that it was all part of the process. She had come to the city to find herself, and this was part of that journey. There were moments when the weight of it all felt too heavy. One evening, after a long day at the bookstore, Lena collapsed onto her bed, feeling the strain in every muscle. She had hoped that moving to the city would somehow be easier, but reality had proven otherwise. The city didn't offer comfort or ease, it demanded everything from you. But as she lay there, she reminded herself of her dreams. She hadn't come this far to give up. It was on one of these challenging days that Lena ran into Clara again. Clara could always see the weight in Lena's eyes, and she knew exactly what to say. "You're doing well," Clara said, as they sat at a small cafe. "The city is a hard teacher, but it's a great one. It will test you, break you down, but if you keep going, it will make you stronger than you ever imagined." Lena wasn't so sure, but Clara's words gave her a glimmer of hope. Maybe the struggle wasn't something to avoid, but something to learn from. It was hard to see at the time, but Lena was beginning to understand that the hardest challenges were often the ones that led to the most growth. Weeks turned into months, and Lena slowly started to adjust. She began to find her rhythm in the city, even though life was still far from easy. The bookstore became a sanctuary for her, a place where she could escape the noise of the world and lose herself in the stories of others. She also began to connect with people, friends, acquaintances, and even strangers who had their own stories to tell. But with each passing day, Lena's doubts grew. Was she truly living the life she had dreamed of? Or was she just surviving? She began to wonder if she was running away from something, if the city was just a distraction from her true purpose. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper she was meant to find. One evening, Lena sat in the park, watching the sunset. She felt a deep sense of loneliness, even though she was surrounded by people. Her thoughts raced, and for the first time in months, she wondered if she had made the right decision. Had she made the right choice by leaving her old life behind? Was she truly finding herself, or was she just getting lost in the chaos? But as the night fell and the city lights began to shine, Lena realized that it didn't matter. Whether she was lost or found, she was exactly where she needed to be. She had come to the city in search of something, and while she hadn't found all the answers yet, she had found something even more valuable, the strength to keep moving forward. And so, Lena embraced the struggle. She realized that life wasn't about having all the answers or finding the perfect path. It was about living, learning, and growing, no matter how difficult or uncertain the journey may seem. Months passed, and Lena's life began to shift in ways she hadn't expected. One cold winter morning, as she was walking to work, she stumbled upon an old, run-down theater. The marquee was faded, and the windows were covered with dust, but something about it called to her. She couldn't explain why, but Lena felt an undeniable urge to step inside. The theater was abandoned, its grandeur faded with time. But as Lena wandered through its empty halls, she felt a spark of something, an idea, a sense of purpose. There was something about the place, the emptiness that felt full of possibilities. She returned to the theater every day after work, fascinated by its potential. Slowly, she began to clean, to fix the broken chairs, and to imagine what it could be. It was during one of these visits that she met Marco, a young man who had lived in the city for years and had also been drawn to the theater. He was an actor, someone who had fallen out of love with the art but hadn't yet given up on it. Together, they began to dream of bringing the theater back to life. Lena realized that the theater wasn't just a building, it was a symbol. It was a reflection of her own journey, a place that had once been full of life, but had faded, just like her dreams had when she first moved to the city. And now, together with Marco, she would breathe new life into it as they worked to restore the theater. Lena found herself rediscovering her passion for creativity. She hadn't realized how much she missed it, how much she longed to be part of something that was not just about surviving, but about truly living. This was the discovery she had been waiting for. The city had tested her, challenged her, and had almost broken her, but now, it was giving her something she had never expected. A chance to create. The opening night of the theater arrived, and the air was thick with excitement. Lena stood backstage, watching the audience fill the seats. She had never imagined that this moment would come, that the dream she had almost forgotten would come true. Marco was on stage, preparing for the play that would mark the beginning of the theater's new life. As the curtain rose, Lena felt a wave of emotion. She had come so far, so many doubts, so many struggles. But here she was, witnessing the culmination of all her efforts. The theater was alive again, not just as a building, but as a symbol of resilience and renewal. Lena knew that this was the moment she had been waiting for. After the show, Lena stood outside the theater, looking up at the marquee. She realized that her journey wasn't about finding herself in a place or a job, but in the people she met, the experiences she had, and the courage to follow her dreams. She had left the small town in search of something greater, and in the end, she had found everything she needed within herself. Lena's story was just beginning. The city had changed her, yes, but more importantly, it had shown her that even in the most chaotic of places, there could be beauty, creativity, and fulfillment. She had learned to embrace the unknown, to trust the journey, and to keep moving forward, no matter what. And with the theater now thriving, Lena knew she had found her true purpose, not in the answers she had been searching for, but in the questions that had led her to this new chapter of her life. As the months passed, Lena's life began to take on a new rhythm. The theater had become her sanctuary, and Marco, who had become her closest friend, was there beside her every step of the way. Together, they worked tirelessly to transform the old space into a vibrant venue for artists and performers from all over the city. The theater was no longer just a place of dreams, it was a beacon for those who had lost their way, just like Lena had when she first arrived. But despite the success they were beginning to experience, Lena's internal struggle remained. There were nights when the weight of the city seemed unbearable. The noise, the crowds, the endless rush, it all felt like a constant reminder of how small she sometimes felt. She would often find herself alone in the quiet corners of the theater, reflecting on everything that had brought her here. Her thoughts would drift back to the small town she had left behind, and for the first time since moving to the city, Lena wondered if she had made the right decision. The city, with all its opportunity and excitement, often felt more isolating than liberating. She found herself questioning if she truly belonged here, or if she had simply been running away from something, perhaps the memories of the past, or a life that she could no longer identify with. One evening, Marco pulled her aside after a particularly long day of rehearsals. "You're quiet tonight," he said gently. "You've been pushing yourself so hard. Don't forget to breathe." Lena nodded, appreciating his words but unsure of how to respond. She wasn't sure if she could find the balance she needed. She had sacrificed so much to be here, and yet, there were moments when the emptiness crept in, reminding her that the road she had chosen wasn't as clear as it had once seemed. The next day, after much contemplation, Lena decided to take a break. It was a difficult choice, as everything seemed to be moving forward so quickly, but she knew that in order to truly find herself, she needed to step away and reconnect with her roots. She booked a train ticket back to her hometown, hoping that a brief return to the place she had left behind would offer the clarity she desperately sought. Returning to the small town felt surreal. As the train pulled into the station, Lena's heart raced. Everything looked exactly as she remembered, unchanged, frozen in time. She stepped out onto the platform, feeling both a sense of comfort and an overwhelming wave of nostalgia. The familiar sights, sounds, and smells of the town flooded her senses, reminding her of her childhood, her family, and the life she had once known. She walked through the old streets, past the schoolyard where she had spent countless afternoons playing with friends, and down to the river where she had spent hours staring at the water, dreaming of the world beyond. But as much as she longed for the simplicity of the past, Lena realized that she wasn't the same person who had left. She was different now, wiser, stronger, and more aware of her own desires. Lena visited her family's old house, which now stood empty. The door creaked as she opened it, and the silence inside felt both comforting and sad. She sat in the living room for a while, reflecting on how much her life had changed. She had left this place in search of something more, but now, sitting there, it was clear that the person she had been was no longer the person she had become. The person she was now belonged in the city, with all its chaos and unpredictability. She called her parents, who were thrilled to hear from her. Over dinner, they talked about how much they missed her and how proud they were of the life she had built in the city. Yet, as they spoke, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that they still saw her as the young girl who had left with big dreams but little understanding of what the world truly held. She wasn't sure if they could ever fully understand who she had become. By the time Lena boarded the train to return to the city, she realized that her visit had given her the closure she needed. Her hometown would always be a part of her, but it was no longer the place where she truly belonged. She had outgrown it, just as she had outgrown the person she was when she left. The city had become her home, and now, she was ready to embrace it completely. Back in the city, Lena felt a renewed sense of purpose. Her return to the small town had helped her realize that her journey was far from over. She wasn't running away from anything anymore. Instead, she was running toward the person she was becoming. The struggles she had faced, the doubts she had harbored, were all part of the process. The city, with all its hustle and uncertainty, was where she was meant to be. Lena threw herself back into her work at the theater, but this time, she did so with a sense of peace. She no longer felt the need to prove herself or find validation in the opinions of others. The people she had met in the city, Clara, Marco, and countless others, had shown her that life wasn't about perfection or certainty. It was about embracing the journey, no matter where it led. One evening, while walking through the theater after a successful performance, Lena paused to admire the space that had once felt so foreign to her. The seats were filled with eager faces, and the energy in the room was electric. This was her creation. She had worked tirelessly to bring this place to life, and now it was thriving, just like her. But even more than that, Lena realized that the theater had become a reflection of her own growth. It had been broken, abandoned, and forgotten, much like how she had felt when she first arrived in the city. But through hard work, dedication, and a willingness to embrace change, it had found new life. Lena smiled to herself, knowing that she too had undergone a transformation, And now, she was truly living the life she had always dreamed of. The opening of the theater's new season marked the beginning of a new chapter in Lena's life. She had found a place where she could not only create but also belong. The city, with its ever-changing pace and boundless opportunities, no longer intimidated her. Instead, it inspired her. Lena had become part of something bigger than herself, a community of artists, dreamers, and creators who were all chasing their own versions of fulfillment. With Marco by her side and the support of her new friends, Lena knew that her journey was far from over. There was still so much to explore, so much to learn, and so many more dreams to chase. But for the first time in a long time, she felt that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The theater had become a symbol of her own resilience. It was a reminder that no matter how difficult the road may seem, with time and perseverance, anything was possible. Lena had found her place in the city, not by running from her past, but by embracing all of it, the good, the bad, and the uncertainty. As she looked out over the city skyline one evening, Lena felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had come so far, and yet, she knew this was only the beginning. The journey was just starting, and the world was full of endless possibilities. And with a heart full of hope and a spirit ready for whatever came next, Lena was ready to continue her adventure one step at a time. Months had passed since the opening of the new season at the theater, and Lena's life had settled into a rhythm. Yet, something inside her was beginning to stir again. The initial sense of achievement had given way to a quiet longing. Lena had built a life for herself in the city, a life filled with friends, work, and purpose, but there was a new desire emerging within her. She wanted to do more. She had always been drawn to the arts, but the theater had become more than just a job or a passion. It was a place of transformation, where stories came to life, and where people found themselves through the performances they created. Lena realized that it was time to step outside the shadows of others' dreams and create something of her own. The idea of directing her first play took root in her mind one evening as she watched a particularly moving performance at the theater. The actors, the set, the lighting, it all came together in such a beautiful way that it left Lena breathless. She knew that she had the skills, the vision, and the passion to create something equally as powerful. But it wasn't just the technical aspects of directing that called to her, it was the opportunity to shape a story, to explore new ideas, and to give a voice to characters that had yet to be heard. The next morning, Lena found herself sitting down with Marco, her trusted friend and collaborator. "I think I'm ready to direct," she told him, her voice filled with both excitement and fear. Marco smiled, his eyes lighting up. "I had a feeling you would say that," he replied. "You've been growing so much, and I think you're more than ready. I believe in you, Lena." With Marco's support, Lena began the process of selecting the play that would mark her debut as a director. She combed through scripts, looking for something that would resonate with her and with the audience. She wanted to create a piece that was not only entertaining but also meaningful. It had to challenge perceptions, open minds, and stir emotions. Directing a play was nothing like Lena had imagined. The process was far more complex, chaotic, and exhausting than she could have ever anticipated. There were long nights spent working with actors, endless discussions about character motivations, and constant revisions to the script. Every decision, every change seemed to take on monumental significance. It felt like the weight of the world was on her shoulders, and there were moments when she doubted her ability to carry it. One particular night, after a rehearsal that had not gone as well as she had hoped, Lena sat alone in her office, her head in her hands. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was failing as a director, failing as a leader, failing as someone who had put her faith in her own abilities. It seemed like no matter how hard she tried, things were not coming together as she had envisioned. Her phone buzzed, and it was a message from Marco. Take a breath. You're doing great. Trust the process, Lena. You've got this. His words were simple, but they struck a chord. Lena realized that she had been too focused on the end result and had forgotten to appreciate the journey. It wasn't about perfection, it was about the effort, the growth, and the learning that happened along the way. With renewed determination, she decided to give herself some grace and keep moving forward. The next rehearsal was a turning point. The actors were more engaged, the set was starting to come together, and Lena felt a renewed sense of purpose. She may not have everything figured out, but she was learning to trust her instincts and to be patient with herself. Directing was hard, yes, but it was also rewarding. And in that moment, Lena knew that this struggle was part of the creative process, and it was something she had to embrace. Opening night arrived with a sense of anticipation that Lena could hardly contain. The theater buzzed with energy as the final preparations were made. The cast was ready, the set was complete, and the audience was beginning to fill the seats. Lena stood backstage, her heart racing. The hours of rehearsal, the sleepless nights, the self-doubt, it had all led to this moment. As the curtain rose and the first scene unfolded, Lena felt a wave of emotion. This was her vision coming to life. She watched as the actors brought the characters to life, as the set transformed into a world of its own, and as the audience became completely immersed in the story she had helped create. It was a feeling she had never experienced before: pride, excitement, and a deep sense of accomplishment. The play was a success. The audience was captivated, and the critics had praised the production for its bold storytelling and powerful performances. For Lena, the most rewarding part was seeing how her actors had flourished under her direction. They had trusted her, just as she had trusted herself, and together, they had created something beautiful. That night, after the performance, Lena sat alone in her office, reflecting on everything that had brought her here. She had doubted herself so many times, but now, sitting in the quiet aftermath of her success, she realized that she had truly found her place in the world. This wasn't just a job or a dream, it was her purpose. The success of the play opened new doors for Lena. Her reputation as a director began to grow, and she received offers for other productions. But as her career began to take off, Lena felt a new sense of clarity. She wasn't interested in rushing into anything just for the sake of success. She wanted to create meaningful work, to continue to tell stories that mattered, and to collaborate with others who shared her passion for the arts. As the months passed, Lena continued to build on her newfound success. The theater thrived, and she developed deeper relationships with the actors and crew. Marco remained by her side, offering his support and guidance as she navigated the challenges of her growing career. Lena had found her voice, both as an artist and as a person, and with each project, she felt more confident in her ability to create something truly special. But Lena also realized that the journey she had embarked on was not just about the work, it was about the people she met along the way, the connections she had made, and the community that had embraced her. In the theater, she had found a family, one that extended far beyond the stage. And as she looked ahead, Lena knew that there was so much more to come: new stories to tell, new challenges to overcome, and new relationships to build. Lena had come a long way since the quiet, uncertain days when she first arrived in the city. She had faced her fears, embraced the unknown, and discovered her true purpose. And as she stood on the stage one evening, looking out over the crowd, she realized that the future was unwritten and it was hers to create. With the final curtain closing, Lena felt a sense of peace she hadn't known before. She had discovered the strength within herself to lead, create, and inspire. And as she looked out into the audience, she knew this was only the beginning of a new chapter, one full of endless possibilities. The applause echoed through the theater, a reminder of all the hard work, determination, and passion that had brought her here. Lena took a deep breath, letting the moment settle into her heart. She had faced countless challenges, doubted herself along the way, but in the end, she had persevered. The journey ahead was unknown, but for the first time, she felt ready to face whatever came next. With a smile, she stepped off the stage, knowing that her story was only just beginning. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between green hills, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo had big dreams, dreams that took him far beyond the borders of his village. While most children his age were content playing with toys or helping their families with daily chores, Leo spent his days staring at the sky, imagining what lay beyond the mountains. One evening, as the sun set behind the hills, Leo sat by the river, his favorite spot to think. He often wondered what it would be like to see the world, to visit cities with tall buildings, to sail across oceans, and to meet people from distant lands. But there was one thing that held him back: fear. He feared that his dreams might be too big, too impossible to reach. As he sat there, lost in thought, an old man appeared by the river. His clothes were worn, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Why do you look so troubled, young one?" the man asked, sitting next to Leo. "I have big dreams," Leo replied. "But I fear they are too big for me. What if I fail?" The old man smiled gently. "The greatest journeys often begin with the smallest steps. You must not be afraid of failure, for it is through failure that we learn and grow." Leo looked at the old man, unsure. "But how can I start? I have nothing." The man chuckled softly. "You have something far more valuable than any material possession: your heart. Follow what excites you, and let your curiosity guide you." That night, Leo couldn't sleep. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Follow what excites you. The next morning, with a newfound sense of courage, Leo packed a small bag and left his village, setting off on an adventure to find the world he had always dreamed of years past. And Leo traveled across seas, climbed mountains, and saw wonders beyond imagination. He met people from all walks of life, learned new languages, and discovered that the world was much more vast and beautiful than he had ever imagined. But it was not the destinations that changed him the most. It was the journey itself. With every step he took, Leo learned that dreams were not just destinations to be reached, they were the courage to take the first step, the strength to keep going when things got tough, and the wisdom to know that the journey was just as important as the dream. One day, Leo found himself standing on a hill overlooking a bustling city. He smiled, realizing that he had finally reached one of his dreams. But he also knew that his journey was far from over. The world was still full of wonders to explore, and he had only just begun. And so, the dreamer continued his journey, ever eager to see what lay ahead. As Leo wandered through the bustling city, he couldn't help but marvel at the life around him. Tall buildings seemed to touch the sky, and the streets were alive with people from all over the world. But despite the excitement, there was a feeling of loneliness that crept into his heart. Though he had traveled far and met many people, there was still something missing. He hadn't found the one thing he had been searching for all this time, a sense of belonging. One evening, as Leo sat in a small cafe watching the sunset, a girl named Alara approached him. She had been traveling as well, and her eyes held the same spark of curiosity that Leo had seen in the old man's eyes so many years ago. Do you ever feel like you're searching for something, but you don't know what it is? Alara asked, sitting down next to Leo. Leo smiled softly, recognizing the same longing in her voice. Every day, he replied. I've seen so many places and met so many people, but something is always missing. Alara nodded. Maybe it's not about finding something, but about creating it. Sometimes, the journey isn't just about discovering the world. It's about discovering ourselves and the connections we make along the way. Leo thought about her words for a long time. He had always focused on the places he wanted to see, the experiences he wanted to have, but he had never truly considered the people he would meet along the way. Perhaps it was the connections with others that would complete his journey. Over the next few months, Leo and Alara traveled together, exploring new cities, volunteering in small villages, and meeting people who had stories to share. They found joy in helping others, whether it was teaching a child to read or building homes for families in need. Leo realized that, in helping others, he was slowly beginning to fill the emptiness inside. One day, while traveling through a remote village in the mountains, Leo met an elderly woman who had lived there her entire life. Her house was simple, but her heart was full of warmth. She invited Leo and Alara inside for tea, and as they sat by the fire, she shared her wisdom with them. You both have traveled far, but remember this, the old woman said, her voice gentle yet firm. The true beauty of life is not in how far you go, but in the love and kindness you give to others along the way. The connections you make are what truly shape your journey. Leo listened intently, realizing that the old woman was right. His journey had been about more than just seeing the world. It was about the relationships he had built, the lives he had touched, and the lessons he had learned along the way. As the days passed, Leo and Alara continued their travels, but now with a new understanding. They no longer sought to find something outside themselves. Instead, they focused on the people they met, the moments they shared, and the impact they could have on the world. Years later, Leo returned to the village where he had first begun his journey. He was no longer the young boy who had dreamt of exploring the world. He was a man who had seen the world and, more importantly, had learned that the greatest journey of all was the journey within. And so, Leo continued his adventure, not just in the world around him, but in the hearts and minds of those he met. For he had discovered that the greatest dreams were not just about what we see, but about how we change the world through the love and kindness we share. Years passed, and Leo's adventures continued to shape him into the man he had always hoped to become, a person who understood that the real treasures of life were not found in the things one could collect, but in the experiences and connections one could build. He had traveled to countless places, and each place had taught him something new. Yet, there was one place he had never visited, one last destination that had always lingered in his heart, the village where his journey had started. One autumn afternoon, Leo returned to the small village nestled between the green hills. It had been many years since he had left, and the village had changed in small ways. The children who once played in the streets were now adults with families of their own. The familiar faces of his childhood were no longer there, but he still felt a deep connection to the land and the memories of his youth. As he walked through the village, he made his way to the old riverbank, the place where he had first met the wise old man all those years ago. The river still flowed gently, just as it had when he had sat there, dreaming of faraway lands. Leo sat down by the river, closing his eyes and letting the cool breeze wash over him. He remembered the advice the old man had given him: the greatest journeys often begin with the smallest steps. Leo smiled, realizing how far he had come. He had taken many steps, both small and large, but it had been the smallest steps, the ones made with courage and curiosity, that had brought him to where he was today. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching, and when he turned, he saw Alara walking towards him. They had stayed in touch throughout their travels, and although their paths had occasionally separated, they had always found their way back to one another. Alara sat down beside Leo, and they shared a quiet moment by the river, both reflecting on the many years of their shared journey. Do you ever wonder what your life would have been like if you had stayed in the village? Alara asked, looking out over the water. Leo thought for a moment. Sometimes, he said slowly. But I think I needed to leave to truly understand what was important. The world has taught me so much, but it was coming back here, to where it all began, that made me realize something. This place, these people, they were always a part of me. Alara nodded, understanding. The journey doesn't end when we reach a destination. It keeps evolving, keeps unfolding, like the river we sit by. It's always moving forward. Leo smiled, knowing that the old woman's words still held truth. The true beauty of life is not in how far you go, but in the love and kindness you give to others along the way. Yes, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden light across the river. Leo and Alara sat in silence, content in the knowledge that their journey was not just about discovering the world, but about discovering who they were and the connections they had made along the way. Their journey would never truly end. For life itself, like the river, was always flowing, always changing, and always offering new adventures. And so, Leo continued his journey, no longer a dreamer of distant lands, but a creator of moments and memories, ever eager to embrace the unknown, with an open heart and a soul ready to share the love and kindness he had gathered along the way. As Leo and Alara sat in quiet reflection by the river, the world around them seemed to fade away. The vibrant hues of sunset turned into soft shades of twilight, and the gentle hum of the river was the only sound that filled the evening air. But even in the silence, there was an unspoken understanding between them. They had both come a long way, and yet, they knew their journey was far from over. Do you ever feel like there's more to discover? Alara asked, her voice soft as she gazed out at the river's endless flow. Leo thought for a moment before answering. I've seen so much, but every day brings something new. I've realized that the world isn't just made of places, but of people, stories, and moments that you can't predict, but that change you forever. Alara nodded thoughtfully. I think we've both been searching for something all these years, but maybe it's not about finding it. Maybe it's about creating it, piece by piece, with every choice we make and every step we take. Leo smiled at her wisdom. You're right. The journey is never really about reaching the destination. It's about becoming who we're meant to be along the way. As the night grew darker, they both knew that their travels had only just begun. The world was still vast, and there were so many places left to explore, so many people left to meet. But now, they didn't feel the need to rush. Their journey wasn't just about crossing borders or climbing mountains, it was about embracing the beauty of the present moment and the connections they made along the way. The next day, Leo and Alara made a decision. They would return to the village once more, not as travelers passing through, but as part of the community, contributing what they had learned from their journeys. They would teach the children about the world, not through textbooks or maps, but through the stories of their adventures, the lessons they had learned, and the people they had met. They spent the following years in the village, sharing their wisdom, helping others, and living out the lessons they had gained from their travels. They built a small school by the riverbank, where the village children gathered every day to listen to stories of faraway lands and learn about the world beyond the hills. But more importantly, they taught them how to dream, how to follow their hearts, and how to make the world a better place with kindness and compassion. And as the years went by, Leo often found himself sitting by the river once more, just as he had all those years ago. But this time, he wasn't just dreaming of far-off places. He had created a life full of adventure, love, and purpose, a life that was rooted in the small village, yet reached out to the world. One evening, as Leo sat by the river with his children, watching the sunset paint the sky with colors of gold and purple, he realized that the greatest journey of all was not the one that took him to distant lands, but the one that brought him back home, to the place where it all began. His journey had come full circle, but Leo knew deep down that the story was never truly over. It would continue with every new day, every new person he met, and every new dream that took root in his heart. For the dreamer's journey, like the river, would always flow forward endlessly, beautifully, and with love. Years passed in the village, and Leo had become an integral part of the community. His life was no longer one of constant travel and distant horizons, but of quiet contentment, woven with the threads of every person he met and every life he touched. Yet, as much as he had embraced his role as a teacher and guide, there was still a sense of wonder that flickered within him. The world beyond the village, the vast unknown, still called to him from time to time. One crisp autumn morning, Leo received a letter from a fellow traveler. The letter was from a woman he had met many years ago during his travels in a distant country. She had continued her journey, exploring lands he had never set foot in, and had discovered something that she felt was worth sharing with him. The letter spoke of a place hidden deep in the mountains, where the last whispers of ancient wisdom were said to be preserved, a place where only those who sought it with a pure heart could find. Reading the letter, Leo felt a spark of curiosity, the same feeling he had when he first left the village all those years ago. But now, as a man who had learned the importance of the present moment and the connections he had made, he hesitated. Could this new adventure be a step backward? Was it time to leave the village again, to chase after something unknown, when everything he had worked for was right here? Elara, now a close companion and confidant, noticed the change in Leo. She had seen that same look in his eyes many times before, the pull of something greater, the desire to continue seeking, even when he had already found so much. "You're thinking about the journey again, aren't you?" she asked gently one evening, as they sat together by the river. Leo nodded, his thoughts heavy. "A part of me feels like I need to go, to see this place, to discover what it holds. But another part of me wonders if I've already found what I was looking for." Elara looked at him with understanding. "Leo, your journey has always been about seeking, about finding new horizons. But don't forget, you've also learned that the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves. The world is vast, and there's always more to discover. But don't let the search for more take away from the beauty of what you've already created here." Leo sighed, appreciating her wisdom. "I know. I've been so focused on the idea of seeking that I sometimes forget the richness of the life I've built. But a part of me still wonders, what if there's something waiting for me out there, something I can't even imagine?" Elara smiled warmly. "Maybe. But think about this. You've created a place where dreams are born and nurtured, where you've shared all that you've learned. Maybe that's the greatest discovery of all. You've found a way to make a difference, not by traveling the world, but by helping others create their own journeys. Leo sat in silence, reflecting on Ilara's words. He had spent so many years chasing the idea of adventure, of discovering new places, but now he realized that the adventure was not just about seeing the world, it was about shaping the world, one life at a time. After a long pause, Leo turned to Ilara with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps the greatest journey is not the one we take to find something new. Perhaps it's the journey we take to give back, to share what we've learned, and to help others discover their own path. Ilara smiled. Exactly. The world is waiting for you, Leo. But perhaps the most important journey is the one you've already started here. The next morning, Leo made a decision. He would not leave for the hidden place in the mountains. Instead, he would focus on the community he had built and continue to help others discover their own dreams. He would take the lessons he had learned on his travels and use them to inspire the next generation, guiding them to follow their hearts and create their own journeys. As the seasons passed, Leo found peace in his decision. His heart, once restless and driven by the desire to seek something new, was now content. The village was thriving, and the children who had once listened to his stories now shared their own, carrying forward the wisdom and love that had been passed down to them. And while Leo's physical journey had slowed, his inner journey had only just begun. He had come to understand that the most profound adventures were not those that took him to far-off lands, but those that helped him grow, connect, and give back to the world around him. One evening, many years later, as Leo sat by the river with his grandchildren, telling them stories of his travels, he realized that his journey had not been about finding something outside of himself. It had been about discovering the depths of his own heart and the infinite ways he could share that love with the world. And so, Leo's story continued, ever evolving, ever flowing, like the river beside him, with new lessons to learn and new horizons to explore, all within the rich tapestry of his life. As the years unfolded, Leo's role in the village grew deeper. His school by the riverbank had flourished into a vibrant center of learning, not just for the children, but for everyone in the village who yearned for knowledge and growth. The lessons of love, adventure, and kindness that Leo had gathered from his travels were now ingrained in the hearts of those around him. And yet, even though his life was rich with meaning and purpose, there was always a small voice within him, whispering, calling him to the unknown. One evening, as Leo sat alone in the old wooden chair by the river, watching the stars twinkle in the dark sky, he felt the familiar tug of adventure once again. The world outside the village, though distant, seemed to be waiting for him. He could feel the pull of the endless horizons, the places still untouched, the mysteries yet to be discovered. But as he sat in the silence, a realization dawned upon him. The journey he had taken had already shaped him in ways he could never have imagined. The adventures of his past had taught him that the world was vast, but what truly mattered was the love and the lives he had touched along the way. The beauty of his journey was not in the places he had seen, but in the people he had met and the moments they had shared. It was then that Leo understood something profound. Adventure could take many forms. It was not just about going somewhere new or discovering something unknown. Sometimes, the greatest adventure was about staying where you were and continuing to grow, to help others find their own way, and to deepen the connections that had already been made. The following morning, Leo gathered the children by the river as he often did. But today, he had something different to share with them, a story not of distant lands or grand adventures, but of the small, everyday moments that held the true magic of life. He spoke of the beauty in the quiet, in the simple acts of kindness, and in the power of a single conversation that could change the course of a life. "You see," Leo said, his eyes shining as he looked around at the children, "the world may seem vast, and the journey may seem endless. But sometimes, the most important part of the journey is the person you become along the way. It's about the choices you make, the love you give, and the dreams you inspire in others." As he spoke, Leo felt a sense of peace settle in his heart. He no longer felt the need to search for something beyond what he had already found. The world around him, with its small, everyday wonders, was enough. The village, the people, the river, they were all part of a greater story, one that continued to unfold in unexpected ways. That evening, as Leo returned to his home, he paused for a moment, looking out over the land he had come to love so dearly. The hills, the trees, the winding paths, they were no longer just a backdrop to his journey. They were a part of him, and he was a part of them. And for the first time in many years, Leo realized that he had come full circle. The journey, in its truest sense, was not about finding a destination, but about embracing the process of becoming. Becoming the person who could love, who could give, who could teach, and who could listen. Becoming the person who knew that every step, no matter how small, was an important part of the grand adventure. And so, as the seasons continued to pass, Leo found joy not just in the moments of excitement and discovery, but in the quiet, everyday blessings of life. The river beside him continued to flow, just as it had always done, a constant reminder that life itself was the greatest journey of all. Years later, when Leo had grown older and his hair had turned silver, he would often sit by the river with his grandchildren. He would tell them stories of his travels and the lessons he had learned, but he would also remind them that the greatest treasures in life were the simple things, the love of family, the beauty of a sunset, and the gift of being present in each moment. His journey had indeed been long, but in the end, Leo knew that it was not the distance he had traveled that mattered, but the love and wisdom he had gathered along the way. And as he watched the river flow gently by, he smiled, knowing that the journey would never truly end. It would continue, in the hearts of those he had touched, and in the stories that would be passed down for generations to come. For the dreamer's journey, like the river, was eternal, ever-flowing, ever-changing, and always full of wonder. As the years went by, Leo grew older, and his heart found peace in the life he had built. One evening, as he sat by the river with his grandchildren, he realized that the journey he had longed for had not been about reaching distant places or discovering new lands. It had been about the wisdom gained from each step, the connections made along the way, and the lives he had touched. The adventure, he now understood, was never in the places he visited, but in the people he met and the love he gave. With a gentle smile, he looked at the sparkling river, knowing that the greatest discoveries often came from within. The children around him listened intently as Leo shared the stories of his travels. But instead of recounting distant lands, he spoke of the power of listening, of the quiet moments when one truly connects with another. He told them that the most profound experiences were often the ones that came when they least expected them, when they took the time to listen, to care, and to understand. "The world is vast," Leo said, his voice filled with a calm wisdom, "but the journey is in every moment you choose to make meaningful." One day, Leo wandered to the old stone school where his journey had begun. The classrooms that had once been filled with young faces now stood silent, but the memories of the children he had taught lingered in the air. He touched the worn desks and smiled softly, knowing that every lesson he had shared was a seed planted in the hearts of those who would continue the work. "This is where it all started," he thought, "and now it will never end." For the impact of his teachings would continue to ripple through the village for generations to come. As Leo sat by the river, watching the sun dip below the horizon, he realized that the greatest adventure of all was not in seeking something far away, but in appreciating the journey right where he was. His life had come full circle, and the peace he had longed for was not found in the distant mountains or the unknown lands, but in the quiet joy of knowing that he had lived a life of purpose, love, and discovery. The journey, he now knew, was eternal, not in the places traveled, but in the hearts touched, the lessons learned, and the legacy left behind. 2 additional paragraphs to further develop the story. As the years continued to pass, Leo became a symbol of wisdom and peace in the village. People traveled from near and far to hear his stories, to sit with him by the river, and to learn from the quiet strength he embodied. Yet, Leo never saw himself as a teacher in the traditional sense. He believed that everyone had their own journey to undertake, and all he could offer was the space for others to find their own answers. He would often say, "The greatest lessons are the ones we find within ourselves, when we are brave enough to listen to the quiet voice of our hearts." It was this simple, profound wisdom that left a lasting imprint on the lives of those who met him one spring afternoon. As Leo sat beneath the tree that had shaded him for so many years, he closed his eyes and reflected on the journey of his life. He realized that in all the years of seeking and wandering, it was the moments of stillness and reflection that had brought him the most profound understanding. The world, with its noise and chaos, had once seemed like a place to conquer, but now he knew that it was a place to embrace. In the stillness, Leo understood that the most important discovery was not the destination, but the journey itself and the people we become along the way. In the quiet village of Eldoria, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, lived a curious young girl named Elara. Eldoria was a place where magic and nature coexisted harmoniously, though few truly understood the ancient spells that protected their home. Elara, with her fiery red hair and sparkling green eyes, spent most of her days exploring the forests, seeking out hidden secrets and forgotten legends. One sunny morning, Elara ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of birds singing created a serene symphony. As she walked, she noticed a faint glimmer in the distance, hidden behind a thicket of bushes. Her curiosity piqued, Elara pushed through the foliage and found herself standing before an ancient oak tree, its bark glowing with a soft, mystical light. To her astonishment, there was a small, ornate door embedded in the trunk of the oak tree. The door was adorned with intricate carvings of mythical creatures and shimmering runes. Elara's heart raced with excitement and apprehension as she reached out and gently pushed the door open. A burst of light enveloped her, and she felt herself being pulled into the tree. When the light subsided, Elara found herself in a different world. The sky was a deep shade of violet, and the landscape was filled with strange, luminescent plants and towering crystal formations. She realized she had stumbled upon the enchanted realms, a place of magic and mystery that existed parallel to her own world. The air crackled with magical energy, and Elara knew her life was about to change forever. As she ventured further into the enchanted realms, Elara encountered a wise old owl named Orion. Orion had lived in the realms for centuries and was the guardian of ancient knowledge. He perched on a crystal branch and gazed at Elara with his piercing amber eyes. "Welcome, young one," he hooted. "You have entered a world of wonders and challenges. Your journey will not be easy, but great destiny awaits you." Elara listened intently as Orion explained the history of the enchanted realms. Long ago, The realms were protected by powerful sorcerers who maintained the balance between magic and nature. However, a dark force known as the Shadowbane had emerged, threatening to engulf the realms in darkness. The sorcerers fought valiantly but were ultimately defeated, and the Shadowbane's influence began to spread. Orion revealed that Elara was the chosen one, destined to restore balance to the enchanted realms. She possessed a rare magical gift, inherited from her ancestors, which could harness the power of nature and light. To fulfill her destiny, Elara would need to embark on a quest to find the lost relics of the ancient sorcerers. These relics held the key to defeating the Shadowbane and restoring harmony to the realms. Determined to accept her fate, Elara set off on her journey. She knew that the path ahead would be filled with peril and uncertainty, but she was ready to face whatever challenges awaited her. With Orion as her guide, she ventured deeper into the enchanted realms, her heart filled with hope and courage. As they traveled, Elara and Orion encountered various magical creatures, some friendly and others hostile. They faced enchanted forests, treacherous mountains, and dark, ominous caves. Each step brought them closer to the relics and the final confrontation with the Shadowbane. Along the way, Elara discovered the true extent of her magical abilities and learned valuable lessons about trust, bravery, and the power of hope. The journey was long and arduous, but Elara's determination never wavered. She forged new friendships, overcame formidable obstacles, and grew stronger with each passing day. The enchanted realms were a place of wonder and danger, and Elara knew that her quest would shape not only her destiny but the fate of the entire world. Chapter 2. The first relic. After days of traveling through the mystical landscapes of the enchanted realms, Elara and Orion reached the outskirts of the Whispering Woods. The woods were known for their ethereal beauty and the gentle whispers of ancient spirits that echoed through the trees. It was said that the first relic, the Amulet of Light, was hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured into the woods, Elara felt a sense of serenity wash over her. The trees were adorned with glowing leaves that shimmered like stardust, and the ground was covered in a carpet of soft, luminescent moss. The whispers of the spirits guided their path, leading them deeper into the forest. Elara marveled at the enchanting beauty of the woods, but she remained focused on her quest. Orion, perched on Elara's shoulder, spoke in hushed tones. The Amulet of Light is a powerful relic, forged by the ancient sorcerers to harness the energy of the sun and the stars. It has the power to dispel darkness and illuminate even the darkest corners of the realms. But beware, young one, for the Shadowbane's minions may seek to thwart our efforts. As they continued their journey, Elara and Orion encountered various magical creatures that inhabited the Whispering Woods. Some were friendly and offered their assistance, while others were wary of outsiders. Elara's kind and gentle nature won the trust of many, and she learned valuable insights about the woods and its secrets. Eventually, they reached a clearing where an ancient stone altar stood. The altar was surrounded by a circle of glowing crystals, and at its center rested the Amulet of Light. The amulet was a radiant gem, pulsating with a warm, golden light. Elara's heart swelled with excitement and awe as she approached the altar, ready to claim the first relic. However, just as she reached out to take the amulet, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. It was a minion of the Shadowbane, a sinister wraith with glowing red eyes and a malevolent aura. The wraith hissed menacingly and lunged at Elara, determined to prevent her from obtaining the relic. Orion swooped down and attacked the wraith, using his sharp talons to distract it. Elara, her instincts kicking in, summoned her magical powers. She raised her hands, and a beam of light shot forth from her fingertips, striking the wraith and driving it back. The wraith screeched in pain and retreated into the shadows, leaving Elara and Orion victorious. With the threat vanquished, Elara carefully picked up the amulet of light and placed it around her neck. The moment she did, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her veins. The amulet's light illuminated the clearing, casting away any lingering shadows. Elara knew that she had taken the first step toward fulfilling her destiny. As they left the Whispering Woods, Elara felt a newfound sense of purpose and determination. The amulet of light was the first of many relics she would need to collect, and she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With Orion by her side, she continued her journey, eager to uncover the secrets of the enchanted realms and restore balance to the world. Elara and Orion's journey led them to the frozen peak, a towering mountain shrouded in ice and snow. The frozen peak was known for its treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather, but it was also the resting place of the second relic, the Crystal of Frost. The crystal was said to possess the power to control ice and snow, a force that could aid Elara in her quest to defeat the Shadowbane. As they ascended the mountain, the air grew colder, and the winds howled fiercely. Elara wrapped herself in a thick cloak, her breath forming clouds of vapor in the frigid air. Orion, his feathers fluffed up against the cold, perched on her shoulder and offered guidance. The Crystal of Frost is hidden within the ice cavern, located near the summit. Be prepared, for the journey will test your strength and resolve. The climb was arduous, with steep cliffs and icy paths that threatened to give way beneath their feet. Elara's determination never wavered, and she used her magic to create handholds in the ice and clear the path ahead. Along the way, they encountered frozen waterfalls, glistening ice formations, and the occasional snowstorm that obscured their vision. As they neared the summit, Elara and Orion discovered a hidden entrance to the ice cavern. The cavern's entrance was guarded by two massive ice golems, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. The golems were protectors of the crystal, and they would not allow anyone to pass without a fight. Elara steeled herself for battle and channeled her magic into the amulet of light. The amulet's radiant glow intensified, casting a warm light that contrasted sharply with the icy surroundings. The golems, sensing the power of the amulet, lumbered forward, their massive fists ready to strike. Orion took to the air, distracting the golems with swift, aerial maneuvers. Elara focused her energy and summoned a beam of light, directing it at one of the golems. The light struck the golem's chest, causing it to crack and shatter into 1,000 pieces. Encouraged by her success, Elara turned her attention to the second golem. The remaining golem roared in anger and charged at Elara, its massive fists raised to strike. Elara stood her ground, her heart pounding in her chest. She focused her energy and summoned a protective barrier of light, which surrounded her like a shimmering shield. The golem's fist collided with the barrier, causing a brilliant flash of light. The force of the impact sent the golem staggering backward, giving Elara the opportunity to strike. She channeled her magic through the amulet of light, directing a powerful beam of energy at the golem's chest. The light pierced through the golem's icy exterior, causing it to crack and shatter into countless shards. With both golems defeated, Elara and Orion cautiously entered the ice cavern. The cavern was a breathtaking sight, with walls of glistening ice and stalactites that sparkled like diamonds. The air was filled with a crisp, invigorating chill, and the soft glow of the luminescent crystals provided a gentle, ambient light. At the center of the cavern, resting on a pedestal of ice, was the crystal of frost. The crystal was a magnificent gem, radiating a cool, azure light. Ilara approached the pedestal with a sense of reverence, her breath visible in the cold air. She reached out and gently took the crystal in her hands, feeling its cold yet soothing energy flow through her. The moment Ilara touched the crystal of frost, she felt a surge of power and clarity. The crystal's magic resonated with her own, enhancing her abilities and granting her control over ice and snow. She knew that this newfound power would be invaluable in her quest to defeat the Shadowbane and restore balance to the enchanted realms. Orion, perched on a nearby ice formation, watched with approval. "You have done well, Ilara. The crystal of frost will aid you greatly in the battles to come. But remember, the journey is far from over. We must continue our quest and find the remaining relics." Ilara nodded, her resolve unwavering. She carefully placed the crystal of frost in her satchel and turned to leave the cavern. As they made their way back down the mountain, Ilara practiced using her new powers, creating intricate ice sculptures and summoning gentle snow flurries. The magic felt natural to her, as if it had always been a part of her. As they descended the mountain, Ilara and Orion encountered a group of nomadic ice elves. The elves were skilled hunters and trackers, and they lived in harmony with the frozen landscape. Ilara introduced herself and explained her quest, and the ice elves, impressed by her determination and bravery, offered their assistance. The ice elves guided Ilara and Orion through the treacherous terrain, sharing their knowledge of the frozen peak and its hidden dangers. They also provided valuable supplies and warm clothing to help them withstand the harsh conditions. Ilara was grateful for their help and formed a strong bond with the elves, knowing that their friendship would be essential in the trials ahead. With the crystal of frost safely in her possession and new allies by her side, Ilara felt more prepared than ever for the challenges that lay ahead. The frozen peak had tested her strength and resolve, but it had also shown her the power of unity and collaboration. Together with Orion and the Ice Elves, she continued her journey, ready to face whatever perils awaited in the enchanted realms. The enchanted river. Ilara and Orion's journey led them to the enchanted river, a magical waterway that flowed through the heart of the enchanted realms. The river was known for its shimmering waters, which sparkled with a myriad of colors and glowed softly in the moonlight. It was said that the third relic, the Pearl of Purity, was hidden within the depths of the enchanted river. As they approached the riverbank, Ilara marveled at the beauty of the water. The river's surface was like a mosaic of liquid gemstones, reflecting the colors of the surrounding flora and fauna. The air was filled with the soothing sound of flowing water and the gentle hum of magical energy. Ilara knew that this place was sacred and held the key to her next challenge. Orion explained the significance of the Pearl of Purity. The pearl is a symbol of clarity and truth. It possesses the power to purify and heal, and it can reveal the true nature of things. To obtain the pearl, you must dive into the depths of the enchanted river and face the trials that await. Ilara took a deep breath and prepared herself for the task ahead. She removed her cloak and waded into the river, feeling the cool, refreshing water against her skin. As she ventured deeper, the water enveloped her, and she felt a sense of weightlessness. She took a deep breath and plunged beneath the surface, her eyes adjusting to the underwater world. The enchanted river was a realm of its own, filled with vibrant aquatic life and glowing plants. Schools of shimmering fish darted past her, and clusters of luminescent coral illuminated her path. Ilara swam gracefully through the water, guided by an unseen force that seemed to lead her deeper into the river's heart. As she ventured further, she encountered the first trial. A group of water nymphs, their forms delicate and ethereal, blocked her path. The nymphs were guardians of the river and would only allow those who proved their worth to pass. They communicated with Elara through a series of harmonious, melodious tones, challenging her to solve a riddle. The nymph's riddle was a test of wisdom and intuition. Elara listened carefully, her mind working to decipher the meaning behind their words. After a moment of contemplation, she provided her answer, and the nymphs, satisfied with her response, allowed her to pass. Elara continued her journey, her determination unwavering. She swam through narrow underwater caverns and navigated treacherous currents. Her next trial was a test of strength and endurance. She encountered a massive, ancient sea serpent, its scales glistening like polished emeralds. The serpent was a formidable guardian, and Elara knew she would need to use both her wits and her magic to overcome it. She summoned the power of the crystal of frost, creating a barrier of ice to shield herself from the serpent's attacks. The serpent lunged at her, its jaws snapping fiercely, but the ice barrier held firm. Elara then used her magic to freeze the water around the serpent, immobilizing it and allowing her to swim past safely. Finally, Elara reached the heart of the enchanted river, where a magnificent underwater palace stood. The palace was adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering pearls, and at its center rested the pearl of purity. The pearl was a radiant orb, emitting a soft, calming light. Elara approached it with a sense of reverence and as she took the pearl of purity in her hands, she felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The pearl's magic resonated with her, enhancing her ability to see through illusions and perceive the truth. She knew that this relic would be invaluable in her quest to defeat the Shadowbane and restore balance to the enchanted realms. Elara surfaced from the river, the pearl of purity safely in her possession. Orion greeted her with a proud hoot, and Elara smiled, knowing that she had overcome yet another challenge. The enchanted river had tested her wisdom, strength, and endurance, but it had also shown her the power of purity and truth. With the third relic in hand, Elara and Orion continued their journey, eager to uncover the remaining secrets of the enchanted realms. They knew that the path ahead would be filled with even greater challenges, but they were ready to face them together. Elara and Orion's journey led them to the Forest of Illusions, a place of enchantment and mystery where reality and illusion intertwined. The forest was known for its shifting landscapes and unpredictable paths, making it easy for travelers to become lost. It was said that the fourth relic, the Mirror of Reflection, was hidden deep within the forest, guarded by powerful illusions. As they entered the forest, Elara felt a sense of unease. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. The path ahead was obscured by mist, and the landscape seemed to shift and change with every step. Elara knew that the journey through the Forest of Illusions would test her perception and resolve. Orion, perched on Elara's shoulder, offered guidance and support. The Mirror of Reflection is a powerful relic that reveals the true nature of things. It can dispel illusions and provide clarity of thought. To find the mirror, you must navigate the forest's deceptive paths and overcome the illusions that guard it. Elara steeled herself for the challenges ahead and ventured deeper into the forest. The landscape around her seemed to shift and warp, creating a disorienting maze of twisted trees and hidden paths. Elara relied on her instincts and the guidance of the Amulet of Light to find her way. As she journeyed through the forest, Elara encountered various illusions designed to mislead and confuse her. She saw visions of loved ones calling out to her, false paths that led to dead ends, and mirages of danger that made her heart race. Ilara knew that she could not trust her senses alone and had to rely on her inner strength and intuition. Her first trial came in the form of a mirrored labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth were made of reflective glass, creating an endless array of distorted reflections. Her first trial came in the form of a mirrored labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth were made of reflective glass, creating an endless array of distorted reflections. Ilara felt a sense of vertigo as she navigated the maze, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the illusions. She closed her eyes momentarily, centering herself and relying on her intuition to guide her. With Orion's encouraging words echoing in her mind, Ilara used the pearl of purity to see through the deceptive reflections. The pearl's calming light revealed the true path through the labyrinth, allowing her to bypass the false turns and dead ends. She moved forward with determination, the pearl's guidance illuminating her way. The second trial tested her emotional resilience. As she ventured further into the forest, Ilara encountered apparitions of her deepest fears and insecurities. Shadows of doubt whispered in her ear, questioning her worth and her ability to fulfill her destiny. It was as if the forest was probing her mind, seeking to exploit her vulnerabilities. Ilara and Orion, having gathered the 5 powerful relics, stood at the entrance of the celestial citadel. It was here, at the heart of the enchanted realms, that the final battle against the Shadowbane would take place. The citadel, an ancient fortress atop a mountain peak, loomed before them, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Entering the citadel, Ilara felt the oppressive presence of the Shadowbane. The once grand halls were shrouded in darkness, and the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Ilara knew that the relics, the amulet of light, the crystal of frost, the pearl of purity, the sands of time, and the mirror of reflection, would be her only hope in confronting this malevolent force. The Shadowbane emerged from the shadows, a swirling mass of darkness with glowing red eyes. "You are brave to come this far, Ilara," it hissed. "But your journey ends here. The enchanted realms will fall into eternal darkness." Ilara, her heart pounding, summoned the power of the relics. The chamber was bathed in a brilliant light as each relic activated, their combined magic forming a protective aura around her. The Shadowbane recoiled, its shadows retreating in the face of the radiant glow. With Orion's guidance, Ilara focused her energy on the Shadowbane's core. She directed beams of light from the relics, piercing through the darkness and striking the entity's heart. The Shadowbane writhed in agony, its form dissipating under the onslaught of light. Drawing on the wisdom of the Scroll of Secrets, Ilara channeled the final, decisive blow. The combined power of the relics converged into a single, blinding beam of light, obliterating the Shadowbane's core and banishing the darkness from the citadel. As the light faded, the shadows lifted, revealing the true beauty of the celestial citadel. The murals on the walls glowed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a sense of peace and renewal. The enchanted realms were healed, and balance was restored. Ilara and Orion stood victorious, their hearts filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The relics, their purpose fulfilled, returned to their dormant state. Ilara carefully placed them back into her satchel, knowing that their legacy would endure. Returning to Eldoria, Ilara was hailed as a hero. The village celebrated the restoration of harmony, and Ilara was honored for her bravery and determination. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the enchanted realms would always need a guardian. Standing on the balcony of the celestial citadel, Elara gazed out at the vibrant landscape. Orion perched on her shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. You have fulfilled your destiny, Elara, but the adventure continues. Together, we will protect the enchanted realms and ensure that the light of hope never fades. With a heart full of hope and determination, Elara embraced the future. The enchanted realms were a place of wonder and magic, and she was honored to be their guardian. The legacy of the relics and the strength of her spirit would guide her, ensuring that the light of the enchanted realms would shine brightly for generations to come. Standing on the balcony of the celestial citadel, Elara gazed out at the vibrant landscape. Orion perched on her shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. You have fulfilled your destiny, Elara, but the adventure continues. Together, we will protect the enchanted realms and ensure that the light of hope never fades. With a heart full of hope and determination, Elara embraced the future. The enchanted realms were a place of wonder and magic, and she was honored to be their guardian. The legacy of the relics and the strength of her spirit would guide her, ensuring that the light of the enchanted realms would shine brightly for generations to come. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a golden glow across the enchanted realms, Elara felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that the journey had shaped her in ways she could never have imagined. The bonds she had forged, the challenges she had overcome, and the wisdom she had gained would stay with her forever. Elara's heart swelled with gratitude for the incredible adventure and the promise of new discoveries ahead. United with Orion and the enduring magic of the relics, she faced the future with unwavering hope, ready to protect and nurture the world she loved. The enchanted realms, a testament to the power of unity and courage, would continue to thrive under her watchful care.
It was a sunny afternoon, and Mia was walking home from school. She lived in a small village with beautiful trees and flowers everywhere. As she walked, she heard a tiny meow coming from behind a bush. Curious, Mia stopped and looked closer. A little white kitten was hiding there. It looked scared and hungry. "Are you lost?" Mia asked softly, reaching out her hand. The kitten slowly came closer and rubbed its head against her fingers. Mia decided to take the kitten home. She wrapped it in her scarf and carried it carefully. When she arrived, her mom smiled and said, "Let's give it some milk and a warm place to rest." After the kitten ate, it purred happily. Mia named it Snowy because of its soft white fur. She put up posters around the village, hoping to find Snowy's owner. The next day, an old man came to their door. He saw the poster and said, "That's my kitten. Her name is Lily. Thank you for taking care of her." Mia felt a little sad but knew Lily had to go home. The old man promised Mia she could visit Lily anytime she wanted. From that day on, Mia often visited Lily, and they all became friends. It was the start of a special bond between Mia, the old man, and the little kitten. Mia visited the old man's house every weekend. His name was Mr. Thomas, and he lived in a cozy cottage with a beautiful garden. Lily, the kitten, always greeted Mia at the gate, running to her and climbing into her arms. One day, while Mia and Mr. Thomas were in the garden, he said, "You have a kind heart, Mia." Not everyone would stop to help a little kitten. How about helping me with something else? What is it? Mia asked, curious. Mr. Thomas showed her an old wooden shed at the back of his garden. "I used to grow vegetables here, but now it's a mess. Would you like to help me clean it up and plant new seeds?" Mia's face lit up. Of course. I'd love to. They spent the next few weeks cleaning the shed, pulling out weeds, and planting tomatoes, carrots, and flowers. Snowy, now Lily, followed them everywhere, chasing butterflies and playing in the dirt. As the garden grew, so did their friendship. Mr. Thomas taught Mia how to care for plants, and Mia shared her school stories with him. It became their special project. One day, Mr. Thomas surprised Mia with a small gift. It was a picture of her and Lily in the garden, framed beautifully. "You brought so much life and joy here, Mia," he said with a smile. Mia hugged him tightly. "And you taught me so much, Mr. Thomas." "Thank you." From then on, Mia knew that helping others, whether it was a kitten, a garden, or a friend, could make the world a brighter place. Months passed, and the garden turned into a colorful paradise. The vegetables grew tall, and the flowers bloomed in every shade of the rainbow. And Mr. Thomas decided to share their harvest with the village. They set up a small stand near the main road with a sign that read, "Fresh vegetables and flowers, free for all." Villagers stopped by, surprised and delighted. "This is wonderful," said Mrs. Carter, the baker. "You've made our village even more beautiful." Children came to pick flowers, and families enjoyed the fresh vegetables. Everyone started calling it Mia and Mr. Thomas's Garden of Kindness. One afternoon, a young woman visited the stand. She had a warm smile and introduced herself as Claire. "I'm the new teacher in the village school," she said. "I heard about your garden and wanted to see it myself." Mia and Mr. Thomas invited her to visit the garden. Claire was amazed by the hard work and care they had put into it. "You know," she said, "we've been planning to teach the students about gardening. Would you both help us start a school garden?" Mia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds amazing. I'd love to help." And so, a new chapter began. Mia, Mr. Thomas, and Claire worked together to teach the children how to plant seeds, care for plants, and grow their own food. Lily became the school garden's unofficial mascot, loved by all the students. Over time, the garden grew into a gathering place for the entire village. It wasn't just about plants, it was about kindness, friendship, and the joy of working together. Mia looked at the garden one sunny afternoon and thought to herself, it all started with one small kitten. And now, it feels like the whole village is family. Life continued to intertwine with the garden and the people in her village. As the school garden thrived, more and more children became interested in growing their own plants. They brought seeds from their homes, some for vegetables, some for flowers, and even a few for unusual plants like pumpkins and sunflowers. One day, while Mia and Mr. Thomas were checking the tomato plants, Claire ran over excitedly. "I just got an idea," she said. "What if we hold a garden festival? Everyone in the village can bring their best fruits, vegetables, and flowers to share, and we can have games and food too." Mia clapped her hands. "That's a brilliant idea. Let's do it." For the next few weeks, the entire village prepared for the festival. Mr. Thomas made colorful wooden signs. Claire organized a flower arrangement contest. And Mia helped the children create decorations for the event. Lily, of course, supervised everything, often getting paint on her paws as she played near the signs. When the day of the festival arrived, the village square was buzzing with excitement. Tables were filled with baskets of fresh produce, vases of flowers, and homemade pies and jams. Children ran around, showing off their painted pots and tiny plants. Mia and Mr. Thomas set up a small booth to tell the story of how their garden started. Villagers listened with smiles, amazed that such a big change had begun with a small act of kindness. As the evening came, lanterns were lit around the square, casting a warm glow. Claire invited everyone to sit near the stage, where the children performed a short play about the life of a garden. Mia played the role of the sun, wearing a golden crown, while the other children pretended to be seeds, plants, and raindrops. After the play, the old village mayor stood up to speak. "This festival reminds us of the power of kindness and community," he said. "Mia, Mr. Thomas, and everyone who helped with this garden have shown us how small efforts can grow into something wonderful. Let's make this garden festival a yearly tradition." The crowd cheered, and Mia felt her heart fill with happiness. She looked at Mr. Thomas, who smiled proudly. As the festival ended, Mia sat by the garden with Lily in her lap. The stars twinkled above, and the laughter of the villagers still echoed in the air. "Lily," she whispered, stroking the kitten's soft fur, "you changed my life. And because of you, we've all grown closer. I'll never forget how it all started, with a little meow in the bushes." From that day on, Mia continued to care for the gardens, share stories, and inspire others. The garden festival became an annual event, bringing joy to the village every year. And Mia knew that the simple act of helping a lost kitten had planted a seed of kindness that would grow forever. Mia grew older, but her love for the garden and the village never faded. Every year, the garden festival brought new faces and fresh ideas. By the time Mia was a teenager, she was known as the village's green guardian. People came to her not only for gardening advice but also for help with small acts of kindness. One summer, during the busiest festival preparations, Mr. Thomas fell ill. He could no longer work in the garden as he used to, and this worried Mia. She visited him every day, bringing fresh flowers and vegetables from their garden. "You've taught me everything I know," Mia told him one evening. "Now it's my turn to take care of things for a while." Mr. Thomas smiled, his eyes full of pride. "You've already done so much, Mia. The garden, and the village, is in good hands." Determined to keep the festival special, Mia rallied the children and villagers to work together. This year, she added a special project, a memory garden in honor of Mr. Thomas and everything he had done for the community. The memory garden featured benches, colorful flowers, and a small pond with lily pads, named after the kitten that had started it all. On the day of the festival, Mia pushed Mr. Thomas's wheelchair to the garden's entrance. The entire village clapped and cheered for him. A plaque near the pond read, "For Mr. Thomas, the heart of our garden." Tears filled his eyes as he looked around. "You've made this village bloom, Mia," he said, his voice soft but full of emotion. "I'm so proud of you." Years passed, and Mia eventually went to college to study environmental science. Though she missed the village, she returned every holiday to visit Mr. Thomas and continue her work in the garden. When she graduated, Mia brought her new knowledge back home. She expanded the garden to include a greenhouse, teaching the villagers how to grow plants even in the colder months. She also started a garden school, where people from nearby towns could learn about sustainable farming, planting trees, and helping nature thrive. One winter, Mr. Thomas passed away peacefully in his sleep. The village gathered to honor his memory, planting a tall oak tree in the center of the memory garden. Mia stood beneath its branches, promising to keep his legacy alive. Over the years, the village became famous for its gardens and festivals. Tourists came to visit, amazed by the beauty and the sense of community. The income from tourism helped the village grow, funding schools, libraries, and new projects. Mia eventually became a leader in the village, but she never forgot the small kitten that started it all. Lily, who had grown old alongside Mr. Thomas, remained by Mia's side until her final days. Even after Lily was gone, the memory garden thrived, and the story of Mia, Mr. Thomas, and the little kitten became a cherished legend passed down through generations. And every time a new kitten or stray animal found its way into the village, the children would say, "This might be another Lily, ready to change our lives." Mia smiled every time she heard it, knowing that kindness, no matter how small, always had the power to grow into something extraordinary. Years later, Mia stood in the memory garden, now a place of beauty and reflection. The oak tree planted for Mr. Thomas had grown tall and strong, its branches stretching wide to shelter the blooming flowers below. Children laughed and played in the garden, their voices mingling with the gentle hum of bees and the rustle of leaves. The village had become a haven of harmony, where everyone found joy in caring for nature and one another. As Mia watched the children, she thought of Mr. Thomas, Lily, and all the moments that had brought her to this day. She realized the true magic of their journey wasn't just the garden itself, but the connections it had created, the friendships, the lessons, and the love that had grown alongside every plant. The memory garden wasn't just a tribute to the past. It was a promise to the future, a reminder that kindness, no matter how small, could blossom into something extraordinary. With a deep breath, Mia planted one last seed in the soil beneath the oak tree. For the next generation, she whispered with a smile. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the garden, Mia knew that the story of her and Mr. Thomas's garden would live on, inspiring others to nurture the world and each other for years to come. The summit of dreams. Ethan Carter had always dreamed of adventure. As a boy, he would spend hours flipping through books about explorers in far-off lands, imagining himself scaling mountains, crossing deserts, and sailing unknown seas. His favorite dream, though, was standing on the summit of Mount Everest, gazing down at the world from its highest point. Now, at the age of 32, Ethan was finally making that dream a reality. After years of saving, training, and planning, he had joined an international expedition to climb Mount Everest. The team consisted of climbers from all over the world, each with their own reasons for taking on this monumental challenge. There was Priya, a seasoned mountaineer from India who had already climbed 6 of the 7 summits. Luis, an engineer from Brazil who wanted to honor his late father, a climber himself. And May, a photographer from China who dreamed of capturing the untamed beauty of the Himalayas. The journey began in Nepal, where the team spent weeks acclimatizing to the altitude. The trek to base camp was grueling but awe-inspiring, with towering peaks, roaring rivers, and villages filled with warm-hearted Sherpas who supported their climb. Ethan marveled at the strength and resilience of the Sherpas, particularly Dawa, their guide, who had summited Everest 6 times. Dawa's quiet confidence and deep respect for the mountain made Ethan feel both comforted and humbled. At base camp, the reality of the challenge set in. Nights were freezing, oxygen levels were low, and the wind howled relentlessly. Yet, the camaraderie among the climbers kept spirits high. Ethan and his teammates shared stories around the campfire, laughing and dreaming about the moment they would reach the summit. But the mountain had its own plans, and nothing about Everest was predictable. As they ascended, the challenges grew. Crossing the Kumbo icefall felt like walking through a labyrinth of towering ice blocks and crevasses. Every step required focus and courage. Ethan nearly turned back one day when his leg slipped into a hidden crack. But Dawa pulled him up, his grip firm and reassuring. "The mountain tests your will," Dawa said. "But if you respect it, it will guide you." When the team reached Camp 4, also known as the Death Zone, the air was so thin that even breathing felt like a monumental task. It was here that Ethan faced his greatest test. A fierce storm rolled in, forcing the team to wait for 2 days in the freezing cold. Supplies ran low, and tension filled the camp. May's fingers began to show signs of frostbite, and Priya's lungs struggled with the altitude. Despite the odds, the storm finally cleared, and the team began their final push to the summit. It was a slow, agonizing climb. Ethan's legs burned, and his lungs screamed for oxygen. but his determination burned brighter. Step by step, he pushed forward, the summit growing closer with every breath. Finally, as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon. Years had passed since Ethan Carter had reached the summit of Mount Everest. But the fire of adventure still burned fiercely within him. The climb had changed him in ways he hadn't fully realized at the time. It wasn't just the thrill of standing at the top of the world that had stayed with him. It was the deeper understanding of the human spirit and its ability to push beyond limits, even when everything seemed impossible. Since returning home, Ethan had become a source of inspiration. Speaking at conferences, sharing his story in schools, and even writing a book about his experiences. But despite all the recognition and accolades, he knew there was more to accomplish. His eyes had always been drawn to the icy, mysterious expanse of Antarctica, a place where few had ventured and even fewer had returned unchanged. It started as a small thought. What if I could explore the most remote, uncharted places on Earth? He had heard of a team of researchers who were looking for volunteers to join a scientific expedition to Antarctica. Their goal was to gather data on climate change, study the unique wildlife, and explore the vast, frozen wilderness. It was a project that not only intrigued him but spoke to a deeper calling. Something beyond just climbing mountains. This was about discovery, preservation, and contributing to a cause far greater than any personal adventure. Ethan made up his mind. He would join the expedition. The preparation for the Antarctica expedition was far more intricate than his Everest climb. Mount Everest had tested his endurance and physical strength. But Antarctica would test his resolve in an entirely different way. The cold was unbearable, the terrain treacherous, and the isolation absolute. Before departing, Ethan underwent months of training to prepare for the extreme cold, for sub-zero temperatures, and gaining the necessary knowledge about the fragile ecosystem he was about to witness. When the day came to board the plane, Ethan found himself standing at the edge of a vast unknown once more. As the plane took off, he watched the world shrink below him, and for a brief moment, he felt the familiar rush of excitement mixed with apprehension. Antarctica wasn't just a place on a map, it was an untouched wilderness. A land that had remained largely unknown to humankind for centuries. The flight was long, but the sense of anticipation made the time seem to fly by. As they neared the icy continent, Ethan could see the vast stretches of white below, interrupted only by jagged mountain peaks and the occasional glimmer of water between the ice floes. The vastness of it all was humbling. Upon landing, the team was immediately struck by the eerie silence that enveloped them. The wind howled across the icy expanse, but there was a stillness in the air. A quiet that seemed almost unnatural. The researchers, led by Dr. Sarah Griffin, an environmental scientist, were there to collect vital data on climate. The researchers, led by Dr. Sarah Griffin, an environmental scientist, were there to collect vital data on climate change, especially the effects it was having on the fragile ecosystem of the Antarctic Peninsula. Ethan's role was primarily to help with the logistics of the expedition, assist with climbing and surveying remote locations, and document the journey. They set up camp at a research station that had been in operation for over a decade. The station was equipped with all the necessary tools for surviving the harsh conditions, but it was clear that they would still need to be extremely careful. They had everything they needed for survival: specialized clothing, heating equipment, and a supply of food. But the real challenge wasn't the logistics. It was the mental toughness required to survive in such a place. The endless white landscape, the isolation, and the constant biting cold would take their toll, and it would require every ounce of strength to keep going. The first few days in Antarctica were spent adjusting to the extreme cold and setting up their research equipment. Ethan was assigned to a small team that would be climbing a ridge to gather ice core samples, critical pieces of data that could provide insight into the Earth's climate history. As they made their way up the icy slope, Ethan couldn't help but marvel at the landscape. The mountains were towering, and the glaciers stretched for miles, their frozen surfaces cracked and gleaming in the pale light of the Antarctic sun. But the beauty of the place was deceptive. The weather could change in an instant. One moment, they were in clear skies; the next, a blizzard swept in, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Ethan had learned to never underestimate the force of nature in places like this. The cold was so intense that it could freeze your skin in minutes if you weren't careful. And the wind was unforgiving, howling across the landscape like a living thing. One night, as they camped on the ridge, the wind picked up, making it nearly impossible to sleep. The howling sound outside the tent was deafening, and the cold seemed to seep through every layer of clothing. But Ethan didn't mind. There was something strangely comforting about the wilderness, its harshness, its remoteness. It was as if it was reminding him of his place in the world. There was no noise, no distractions, just the pure, raw energy of nature. Weeks passed, and the team made significant progress in their research. They collected valuable data on the ice sheets, gathered samples from previously unexplored crevices, and studied the habits of the unique wildlife that called Antarctica home. The penguins, seals, and whales were fascinating to observe, their survival in such an extreme environment a testament to the resilience of life. But there was a growing concern among the researchers. The ice was melting at an alarming rate, and they had witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of climate change on the fragile ecosystem. Ethan had always believed in the power of nature, but what he saw here was something different. It wasn't just the raw power of the land, it was its fragility. The ice, which had stood for millennia, was slowly disappearing. The research team had recorded alarming signs of accelerated melting, and the implications were far-reaching. If the ice continued to melt at the current rate, the effects on global sea levels and ecosystems would be catastrophic. Ethan felt a deep sense of responsibility. This wasn't just about adventure anymore. This was about preserving the planet for future generations. The expedition had taken on a new meaning for him. It was no longer about proving something to himself, it was about contributing to a cause far greater than his own ambitions. As the team wrapped up their research, they were faced with the reality of leaving Antarctica. It was hard to say goodbye to a place that had both challenged and inspired them. The ice was still there, but it was melting, slowly but surely. A silent witness to the changes occurring all over the world. Ethan stood at the edge of the ice shelf, watching the sun dip below the horizon for the last time before they boarded their return flight. The quiet of the land was almost overwhelming. He thought of the people he would return to, the work that awaited him, and the greater mission of protecting the environment. For the first time in his life, he felt as if he had truly touched something larger than himself. Climbing Everest had been a physical and emotional test, but Antarctica had given him a new perspective, one that he would carry with him forever. The plane soared into the sky, leaving the frozen continent behind. Ethan looked out the window, the vastness of the land still fresh in his mind. He had found something in Antarctica that he hadn't even known he was looking for. The true adventure, he realized, wasn't just in reaching the highest peak or surviving in the most extreme conditions. It was in understanding the delicate balance of the world around us and doing everything we could to protect it. As the clouds parted and the sun broke through, Ethan knew that this was only the beginning. The world was full of unknowns, full of challenges. And he would keep searching, keep exploring, for as long as he could. Ethan returned home with a renewed sense of purpose. The lessons of Antarctica stayed with him, driving him to advocate for climate change awareness. Climbing Everest had tested his limits, but Antarctica had shown him the fragility of the Earth. Now, his greatest journey was not to distant lands, but to inspire others to protect the planet for future generations.
In a world where appearances often ruled, a new app called True Beauty quickly became a sensation. The app promised to reveal the beauty within, displaying not just how a person looked on the outside, but the qualities that made them beautiful on the inside. It used an advanced algorithm that analyzed a person's kindness, empathy, actions, and even their past experiences, transforming these traits into a unique visual representation. True beauty wasn't just about physical features. It was about the soul. Ella, a quiet young woman, had always struggled with self-esteem. She wasn't particularly tall or conventionally beautiful, and the pressures of social media often made her feel invisible. One evening, a friend recommended she try True Beauty, and though skeptical, she decided to download it. The app asked for a few basic details: a picture, her age, and a short questionnaire about her values and recent acts of kindness. After a few minutes, a photo of herself appeared on the screen, but it wasn't like any photo she had seen before. Her face was softly illuminated, glowing with a warm, golden light, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with an inner peace she hadn't noticed before. The app showed her a beautiful aura surrounding her, colored in vibrant shades of blue, representing calmness and empathy, with bursts of orange indicating her creativity. Her True Beauty score was high, reflecting her efforts to volunteer at a local shelter, listen patiently to friends in need, and maintain a positive outlook despite the challenges in her life. Ella couldn't believe it. For the first time, she saw herself as more than her physical appearance. She was more than the number on the scale or the latest beauty trend. She was a person of depth, kindness, and resilience. Her phone buzzed with notifications as friends began to try the app for themselves, and many of them shared their true beauty photos with Ella, eager to see their own inner beauty reflected. The app became a viral sensation, encouraging people to focus on kindness and personal growth rather than just external validation. As more people used True Beauty, a subtle shift began to happen in society. People started complimenting each other on their actions, kindness, and the positive impact they had on others. Social media feeds, once flooded with curated, picture-perfect images, began to include posts celebrating kindness, empathy, and personal accomplishments. People posted their true beauty images not to compare themselves to others, but to celebrate the uniqueness and goodness within themselves and their friends. Ella, once unsure of her place in the world, now felt confident in her own skin. She had always been beautiful, but now she could see it, inside and out. True beauty had given her the gift of self-love and had reminded her that beauty wasn't just something you could see, it was something you could feel, radiate, and share with the world. Days turned into weeks, and the True Beauty app continued to grow in popularity, but something unexpected began to happen. As more people embraced the app and the concept of inner beauty, Ella noticed that it was becoming easier to connect with others in ways she had never imagined before. People were no longer just focused on surface-level interactions. They began to approach each other with genuine interest, looking for qualities that truly mattered: kindness, generosity, and empathy. Ella met Maya, a woman she had seen around town but had never spoken to before. Maya had shared her true beauty image on social media, and the radiance that surrounded her was undeniable. Maya's aura was a rich mix of greens and pinks, representing nurturing and compassion. She was known for her work in animal rescue, and her true beauty image reflected the love she had for all living beings. "Your true beauty photo, it's stunning," Ella said one afternoon when they ran into each other at a cafe. Maya smiled warmly. "Thank you. Yours is beautiful too. I saw your post about helping out at the shelter. That's the kind of beauty the world needs more of." The two women quickly bonded over their shared commitment to kindness and their desire to make a difference. They started collaborating on projects to support local charities, host community cleanups, and raise awareness about mental health. The app had sparked something deeper in them both, a sense of purpose and a drive to help others see their own inner beauty. As Ella worked more closely with Maya, she realized that True Beauty had done more than just highlight her kindness, it had changed the way she saw the world. Instead of focusing on the negative, on what was missing, or what wasn't perfect, she now sought the beauty in everyone and everything. Whether it was a small gesture of kindness from a stranger or a friend offering support in a difficult time, Ella began to see beauty everywhere. She wasn't just seeing people for how they looked anymore, she was seeing them for who they truly were. One day, as Ella stood in front of a crowd at a charity event, speaking about the importance of kindness, she felt a surge of confidence she had never felt before. For the first time, she truly felt beautiful, not just in the way others might see her, but in the way she saw herself. She had become part of something bigger than herself, and she knew that this was the kind of beauty that would never fade. "I used to think beauty was only skin deep," Ella said, her voice steady and clear. "But True Beauty has shown me that the most important beauty comes from within. It's in every act of kindness, every moment of empathy, and every opportunity to make the world a better place." The crowd cheered, and Ella felt a warmth inside her that had nothing to do with the applause. It was the warmth of knowing that, in her own small way, she was helping to change the world. True Beauty wasn't just an app anymore, it was a movement, one that had the power to transform lives, encourage personal growth, and remind everyone that true beauty could be found in the most unexpected places. As Ella left the event that night, she looked up at the stars. She had always felt insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but now, she understood that everyone had their own unique light to shine. And that light, the light of kindness, was the truest form of beauty anyone could ever possess. As the weeks went by, the influence of the True Beauty app grew even more profound. What started as a simple tool to visualize inner beauty had evolved into a worldwide movement. People from all walks of life were sharing their true beauty images, not just to promote kindness, but to encourage self-acceptance and the celebration of differences. The world was slowly changing. Social media, once a place of comparison and perfection, now blossomed with messages of hope, self-love, and collective action. Ella and Maya, having worked closely together on several community initiatives, had become leaders of this new movement. They were invited to speak at conferences, host workshops, and even collaborate with major brands to create campaigns that promoted inner beauty over superficiality. But despite their newfound fame, they never lost sight of what had truly mattered from the start: the importance of staying true to oneself. One evening, after an exhausting but fulfilling day of meetings, Ella and Maya sat together on a rooftop, overlooking the city. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue across the skyline, and they reflected on how far they had come. "I still can't believe how much has changed," Maya said, her voice tinged with awe. "It's like the whole world finally woke up to something so simple, yet so powerful." Ella nodded, feeling the weight of it all. "It's not just the app. It's the people. People are starting to realize that they don't have to hide behind filters or pretend to be someone they're not. True beauty isn't just about what's on the outside, it's about embracing who you truly are and sharing that with the world." Maya smiled, her aura glowing warmly in the dimming light. "And it all started with us. Just two people who believed in something." Ella laughed softly. "It feels like we've been part of something much bigger than ourselves, doesn't it?" They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the last rays of the sun disappeared behind the horizon. It was in these quiet moments that Ella felt the most at peace. True beauty had given her a voice, a purpose, and most importantly, the ability to see the beauty in everything. As the movement spread, it also started to influence the next generation. Young children, who had grown up with true beauty, started to embrace kindness as a central part of their lives. Schools began teaching children about empathy, how to communicate their feelings, and the importance of helping others. It wasn't just about trying to be perfect, it was about striving to be kind, authentic, and compassionate. The ripple effect of this new mindset was undeniable, and Ella often received messages from parents and teachers thanking her for helping to create a better world for the next generation. True beauty wasn't a trend, it had become a way of life. And as Ella and Maya looked back at the journey they had taken, they knew the app had done something even greater than they ever imagined. It had changed hearts, minds, and the very foundation of society itself. One day, as they were reflecting on their achievements during a community event, Ella spoke to the crowd, her voice strong and steady. "We've learned that beauty doesn't come from how we look. It comes from what we do, how we treat others, and how we choose to live our lives every single day. True beauty isn't about perfection, it's about authenticity, kindness, and embracing the unique light that each of us carries." The crowd applauded, and Ella felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The work wasn't over, but they had made a lasting impact, a movement that would continue to grow long after they were gone. As she looked out at the faces of those who had joined the journey, Ella realized that the true beauty she had discovered wasn't just her own, it was the beauty in everyone around her. And it was this shared light that would guide the world toward a brighter, more compassionate future. Years passed, and true beauty had evolved beyond anyone's expectations. The app had now become a global movement, integrated into schools, workplaces, and communities around the world. What started as a small, revolutionary concept had grown into a deep cultural shift, a shift that encouraged people to redefine beauty, not as an external measure, but as an internal force that radiated through actions, words, and connections. Ella and Maya had become icons in the movement, but their focus had never been on fame. They worked tirelessly to push for even more change. They launched initiatives to address mental health in underserved communities, partnered with organizations to promote equal opportunities for all, and continued to inspire people of all ages to embrace their inner beauty. Together, they had created a network of support that spanned continents, and the True Beauty Foundation was born, dedicated to empowering others to cultivate self-love, compassion, and understanding. One day, as Ella and Maya stood in front of a group of young leaders at a summit, they reflected on the immense progress they had seen over the years. The world had changed in ways they had once only dreamed of. Social media platforms now celebrated authenticity and vulnerability. People no longer sought approval based on the way they looked, but on the kindness they showed to others and the positive contributions they made to their communities. "Look at them," Maya whispered, as they watched a group of teenagers discuss ways to spread kindness online. "This is the future we fought for." Ella smiled, her heart swelling with pride. "We didn't just change the world, Maya. We've inspired the world to change itself." The next generation was stepping up. Young activists, driven by the ideals of true beauty, were tackling issues like climate change, social justice, and equality with a heart-driven approach. Ella had never felt more hopeful about the future, but despite all the progress, Ella knew that the work was never truly done. There would always be new challenges, new hurdles to overcome. Yet, she had learned a valuable lesson throughout her journey, that real beauty was not a destination, but a continuous process of growth, love, and action. As long as there were people willing to make a difference, the light of true beauty would continue to shine. As Ella and Maya prepared to close the summit with a final message, Ella took a deep breath and stepped up to the podium. She looked out at the sea of faces, people from all over the world, eager to create change. And in that moment, she knew that the legacy of true beauty would live on, far beyond the app or any individual effort. It would live on in the hearts of those who chose to act with kindness, to love with purpose, and to see the beauty in everyone they met. "We've learned," Ella said, her voice clear and full of conviction, "that beauty is not something you can measure or see with your eyes. It's a force that lives inside each and every one of us, and it can be seen through the way we treat others, through our willingness to help, to listen, to love without expectation. The true beauty of the world lies in the way we uplift each other." The room erupted in applause, but this time, Ella didn't just feel the warmth of the crowd's approval. She felt a deep sense of connection, a bond with everyone in the room, and with the generations to come. True beauty had ignited a spark in people's hearts, and that spark would never go out. As Ella and Maya left the stage, hand in hand, they knew their mission wasn't finished. They had sparked a movement, but there was still so much more to do. There would always be more to fight for, more beauty to uncover. And as long as they had the strength to keep going, they would continue to inspire the world to see what they had always known: true beauty is found within. Years later, True Beauty had become more than just an app. It was a movement, woven into the very fabric of society. What Ella and Maya had started, an idea rooted in kindness, empathy, and self-love, had inspired millions around the world. Their foundation had grown, not just as a symbol of inner beauty, but as a beacon of hope for a world in need of change. People no longer measured their worth by likes or followers, but by the impact they made, the kindness they shared, and the love they gave. One evening, as Ella sat in a quiet room, scrolling through messages of gratitude from around the world, she felt a sense of peace she had never known before. The fight to redefine beauty had been long and difficult, but she knew in her heart that they had won. The world was a better place because of the efforts of so many individuals who had chosen to look beyond the surface and see each other for who they truly were. Maya, who had been by her side since the very beginning, walked in and smiled. "You know, we did it, right?" Ella looked up, a soft smile playing on her lips. "We did. And it's not just because of us. It's because of everyone who believed in true beauty, who believed in the power of kindness and authenticity." The two women stood together, looking out at the world they had helped shape. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. The journey had been challenging, but the rewards had been worth it. They had not just changed a generation, they had ignited a fire that would burn for years to come, lighting the way for others to follow. And as Ella walked out into the world once more, she realized something. True beauty had never been about the app, or even about the movement. It was about every person who had taken that first step to see the beauty inside themselves, and in turn, share that beauty with the world. That was the true power of beauty. And it would last forever.
The Green Stand, a fight for change. Two friends, Sarah and John, were passionate about protecting the environment. They shared a vision of a beautiful, green town, one where trees lined the streets, solar panels covered rooftops, and waste was nearly non-existent. They spent countless hours brainstorming, planning, and strategizing on how they could make their town a shining example of environmental sustainability. However, they quickly realized that their dream was far from easy. The town was filled with factories that polluted the air and rivers, and the local government was more focused on industrial growth than green initiatives. Despite their best efforts to spread awareness and rally people to their cause, the response from the town's residents was lukewarm. Many were indifferent, while others were outright resistant to change. One evening, as Sarah and John sat in their favorite cafe, they discussed their frustrations. They had tried everything they could think of, organizing cleanup drives, hosting educational workshops, and even proposing a new recycling program. But nothing seemed to be making a significant impact. Sarah, always the more impulsive of the two, suddenly spoke up. "What if we take more drastic action?" she suggested. "What if we do something so big that the whole town can't ignore it?" John raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by drastic action?" "We could break into the old factory, the one that's been dumping waste into the river for years. We could shut it down, create a scene, get the media involved. It would make a statement. It might even force the local government to take our cause seriously." John hesitated. He had always been the more cautious one, but he couldn't deny that. The thought of taking bold, decisive action was tempting. The frustration of seeing nothing change weighed heavily on him. "I don't know, Sarah. That sounds risky. What if we get caught? What if it makes things worse? Sarah's eyes gleamed with determination. Sometimes, change requires sacrifice. It's worth it if it means saving our planet. After much debate, they decided to go ahead with the plan. They knew it was risky, but they felt that it was their only chance to make a real difference. The night of their operation, they snuck into the factory, gathering evidence of its environmental violations. They planned to present the evidence to the media, demanding action from the authorities. But things didn't go as planned. As they were about to leave the factory, the security guards spotted them. A chase ensued, and before they knew it, Sarah and John found themselves in the back of a police car, arrested for trespassing and vandalism. The next morning, they were headline news: 2 environmentalists arrested in bold protest against pollution. Despite their arrest, their actions sparked a wave of change. The media attention forced the local government to take action, and soon after, the factory was shut down and fined for its illegal waste dumping. The town began to implement green initiatives, and Sarah and John became local heroes, admired for their courage and determination. However, their personal journey was far from easy. Both Sarah and John faced legal consequences for their actions, and the strain on their friendship became evident. John struggled with the idea of being arrested for a cause, questioning whether it was truly worth it. He found himself wrestling with guilt, wondering if there had been another, less risky way to achieve their goals. Sarah, on the other hand, remained resolute. She believed wholeheartedly in their cause, even if it meant making sacrifices. But as the days passed, she too began to feel the weight of their decisions. She missed the simpler days when they had merely talked about their dreams, rather than putting them into action. Their story became a powerful lesson in motivation and the complexities of taking a stand for what you believe in. It taught them that while passion and determination were important, so too were the consequences of their actions. They realized that true leadership wasn't about making the biggest splash, but about finding sustainable, thoughtful ways to motivate others and create lasting change. In the end, Sarah and John returned to their original mission, this time with a more measured approach. They channeled their energy into educating the town's residents about sustainability, working with local businesses to implement green practices, and pushing for legislative change through peaceful protests and petitions. The town eventually transformed into a model of environmental stewardship, and Sarah and John, though forever changed by their journey, were proud of the part they had played. Their story was a testament to the power of personal motivation, the importance of perseverance, and the understanding that sometimes the path to success isn't always the easiest or most straightforward. It was a reminder that true change starts with one small step, but that step must be taken with careful thought and a clear sense of purpose. After their bold protest and subsequent arrest, Sarah and John were forced to face the consequences of their actions. They had become symbols of rebellion, of people willing to risk everything for the environment. But with that fame came personal challenges. The courtroom was filled with the murmur of reporters as Sarah and John sat quietly in the defendant's seat. The judge entered, and everything fell silent. The trial wasn't just about two young people breaking the law, it was a trial of ideals. The courtroom had divided into two camps, one that hailed Sarah and John as heroes, and another that criticized their methods as reckless and disruptive. As the trial went on, Sarah began to feel the weight of their choices more heavily. What had started as a shared vision of a better world now felt like an insurmountable mountain. John, too, was conflicted. Though he had been part of the plan, he was more reserved, and as the charges mounted, he questioned if they had done the right thing. He found it hard to balance the guilt of their actions with the satisfaction of seeing their town finally starting to change. The media coverage was relentless. Their faces were plastered on every local newspaper and TV screen. But something unexpected happened amidst all the attention. The people of the town began to listen. They started asking questions. They demanded answers from the town's leaders and from the factories that had polluted their environment for so long. Small businesses began to adopt greener practices, inspired by Sarah and John's message. It was as if their controversial actions had lit a spark in the hearts of the community. One afternoon, as Sarah and John sat in the local park, they noticed a group of young people gathered around a recycling bin, carefully sorting through their waste. They were the children of the town, the next generation. Sarah smiled at John. "Look at that," she said, pointing to the group. "Maybe this is what we were fighting for all along, this shift in perspective." John looked at her, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Maybe, but it's hard to know if we did it the right way." Sarah nodded. "I think it's about learning from our mistakes, too. We can't change the past, but we can use it to guide what comes next." Just as they were deep in conversation, they were approached by an older man, the owner of one of the local farms. He was well known in town for his dedication to sustainable agriculture, but he hadn't always agreed with Sarah and John's radical approach. However, today, his face was filled with respect. "I'll be honest with you both," he began, "I didn't think what you did was the right way to handle things. But after seeing the changes happening in the community, after seeing how people have started to care more about the environment, I think you've started something important." Sarah and John exchanged a glance. They had been so focused on the struggle that they hadn't fully realized the impact they had made. "Thank you," Sarah said softly. "We didn't expect things to unfold this way, but it means a lot to hear that from you." The man smiled, nodding. "Sometimes, change needs to be uncomfortable. Sometimes, it takes people willing to make the hard choices. And you two have done that. Don't regret it." As the weeks passed, Sarah and John's trial came to a close. The judge, acknowledging their courage and the positive changes their actions had sparked, sentenced them to community service instead of jail time. They would spend the next year working with local organizations to help implement green projects across the town, planting trees, cleaning up polluted areas, and educating the public about sustainable practices. The experience was humbling. It wasn't the grand victory they had imagined, but it was meaningful in its own right. Their journey had evolved from an act of defiance to a deeper understanding of how true change could be achieved through education, collaboration, and patience. By the end of their service, the town had transformed in ways they had never imagined. Green spaces flourished, pollution levels dropped, and the local government began to invest in renewable energy. Sarah and John had ignited a movement, but they also learned that real progress came from working together with others, from empowering people rather than simply forcing change upon them. And though they had taken a difficult path, they now understood that sometimes the fight for a better world wasn't just about winning, it was about growing, learning, and making a lasting difference in the hearts of those around them. As they stood together one evening, looking at the sunset over their now green town, Sarah turned to John and said, "I think we've made it. Not just with the town, but with ourselves." John nodded, a sense of peace settling over him. "Yeah. We didn't take the easiest route, but I think we're on the right one now." And so, the two friends stood side by side, knowing that the fight for a better world was far from over, but it was a fight worth having, one step at a time. Sarah and John had learned a lot during their year of community service, and along the way, they discovered important lessons about themselves and the world around them. Slowly but surely, people in the town had begun to shift their mindset. Children were learning about recycling at school, and the elderly were growing organic vegetables in their gardens. Small changes were beginning to have a big impact. Yet, Sarah and John knew that things weren't quite where they wanted them to be. Change wasn't happening as quickly as they had hoped. One morning, while they were walking through the town square, they ran into the mayor. He was holding a stack of papers, his brow furrowed in concentration. He looked up and smiled when he saw them. "Sarah, John, good to see you both," the mayor greeted them. "I wanted to talk to you about something exciting. We're drafting a new environmental law for the town, and this could be the chance we need to push for a greener future." Sarah's eyes lit up. "That sounds incredible. What does it entail?" The mayor explained that the new law would enforce stricter regulations on waste management, renewable energy, and green spaces. It would also provide incentives for businesses that implemented eco-friendly practices. But there was a catch. "We need support," the mayor said, looking at them seriously. "The town council is divided. Some are all for it, but others, well, they're more concerned with economic growth. They're worried this will affect local businesses." John frowned. "You mean some people still aren't on board with going green? After everything we've done?" The mayor nodded. "It's a tough battle. There are vested interests at play here. But if we can get the people behind this, if we can show them the benefits of a sustainable town, we might be able to push this through." Sarah and John exchanged a glance. They knew they had come a long way, but this was the biggest test yet. They had to convince the community that the green future they envisioned was worth the sacrifice. Over the next few weeks, Sarah and John worked tirelessly. They organized town halls, where they shared the success stories of businesses that had gone green and reaped the rewards. They spoke with local farmers about sustainable farming practices. They visited schools to inspire the next generation of environmental activists. They even put together a petition to gather support for the new law. Despite their efforts, resistance was still strong. Many people in the town were hesitant to change. They feared the unknown, the cost, and the disruptions that might come with a transition to a more sustainable way of living. One evening, after a particularly discouraging town hall, Sarah and John sat on a bench in the town square. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the now beautiful green spaces they had worked so hard to create. Sarah leaned back and sighed. "I thought we were closer than this," she said, staring at the horizon. "We've made all these changes, but it still feels like we're fighting an uphill battle." John nodded. "I know. It's frustrating. We've shown people what's possible, but change doesn't happen overnight." "But it will happen," Sarah said, her voice firm. "We've already made so much progress. Even if it's slow, we're getting there." John smiled. "You're right. We can't stop now. We've come too far." They stood up and walked toward the town hall, determined to continue their fight. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but they also knew that they couldn't give up. Their journey had already proven that sometimes the hardest battles were the ones worth fighting. They were more committed than ever to pushing for the green future they had dreamed of, no matter how long it took. As they reached the steps of the town hall, Sarah turned to John, a determined glint in her eyes. "We're not just fighting for the environment anymore," she said. "We're fighting for the future, for the people who live here, for the generations that will come after us." John nodded. "And we're in this together." They stepped inside, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that their passion and commitment would keep them moving forward. Weeks passed, and the town's atmosphere began to shift. The efforts Sarah and John had put into raising awareness were finally starting to pay off. People were no longer just listening, they were getting involved. More residents joined the town meetings, and local businesses started to consider green alternatives. Even some of the skeptics began to see the value in a greener future. However, despite the growing support, the town council remained divided. The opposition, led by a few influential business owners, still believed that the environmental law would hurt the economy. It was a bitter tug-of-war between progress and tradition. The mayor, unable to sway the council alone, turned to Sarah and John for help. "You two have built the momentum. It's time to show them that the future of this town depends on the decisions we make today," the mayor said one afternoon, as they gathered in his office. Sarah was ready. "We can do it. We've come this far. We'll just need to bring the community together in one final push." John was more cautious. "We've already faced so much resistance. What if they're too set in their ways to change?" Sarah turned to him, her expression determined. "If we give up now, all of this, everything we've worked for, will be in vain. We can't let that happen. They spent the next few days preparing for what would be their most important public campaign yet, a massive town rally to demonstrate the power of unity and the promise of a green future. They invited environmental experts, local farmers, business owners who had successfully gone green, and residents who had embraced sustainable practices. They also gathered powerful testimonials from young people, the ones who would inherit the town's future. On the day of the rally, the town square was packed. The air was electric with excitement, and for the first time in a long while, Sarah and John felt that everything they had worked for was about to come to fruition. As Sarah stepped up to the podium, her heart raced. She looked out at the crowd. Their town had never seemed so alive, so full of possibility. "I believe in this town," she began, her voice carrying over the microphone. "I believe in the power of each and every one of you to make a difference. We've made progress, but this is just the beginning. Together, we can create a future where we don't have to choose between a thriving economy and a healthy planet. We can have both." The crowd cheered, and Sarah's confidence grew. As John took the stage, he spoke about the importance of protecting the environment not only for themselves but for future generations. "Think about the children who will grow up here," he said. "They'll inherit the world we leave behind. Will we give them a legacy of destruction, or one of hope?" The rally was a turning point. The message was clear: the people wanted change. It wasn't just about the environment anymore, it was about the town's future. The mayor, watching the overwhelming support from the crowd, felt the weight of the decision before him. That night, he called an emergency town council meeting. The following day, news spread that the council had voted in favor of the new environmental law. It was a victory, not just for Sarah and John, but for the entire town. The law was passed, and the town would now officially begin its transformation into a sustainable, green community. But the celebration was bittersweet. The struggle had been long, and Sarah and John knew that the hardest part was still ahead. The law was only the beginning. Now, they had to ensure that it was implemented, that it wasn't just a piece of paper but a real change in the way people lived. For the next few months, Sarah and John worked alongside local businesses, residents, and the mayor to implement the law. They organized tree planting events, helped businesses transition to renewable energy, and continued their educational campaigns. Slowly, but surely, the town began to change. One evening, as they stood on a hill overlooking the now green town, Sarah turned to John. "We did it, didn't we?" she said with a smile. John nodded, his expression thoughtful. "We've only just begun. But yes, we've made something real here."
I wake up at 7 o'clock every morning. I usually wake up before the alarm rings. I open my eyes, stretch my arms and legs, and get out of bed. I feel a little tired, but I remind myself that today is a new day and a chance to do something good. I walk to the bathroom, wash my face with cold water, and brush my teeth. After that, I look in the mirror and check my hair. Sometimes my hair is messy, so I brush it and make sure I look nice. Next, I go to the kitchen to make breakfast. I always eat something healthy because it helps me feel better and stay strong. I usually have some cheese, olives, and bread. Sometimes I eat eggs with tomatoes and a little salt. I drink a cup of tea to wake up, but if I'm feeling tired, I drink coffee instead. If I don't have much time in the morning, I eat cereal with milk quickly. I always eat my breakfast while listening to music or the news on the radio. It helps me feel relaxed and ready for the busy day ahead. After breakfast, I clean my plate and cups. I wash them carefully and put them in the drying rack. I feel happy when my kitchen is clean and tidy. It helps me start my day with a clear mind and feel organized. After I finish my breakfast, I get dressed in comfortable clothes. I put on my favorite shirt, which is blue, and my best pants. I check myself in the mirror to make sure everything looks good. I like to look neat and clean before I leave home. If it's cold outside, I wear my warm jacket. If it's sunny, I wear a light sweater. I always want to feel comfortable when I am out. At 8 o'clock, I leave home. I walk to the bus stop, which is just 5 minutes from my house. I enjoy walking in the morning because it wakes me up and gives me energy. The fresh air feels nice on my face and helps me feel good and ready for the day. Sometimes I see my neighbors walking their dogs, and we smile at each other. It's always a nice way to start the day. The bus arrives at 8:10. I get on the bus and look for a seat, but the bus is often crowded in the morning. There are many people who also need to go to work or school. Sometimes I stand, but I don't mind because the bus ride is not very long. I take out my headphones and listen to music. Music helps me relax and forget about the busy day ahead. Sometimes I think about the things I need to do at work, or I make a mental list of my tasks for the day. The bus ride takes about 30 minutes. I usually use this time to relax and prepare for the day. Sometimes I read a book, especially if I'm tired. Reading helps me wake up more and forget about the stress of the morning. Other times, I just enjoy the view from the bus window. I look at the streets, the trees, and the buildings as we drive through the city. I like to watch people walking or riding their bikes. I enjoy the little things, like seeing the birds flying or people smiling as they greet each other. When the bus reaches my stop, I get off and walk the short distance to my office. It's only a 5-minute walk, but it helps me clear my mind before I start working. I always feel ready to begin when I arrive at the office. Sometimes, I greet my colleagues with a smile or a friendly good morning. It's nice to have a warm greeting before a busy day at work. At 12:30, it's lunch break, and I feel happy because it's time to eat. I leave my office and walk to the cafeteria at work. The cafeteria is big and bright, with lots of tables where my colleagues sit. There are many different foods to choose from. I usually get a salad with chicken, which is healthy and tasty. Sometimes I like to eat a sandwich with cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes. The sandwich is filling and gives me energy for the rest of the day. I always drink a glass of water with my lunch because it helps me stay hydrated. If I want something sweet after my meal, I choose a piece of fruit, like an apple or an orange. It makes me feel good because it's natural and refreshing. If I'm really hungry, I might eat a yogurt or some nuts. I try to eat healthy food to feel better and have more energy at work. After I finish my lunch, I like to take a small walk outside. The fresh air helps me feel better and more awake. I enjoy walking for 5 or 10 minutes to clear my mind. Sometimes, I walk around the building, or I go to the park nearby. I look at the trees, and I listen to the birds. The sun is usually shining, and it's a nice break from sitting at my desk. During lunch, I meet my friends from work. We sit together at one of the tables and talk about our plans for the weekend. It's a nice break from work, and I always enjoy spending time with them. We talk about things we like to do, like going to the cinema or playing sports. Sometimes, we discuss new movies we've seen or books we are reading. We also share stories about our hobbies, like cooking, painting, or traveling. After lunch, I feel refreshed and ready to work again. I return to my desk with a clear mind and a happy heart. It's amazing how a good lunch and a little walk can help me feel so much better. At 5 o'clock, work is over, and I feel tired but happy because I had a good and productive day. I take the bus home, and since it's the evening, the bus is not crowded, so I'm lucky enough to get a seat. It's a quiet ride, and I can relax as I look out the window. Sometimes, I listen to music or think about what I will do when I get home. When I finally get home, I take off my shoes and change into comfortable clothes. I put on my favorite sweatpants and a soft t-shirt. I always feel better when I change into something more relaxing. I usually spend a few minutes sitting on the couch, closing my eyes, and just resting before I start doing anything else. It helps me relax after a long day at work. Sometimes, I watch TV to unwind. I like to watch comedy shows because they make me laugh and feel happy. I also enjoy watching documentaries because they teach me interesting things about the world. Sometimes, I watch nature documentaries, and other times, I watch shows about history or different cultures. They are always interesting and help me learn new things. After relaxing, I begin to prepare dinner. I enjoy cooking because it helps me feel creative, and I like to try new recipes. I usually take my time in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and mixing ingredients. I often make pasta with sauce, which is quick and easy. Sometimes, I cook rice with vegetables or stir-fry chicken with broccoli. Cooking is one of my favorite things to do after work. After eating dinner, I clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. I like to keep everything neat and tidy because it makes me feel organized. I wash the plates, glasses, and cutlery carefully, then dry them and put them back in the cupboard. Once the kitchen is clean, I feel good and ready to relax for the rest of the evening. After dinner and cleaning up the kitchen, I like to have some time for myself. This is my time to relax and do things I enjoy. Sometimes, I take a warm shower to help me feel clean and refreshed. The hot water relaxes my muscles, and it's a great way to unwind after a busy day. After my shower, I usually put on comfortable clothes and make a cup of tea. I like green tea because it helps me feel calm. Once I have my tea, I sit on the couch and either read a book or watch TV. I enjoy reading books about adventure, history, or personal growth. I find it relaxing to read before bed because it helps me forget about my day and prepares me for sleep. Sometimes, I watch a movie, especially if I feel like having a cozy night in. I like to watch movies with happy endings because they make me feel good. Around 9 o'clock, I usually start getting ready for bed. I turn off all the lights in the house and make sure everything is clean and tidy. I don't like to leave dishes or clothes around, so I quickly pick up anything left out. Before I go to bed, I write in my journal. I like to write down what happened during my day, things I'm grateful for, and what I want to do tomorrow. This helps me feel positive and focused. Finally, I go to bed around 10 o'clock. I always make sure my room is quiet and dark so I can sleep well. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and think about the good things in my life. I feel thankful for everything, and soon I fall asleep, ready to wake up and start another day. Monday mornings are sometimes tough, but today feels different. I wake up feeling excited because I have a special project at work. I love working on new ideas and projects because they make me feel creative and motivated. After breakfast, I get dressed quickly, making sure I'm ready to give my best at work. When I get to the office, I can see that my colleagues are also working hard. We all sit at our desks, and the office is full of busy energy. But today, there's something special happening. My boss asks me to join a team for an important project. I feel happy and nervous at the same time because it's a big responsibility, but I'm also excited to show what I can do. We start the project by discussing ideas. My colleagues have great suggestions, and we work together to come up with a plan. We talk about how to organize the project and who will do which tasks. I'm in charge of the research part, which makes me feel confident. I know I can do it well because I've worked on similar projects before. During the week, we meet every day to discuss our progress. Sometimes, we have small challenges, but we always find solutions together. I enjoy working with my team because we support each other. It's a great feeling to be part of something important. We also take breaks together and chat about our weekend plans or new things we've learned. It makes the workday more enjoyable. By the end of the week, our project is almost ready. We have worked hard, and now it's time to present our results to the rest of the company. I feel proud of the work we've done, and I know that this experience will help me grow even more in my career. Saturday is one of my favorite days of the week because it's time for the football match. I've always loved playing football since I was a kid, and now I play with my friends every Saturday afternoon. We usually meet at the park around 3 p.m. The weather is often sunny, and the park is full of people walking, jogging, and playing sports. I quickly get dressed in my football kit, grab my shoes, and head to the park. When I arrive, my friends are already there, warming up. We say hello and start talking about how we're going to play today. We decide to split into 2 teams, and everyone picks their position. I usually play as a forward because I love scoring goals. It's always fun, but also a good way to exercise. The match starts, and we play for about an hour. Sometimes it's easy to score, but other times it's difficult because the other team is really good. Everyone runs a lot, and we laugh when we miss a goal or make a funny mistake. During the break, we sit down on the grass, drink some water, and talk about the game. It's a great time to relax and catch up with each other. After the match, we always shake hands and congratulate each other. Even if we lose, it's fun because we play just for the joy of it. We take some pictures together to remember the game, and then we head to a nearby cafe to have a snack. We usually order sandwiches or ice cream and talk about our plans for the next match. I love these moments with my friends because they make me feel happy and connected. By the time I get home, I'm tired but in a good way. I feel proud of myself for playing hard, and I'm already looking forward to next Saturday's match. Sundays are my special day to relax and recharge for the week ahead. I usually don't have any plans on Sundays, which gives me time to do whatever I feel like. I wake up at a comfortable time, around 8 a.m. I don't need to rush, so I stay in bed for a few extra minutes and enjoy the peace of the morning. I open the window, and the fresh air fills the room. It's a nice way to start the day. After waking up, I go to the kitchen to make a light breakfast. I have some fruit, yogurt, and toast with butter. Sometimes I drink coffee, but today I feel like having tea. I enjoy taking my time to eat and drink slowly, without thinking about work or anything stressful. After breakfast, I wash the dishes and clean the kitchen. I like to keep my home tidy because it makes me feel relaxed. The rest of the day is mine to enjoy. Sometimes I go for a walk in the park, especially if the weather is nice. I like to walk alone because it gives me time to think and reflect. The quiet time helps me clear my mind and relax. Other times, I meet my friends for a coffee or we go to the cinema to watch a movie. On Sundays, we like to watch funny movies because they make us laugh and forget about the busy week. I also enjoy reading on Sundays. I have a few books that I've been meaning to finish, so I take some time to read a chapter or two. Reading helps me relax and escape into a different world for a while. After spending some time with a book, I usually prepare a simple lunch. I like to make a salad or a sandwich, something light but tasty. I end the afternoon. I like to take a short nap or simply rest. I don't do anything too tiring on Sundays because I want to save my energy for the upcoming week. I also take some time to plan for the week ahead. I think about the tasks I need to do, meetings I have, and any goals I want to achieve. This helps me feel organized and ready for the days to come. By the time the evening arrives, I feel calm and ready to face the new week. I make a small dinner, usually something easy like pasta or a salad. After dinner, I watch a little TV, and then I get ready for bed. I go to sleep feeling thankful for the relaxing day and ready to wake up fresh and motivated for Monday. One of the things I've learned over the years is how important it is to have a positive mindset. Every morning when I wake up, I remind myself that I can achieve anything if I believe in myself. This positive thinking helps me face challenges at work, in my personal life, and even in my relationships. I know that every day is an opportunity to learn something new and become better. Sometimes, life can be difficult, and there are moments when I feel discouraged or tired. On those days, I try to focus on the small things that make me happy. I remind myself of the things I've already achieved and how far I've come. For example, I think about how I completed a big project at work or how I learned a new skill. These small victories help me feel motivated and ready to tackle the next challenge. I also try to set realistic goals for myself. I don't expect everything to be perfect, but I do my best every day. I set goals for work, health, and personal growth. For example, one of my goals is to exercise 3 times a week to stay healthy. Another goal is to read at least one book a month to keep learning. These goals keep me focused and help me stay on track. Whenever I face a challenge, I remind myself that mistakes are a part of life. Instead of being upset when something doesn't go as planned, I see it as a chance to learn. I ask myself, what can I do better next time? This mindset has helped me grow, and it's made me more resilient. I also like to spend time with people who inspire me. I have a few friends who are always positive and supportive. When we meet, we talk about our goals, share ideas, and motivate each other. Their energy and encouragement make me feel like I can do anything. At the end of the day, I think about what I've learned and what I'm grateful for. Gratitude is a powerful tool for staying positive. I'm thankful for my family, my friends, and the opportunities one have in life. I know that tomorrow will be another chance to grow and make progress. Looking back, university was one of the best times of my life. It was where I met my wife, and it's where I learned so much about myself and the world. I remember the first day I stepped into the university, feeling nervous but excited at the same time. The campus was huge, and I had no idea where my classes were. I walked around for a while, trying to figure everything out, but eventually, I met some friendly people who helped me find my way. One of the funniest memories I have is from my first semester. I was sitting in a big lecture hall, trying to concentrate on the professor. Suddenly, I felt a loud noise behind me. I turned around, and my friend, Tom, had dropped all of his books on the floor. It was so loud that everyone in the room turned to look. Tom's face turned bright red, but we all laughed, and the mood in the room became much lighter. It was one of those moments when you realize that everyone is a little nervous, and it's okay to make mistakes, but university wasn't just about fun moments. It was also hard work. I spent a lot of time studying, doing assignments, and preparing for exams. Some nights, I stayed up late, working on projects with my friends. We would meet in the library or at a cafe, and would study together, helping each other with difficult topics. Those nights were tough, but they also created memories that I will always cherish. One of the best parts of university was meeting my wife. We met in a literature class. At first, I thought she was just another student in the class, but as we started talking about the book we were reading, I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved reading, and we enjoyed discussing ideas. We started studying together, and soon we became good friends. It wasn't long before we started dating, and from there, our relationship grew stronger every day. We had some funny moments during university. One time, we went on a road trip with some friends to a nearby city. On the way, we got lost and ended up driving in circles for hours. Everyone was tired and hungry, but we laughed the whole time. In the end, we found our way and had an amazing time exploring the city. That trip was a reminder that sometimes, the best memories come from unexpected situations. The last memory I'll never forget was the day we graduated. I remember walking across the stage to receive my diploma. It felt like such an accomplishment, and I was proud of myself and everyone else who had worked so hard to get there. But the best part was looking out into the crowd and seeing my wife cheering for me. I knew then that we had a bright future ahead of us. It was a normal Wednesday morning when I received an email that would change my life. The subject line read, "Job opportunity, urgent response needed." At first, I thought it was just another marketing email, but something told me to open it. Inside, there was an offer for a job at a company I had always admired. They wanted me to start as soon as possible. I had been looking for a new job for months, but I never expected such an opportunity to come so suddenly. The company was based in another city, and the role was exactly what I had been dreaming about. I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Could I really move to a new city? Would I be good enough for the job? Despite my doubts, I decided to accept the offer and start this new adventure. The next few weeks were a blur of packing, saying goodbye to friends, and adjusting to the idea of living in a new city. I arrived at the new city with a mix of emotions. The city was much bigger than my hometown, and I felt both excited and overwhelmed. I rented a small apartment near my new office. The apartment was cozy, but everything was unfamiliar. I didn't know many people, and the city was busy and fast-paced. The first day at my new job was both exciting and stressful. I met my new colleagues, and everyone seemed very professional and friendly. The office was modern, with large windows that gave a view of the city. I was introduced to my manager, Sarah, who was kind but serious about her work. She explained my tasks, and I started learning the systems I would be working with. It was a lot to take in, but I was determined to succeed. Chapter 3: Overcoming challenges. The first few weeks at my new job were tough. I had to learn a lot of new things quickly. The company's systems were complex, and I felt like I was always behind. I often stayed late at the office, trying to catch up. One day, I made a small mistake during an important meeting. I felt embarrassed and worried that I might lose the job. But Sarah, my manager, was supportive. She told me that mistakes were part of the learning process and encouraged me to keep going. With time, I became more comfortable in my role. I started understanding the systems better and was able to contribute more to meetings. Slowly, I began to feel like I was part of the team. My colleagues were helpful, and we started to become friends. I even began to enjoy the challenges at work, seeing them as opportunities to grow. As I settled into my new job and city, I started to explore more of the area. I joined a local gym to stay healthy and met a few people there. One of them, Emma, became a good friend. She had been living in the city for a few years and knew a lot about the best places to eat, shop, and relax. She invited me to explore the city's parks and museums, which helped me feel more at home. I also started meeting some of my colleagues outside of work. We would have lunch together or go for drinks after a long day. It was nice to build relationships with the people I worked with, and I felt more connected to the city and my job. As the months went by, I noticed a big change in myself. I had grown both professionally and personally. I was more confident in my job and had become more independent. The challenges I faced at work had helped me develop new skills and taught me how to handle pressure. I was also becoming more comfortable living alone in the city. I had learned how to navigate the busy streets, find the best restaurants, and even manage my time better. I realized that moving to a new city and starting a new job was one of the best decisions I had ever made. It had pushed me out of my comfort zone and helped me grow in ways I never expected. I was proud of the progress I had made and excited for what the future held. Just when I felt like everything was going well, I received unexpected news. My company was going through some financial difficulties, and there might be some layoffs in the near future. I was shocked. After all the hard work I had put in, I never imagined that I could be affected. The news made me anxious, and I started worrying about my future, but instead of panicking, I decided to take action. I updated my resume and started networking with people in the industry. I also made sure to continue giving my best at work, even during uncertain times. I knew that whatever happened, I could handle it. I had learned a lot in my time at the company, and I was determined to stay positive and keep moving forward. A few weeks later, I received an offer from another company. It wasn't easy to leave my current job, but the new offer was a great opportunity for my career. It was a bigger role with more responsibility, and I knew it would challenge me in new ways. After carefully considering my options, I decided to accept the offer and move on to the next chapter of my career. As I left my old company, I felt a sense of gratitude. I had learned so much during my time there, and it had helped me grow into the professional I was today. I was excited for the new adventure, but I would always carry the lessons and friendships from my first job with me. The transition to my new job was exciting, but it also brought its own challenges. The first few days were busy, and I had to get used to a new routine. The office was bigger, and there were more people. At first, I felt like a small fish in a big pond, but over time, I began to find my place. My colleagues were friendly, and they helped me with the tasks I was learning. I also started to enjoy my new apartment more. It wasn't perfect, but it was comfortable, and I was slowly making it feel like home. I decorated the living room with some photos of my family and friends, and I bought a few plants to make the space feel more alive. I was starting to build my new life, and even though it was hard sometimes, I felt proud of how far I had come. A few weeks into my new job, I was given more responsibilities. My manager, Sarah, trusted me with important projects. At first, I felt nervous because these projects were bigger than anything I had worked on before. However, I reminded myself that I had already overcome many challenges, and I could handle this too. I spent long hours at the office, working on these projects. There were times when I felt stressed and doubted myself, but I kept pushing forward. I asked my colleagues for advice when I needed help, and I learned a lot from them. With each day, I became more confident in my abilities. One weekend, while I was out shopping, I received a surprise phone call. It was from my old friend, Mark, who I hadn't seen in years. He was in town for a business trip and wanted to meet up. We agreed to meet at a cafe, and I was excited to catch up with him. When we met, it felt like no time had passed. We talked about everything: old memories, new adventures, and life in general. Mark was always a good friend, and it was nice to reconnect with him. We laughed about funny stories from the past and shared our future plans. The meeting reminded me of how important friendships are, even when life takes us in different directions. After a stressful few weeks at work, I decided I needed a break. I planned a weekend getaway to the mountains, just to relax and clear my mind. I booked a small cabin and invited Emma, my new friend from the gym, to join me. She had been working hard too, and we both needed a few days away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The trip was exactly what we needed. The fresh mountain air, the peaceful surroundings, and the time away from our busy lives helped us recharge. We spent our days hiking, reading, and having long talks about our dreams and goals. It was a perfect escape, and I returned to work feeling refreshed and ready to face whatever came next. One morning, I received an unexpected email from my boss, Sarah. She wanted to have a meeting with me. I was nervous at first, but when I walked into her office, she had a big smile on her face. "Julian," she said, "I have great news. We've been really impressed with your work lately, and I'd like to offer you a promotion. You'll be leading a new team starting next month." I was shocked but incredibly excited. This was a huge opportunity for my career, and I felt proud of everything I had accomplished. It wasn't easy to get here, but all the hard work and long hours had paid off. I accepted the promotion, and I couldn't wait to start this new chapter of my career. Becoming a team leader was both exciting and challenging. On my first day, I had to introduce myself to my new team and explain the goals we would be working towards. I was nervous, but I remembered the advice I had received from mentors over the years: be confident, be kind, and lead by example. As the days went by, I learned how to balance being a leader and a colleague. I wanted to support my team and help them grow, but I also had to make tough decisions and keep everyone on track. I realized that being a leader was not just about giving orders, it was about motivating and inspiring others. A few months after my promotion, my colleagues decided to throw me a surprise birthday party at the office. I had no idea they were planning it, and I was touched by their kindness. When I walked into the conference room, the lights were off, and everyone yelled, "Surprise!" There were decorations, cake, and gifts. We all laughed and celebrated together. It was a reminder of how much I had grown since I started this job. I felt like I had found a second family here, and I was grateful for their support and friendship. As time went on, I became more comfortable in my role as a team leader. I learned new skills, built stronger relationships with my colleagues, and achieved even more career milestones. But I knew that my journey wasn't over. There was still so much to learn and experience. I looked back on the past year and realized how much I had changed. Moving to a new city, starting a new job, and facing challenges had all been part of my growth. Now, I felt ready for whatever came next. The future was full of opportunities, and I was excited to continue my journey. A few months after my promotion, an exciting opportunity came my way. My company had a new project in a different country, and they were looking for someone to lead the team there. It was a big decision because moving abroad would mean leaving my friends, family, and the life I had built here. But I knew it was an opportunity one couldn't miss. After a lot of thinking, I decided to take the chance. I spoke with my team and explained the situation. Everyone was supportive, and although it was hard to say goodbye, I knew this new chapter would help me grow even more. I started preparing for the move, learning about the new country and culture, and making sure my work was in good hands before I left. The day I left was filled with mixed emotions. I had made so many memories here, and saying goodbye was difficult. My friends threw me a farewell party, and we shared stories, laughed, and promised to stay in touch. It was a bittersweet moment, but I was excited for what the future held. As I packed my bags, I realized how much I had changed since I first arrived. I was no longer the nervous person who had just started in a new city. I had become more confident, more independent, and more open to new experiences. I knew this move was just the beginning of a new adventure. When I arrived in the new city, I was excited but also nervous. Everything was different: the language, the food, the people. I had to adjust to a new way of life, but I was determined to make it work. I found an apartment and started exploring the city. There were so many things to see and do, and I was eager to experience it all. The first few weeks were challenging. I had to learn the language, navigate the public transport system, and get used to a different work culture. But slowly, I began to feel more comfortable. I met some new friends at work, and they helped me with the language and showed me around the city. I started to feel at home. Adapting to a new culture wasn't easy. There were many differences that I had to get used to, especially when it came to the way people worked and communicated. At first, I made some mistakes. I didn't always understand the local customs or the way things were done. But I was open-minded and asked questions whenever I didn't know something. Over time, I started to feel more comfortable. I learned the local phrases and became more confident speaking the language. I also learned to appreciate the differences in the culture. For example, the way people valued family and community was something I found beautiful. I started to see the world in a new way, and it made me grow both personally and professionally. Living and working in a new country wasn't always easy. There were times when I felt frustrated and lonely. Sometimes I missed home and felt out of place. The work was also challenging, and I had to adjust to new ways of working. But I reminded myself that every challenge was an opportunity to learn and grow. I reached out to my friends and family back home, and their support helped me stay positive. I also started to take time for myself, exploring the city, reading books, and practicing mindfulness. It wasn't always easy, but I knew I was becoming stronger and more resilient every day. As I settled into my new life, I started to build deeper relationships with my colleagues and new friends. I joined a local sports team, and this helped me meet even more people. I realized that having a strong social support system was essential for my happiness and well-being. Through these relationships, I learned more about the local culture and how to navigate life in the new city. I shared my experiences with my new friends, and they shared theirs with me. We supported each other, and this made me feel more connected to the place and the people around me. After a few months, I was assigned to lead a new project at work. This was a big opportunity for me to prove myself and show what I had learned in the new country. The project was challenging, and it required a lot of work, but I was ready for it. I spent many hours in meetings, collaborating with my team, and solving problems. There were times when things didn't go as planned, but I always found a way to make things work. I learned new skills, like how to manage a team in a different cultural environment and how to adapt quickly to new situations. Over the course of the project, I realized how much I had grown. I was no longer the person who was afraid of change or challenges. I had learned to embrace them and use them to become better at what I do. I had also become more independent and confident in my abilities. Living and working in a foreign country had taught me many lessons. I learned that growth comes from stepping outside of your comfort zone and facing difficulties head-on. It wasn't always easy, but I wouldn't change a thing. I was proud of how far I had come. As I continued my journey in this new country, I started to think about my future. I had accomplished so much already, but I knew there was still more to do. I wanted to continue developing my career, building new relationships, and exploring the world. I knew that life would continue to challenge me, but I was no longer afraid of those challenges. I had learned to adapt, to grow, and to find opportunities in every situation. My adventure was far from over, and I was excited to see where it would take me next. One day, just as I was getting into a routine, I received an unexpected visitor, my old friend from home, Alex. He had been traveling around Europe and decided to stop by my new city. It was a pleasant surprise. We hadn't seen each other in years, and it felt great to reconnect. We spent the weekend exploring the city together, visiting new places, and reminiscing about our old adventures back home. It was a reminder of how far I had come, and how much had changed since we were last together. We laughed about the silly things we did when we were younger, and I realized that despite the changes in my life, some things would always remain the same, like the value of old friendships. As the months went by, I realized that I wanted to continue improving myself, not only professionally but personally as well. I signed up for a cooking class to learn how to prepare traditional dishes from the country I was living in. I had always enjoyed cooking, but now I wanted to dive deeper into the local cuisine. The cooking class was a lot of fun. I met new people and learned many new techniques. The best part was sharing meals we had prepared together. It felt like a celebration of different cultures coming together. I also gained more confidence in the kitchen and started cooking local dishes at home, impressing my friends with my new skills. Months passed, and I was growing more comfortable in my new life. But there was one decision that I needed to make: whether I wanted to stay in this city for good or go back home. I loved my job and the people I had met, but I missed my family and friends back home. The thought of returning was tempting, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to leave the life I had built here. I spent many sleepless nights thinking about it. I made lists of the pros and cons, talked to my friends and family, and reflected on my goals. After a lot of thinking, I realized that I wasn't ready to leave just yet. I still had so much more to learn, experience, and explore in this new city. My journey wasn't finished, and I was determined to keep going. At work, a new challenge presented itself. The company was expanding rapidly, and with the new growth came a lot of responsibility. I was given a larger team to manage and tasked with overseeing a more complex project. The pressure was on, but I was excited. This was my chance to prove myself even more. I worked harder than ever, spending long hours in meetings and brainstorming sessions. There were moments when I felt overwhelmed, but I reminded myself that this was an opportunity to grow. With the support of my team and my friends, I managed to push through and finish the project successfully. It was a great achievement, and I felt proud of myself. In addition to work, I had made progress in other areas of my life as well. I had been taking language lessons for months, and I was finally able to speak fluently. I could now hold conversations with locals, understand jokes, and express myself with confidence. It was a personal triumph, and it made me feel more connected to the city and its people. I celebrated this milestone by joining a local event, a community festival where people from different countries came together to celebrate food, music, and culture. It was an amazing experience. I felt like I was part of something bigger, and I was grateful for the opportunity to be involved in such a diverse and vibrant community. One of the things I had always wanted to do while living abroad was to travel more. I had already visited a few nearby countries, but there were still many places I wanted to explore. I decided to take a 2-week vacation and travel to a neighboring country I had always dreamed of visiting. The trip was incredible. I visited historical sites, tried new foods, and met wonderful people along the way. Traveling reminded me of how much I loved exploring new places and experiencing different cultures. It gave me a sense of freedom and excitement that I hadn't felt in a while. I returned from the trip feeling refreshed and motivated to continue working hard. As I continued to grow in my career and personal life, I realized that the relationships I had built in this city were just as important as my professional achievements. I made an effort to spend more time with my friends, both old and new. We went on weekend trips, had regular dinners together, and supported each other through the ups and downs of life. I also started to strengthen my relationship with my family back home. We had regular video calls, and I made sure to share the important moments of my life with them. It wasn't always easy, especially with the time difference, but I knew that staying connected with loved ones was vital for my happiness. During my travels and time spent in the city, I discovered a new passion: photography. I had always enjoyed taking pictures, but it wasn't until I started exploring the city with a camera in hand that I realized how much I loved it. I began capturing moments, beautiful architecture, sunsets, candid street scenes, and started sharing them with my friends and online. People began to notice my photos, and I even started getting requests for photography work. It was an unexpected turn, but I was thrilled. Photography became my new creative outlet, and it gave me a sense of fulfillment beyond work. I also started taking classes to improve my skills and learn more about the art of photography. As I reflected on the past few years, I realized how much I had grown. The challenges, the opportunities, and the experiences had shaped me into a stronger, more confident person. I had learned to embrace change and take risks, and I was proud of everything I had accomplished, but I also knew that this was just the beginning. There were still many goals I wanted to achieve, and I was excited about the future. Whether it was growing in my career, continuing to explore the world, or pursuing my passions, I knew I was on the right path, and my journey wasn't over. It was just evolving, and I was ready for whatever came next. It was a bright and sunny morning when I first arrived in the city. I had always dreamed of living in a place like this, fast-paced, exciting, and full of opportunities. The tall buildings and busy streets seemed to promise a fresh start. As I walked through the crowded streets, I could feel the energy of the city filling me with excitement and a little bit of fear. Moving to a new city was a big step for me. I had left behind my small hometown, my family, and my friends. I had come here alone to start a new chapter in my life. The job offer that brought me here seemed like a perfect opportunity, but now that I was actually here, everything felt uncertain. Would I be able to adapt to the fast pace of life? Would I find new friends? Would I be able to live up to the expectations at work? As I walked around the city, I reminded myself that this was the beginning of something new. I could feel the possibility in the air, and I was determined to make the most of it. The first few weeks were full of challenges. I had to find a place to live, learn how to navigate the city, and get used to the new environment. The streets were crowded, and the public transportation system was much more complicated than I had imagined. But little by little, I began to get used to it. I found a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood, not far from work, and I started to feel more at home. Work was another story. I had moved here for a new job, and while the work itself was interesting, the company's culture was very different from what I was used to. People were more formal, and there was a clear hierarchy that I had to get used to. At first, I felt like an outsider. I didn't know anyone, and I struggled to make connections. But over time, I began to understand the work culture better. I made a few friends, and things started to feel more comfortable. One of the biggest challenges I faced in this new city was the language. Though I had studied the language for years, speaking it fluently in daily life was something completely different. I made mistakes all the time, and it was frustrating. I would order food at a restaurant and struggle to understand the waiter's response. I would meet new people and feel embarrassed about my accent or my lack of vocabulary, but I didn't give up. I decided to make learning the language a priority. I took language classes, practiced speaking with my colleagues, and read books in the language. Gradually, I became more confident. I realized that the key to learning a language was not to be afraid of making mistakes. With each mistake, I learned something new, and little by little, I felt more comfortable in conversations. The first few months were lonely. I missed my old friends and family, and even though I met new people at work, I didn't feel like I truly belonged. I had left behind a social circle that had been with me for years, and starting over wasn't easy, but as time passed, I began to build new connections. I started spending more time with my colleagues outside of work. We went to cafes after work, had dinner together, and talked about our lives. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more at home. I realized that the key to building new friendships was to be open and patient. People here were friendly, but it took time to form real connections. One evening, after a long day at work, I met a colleague named Anna for coffee. We talked about our hobbies, and she invited me to join a local book club. I was hesitant at first, but I decided to give it a try. It turned out to be a great decision. The book club became one of my favorite places to meet new people, and it helped me feel more connected to the city. As I started to settle into my new life, a new challenge presented itself. The company I worked for went through a major restructuring. Many of my colleagues were let go, and there were rumors about future layoffs. The uncertainty in the air made everyone nervous, including me. My job, which had seemed secure at first, now felt uncertain. The stress was overwhelming at times. I worked harder than ever to prove myself, but the fear of losing my job weighed heavily on me. I began to question if I had made the right decision by moving here. Was this the right city for me? Was I really ready for this new life? In the end, I realized that worrying about things that I couldn't control wasn't helping. Instead of focusing on the things I couldn't change, I focused on what I could do. I worked harder, made sure to keep a positive attitude, and leaned on my new friends for support. One afternoon, after months of uncertainty, my hard work paid off. The company decided to restructure in a way that created new opportunities, and I was offered a promotion. It wasn't just any promotion, it was a position that I had always dreamed of. I was given the responsibility to lead a new project, one that had the potential to shape the future of the company. I couldn't believe it. After all the challenges, the stress, and the uncertainty, I had made it. I felt a sense of pride and accomplishment that I had never felt before. This job was a recognition of all the hard work I had put in, and it gave me a renewed sense of confidence. I knew that I had made the right choice by coming here. With my new role came new challenges. I was responsible for a large team, and I had to make decisions that would impact the entire project. There were days when I felt overwhelmed, unsure if I was ready for this level of responsibility. But I knew that this was the next step in my journey. If I wanted to grow, I had to embrace change and take risks. I spent a lot of time learning how to be a better leader, listening to my team's ideas, and making sure everyone felt heard. It wasn't always easy, but I grew to enjoy the challenge. The project I was working on turned out to be a huge success, and the company recognized our efforts. Through all of the challenges, I began to experience personal growth. I learned to trust myself more, to believe in my abilities, and to step outside of my comfort zone. I also learned the importance of balancing work and personal life. I started to take better care of myself, exercising regularly, and spending more time doing things I enjoyed. The loneliness that had once plagued me began to fade. I had built a strong support network of friends and colleagues. I had become part of the community, and the city no longer felt like a place I was just visiting. It felt like home. As I continued to grow in my career and personal life, I began to develop a new perspective on life. I realized that every challenge, every setback, was an opportunity to learn and improve. Moving to this new city, facing the difficulties, and overcoming them had changed me in ways I hadn't expected. I had become more resilient, more open-minded, and more capable of handling whatever life threw at me. I also learned to appreciate the small things in life. A quiet evening with friends, a walk in the park, a good book. These moments brought me joy and helped me stay grounded in the midst of my busy life. As I looked ahead, I felt excited for the future. There was so much I still wanted to achieve, so many places I wanted to visit, and so many things I wanted to learn. But I also realized that I had already accomplished so much. I had built a new life from the ground up, and I was proud of everything I had achieved. I knew that life would continue to challenge me, but I was ready. I had found my place here, and I was no longer afraid of the unknown. The journey was far from over, but I was confident that I could handle whatever came next. And as I looked at the city skyline, I knew that the best was yet to come. Looking at the city from my apartment window, I realized how far I had come. The uncertainty, fear of failure, and loneliness were now just memories, replaced by a sense of pride and accomplishment. The city, once intimidating, had become my home, teaching me resilience, patience, and the value of change. With a smile, I embraced the future, knowing that every challenge was an opportunity to grow. As the sun set, I felt ready for whatever lay ahead, confident that my journey was just beginning. Life is unpredictable, and it often takes you down roads you didn't expect to travel. I never imagined that I would be standing in front of a new city, with a job offer that could change my entire future. For years, I had been stuck in a routine. The same job, the same apartment, the same faces every day. But when the opportunity to move abroad came, I couldn't say no. The city was vibrant, alive with energy. The streets were always full of people, some rushing to work, others walking slowly, savoring the moment. The buildings were modern, but there was history in the air, in the architecture. Every corner seemed to tell a story, and I was eager to listen. But deep down, I was nervous. Nervous about starting over. Nervous about leaving everything behind. I packed my life into 2 suitcases and said goodbye to the familiar, hoping the unfamiliar would bring me what I had been longing for, a fresh start. The first few days were overwhelming. The language was different, the culture was different, even the food was different. Everything felt like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. I wandered around the city, trying to get a feel for it. The people were friendly, but there was a distance, an unspoken barrier that I struggled to cross. At first, I was unsure of myself. Every step I took felt like I was in someone else's life. I found comfort in small things. The way the sun hit the cobblestones in the morning, the taste of a croissant from the local bakery, the sound of children playing in the park. But I also felt a sense of loneliness that I hadn't expected. Despite being surrounded by thousands of people, I felt isolated. I missed the familiarity of my old life, my old friends, and the comfort of knowing exactly what was going to happen every day. But deep down, I knew that this discomfort was part of the process. It was part of the journey I had chosen. As the days turned into weeks, things began to feel more familiar. I found an apartment in a quiet neighborhood, not far from work. The people in the building were kind, though reserved, and it became my little corner of the world. It wasn't home yet, but it was a start. Work was different, too. I was part of an international team, working on projects that challenged me every day. The language barrier was still present, but it was becoming less of an obstacle. I began to pick up new words, to understand the conversations around me. I started to feel like I was part of something bigger than myself, something that didn't just belong to one place or one culture, but to the world. Despite the challenges, I could feel myself growing. Every day was a learning experience, a chance to expand my knowledge and to push my limits. I started to believe that I had made the right choice, but life, as it always does, has a way of throwing unexpected challenges your way. One morning, I woke up to a message that changed everything. The company I was working for had been acquired by a much larger corporation, and with the acquisition came changes, big changes. Many of my colleagues were let go, and the rest of us were left wondering what would happen next. The uncertainty was terrifying. I had only just started to settle into this new life, and now it felt like the ground was slipping beneath me. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I stay and hope for the best, or should I leave and go back to my old life? The thought of leaving felt like a failure, but staying felt like stepping into the unknown. In the midst of this, I found a surprising source of strength. It came from within. I realized that I had made it this far, and I wasn't going to let fear dictate my next move. I decided to stay, to face whatever came next with courage. I wasn't alone. I had a support system, and I had the skills to adapt. A few weeks later, an opportunity arose. A new position opened up in a different department, one that was more aligned with my interests and long-term goals. It wasn't a guarantee, but it was a chance. I took a leap of faith and applied. The interview process was intense. I had to present my ideas, explain my vision, and demonstrate my ability to adapt to change. It was nerve-wracking, but I did my best. When I received the offer, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I had done it. I had faced the uncertainty and come out on top. The new role was demanding but rewarding. It challenged me in ways I hadn't imagined. I was surrounded by brilliant people, and every day was an opportunity to learn and grow. Slowly but surely, I was becoming the person I had hoped to be when I first arrived in this city, strong, capable, and confident. In the meantime, I started to build relationships outside of work. I joined a local book club, where I met people from all walks of life. I also started to explore more of the city, visiting museums, art galleries, and cafes. I found that it wasn't just the people in my apartment building that I could connect with, but people everywhere. There was a sense of community here that I hadn't anticipated, and I began to feel less like an outsider and more like someone who belonged. One of the most surprising relationships I developed was with a colleague, Sophie. She had been working at the company longer than I had, and her insight and experience were invaluable. We started to have lunch together every day, discussing everything from work to our personal lives. She became a mentor, a friend, and a source of support when things got tough. As the months went by, I began to find a balance in my life. I had my career, my friendships, and my personal passions. I started running every morning, a habit I had picked up from a colleague who was an avid runner. It became a way for me to clear my mind, to focus, and to set the tone for the rest of the day. I also made time for reading, a passion I had neglected for years. Finding balance wasn't easy. There were days when I felt overwhelmed, when I questioned whether I was doing enough. But with each passing week, I learned to manage my time better and to prioritize what truly mattered. I had started this journey with a sense of fear, but now, I had found a rhythm that worked for me. Despite the progress I had made, I still faced personal struggles. The loneliness was something I couldn't shake. Even though I had made friends and built relationships, there were moments when I missed home. I missed my family, my old friends, and the familiarity of everything. I often found myself longing for something I couldn't put into words, a sense of belonging. Perhaps I realized that no matter how far you go, no matter how much you change, there will always be parts of you that are connected to your past. And that's okay. It's okay to miss home, to feel like you're not fully settled. It's part of the journey, part of what makes you who you are. Just when I thought things were falling into place, an unexpected setback occurred. The project I had been working on for months was suddenly cancelled. The company had shifted its priorities, and the work I had poured my heart into was no longer needed. At first, I felt defeated. All of my hard work seemed wasted. But then, I realized that setbacks are not failures, they are lessons. I took the time to reflect on what had gone wrong, what I could have done differently, and what I had learned from the experience. The setback didn't define me. It was just another chapter in my journey. And I was ready for whatever came next. Looking back on the past year, I couldn't believe how far I had come. I had faced challenges, made mistakes, and learned valuable lessons. I had grown in ways I never thought possible. And yet, I knew that this was just the beginning. The journey was far from over. There were still so many experiences to be had, lessons to be learned, and people to meet. I had started this adventure with uncertainty and fear, but now, I faced the future with confidence and excitement. Whatever came next, I knew I was ready. It was a cold winter evening. Snow had blanketed the city, and everything seemed quiet and peaceful. The houses were decorated with colorful lights hanging from the windows, and from some of the windows, warm light spilled out, creating a sharp contrast with the cold air outside. As New Year's Eve approached, everyone was filled with excitement. People were ready to make the most of the last day of the year. Elif stood in the kitchen, preparing food, while looking out the window. Snowflakes were swirling outside, dancing in the wind. A sense of warmth and peace filled the room, spreading throughout every corner of the house. This New Year's Eve, she was excited to spend it with her family. The happiness of being together, along with the little sparks of hope in her heart, made Elif smile. The faint scent of pine filled the room from the Christmas tree. Her eyes sparkled as she remembered how this New Year's Eve felt different from the previous ones. She had decorated the house with her mother, just like every year. But this year, they had decided to do something new. Together, they had created new traditions for their family to celebrate the evening. Elif, while adding the final touches to the New Year's dinner she had carefully prepared, was already thinking about the other small details that would make the evening special. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of freshly baked treats, and Elif was making sure everything was perfect. She hummed along to a favorite Christmas song playing softly in the background, feeling content with how everything had come together. The table was set beautifully with candles flickering and colorful decorations, setting the mood for a cozy celebration. She looked over to the living room where the Christmas tree stood, its lights twinkling in harmony with the soft glow of the candles as the evening wore on, the house filled with the sounds of laughter and cheerful conversation. Family members arrived, each bringing their own special dish, and the air became lively with the warm chatter of loved ones reuniting after a long time apart. Elif's heart swelled with happiness as she saw everyone gathered around the table, sharing stories, laughing, and enjoying each other's company. The food was delicious, the music was joyful, and the atmosphere felt magical. The clock ticked closer to midnight, and Elif found herself standing near the window again, looking out at the snowy landscape. The world seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the arrival of a new year. It had been a year full of ups and downs, but in this moment, everything felt just right. Surrounded by the people she loved, Elif felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had come through the challenges of the year with strength and resilience, and now, as the old year faded away, she felt a renewed sense of hope and excitement for what the new year would bring. As the countdown began, the room grew quiet, everyone eagerly waiting to welcome the new year. 10, 9, 8. The excitement was palpable. Elif held her breath as the clock ticked down to the final seconds. 7, 6, 5. The air was filled with anticipation. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone cheered, as the room erupted with joy. Elif hugged her family tightly, feeling a rush of love and warmth. Outside, fireworks lit up the sky, signaling the start of a new year. In that moment, Elif felt like anything was possible. The year ahead was full of opportunities, and she was ready to embrace every moment. As the celebrations continued late into the night, Elif knew that this year would be special. It wasn't just about the traditions or the food, it was about the people she was with and the memories they were creating together. The magic of New Year's Eve wasn't just in the countdown or the fireworks, it was in the love, hope, and joy shared with those closest to her. And as the night ended, Elif felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the best was yet to come. The snow had begun to fall softly, covering the small town in a layer of white. It was the week before Christmas, and the streets were quieter than usual. People hurried to finish their shopping, preparing for the holiday, while the scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air. Inside a small coffee shop, Emma sat by the window, watching the world outside. The warmth from the fireplace made her feel cozy, and the soft hum of Christmas music added to the festive atmosphere. It had been a long year, and she was grateful for this peaceful moment. She had always loved winter. There was something magical about the way the snowflakes fell gently from the sky, transforming the world into a winter wonderland. The cold air and the quiet stillness made her feel alive, and every year, she looked forward to this time. As Emma sipped her hot chocolate, the door to the coffee shop opened, and in walked her best friend, Olivia. Emma smiled and waved her over. Olivia, with her bright scarf and matching gloves, looked like she had just stepped out of a Christmas card. "This weather is perfect for a hot drink," Olivia said, sitting down across from Emma. "I couldn't resist." "I know what you mean," Emma replied, taking another sip. "It's nice to slow down for once. The holiday season is always busy, but right now, it feels like everything is just calm." They chatted for a while about their plans for the holidays. Emma had decided to stay in town this year, enjoying the simple pleasures of the season. Olivia, on the other hand, was planning a trip to visit her family in the countryside. They laughed and talked, sharing stories about their childhood Christmases and the traditions they loved most. As the evening grew darker, the coffee shop became even cozier. The lights twinkled in the windows, casting a warm glow over everything. Emma and Olivia continued talking, catching up on everything that had happened since they last saw each other. The world outside seemed so distant, as if the snow and the warmth inside had created their own little bubble of time. "Do you remember when we used to go ice skating in the park every Christmas?" Olivia asked, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. Emma laughed. "How could I forget? We would stay out for hours, even when our fingers were frozen. It's been years since we've done that. It's time to bring it back," Olivia said with a grin. "What do you think?" Emma thought for a moment, then smiled. "I'd love that. It sounds perfect." They made a plan to go ice skating the following weekend, just like they did when they were younger. The idea filled them both with excitement. It was a simple activity, but it felt like the perfect way to celebrate the season. As they finished their drinks, the snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the town in white. Emma felt a sense of contentment wash over her. The world outside might be cold, but inside, she was warm with good company and fond memories. "Well, I should get going," Olivia said, standing up. "I have to pack for my trip." "Safe travels," Emma said, giving her friend a hug. "I'll see you next weekend for skating." "I'm looking forward to it," Olivia replied, smiling. "Take care, Emma." Emma watched her friend leave, then turned back to the window. The night was quiet, the snow gently falling, and everything seemed peaceful. It was a time for reflection, for making memories, and for appreciating the simple moments that made life so beautiful. As she finished her drink and stood up to leave, Emma felt a deep sense of gratitude. The holiday season had a way of slowing down time, of bringing people together, and reminding them of the things that truly mattered. With a smile, she stepped out into the snow-covered streets, ready to embrace the holiday season and everything it had to offer. Emma took a deep breath, feeling the crisp winter air fill her lungs. She smiled, knowing that no matter how busy life got, moments like these would always be the most meaningful. The snow continued to fall gently, as if the world itself was wrapping them in a peaceful embrace. Alex had always been a careful person. He never forgot where he put things, especially important items like his keys. But on that rainy Tuesday morning, as he prepared to leave for work, he realized something was terribly wrong. His keys were nowhere to be found. He checked his pockets. Empty. His jacket, his pants, the kitchen counter, nothing. His heart began to race as he remembered how late he already was for a meeting. He couldn't afford to miss the bus, but without his keys, he couldn't leave the house. Panic set in as Alex rushed from room to room, searching desperately. The living room. The bathroom. Even under the couch cushions, nothing. He tried to stay calm, but his frustration grew. What if he had lost them outside? He thought back to his walk home the previous evening, hoping that he hadn't dropped them somewhere in the rain. After 10 more minutes of searching, Alex decided he had no choice but to call his boss and explain the situation. He sat down on the couch, staring at his phone for a long moment before dialing the number. "Hello, Alex." His boss's voice was warm but concerned. "Is everything okay? You're usually on time." I'm sorry, but I can't find my keys. I've looked everywhere, and I'm going to be late for work." His words tumbled out in a rush. There was a brief silence on the other end, and then his boss said, "I understand. Take your time. We'll manage without you for a little while. But maybe you should think about where you last saw them." Alex thanked him and hung up the phone, feeling both relieved and guilty. He had some time now, but the clock was still ticking. He needed a plan. He decided to retrace his steps from the day before. He grabbed his umbrella and headed outside into the wet streets, scanning the ground as he walked. It wasn't easy to stay focused with the rain pouring down, but he was determined. As he approached the local park, he paused. A flash of silver caught his eye near a bench by the path. His heart skipped a beat. There, partially buried under some wet leaves, were his keys. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he knelt down to pick them up. The keys were cold and wet, but they were his. He couldn't believe he had been so worried about losing them. He smiled to himself, holding them up to the sky like a small victory. As Alex made his way back home, the rain began to stop, and the clouds started to part, letting through a few rays of sunlight. He felt lighter, knowing he would make it to work in time. But more than that, the whole experience had reminded him of something important. Sometimes, things go wrong, but that doesn't mean you can't find your way again. Alex walked back home, the keys securely in his hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The rain had mostly stopped, and the cool air felt refreshing after the stressful search. As he reached his front door, he stopped for a moment, taking a deep breath. It had been a chaotic start to his day, but now that it was over, he could relax a little. He opened the door, went inside, and locked it behind him, finally feeling a sense of peace. After he changed into his work clothes, Alex sat down for a quick breakfast. His mind was still buzzing from the morning's events, but as he sipped his coffee, he couldn't help but smile at how everything had worked out. It was strange how something as simple as losing a set of keys could make you appreciate the little things, like the warmth of your home, the feeling of a fresh cup of coffee, or even the quiet moments when everything slows down. As he left the house to catch the bus, Alex reflected on how sometimes life throws little challenges at you just to remind you of what really matters. It wasn't about the keys, or being late for work, or the rain. It was about the journey of figuring things out and learning to stay calm when things didn't go according to plan. That morning had been a lesson in patience and resilience, and Alex was grateful for it. With a renewed sense of confidence, he made his way to the bus stop, ready for whatever the day would bring. It was Christmas Eve, and the snow fell gently over the quiet town. The streets were empty, with only the soft crunch of snow underfoot. The city lights reflected off the white ground, creating a peaceful glow. Sarah sat by her window, looking outside at the scene. It had been a difficult year, and she felt the weight of the holidays more than ever. This Christmas, she was alone. The smell of cinnamon filled her small apartment as she stirred a pot of hot chocolate. She had decorated the tree earlier that day, but it didn't feel the same without the usual excitement of family gatherings. Sarah had always loved Christmas, but this year, it felt different. The laughter, the warmth of family, the joy, none of it seemed to reach her. As she sat by the fire, sipping her hot chocolate, she thought about the past. She remembered all the Christmases spent with her family, all the laughter and togetherness. But now, things had changed. Her family lived far away, and she had recently moved to this town for work. It felt like the world around her was celebrating, but she was stuck in her little apartment, wishing for the magic to come back. Just as she finished her drink, there was a knock on her door. Surprised, she opened it to find her neighbor, Jake, standing there with a small box wrapped in red paper. "Hi, Sarah," he said, a warm smile on his face. "I thought I'd bring you a little Christmas gift. I know you're alone this year, and I didn't want you to feel left out." Sarah was taken aback. "Oh, you didn't have to do that," she said, touched by his kindness. Jake shrugged. "It's the season of giving. I just wanted to make sure you knew you're not alone." She took the box from him, feeling a lump in her throat. As she opened it, she found a beautiful candle inside. It sent a mix of pine and vanilla. It was simple, but thoughtful. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft. "This means a lot to me." Jake smiled again. "Merry Christmas, Sarah. I hope it brings a little bit of warmth to your night." As he turned to leave, Sarah stood in the doorway, watching him go. She felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling she hadn't had in a long time. It wasn't just the candle, it was the thought behind it. She wasn't alone. There was kindness in the world, even in the small things. That evening, Sarah lit the candle and sat by her tree, watching the flickering light. For the first time in weeks, she felt a sense of peace. The world outside may have been cold and dark, but inside, she felt warmth. The holiday season wasn't just about the big celebrations or the family gatherings. It was about the small moments of kindness, the little gestures that made life meaningful. As Sarah closed her eyes, she realized that sometimes a Christmas miracle wasn't about grand gestures, it was about the simple connections that reminded us we're all in this together. And that night, Sarah found her Christmas miracle in the kindness of a neighbor, a small gift, and the warmth of a candle's glow. The next morning, Sarah woke up to find that the snow had stopped. The world outside was even more beautiful, covered in a fresh layer of white. She smiled to herself, feeling a sense of hope. The sadness she had felt the night before had faded, replaced by a new warmth in her heart. She had learned something important. Even when you feel alone, there are still little miracles waiting to surprise you. Sarah spent the day reflecting on the kindness she had received and thought about how she could spread that warmth to others. Maybe next year, she would host a Christmas gathering, inviting others who were also alone, to create new memories together. For now, though, she was content knowing that the magic of Christmas wasn't just about the decorations, the gifts, or the food. It was about the love and kindness that connected everyone, even in the quiet moments. Sarah decided that next Christmas, she would make sure to reach out to others who might be feeling the same way. After all, the true spirit of Christmas was about giving, not just receiving. In the bustling port town of Seaford, lived a young and adventurous cartographer named Amelia. With her keen eye for detail and insatiable curiosity, she spent her days mapping out the coastlines and hidden coves of the nearby islands. Her small cottage, nestled on the edge of town, was filled with ancient maps and nautical charts, each telling a story of exploration and discovery. One stormy evening, As Amelia was poring over a particularly old and weathered map, she noticed something unusual. Hidden beneath layers of faded ink and age-old creases was the faint outline of an island she had never seen before. The island was not marked on any of her other maps, and its location seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Intrigued, Amelia decided to investigate further. She spent hours meticulously tracing the outline of the island and cross-referencing it with her extensive collection of charts. Her heart raced with excitement as she realized that the island, if it truly existed, was completely uncharted and unexplored. Determined to uncover the secrets of the forgotten island, Amelia packed her maps, compass, and supplies, and set off for the harbor. She enlisted the help of her loyal friend and skilled sailor, Captain Jasper, who shared her sense of adventure. Together, they prepared their small but sturdy ship, the Sea Serpent, for the journey ahead. As they set sail, the storm clouds began to clear, revealing a sky filled with twinkling stars. Amelia and Jasper navigated the open waters with precision, guided by the mysterious map and their unwavering determination. The journey was fraught with challenges: unpredictable currents, treacherous reefs, and fierce winds, but their spirits remained undaunted. After several days at sea, they finally caught sight of the island on the horizon. It appeared just as mysterious and alluring as the map had suggested, with rugged cliffs, lush forests, and hidden beaches. As they approached the shore, Amelia's excitement grew. She knew that they were about to uncover something extraordinary. The moment they set foot on the island, they were greeted by an air of enchantment. The island was unlike any place they had ever seen, teeming with vibrant flora and fauna, and echoing with the sounds of exotic birds and rustling leaves. Amelia felt a sense of wonder and anticipation, knowing that their adventure had only just begun. Exploring the island, Amelia and Jasper soon discovered that it held many secrets. They ventured through dense forests, crossed sparkling streams, and climbed rocky hills, all the while marveling at the island's beauty and diversity. Everywhere they turned, they found evidence of an ancient civilization: crumbled stone pillars, intricate carvings, and overgrown ruins. Their exploration led them to the entrance of a hidden temple, partially concealed by thick vines and moss. The temple's entrance was adorned with intricate stonework, depicting scenes of mythical creatures and celestial bodies. Amelia's heart raced with excitement as she realized that they had stumbled upon a significant archaeological find. Inside the temple, the air was cool and still, and the light from their torches cast eerie shadows on the walls. The chambers were filled with ancient artifacts, golden relics, jeweled amulets, and mysterious scrolls. As Amelia examined the relics, she felt a deep connection to the island's past, as if she were walking in the footsteps of those who had come before her. In the innermost chamber of the temple, they found a grand altar with a large, ornate chest at its center. The chest was covered in dust and cobwebs, but its craftsmanship was impeccable. Amelia carefully opened the chest, revealing its contents: a collection of ancient maps, a set of crystal vials, and a beautifully crafted amulet with a glowing gemstone. The maps depicted the island in intricate detail, revealing hidden paths, secret caves, and the locations of various landmarks. The crystal vials contained a shimmering liquid that glowed with a mysterious light. And the amulet, with its radiant gemstone, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Amelia and Jasper realized that the temple held the key to understanding the island's secrets. They decided to spend the night in the temple, studying the maps and examining the relics. As they worked, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, as if the spirits of the island were observing their every move. The next morning, Amelia and Jasper continued their exploration, guided by the maps they had discovered in the temple. The maps led them to a secluded valley, where they encountered a majestic waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool. The area was surrounded by towering trees and vibrant flowers, creating a serene and enchanting atmosphere. As they approached the waterfall, they were suddenly confronted by a formidable figure. Emerging from the shadows was a guardian of the island, a tall, ancient being with eyes that glowed like embers and a presence that radiated power and wisdom. The guardian's voice echoed through the valley, deep and resonant. "Who dares to trespass on the sacred ground of the forgotten island?" the guardian demanded. Amelia and Jasper explained their purpose, expressing their respect and admiration for the island's beauty and history. They revealed the relics they had found in the temple, hoping to prove their intentions were honorable. The guardian listened intently, his expression unreadable. After a tense moment, the guardian spoke again. "You have shown courage and respect for the island's heritage. I am the keeper of the island, and it is my duty to protect its secrets. The relics you have found hold great power, and it is essential that they are used wisely." The keeper explained that the island was once home to a thriving civilization that harnessed the power of nature and the elements. The amulet with the glowing gemstone was known as the Heart of the Island, a powerful artifact that could control the island's energies. The crystal vials contained the essence of the elements, a magical elixir that could enhance the wielder's abilities. Amelia and Jasper listened in awe as the keeper recounted the island's history. The civilization had flourished for centuries, but a great cataclysm had caused the island to be forgotten and hidden from the world. The temple and its relics were left behind as a testament to the island's legacy. The keeper entrusted Amelia and Jasper with the heart of the island and the essence of the elements, believing that they had the wisdom and integrity to protect and preserve the island's heritage. He warned them of the dangers that lay ahead, as the island's energies could attract those with ill intentions. With the keeper's guidance, Amelia and Jasper set out to unlock the island's true potential. They used the relics to explore hidden chambers, uncover ancient knowledge, and forge a deeper connection with the island's magic. Along the way, they encountered both wondrous and perilous challenges, each one bringing them closer to understanding the island's mysteries. As Amelia and Jasper delved deeper into the island's secrets, they became aware of a growing danger. Unbeknownst to them, word of their discovery had reached the ears of a ruthless treasure hunter named Captain Blackthorn. Driven by greed and ambition, Blackthorn assembled a crew of mercenaries and set sail for the forgotten island, determined to claim its treasures for himself. Blackthorn and his crew arrived on the island, bringing with them an air of menace and hostility. They plundered the island's ruins, disrupting the delicate balance of its magic and leaving destruction in their wake. The island's energies reacted violently to their presence, causing tremors and storms that threatened to tear the island apart. Amelia and Jasper knew that they had to stop Blackthorn before he could cause further harm. They sought the guidance of the keeper, who revealed that the heart of the island could be used to restore balance and repel the intruders. However, the process would require great courage and sacrifice. With the keeper's blessing, Amelia and Jasper confronted Blackthorn and his crew. A fierce battle ensued, with the island's magic clashing against the invaders' brute force. Amelia used the heart of the island to harness the elements, summoning powerful gusts of wind, torrents of water, and bolts of lightning to drive back the intruders. Jasper fought valiantly alongside her, using his skills as a sailor and warrior to protect the island and its treasures. Despite their efforts, the battle was grueling, and it became clear that a final, decisive act was needed to secure victory. Amelia, understanding the gravity of the situation, made the ultimate sacrifice. She used the heart of the island to channel the island's energies, creating a powerful surge that enveloped Blackthorn and his crew. The invaders were cast out, their connection to the island severed, and the balance was restored. Exhausted but victorious, Amelia collapsed, the heart of the island glowing faintly in her hand. Jasper rushed to her side, tears streaming down his face as he cradled her in his arms. The keeper, witnessing their bravery and sacrifice, stepped forward and placed a hand on Amelia's forehead. "The island's magic is strong, and your spirit is pure," the keeper said. "You have proven yourself worthy, and the island shall grant you its blessing." With Blackthorn and his crew defeated, the island began to heal. The tremors subsided, and the storms dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil and rejuvenated landscape. The flora and fauna, once disturbed by the invaders, thrived once more, and the island's magic flowed freely, restoring balance and harmony. Amelia and Jasper, along with the keeper, worked tirelessly to repair the damage caused by Blackthorn. They carefully restored the ancient ruins, mended broken artifacts, and tended to the wounded plants and animals. The island's inhabitants, grateful for their efforts, assisted in the restoration, creating a sense of unity and community. As the days turned into weeks, Amelia and Jasper grew closer, their bond strengthened by the trials they had faced together. They explored the island, uncovering new mysteries and deepening their connection with its magic. The heart of the island, now a symbol of their shared journey, guided them in their endeavors. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the island, Amelia and Jasper stood on the beach, reflecting on their adventure. The keeper approached them, his eyes filled with wisdom and gratitude. "You have done well, my friends," the keeper said. "The island is safe once more, thanks to your bravery and sacrifice. The heart of the island has chosen you as its guardians, and its magic will continue to protect and guide you." Amelia and Jasper exchanged a look of determination. They knew that their journey was far from over and that they had a responsibility to safeguard the island's legacy. With the keeper's blessing, they vowed to protect the island and preserve its secrets for future generations. Word of their heroism spread beyond the shores of the forgotten island. Scholars, explorers, and adventurers from distant lands came to learn from Amelia and Jasper, eager to uncover the island's mysteries and contribute to its preservation. The island became a beacon of knowledge and discovery, a place where the past and present intertwined harmoniously. Amelia and Jasper's adventures continued, each new discovery adding to the rich tapestry of the island's history. They faced challenges and overcame obstacles, but their unwavering dedication to the island's well-being never wavered. Their partnership, built on trust and mutual respect, became a source of inspiration for all who knew them. As the years passed, Amelia and Jasper grew older, but their spirits remained youthful and adventurous. The heart of the island continued to pulse with a gentle light, a reminder of their shared journey and the bond they had forged with the island. They knew that their legacy would endure, carried forward by those who followed in their footsteps. One day, as they stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea, Amelia turned to Jasper and smiled. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" Jasper nodded, his eyes filled with pride. "Yes, we have. And there's still so much to discover. The island's magic will continue to guide us, no matter where our journey takes us." With a sense of contentment and anticipation, Amelia and Jasper embraced the future, ready to face whatever adventures lay ahead. The forgotten island, once hidden and mysterious, had become a place of wonder and enlightenment, thanks to their unwavering courage and dedication, and so, the story of the Forgotten Island continued, a testament to the power of exploration, unity, and the enduring spirit of adventure. Amelia and Jasper's legacy lived on, inspiring generations to come to cherish and protect the magic that lay within the heart of the island. With the Forgotten Island restored and its secrets beginning to be uncovered, Amelia and Jasper set their sights on organizing the first official expedition to further explore its hidden wonders. Scholars, adventurers, and even curious villagers from Seaford arrived to join the cause, eager to delve deeper into the island's mysteries. As the leader of the expedition, Amelia carefully planned their journey, using the ancient maps and relics as guides. She divided the team into smaller groups, each assigned to a specific area of the island, ensuring a thorough and systematic exploration. Jasper, with his extensive knowledge of navigation and survival skills, took charge of the more challenging and treacherous terrains. The expedition's first significant discovery came when they stumbled upon a hidden cave system beneath the island's northern cliffs. The caves were filled with shimmering crystals that emitted a soft, ambient light, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. As they ventured deeper, they found evidence of ancient rituals and ceremonies, including altars adorned with intricate carvings and relics of a bygone era. Amelia and Jasper led their team through the labyrinthine passages, documenting their findings and collecting artifacts for further study. The expedition uncovered a wealth of knowledge about the island's ancient civilization, including their beliefs, customs, and advancements in magic and technology. As they continued their exploration, the team encountered various challenges: treacherous terrain, sudden weather changes, and mysterious guardians protecting certain areas. Despite these obstacles, their determination and teamwork allowed them to overcome each trial, uncovering the island's hidden secrets one by one. One of the most remarkable discoveries during the expedition was the Lost Library, an ancient repository of knowledge hidden deep within the island's heart. The library was a grand structure, built into the side of a mountain and concealed by lush vegetation. Its entrance was adorned with stone statues of scholars and guardians, their expressions wise and serene. Inside the library, the team found shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts. The air was filled with the faint scent of aged parchment, and the light from their torches cast a warm glow on the walls. Amelia and Jasper, along with a group of scholars, carefully examined the texts, realizing that they held invaluable information about the island's history, magic, and technology. The Lost Library revealed the existence of powerful artifacts and spells that had long been forgotten. The texts detailed the island's connection to other realms, suggesting that it served as a nexus of magical energy. Amelia and Jasper knew that the knowledge contained within the library could change their understanding of the world and open new possibilities for exploration and discovery. As they delved deeper into the library's secrets, they uncovered a hidden chamber containing an ancient artifact known as the Orb of Wisdom. The orb was a crystalline sphere that pulsed with a gentle, bluish light, and it was said to grant the wielder unparalleled insight and understanding. Amelia carefully retrieved the orb, knowing that it could be a crucial tool in their quest to unlock the island's full potential. The discovery of the Lost Library and the Orb of Wisdom marked a turning point in the expedition. Armed with newfound knowledge and artifacts, Amelia and Jasper were more determined than ever to uncover the island's remaining secrets and protect its legacy. As the expedition continued, Amelia and Jasper began to piece together the island's full story. They learned that the ancient civilization had harnessed the island's magic to achieve remarkable feats, but their pursuit of power had ultimately led to their downfall. The island had been hidden and forgotten to protect the world from the dangers posed by uncontrolled magic. With this understanding, Amelia and Jasper knew that their role as guardians was more important than ever. They needed to ensure that the island's magic was used responsibly and that its secrets were protected from those who might seek to exploit them. Their final revelation came when they discovered a hidden chamber beneath the central temple. The chamber contained a massive, intricately carved stone tablet that detailed the island's prophecy. The prophecy spoke of a time when the island's magic would be restored and its true potential realized, but only through the actions of those with pure hearts and noble intentions. Amelia and Jasper realized that they were the fulfillment of this prophecy. Their journey, trials, and discoveries had led them to this moment, and it was their responsibility to ensure that the island's magic was preserved and used for the greater good. With the knowledge gained from the prophecy, Amelia and Jasper gathered the expedition team and shared their findings. They emphasized the importance of protecting the island's legacy and working together to ensure its magic was used wisely. The team, inspired by their leader's dedication and vision, pledged to uphold the island's legacy and continue their exploration with respect and integrity. As the sun set on the forgotten island, casting a golden glow over its lush landscape, Amelia and Jasper stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea. They knew that their journey was far from over, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. United by their shared purpose and guided by the island's magic, they embraced the future with hope and determination. The story of the forgotten island would continue, a testament to the power of exploration, unity, and the enduring spirit of adventure. Amelia and Jasper's legacy would inspire generations to come, ensuring that the island's magic would shine brightly for all time. As Amelia and Jasper continued their work on the forgotten island, they became aware of a growing disturbance in the magical energies that permeated the land. Strange phenomena began to occur, sudden bursts of elemental magic, unexplained tremors, and fluctuations in the island's weather patterns. It was as if the island itself was warning them of an impending threat. Seeking guidance, Amelia and Jasper consulted the keeper, who sensed the same disturbance. The keeper revealed that the island's prophecy had foretold of a final trial that would test the resolve and unity of its guardians. The disturbance was a sign that this trial was approaching, and it would require all their strength and wisdom to overcome. To prepare, Amelia and Jasper gathered the members of their expedition and shared the keeper's warning. They emphasized the importance of unity and collaboration, urging everyone to remain vigilant and support one another. The team responded with determination, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the days passed, the disturbances grew more frequent and intense. The skies darkened, and the island was buffeted by powerful storms and elemental upheavals. Amelia and Jasper worked tirelessly to stabilize the island's magic, using the relics and their newfound knowledge to restore balance. Despite their efforts, it became clear that the final trial would be unlike anything they had faced before. One fateful night, as the storm raged overhead, a powerful energy surge erupted from the heart of the island. Amelia and Jasper, along with the keeper and the expedition team, raced to the central temple, where the source of the disturbance lay. The ground shook, and the air was charged with raw magical energy. At the temple, they found a swirling vortex of elemental magic, a manifestation of the island's power and the culmination of the prophecy. The vortex was unstable, and its energy threatened to tear the island apart. To prevent disaster, they needed to harness the power of the relics and stabilize the vortex. With the keeper's guidance, Amelia and Jasper positioned the relics around the vortex, forming a protective circle. The heart of the island, the orb of wisdom, and the essence of the elements each glowed with intense light, resonating with the island's magic. The team joined hands, channeling their combined energy and determination into the relics. As the expedition members focused their energies, the relics began to harmonize with the vortex, creating a stabilizing force that counteracted the chaotic magic. The storm's fury lessened, and the ground's tremors subsided. The swirling vortex of elemental magic slowly began to calm, its erratic energies coming under control. Amelia, feeling the immense power coursing through her, guided the process with a steady hand. Her connection to the heart of the island was stronger than ever, and she could sense the island's response to their collective efforts. The magic that once threatened to consume them now flowed in harmony with their intentions, a testament to their unity and resolve. With one final surge of energy, the vortex stabilized, its chaotic force transformed into a serene, glowing sphere of pure magic. The storm clouds parted, revealing a sky filled with stars, and the island was bathed in a gentle, calming light. The disturbances ceased, and the island's magic settled into a state of balance and peace. Exhausted but triumphant, the expedition team cheered, their hearts filled with relief and gratitude. Amelia and Jasper, their hands still clasped around the heart of the island, exchanged a look of profound accomplishment. They had faced the final trial and emerged victorious, their unity and courage having saved the island from destruction. The keeper stepped forward, his eyes reflecting the light of the glowing sphere. "You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of the forgotten island. Your unity, bravery, and dedication have restored balance and fulfilled the prophecy. The island's magic will thrive under your protection, ensuring a bright future for generations to come." With the keeper's blessing, Amelia and Jasper knew that their journey had reached a significant milestone. They had faced incredible challenges, uncovered ancient secrets, and forged unbreakable bonds with the island and its inhabitants. Their legacy as guardians would endure, inspiring others to cherish and protect the magic of the forgotten island. As the expedition team returned to their work, they did so with renewed purpose and determination. They continued to explore and document the island's wonders, sharing their knowledge and discoveries with the world. The forgotten island, once hidden and mysterious, had become a place of enlightenment and inspiration, thanks to their unwavering dedication. On a quiet evening, as the sun set over the tranquil waters, Amelia and Jasper stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea. They reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the triumphs they had achieved. Their hearts were filled with hope and anticipation for the future, knowing that the island's magic would continue to guide and inspire them. "We've come a long way," Amelia said softly, her voice filled with pride. Jasper nodded, his eyes shining with determination. "And there's still so much to discover. The island's magic will always be a part of us, and we'll continue to protect and explore its wonders." With a sense of contentment and excitement, Amelia and Jasper embraced the future, ready to face whatever adventures lay ahead. The forgotten island, a place of wonder and magic, would continue to thrive under their watchful care. Their legacy as guardians would inspire generations to come, ensuring that the island's light would shine brightly for all time. The forgotten island, a place of wonder and magic, would continue to thrive under their watchful care. Their legacy as guardians would inspire generations to come, ensuring that the island's light would shine brightly for all time, a beacon of hope and unity. there existed a prophecy etched in the stars, foretelling the rise of a powerful empire. This prophecy was guarded by the sages of the moon, who lived in a secluded sanctuary atop the highest peaks. The land of Alizia, known for its lush forests, vast deserts, and towering mountains, was divided among warring factions. Amidst this chaos, a young and ambitious warrior named Selim dreamed of uniting these factions under one banner to create a prosperous empire. Selim's village was nestled in a serene valley, surrounded by verdant hills and sparkling streams. The village, called Lyra, was known for its peaceful atmosphere and hard-working inhabitants. As a child, Selim would often sit under the ancient oak tree in the village square, listening to the tales of the elders about the prophecy and the great empires of the past. These stories ignited a burning desire within him to bring about change and unity in a land torn apart by conflict. The constant skirmishes between factions had left the land scarred and its people weary. Villages were often raided, and crops burned, leaving many struggling to survive. Selim saw the suffering around him and vowed to end it. He spent years training in the arts of war and diplomacy, honing his skills with the sword and learning the intricacies of negotiation. His determination and charisma made him a natural leader, earning him the respect of his peers. One fateful night, as Selim gazed at the stars, he saw a celestial eagle soaring across the night sky. Its feathers shimmered with an ethereal glow, and its wings spanned the heavens like a guardian of the land. The eagle landed on the peak of the sanctuary of the moon, its wings casting a protective shadow over Alizia. Selim knew this was a sign from the heavens, signaling that the time had come to fulfill his destiny. He felt a surge of resolve and knew that he could not delay any longer. The next morning, Selim gathered his closest allies, Lyra, a skilled archer, and his childhood friend, Thane, a seasoned warrior with unmatched strength, and Alara, a healer with a deep connection to the land's magic. Together, they formed a formidable team, each bringing unique strengths to the group. With his allies by his side, Selim set out on a journey to unite the factions and create the Empire of Alizia. Their first destination was the Sanctuary of the Moon, where the sages resided. The journey to the sanctuary was treacherous, with steep mountain paths and unpredictable weather. However, Selim and his companions were undeterred. They faced numerous challenges along the way, from battling wild beasts to navigating through dense forests. Each obstacle only strengthened their resolve and solidified their bond. Upon reaching the sanctuary, they were greeted by the sages, who had been expecting them. The sages, wise and ancient beings, revealed that they had foreseen Selim's arrival and the role he would play in fulfilling the prophecy. They bestowed upon him a sacred artifact, a medallion with the emblem of the celestial eagle. This medallion would serve as a symbol of his destiny and a beacon of hope for those who followed him. Armed with the medallion and the support of the sages, Selim and his companions descended from the mountains to begin their quest. Their journey took them across the diverse landscapes of Alizia, from the arid deserts of the south to the frozen tundras of the north. They visited countless villages and towns, spreading their message of unity and hope. At each stop, Selim would speak to the people, sharing his vision of a united Alizia. His words resonated with many, who were tired of the constant conflict and eager for change. Slowly but surely, factions that had once been enemies began to see the potential of working together. Alliances were formed, and the seeds of the empire were planted. As they traveled, Selim and his companions faced resistance from those who profited from the chaos and discord. Warlords and bandits sought to undermine their efforts, but Selim's unwavering determination and the loyalty of his friends saw them through each trial. Their journey was long and arduous, but with each step, they moved closer to realizing Selim's dream of a united and prosperous Alasiat. In the end, Selim's vision and the prophecy became intertwined, guiding him towards his destiny. With the celestial eagle as his symbol and the support of his allies, he continued his journey to bring peace and unity to the land of Alasia. The road ahead was still fraught with challenges, but Selim knew that with courage, perseverance, and the strength of his companions, the empire he dreamed of would one day become a reality. Selim's journey continued as he set out to gather allies from the far reaches of Alasia. He knew that to build a united empire, he needed the support and loyalty of the most influential and powerful factions. Each faction had its own unique strengths and resources that would be crucial in the creation of a prosperous and resilient empire. The first destination on Selim's quest was the tribe of the Sun, known for their fierce warriors and vast knowledge of the desert. The tribe's leader, Öğren, was a formidable chieftain who valued strength and honor above all else. The tribe of the Sun inhabited the arid and unforgiving southern deserts of Alasia. These deserts were vast and treacherous, with scorching heat during the day and freezing temperatures at night. The tribe had learned to adapt and thrive in this harsh environment, mastering the art of survival and warfare. As Selim and his companions approached the tribe's encampment, they were greeted by a group of stern-faced warriors. These warriors, clad in shimmering golden armor and bearing the tribe's emblem, were a testament to the tribe's reputation for excellence in combat. Öğren, the chieftain, stood at the center of the encampment, a commanding figure with a gaze that could pierce through steel. Initially, Öğren was skeptical of Selim's intentions. He had seen many leaders come and go, promising unity but delivering only more conflict. However, Selim's sincerity and determination shone through as he shared his vision of a united Alasia. To prove his worth, Selim challenged Öğren to a duel, a time-honored tradition among the tribe of the Sun. The duel was fierce, with both warriors displaying remarkable skill and tenacity. In the end, Selim emerged victorious, earning Öğren's respect and the tribe's allegiance. With the tribe of the Sun as his allies, Selim's next stop was the dense woodlands of the Forest clan. This clan was led by Alara, a wise and compassionate leader known for her deep connection with nature. The Forest clan inhabited the lush and mystical forests of Alasia, where ancient trees towered above and hidden groves held secrets from centuries past. The clan was renowned for their archery skills and their ability to move silently through the forest. The journey to the Forest clan's territory was fraught with challenges. The dense foliage and tangled undergrowth made navigation difficult, and the group had to rely on Alara's guidance to find their way. Along the way, they encountered various creatures of the forest, some friendly and others less so. The beauty and tranquility of the forest were contrasted by the dangers that lurked within its shadows. Alara, a figure of grace and wisdom, welcomed Selim and his companions with open arms. However, she was not easily swayed by promises. To earn her trust, Selim had to prove his respect for nature and his commitment to protecting the land. Alara set a series of trials for Selim, testing his knowledge of the forest and his ability to coexist with its inhabitants. These trials included tasks such as tracking elusive creatures, identifying rare herbs, and navigating through dense thickets. With patience and determination, Selim successfully completed each trial, demonstrating his respect for the natural world and his dedication to unity. Alara, convinced of his sincerity, pledged the Forest clan's support to the growing alliance. Selim's journey continued as he sought allies among the mountain dwellers, the river people, and the nomads of the plains. The mountain dwellers, led by the stoic chieftain Draven, inhabited the towering peaks and rugged cliffs of the northern mountains. They were known for their resilience and their mastery of mining and metallurgy. Draven was initially reluctant to join the alliance, valuing the independence and isolation of his people. However, Selim's vision of a united Alysia, where each faction could thrive and contribute to the greater good, eventually won him over. The river people, led by the charismatic leader Marina, lived along the winding rivers that flowed through Alysia. Their mastery of navigation and trade made them indispensable allies. Marina, intrigued by Selim's vision and impressed by his diplomatic skills, eagerly joined the alliance, offering her people's expertise in trade and commerce. The nomads of the plains, a wandering tribe led by the adventurous chieftain Cade, roamed the vast grasslands of Alysia. Known for their horsemanship and their ability to traverse great distances, the nomads were a valuable addition to the alliance. Cade, always seeking new adventures and challenges, saw the potential in Selim's vision and pledged his tribe's support. Together, these factions formed a council to govern the newly united land, with Selim as their leader. The council meetings were held in the Citadel of Unity, a grand fortress located at the heart of Alysia. The citadel symbolized the strength and unity of the newly formed empire, and its construction was a collaborative effort, with each faction contributing their resources and expertise. The council meetings were filled with passionate debates and intense discussions. Each leader brought their unique perspective and priorities to the table, and finding common ground was not always easy. However, Selim's vision of a prosperous and united Alysia guided the council's decisions, and compromises were made for the greater good. With the support of these powerful allies, the dream of a unified Alysia was becoming a reality. Selim knew that the road ahead would still be fraught with challenges, but he also knew that with the strength of his allies and the determination of the people, the empire of Alysia would stand strong. Together, they would build a future of peace, prosperity, and unity, fulfilling the prophecy that had guided them from the very beginning. With the alliances solidified and the dream of unity within reach, Selim and his companions returned to the heart of Alysia to establish the first council. This council would be the governing body of the new empire, ensuring that all factions had a voice and that decisions were made for the good of all. The council's formation marked a significant milestone in Selim's quest to unite Alysia. The council meetings were to be held in the Citadel of Unity, a grand fortress located at the heart of Alysia. The construction of the citadel itself was a symbol of unity, with each faction contributing their resources, labor, and expertise. The citadel was an architectural marvel, combining the strengths and styles of each faction. From the golden domes inspired by the Tribe of the Sun to the intricate woodwork of the Forest Clan, every corner of the citadel reflected the collaborative spirit of the new empire. As the day of the first council meeting approached, chieftains and leaders from all corners of Alysia traveled to the citadel. They came by foot, on horseback, and by riverboat, each bringing a retinue of advisors and warriors. The journey to the citadel was a spectacle in itself, with banners flying and processions winding through the valleys and hills of Alysia. The people of the land watched with hope and curiosity, sensing that a new era was dawning. The Citadel of Unity stood tall and imposing against the backdrop of the verdant landscape. Its walls were constructed from the finest stone, and its towers reached towards the sky, symbolizing the aspirations of the united factions. Inside, the grand hall was adorned with tapestries and murals depicting the history and culture of each faction. The hall's centerpiece was a massive round table, symbolizing equality and unity, where the council members would gather to discuss the future of the empire. On the morning of the first council meeting, the grand hall buzzed with anticipation. Chieftains and their advisors took their seats around the table, each representing their faction's interests and priorities. Selim, as the newly appointed emperor, stood at the head of the table, ready to lead the discussions. His presence commanded respect, and his vision for a united Alizia resonated with those gathered. The meeting began with formal introductions and declarations of intent. Each chieftain spoke of their hopes for the new empire and the challenges they faced. The discussions were filled with passionate debates and intense deliberations. Issues of governance, resource allocation, and security were at the forefront of the agenda. Selim listened attentively, mediating the discussions and ensuring that every voice was heard. One of the first and most crucial topics addressed was the establishment of a centralized government. Selim proposed the creation of a governing body composed of representatives from each faction. This council would oversee the administration of the empire, ensuring that all regions were fairly represented and that decisions were made in the best interest of all. The proposal was met with mixed reactions. Some chieftains feared losing their autonomy and control over their territories, while others saw the potential for greater collaboration and prosperity. To address these concerns, Selim suggested a system of checks and balances, where each faction retained a degree of local autonomy while contributing to the central governance. This compromise was carefully crafted to balance the need for unity with the desire for individual faction identities. After hours of deliberation and negotiation, the council members reached a consensus, agreeing to the proposed framework. The creation of the centralized government marked the beginning of a new chapter for Alizia. Next on the agenda was the establishment of a unified military force to protect the empire from external threats and maintain internal order. The discussions surrounding the military were intense, as each faction had its own strengths and traditions of warfare. Selim proposed the formation of an imperial army composed of soldiers from all factions, trained and led by a council of generals representing each faction's unique skills and expertise. This diverse and formidable force would ensure the security of the empire and foster a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect among the soldiers. The proposal for the imperial army was met with enthusiasm by some and hesitation by others. Concerns were raised about the integration of different fighting styles and the potential for conflicts of interest. However, Selim's vision of a united and strong military force ultimately won over the majority. The council agreed to the formation of the imperial army, and plans were set in motion to begin recruitment and training. Trade and economic policies were another major focus of the first council meeting. The representatives discussed the establishment of trade routes that would connect the various regions of Alizia, facilitating the exchange of goods, resources, and culture. These trade routes would not only boost the economy but also strengthen the bonds between the factions. The council members debated tariffs, trade agreements, and the management of natural resources, ultimately agreeing on policies that would benefit the entire empire. Infrastructure development was also a key topic. The council recognized the need for roads, bridges, and aqueducts to connect the cities and facilitate the movement of goods and people. The representatives from the mountain dwellers and the river people offered their expertise in engineering and construction, while the nomads of the plains provided insights into efficient transportation methods. Collaborative projects were planned to improve the infrastructure and enhance the connectivity of Alizia. Throughout the meeting, Selim emphasized the importance of cultural exchange and mutual respect among the factions. He proposed the establishment of cultural festivals and events that would celebrate the rich heritage and traditions of each faction. These festivals would foster a sense of unity and pride among the people, creating a shared identity for the citizens of the empire. The council members embraced this idea, recognizing the potential for cultural exchange to strengthen the bonds of unity. As the first council meeting drew to a close, Selim reflected on the progress that had been made. The discussions had been challenging, and the decisions reached were the result of compromise and collaboration. The council had laid the foundation for a united and prosperous empire, but Selim knew that the work had only just begun. The path ahead would be filled with obstacles and uncertainties, but with the support of the council and the determination of the people, the empire of Alysia would thrive. The council members departed from the citadel of unity, returning to their respective regions with a renewed sense of purpose and hope. They carried with them the resolutions and plans that had been forged in the Grand Hall, ready to implement them and contribute to the growth of the empire. Selim, standing on the balcony of the citadel, watched as the sun set over the horizon. The journey to unite Alysia had been long and arduous, but the first steps had been taken. The prophecy was unfolding, and the empire of Alysia was on the path to greatness. Under Emperor Selim's wise and compassionate rule, Alysia entered a golden age of prosperity, innovation, and cultural flourishing. The vision of a united empire had become a reality, and the people of Alysia enjoyed a level of peace and happiness they had never known before. With the foundations of governance, infrastructure, and trade firmly in place, Selim and his council turned their attention to furthering the development and enrichment of the empire. One of the key factors contributing to Alysia's success was the implementation of advanced agricultural techniques. The collaboration between the various factions led to the sharing of knowledge and practices that transformed barren lands into fertile fields. The tribe of the Sun introduced innovative irrigation systems that utilized the natural flow of rivers and streams to distribute water evenly across vast expanses of farmland. This, combined with the Forest Clan's expertise in sustainable farming, resulted in bountiful harvests and a surplus of food that could be traded with neighboring regions. The empire's agricultural abundance allowed for the establishment of granaries and food storage facilities, ensuring that no one went hungry, even during times of drought or harsh weather. The surplus of food also enabled the population to grow, as people from surrounding regions were drawn to Alysia by the promise of stability and prosperity. New villages and towns sprang up, each contributing to the vibrant tapestry of the empire. Trade flourished as well, with the river people playing a pivotal role in establishing and maintaining trade routes that connected the various regions of Alysia. The rivers served as natural highways, facilitating the movement of goods, resources, and culture. Merchant ships laden with spices, textiles, and precious metals plied the waterways, fostering economic growth and cultural exchange. The river people, with their navigational expertise, ensured that trade flowed smoothly and efficiently. Infrastructure development was a top priority for Selim and his council. The construction of roads, bridges, and aqueducts connected the cities and facilitated the movement of people and goods. The mountain dwellers, with their mastery of engineering and construction, led the charge in building sturdy and reliable infrastructure. Their knowledge of stone and metalwork was instrumental in creating lasting structures that stood the test of time. The empire's cities grew and prospered, each becoming a hub of activity and innovation. The capital city of Elysium, in particular, was a shining example of Alysia's progress. Its streets were lined with grand buildings, bustling markets, and lush gardens. The citadel of unity stood at its heart, a symbol of the empire's strength and unity. Elysium attracted scholars, artists, and inventors from all corners of the empire, making it a center of learning and culture. Education was a cornerstone of Alesia's golden age. Selim believed that knowledge and enlightenment were key to the empire's continued success. He established schools and academies in every major city, ensuring that all citizens had access to education. These institutions offered courses in a wide range of subjects, from mathematics and science to literature and the arts. Scholars and teachers from different factions came together to share their knowledge, fostering an environment of intellectual growth and innovation. The arts flourished during this period as well. Artists, musicians, and performers were celebrated and supported by the empire. Cultural festivals and events were held regularly, showcasing the rich heritage and traditions of each faction. These festivals not only provided entertainment but also fostered a sense of unity and pride among the people. The nomads of the plains, known for their storytelling and music, played a significant role in preserving and sharing the oral history of Alesia. The scientific and technological advancements made during the Golden Age were remarkable. Inventors and engineers from different factions collaborated to create new tools and machines that improved the quality of life for all citizens. The nomads of the plains introduced innovative transportation methods, including the development of lightweight, sturdy carriages that could traverse the vast grasslands with ease. The forest clan's herbalists and healers made significant strides in medicine, discovering new remedies and treatments that improved public health. One of the most significant technological advancements was the creation of a network of communication towers, designed and built by the mountain dwellers. These towers, strategically placed across the empire, enabled the rapid transmission of messages using a system of signal fires and mirrors. This communication network allowed for efficient coordination between regions and facilitated the swift dissemination of important information. Despite the prosperity and progress, Selim remained vigilant, knowing that the peace and stability of the empire needed to be carefully maintained. He continued to strengthen the imperial army, ensuring that the empire was protected from external threats. The army, composed of soldiers from all factions, underwent rigorous training and developed a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. The chieftains of each faction played an active role in leading and training their soldiers, fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation. Selim's dedication to justice and fairness was evident in the establishment of a judicial system that upheld the rule of law. Courts were established in every major city, presided over by judges chosen for their wisdom and integrity. These judges, representing different factions, ensured that disputes were resolved fairly and that justice was served. The judicial system provided a sense of security and trust, reinforcing the values of equality and fairness that Selim held dear. As the empire continued to thrive, Selim's reputation as a wise and compassionate ruler spread far and wide. Envoys from neighboring kingdoms and distant lands visited Alesia, seeking alliances and trade agreements. Selim welcomed these envoys with open arms, forging diplomatic relationships that further strengthened the empire's position on the world stage. Alesia became a beacon of hope and a model of unity and prosperity for other nations to emulate. Throughout the Golden Age, Selim remained deeply connected to the people of Alesia. He regularly traveled across the empire, visiting villages, towns, and cities to listen to the concerns and aspirations of his citizens. His presence inspired loyalty and trust, and his genuine care for the well-being of the people endeared him to all. Selim's leadership was characterized by humility, wisdom, and a steadfast commitment to the values of unity and justice. As the years passed, the people of Alesia enjoyed the fruits of their labor and the benefits of a united and prosperous empire. The Golden Age was a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and mutual respect. Under Selim's rule, Alasya had transformed from a land divided by conflict into a shining example of unity and progress. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning was being fulfilled, and the empire of Alasya stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the journey that had brought Alasya to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the resilience and determination of the people of Alasya. The Golden Age was not just a period of prosperity, but a foundation for a future built on the principles of unity, justice, and innovation. Selim knew that the journey was far from over, but with the strength and support of his allies and the unwavering spirit of the people, the empire of Alasya would continue to shine brightly for generations to come. Despite the flourishing prosperity of the Golden Age, the unity and peace of Alasya were not immune to threats. Beneath the surface of this harmonious empire, discontent simmered among certain factions. While Selim and his allies worked tirelessly to maintain stability and progress, there were those who sought power and control through more sinister means. These discontented individuals formed a clandestine group known as the Shadow Rebellion, led by a cunning and ruthless warlord named Varek. Varek, once a respected noble, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Selim and the new order. He believed that the unity of Alasya had come at the cost of his personal influence and wealth. Driven by ambition and a desire for revenge, Varek began to gather like-minded individuals who felt marginalized or wronged by the empire's policies. These individuals included disgruntled nobles, former warlords, and mercenaries who thrived in chaos. The Shadow Rebellion operated in secrecy, using the cover of darkness to carry out their nefarious activities. Varek's followers infiltrated the cities and towns of Alasya, spreading fear and unrest among the population. They engaged in acts of sabotage, disrupting trade routes, destroying infrastructure, and inciting riots. Their goal was to undermine Selim's authority and create an environment of instability that they could exploit. Varek's strategies were as devious as they were effective. He used propaganda to sow seeds of doubt and mistrust among the people, painting Selim and his council as tyrants who sought to suppress individual freedoms. Varek's followers distributed pamphlets and whispered rumors, turning neighbor against neighbor and creating a climate of suspicion. These tactics eroded the unity that Selim had worked so hard to build. As reports of the Shadow Rebellion's activities reached the Citadel of Unity, Selim and his council were faced with a daunting challenge. The empire's peace and stability were under threat, and decisive action was needed to root out the rebellion. Selim knew that the key to defeating Varek lay in addressing the underlying grievances that fueled the rebellion while simultaneously protecting the empire from further harm. Selim convened an emergency council meeting to discuss their strategy. The grand hall of the citadel was filled with tension as the chieftains and advisors debated the best course of action. Some argued for a swift and decisive military response to crush the rebellion, while others advocated for a more measured approach that sought to address the root causes of the discontent. After hours of heated discussion, Selim decided on a multifaceted strategy that balanced both military action and diplomatic efforts. He knew that simply crushing the rebellion would not be enough. They needed to heal the divisions within the empire and restore the people's faith in the government. To this end, Selim dispatched envoys to engage in dialogue with communities affected by the rebellion, listening to their concerns and working to address their grievances. At the same time, Selim strengthened the imperial army, focusing on intelligence and reconnaissance to identify and track the movements of the Shadow Rebellion. He appointed Thane, his trusted warrior and ally, to lead a special task force dedicated to uncovering and dismantling the rebellion's networks. Thane's knowledge of warfare and his unwavering loyalty made him the ideal leader for this mission. Thane's task force consisted of elite soldiers from various factions, each chosen for their unique skills and abilities. Lyra, Selim's childhood friend and skilled archer, joined the task force, bringing her expertise in tracking and reconnaissance. Together, they conducted covert operations to gather intelligence, infiltrate rebel cells, and disrupt their plans. Their efforts yielded valuable information that helped the Empire stay one step ahead of Varek's machinations. Ilara, the healer with a deep connection to the land's magic, played a crucial role in the diplomatic efforts. She traveled to the regions most affected by the rebellion, using her skills in healing and mediation to build bridges and foster understanding. Ilara's presence brought hope and reassurance to the people, reminding them of the values of unity and compassion that Selim championed. As the task force and diplomatic efforts began to make progress, Varek grew increasingly desperate. He escalated his attacks, targeting key infrastructure and attempting to sow chaos in the heart of the Empire. One particularly audacious attack involved a coordinated assault on the communication towers that linked the regions of Alizia. The destruction of these towers threatened to sever the lines of communication and coordination that were vital to the Empire's stability. In response, Selim mobilized the Imperial Army to protect the remaining towers and launched a counteroffensive to reclaim the damaged ones. The battles were fierce, with heavy casualties on both sides. Selim's leadership and strategic acumen were put to the test as he coordinated the defense and repair efforts. Through sheer determination and the resilience of his forces, the communication network was restored, and the rebellion's momentum was halted. The tide began to turn as Thane's task force continued to dismantle the rebellion's operations. They uncovered hidden caches of weapons, intercepted communications, and captured key figures within Varek's ranks. The intelligence gathered from these operations provided crucial insights into Varek's plans and strategies, allowing Selim to anticipate and thwart further attacks. Despite these successes, Selim knew that the threat of the Shadow Rebellion was far from over. Varek remained elusive, and his influence still lingered among certain factions. Selim continued to emphasize the importance of addressing the root causes of the discontent, implementing reforms to ensure that all citizens felt heard and valued. These efforts were aimed at healing the divisions within the Empire and restoring the trust that had been eroded by the rebellion. As the Shadow Rebellion's activities dwindled, Selim and his council focused on rebuilding and fortifying the Empire. The damage caused by the rebellion had left scars, both physical and emotional, on the people of Alizia. Rebuilding efforts were launched to repair infrastructure, support affected communities, and restore the sense of unity that had been threatened. Throughout this tumultuous period, Selim's leadership remained steadfast and compassionate. His unwavering commitment to the principles of unity, justice, and compassion guided the Empire through its darkest hours. The people of Alizia, inspired by Selim's resolve, rallied together to overcome the challenges they faced. The Golden Age had been marred by shadows, but the light of hope and determination continued to shine brightly. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Alizia emerged stronger and more resilient. The lessons learned from this crisis reinforced the importance of vigilance, empathy, and collaboration. Selim and his council continued to work tirelessly to ensure that the empire remained a beacon of unity and prosperity. The journey to build a lasting and harmonious empire was ongoing, but with the strength and support of the people, the future of Alasya looked brighter than ever. In the aftermath of the rising threat from the Shadow Rebellion, Alasya's unity was once again tested. Varek, undeterred by his setbacks, launched an audacious plan to seize control of Lamaria, one of the empire's most strategic and prosperous cities. Lamaria was renowned for its wealth, derived from its position at the crossroads of major trade routes and its rich natural resources. Controlling Lamaria would give Varek a significant foothold in the empire and a crucial advantage in his bid for power. The siege of Lamaria began with a surprise attack orchestrated by Varek and his followers. Under the cover of night, the rebels infiltrated the outskirts of the city, cutting off communication lines and sabotaging key infrastructure. As dawn broke, Lamaria found itself under siege, its defenses caught off guard and its citizens in a state of panic. The city's governor, Lord Thaddeus, quickly mobilized the local garrison to repel the attackers, but the situation was dire. Selim, upon receiving news of the siege, immediately convened an emergency council meeting in the Citadel of Unity. The gravity of the situation was evident on the faces of the council members. Lamaria was not only a key economic hub but also a symbol of the empire's strength and prosperity. Losing the city to Varek would deal a severe blow to morale and undermine the unity that Selim had worked so hard to build. Determined to defend Lamaria and protect the empire, Selim decided to personally lead a relief force to the besieged city. He assembled an elite contingent of soldiers from the imperial army, along with volunteers from various factions. Thane, his trusted warrior, and Lyra, the skilled archer, were among those who accompanied him on this critical mission. The journey to Lamaria was fraught with challenges, as Varek's forces had set up ambushes and obstacles along the way to delay their advance. Despite these obstacles, Selim and his forces pressed on, driven by their unwavering resolve. Along the way, they encountered refugees fleeing the siege, their tales of suffering and desperation further fueling Selim's determination. The relief force offered aid and protection to the refugees, reinforcing the values of compassion and unity that defined Alasya. As they approached Lamaria, the sounds of battle grew louder, and the smoke from burning buildings filled the air. The city was in a state of chaos, with Varek's forces attempting to breach the walls and the defenders valiantly holding their ground. Selim knew that timing was crucial. A well-coordinated counterattack could turn the tide of the battle. Upon reaching the city, Selim's forces launched a swift and decisive assault on the besieging rebels. The clash was intense, with both sides fighting fiercely for control. Selim's presence on the battlefield inspired his troops and bolstered the morale of Lumeria's defenders. His leadership and strategic acumen were evident as he directed the counteroffensive, coordinating with Lord Thaddeus and the city's garrison to repel the attackers. Thane and Lyra played pivotal roles in the battle. Thane's unmatched strength and combat prowess made him a formidable force on the front lines, while Lyra's precision and agility allowed her to pick off key targets from a distance. Their combined efforts, along with the bravery of the soldiers and defenders, gradually pushed back Varek's forces. The turning point came when Selim and his elite guard managed to breach Varek's command center, a heavily fortified position within the rebel lines. In a fierce confrontation, Selim faced Varek's lieutenants, skilled and ruthless fighters who had been loyal to Varek since the rebellion's inception. The battle was brutal and exhausting, but Selim's determination and the support of his allies saw him through. With the fall of Varek's command center, the rebel forces began to falter. The loss of their leaders and the relentless assault from Selim's forces broke their resolve. One by one, the rebels retreated, their morale shattered and their plans in disarray. The defenders of Lamaria, emboldened by the turning tide, launched their own counterattacks, driving the remaining rebels out of the city. As the last of the rebel forces were routed, Lamaria was finally freed from the siege. The city's streets, once filled with fear and chaos, were now scenes of relief and jubilation. The citizens of Lamaria hailed Selim and his companions as heroes, grateful for their timely intervention and the restoration of peace. The victory at Lamaria was a significant turning point in the struggle against the Shadow Rebellion. It demonstrated the strength and resilience of the empire and reinforced the bonds of unity among the factions. However, the siege had left its mark on the city, with significant damage to infrastructure and many lives lost. Rebuilding Lamaria would require time, resources, and the collective effort of the entire empire. In the aftermath of the siege, Selim turned his attention to healing the wounds inflicted by the conflict. He worked closely with Lord Thaddeus and the council to coordinate relief efforts, ensuring that the city's needs were met and that the people received the support they required. The rebuilding of Lamaria became a symbol of resilience and determination, a testament to the empire's ability to overcome adversity. Selim also recognized the importance of addressing the underlying issues that had given rise to the rebellion. He initiated a series of reforms aimed at promoting transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in governance. These reforms included measures to improve communication between the central government and the regions, to ensure that the voices of all citizens were heard and that their concerns were addressed. The aftermath of the siege also brought to light the critical need for a more robust and reliable communication network. The destruction of the communication towers had underscored the vulnerability of the empire's infrastructure. In response, Selim commissioned the construction of a new and improved network of communication towers, designed to be more resilient and secure. This network would facilitate better coordination and information sharing across the empire, enhancing its ability to respond to future threats. Despite the victory at Lamaria, Selim knew that the threat of the Shadow Rebellion was far from over. Varek had escaped the battle, and his whereabouts remained unknown. The rebellion's influence still lingered, and the potential for future attacks could not be ignored. Selim continued to work closely with his council and military leaders to strengthen the empire's defenses and to root out any remaining rebel cells. As the people of Alizia rallied together to rebuild and fortify their empire, a renewed sense of hope and determination filled the air. The siege of Lamaria had tested their resolve, but it had also shown the strength and resilience of a united Alizia. Selim's leadership, characterized by compassion, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to justice, continued to inspire and guide the people towards a future of peace and prosperity. The golden age of Alizia, though momentarily marred by the shadows of rebellion, endured. The lessons learned from the siege and the ongoing struggle against Varek served as a reminder of the importance of vigilance, empathy, and collaboration. The journey to build a lasting and harmonious empire was ongoing, but with the strength and support of the people, the future of Alizia looked brighter than ever. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning continued to unfold, and the empire of Alizia stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. With the empire recovering from the siege of Lamaria, Selim's attention turned to a new and mysterious challenge. Whispers of ancient relics that held immense power had reached the Citadel of Unity. These relics, said to be remnants of a long-forgotten civilization, were rumored to possess the ability to change the course of destiny. The relics had been hidden in remote and dangerous locations across Alizia, protected by powerful enchantments and guarded by the forces of nature. The sages of the moon, guardians of the ancient knowledge, had long known about the existence of these relics. The sages believed that the relics were keys to unlocking the full potential of Alizia, capable of bringing great prosperity or, if misused, catastrophic destruction. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning mentioned these relics, hinting at their importance in the empire's future. The time had come to uncover these powerful artifacts and ensure they were used for the greater good. Selim knew that the journey to find the relics would be perilous and that he would need his most trusted companions by his side. He gathered Thane, Lyra, and Alara, along with a select group of elite soldiers and scholars, to embark on the quest. The journey would take them across the diverse and treacherous landscapes of Alizia, from scorching deserts to frozen tundras, from dense forests to towering mountains. Their first destination was the Desert of the Sun, home to the Tribe of the Sun and the location of the first relic. The relic, known as the Orb of Radiance, was said to be hidden deep within the desert's vast expanse. According to the legends, the orb possessed the power to harness the energy of the sun, providing limitless light and warmth. The journey through the desert was grueling, with scorching temperatures during the day and freezing cold at night. Guided by Orin, the chieftain of the Tribe of the Sun, Selim and his companions navigated the harsh terrain, relying on their knowledge of survival and the desert's natural resources. Along the way, they encountered sandstorms, venomous creatures, and treacherous quicksand. Despite the challenges, their determination never wavered. After days of relentless travel, they reached an ancient temple buried beneath the shifting sands. The temple, a relic of the lost civilization, was adorned with intricate carvings and symbols that told the story of the orb's creation. The entrance was guarded by powerful enchantments, designed to keep intruders at bay. Ilara, with her deep understanding of magic, worked to decipher the symbols and unlock the enchantments. With patience and skill, she managed to break the seals, allowing the group to enter the temple. Inside, they faced a series of trials designed to test their resolve and unity. These trials ranged from solving complex puzzles to navigating treacherous traps. Each challenge required the combined efforts of Selim and his companions, drawing on their unique strengths and abilities. Through their unwavering teamwork, they overcame the trials and reached the inner sanctum, where the Orb of Radiance lay protected by a powerful guardian. The guardian, a colossal stone golem, was animated by ancient magic and fiercely protective of the orb. The battle that ensued was intense, with Selim and Thane engaging the golem in close combat while Lyra and Alara provided support from a distance. The golem's immense strength and resilience made it a formidable opponent, but the group's coordinated efforts eventually brought it down. With the Guardian defeated, Selim claimed the Orb of Radiance, feeling its warmth and energy coursing through him. Their next destination was the frozen tundra, where the second relic, the Crystal of Clarity, was said to be hidden. This crystal was believed to grant unparalleled wisdom and foresight, allowing its wielder to see through deception and understand the true nature of things. The journey to the tundra was equally challenging, with the group braving freezing temperatures, blizzards, and treacherous ice fields. The mountain dwellers, led by the stoic chieftain Draven, provided guidance and support as Selim and his companions navigated the icy landscape. The path to the crystal's resting place took them through ancient caves filled with shimmering ice formations and hidden dangers. The caves, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, were guarded by fierce ice elementals and traps designed to deter intruders. As they ventured deeper into the caves, Selim and his companions faced a series of mental and physical challenges that tested their endurance and resourcefulness. They had to solve intricate riddles, navigate through maze-like passages, and confront their deepest fears. Each trial brought them closer together, strengthening their bonds and reinforcing their commitment to their quest. Eventually, they reached a grand ice chamber where the crystal of clarity was enshrined. The crystal's brilliant glow illuminated the chamber, casting an ethereal light on the ice-covered walls. To claim the crystal, Selim had to prove his wisdom and clarity of mind. The chamber's guardian, a wise and ancient ice spirit, presented Selim with a series of philosophical questions and dilemmas, testing his understanding of truth and justice through careful contemplation and introspection. Selim successfully answered the spirit's questions, demonstrating his wisdom and integrity. The spirit, satisfied with Selim's responses, bestowed the crystal of clarity upon him. The crystal's power filled Selim's mind with newfound insight and understanding, further guiding him on his quest. The third and final relic, the Heart of Harmony, was hidden in the Forest of Whispers. This relic, a gem of unparalleled beauty, was said to harmonize the energies of the land, promoting peace and balance. The journey to the forest was filled with its own set of challenges, as the dense foliage and winding paths made navigation difficult. The forest clan, led by the wise and compassionate Alara, assisted Selim and his companions as they ventured into the heart of the forest. The Forest of Whispers was a place of mystery and magic, where ancient trees towered above and the whispers of the spirits filled the air. The path to the relic's resting place took the group through enchanted groves and hidden clearings, each filled with unique flora and fauna. Along the way, they encountered mischievous forest spirits, sentient plants, and magical creatures that tested their resolve and understanding of nature. To reach the Heart of Harmony, Selim and his companions had to demonstrate their respect for the natural world and their ability to work in harmony with its inhabitants. Ilara's deep connection to the forest proved invaluable as she guided the group through a series of trials that required them to communicate with the spirits, heal the land, and restore balance to disrupted ecosystems. Their journey culminated in a sacred grove, where the Heart of Harmony was enshrined within an ancient tree. The tree, a living testament to the forest's magic, radiated a soothing energy that filled the grove with tranquility. To claim the relic, Selim had to perform a ritual of harmony, aligning his energy with that of the forest. Guided by Ilara, Selim successfully completed the ritual, and the tree's guardian spirit bestowed the Heart of Harmony upon him. With all three relics in their possession, Selim and his companions returned to the Citadel of Unity. The relics' combined power brought new hope and energy to the empire, their influence promoting prosperity, wisdom, and harmony. The journey to find the relics had strengthened the bonds between Selim and his companions, reinforcing their commitment to the values of unity and justice. As Selim stood in the grand hall of the citadel, surrounded by his loyal friends and allies, he reflected on the journey they had undertaken. The relics, symbols of the ancient prophecy, had played a crucial role in guiding them towards a brighter future. With their power, Selim knew that the empire of Alazia would continue to thrive and inspire generations to come. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning continued to unfold, and the empire of Alazia stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for all. The journey to build a lasting and harmonious empire was ongoing, but with the strength and support of the people, the future of Alazia looked brighter than ever. While Selim and his companions were on their quest to find the ancient relics, Varric seized the opportunity to consolidate his power. The Shadow Rebellion, though weakened by their previous defeats, remained a formidable threat. Varric, a master of manipulation and strategy, used the lull in the empire's defenses to rally his followers and strengthen his influence. His ultimate goal was to overthrow Selim and seize control of Alizia. Varek's base of operations was a hidden fortress located in the treacherous mountains on the outskirts of the empire. This fortress, known as Shadow Hold, was a bastion of darkness and secrecy. Its labyrinthine passages and hidden chambers were filled with loyal followers, all driven by a desire for power and revenge. Varek's leadership was marked by cunning and ruthlessness, traits that had earned him both fear and loyalty among his ranks. As Varek plotted his next move, he focused on exploiting the weaknesses within the empire. He knew that the recent conflicts and the quest for the relics had strained the resources and morale of Alizia. Varek's agents infiltrated key cities and towns, spreading rumors and sowing discord. They manipulated local leaders, bribing some and blackmailing others, to create divisions and weaken the unity that Selim had worked so hard to build. Varek's propaganda painted a bleak picture of Selim's rule, portraying him as a tyrant who had betrayed the people and their traditions. This insidious campaign of misinformation began to take root, especially among those who felt marginalized or neglected by the central government. Varek's agents organized secret meetings and gatherings, where they incited anger and resentment, promising a return to a time of autonomy and power for the factions. Despite the growing unrest, Selim remained focused on his duties as emperor. He continued to implement reforms and strengthen the empire's infrastructure, unaware of the extent of Varek's machinations. However, as reports of unrest and rebellion began to reach the Citadel of Unity, Selim realized that a new threat was rising. He called upon Thane, Lyra, and Alara to join him in addressing the growing crisis. The first signs of open rebellion emerged in the city of Mirith, a bustling trade hub known for its strategic importance and diverse population. Varek's agents had successfully infiltrated the city's leadership, turning key figures against the empire. Protests and riots erupted in the streets, with rebels clashing with imperial forces. The chaos threatened to destabilize the entire region, and Selim knew that swift action was needed to restore order. Selim and his companions traveled to Mirith, determined to quell the rebellion and uncover the root of the unrest. As they entered the city, they were met with scenes of destruction and turmoil. Shops and homes were ablaze, and the streets were filled with the sounds of battle. The city's garrison, though loyal to Selim, was struggling to contain the violence. Working tirelessly, Selim and his companions moved through the city, rallying the imperial forces and reaching out to the citizens. Thane's strength and combat prowess were instrumental in defending key locations, while Lyra's sharp eyes and quick reflexes allowed her to identify and neutralize rebel leaders. Alara's healing abilities brought relief to the wounded, and her calming presence helped to de-escalate tensions. As they fought to restore order, Selim began to piece together the extent of Varek's influence. He discovered that the rebellion in Mirith was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger, coordinated effort to destabilize the empire. Varek's agents had been working behind the scenes for months, carefully orchestrating the chaos and preparing for a full-scale uprising. Determined to root out the rebellion, Selim ordered a thorough investigation into Varek's network. His spies and informants worked tirelessly to uncover the identities of Varek's agents and their plans. The investigation revealed a web of intrigue and deception that extended far beyond Mirith, reaching into the highest levels of the empire's governance. Armed with this knowledge, Selim devised a plan to dismantle Varek's network and cut off his support. He launched a series of targeted operations, led by Thane and Lyra, to capture key rebel leaders and disrupt their activities. These operations required precision and coordination, As the rebels were deeply entrenched and highly skilled in evasion, one of the most critical missions involved infiltrating Shadowhold itself. Selim knew that to defeat Varek, they needed to strike at the heart of his power. He entrusted this mission to Thane, Lyra, and a select group of elite soldiers. The journey to Shadowhold was perilous, with the group navigating treacherous mountain paths and avoiding rebel patrols. Upon reaching Shadowhold, Thane and Lyra led a daring infiltration, using their skills and knowledge of warfare to penetrate the fortress's defenses. Inside, they encountered fierce resistance, as Varek's loyal followers fought to protect their stronghold. The battle was intense and grueling, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. As Thane and Lyra fought their way through the fortress, they uncovered crucial information about Varek's plans. They discovered documents and maps detailing the locations of hidden rebel cells, supply routes, and future targets. This intelligence was a significant breakthrough, providing Selim with the information needed to dismantle the rebellion systematically. While Thane and Lyra focused on the military aspect of the mission, Ilara continued her diplomatic efforts to heal the divisions within the empire. She traveled to regions affected by the rebellion, meeting with local leaders and communities to address their grievances and concerns. Ilara's presence brought hope and reassurance, demonstrating the Empire's commitment to justice and unity. Despite the progress made in uncovering and dismantling the rebellion, Varek remained elusive. He had anticipated the Empire's response and had taken measures to ensure his survival. As the Shadow Rebellion's activities dwindled, Varek went into hiding, continuing to plot and scheme from the shadows. Selim knew that the threat of Varek and the Shadow Rebellion could not be entirely eradicated. However, the knowledge gained from the infiltration of Shadowhold and the continued efforts to address the underlying issues within the Empire provided a path forward. The journey to achieve lasting peace and stability was ongoing, but Selim remained determined to protect and strengthen Alizia. As the Empire worked to rebuild and heal from the scars of the rebellion, a renewed sense of unity and purpose emerged. The people of Alizia, inspired by Selim's leadership and the efforts of his loyal companions, rallied together to overcome the challenges they faced. The rise of Varek had tested their resolve, but it had also reinforced the values of vigilance, empathy, and collaboration. With the ancient relics in their possession and the lessons learned from the struggle against Varek, Selim and his council continued to guide the Empire towards a brighter future. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning continued to unfold, and the Empire of Alizia stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. The journey to build a lasting and harmonious empire was ongoing, but with the strength and support of the people, the future of Alizia looked brighter than ever. The intelligence gathered from the infiltration of Shadowhold revealed that Varek was preparing for a final, all-out assault on Elysium, the capital of the Empire. This bold and desperate move aimed to seize control of the heart of Alizia and overthrow Emperor Selim. Varek's plan was to strike swiftly and decisively, leveraging the element of surprise and the remnants of his loyal forces to achieve a decisive victory. Selim, armed with the knowledge of Varek's intentions, began to fortify Elysium in preparation for the impending battle. The city's defenses were reinforced, and the Imperial army, bolstered by loyal soldiers from the various factions, stood ready to defend their home. Selim knew that this battle would be the ultimate test of their unity and strength, and he was determined to protect the Empire at all costs. The citizens of Elysium were evacuated to safer areas, and those who remained were mobilized to support the defense effort. The streets and buildings were fortified, creating a network of defensive positions that would hinder the enemy's advance. The Citadel of Unity, already a symbol of the Empire's strength, became the focal point of the city's defenses, with its high walls and strategic vantage points. As Varek's forces approached Elysium, the tension in the city grew palpable. The imperial army, led by Selim and his trusted companions, took their positions, ready to face the impending assault. Thane, with his unmatched strength and combat prowess, was stationed at the front lines, where the fighting would be most intense. Lyra, the skilled archer, took up a position on the city's walls, ready to provide cover and precision strikes. Ilara, the healer, was positioned near the citadel, prepared to tend to the wounded and provide magical support. The battle began at dawn, with Varek's forces launching a coordinated assault from multiple directions. The clash of steel and the roar of battle filled the air as the defenders of Elysium engaged the enemy. Varek's strategy was to overwhelm the city's defenses with sheer numbers and relentless aggression. His forces, though smaller than the imperial army, fought with a ferocity and desperation that made them formidable opponents. Selim's leadership and strategic acumen were put to the test as he directed the defense of the city. He moved swiftly between positions, rallying his troops and adapting to the changing dynamics of the battle. His presence on the battlefield inspired the defenders and instilled a sense of determination and resolve. Despite the relentless assault, the imperial army held their ground, repelling wave after wave of attackers. The turning point of the battle came when Varek himself led a charge against the Citadel of Unity. His goal was to breach the citadel's defenses and confront Selim directly, believing that the fall of the citadel would demoralize the defenders and secure his victory. Varek, a formidable warrior and tactician, fought with ruthless precision, cutting a path through the defenders with his elite guard Selim, recognizing the gravity of the situation, confronted Varek at the gates of the citadel. The two leaders, each representing the hopes and dreams of their respective sides, clashed in a duel that would determine the fate of Elysia. The battle between Selim and Varek was intense and brutal, with both warriors displaying exceptional skill and tenacity. As they fought, the sounds of the larger battle raged around them. Thane, Lyra, and Ilara continued to lead the defense efforts, ensuring that the citadel's defenses held firm. Thane's strength and combat prowess proved invaluable in holding the front lines, while Lyra's precision strikes from the walls took down key targets, disrupting the enemy's advance. Ilara's healing and magical support kept the defenders fighting and brought relief to the wounded. Despite Varek's strength and cunning, Selim's resolve and determination proved to be stronger. Drawing on the power of the ancient relics, the Orb of Radiance, the Crystal of Clarity, and the Heart of Harmony, Selim gained the upper hand. The relics, symbols of the prophecy and the unity of Elysia, empowered Selim with unparalleled energy and clarity. In a final, decisive move, Selim disarmed Varek and brought him to his knees. The sight of their leader's defeat demoralized Varek's forces, and they began to retreat. The defenders of Elysium, emboldened by the victory, pressed their advantage, driving the remaining rebels out of the city. The Battle of Elysium, though fierce and costly, ended in a resounding victory for the Empire. With the battle won, Selim ordered the immediate capture and imprisonment of Varek and his remaining followers. The rebel leader, once a formidable threat, was now a prisoner, awaiting justice for his crimes against the Empire. The capture of Varek marked the end of the Shadow Rebellion and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability for Elysia. The aftermath of the battle was a time of reflection and rebuilding. Elysium, though scarred by the conflict, stood resilient and proud. The citizens who had fought and endured the siege worked together to repair the damage and restore the city's vitality. The sense of unity and determination that had defined the battle continued to guide the people as they looked to the future. Selim, Thane, Lyra, and Alara, along with the council and the leaders of the various factions, convened to discuss the path forward. The victory at Elysium had reinforced the importance of unity, vigilance, and compassion. The lessons learned from the struggle against Varrock would shape the policies and decisions of the Empire for years to come. One of the key decisions made in the aftermath of the battle was the establishment of a new order of guardians, known as the Sentinels of Alesia. This order, composed of elite warriors, scholars, and healers, would be dedicated to protecting the Empire and upholding the values of unity and justice. The Sentinels would serve as both defenders and ambassadors, ensuring that the legacy of the Battle of Elysium lived on. The ancient relics, which had played a crucial role in the victory, were enshrined in the Citadel of Unity, their power a symbol of the prophecy and the enduring strength of Alesia. These relics would continue to guide and inspire the people, reminding them of the importance of working together to build a better future. As the Empire healed and rebuilt, Selim's reputation as a wise and compassionate ruler continued to grow. His leadership, characterized by humility, integrity, and a deep commitment to justice, inspired loyalty and trust among the people. The Battle of Elysium had tested his resolve and leadership, and he had emerged stronger, ready to guide the Empire towards a new era of prosperity and harmony. The culmination of Varrock's machinations and the Shadow Rebellion's final gambit came to a head at the gates of Elysium, the heart of the Empire and Selim's seat of power. The Battle of Elysium was destined to be the largest and most decisive conflict in the history of Alesia. Varrock, determined to overthrow Selim and claim the Empire for himself, had gathered the remnants of his forces for one last, all-out assault on the capital. In the days leading up to the battle, Elysium was a city bracing for war. The streets were filled with soldiers and citizens preparing for the imminent clash. The city's defenses were fortified, and every able-bodied person was enlisted to help in any way they could. The mood was a mixture of anxiety and resolve, as the people of Elysium understood the gravity of the situation. Selim and his council worked tirelessly to coordinate the city's defense. They knew that Varrock's forces were numerous and well organized, but they also had the advantage of home turf and the determination of a united people. The Imperial Army, bolstered by the elite soldiers who had fought alongside Selim on countless missions, stood ready to defend the capital. The battle began at dawn, as Varrock's army approached the city walls. The sounds of war drums and the clashing of weapons filled the air, creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. The rebels launched a series of initial assaults, testing the city's defenses and seeking weaknesses to exploit. Selim, Thane, Lyra, and Alara each took up key positions, coordinating the defense and rallying the troops. Thane, with his unmatched strength and combat prowess, led the front lines, inspiring his soldiers with his bravery and determination. His presence on the battlefield was a beacon of hope, and his skill with a sword was unrivaled. Lyra, perched on the city's walls, used her keen eyesight and deadly accuracy to pick off key targets and disrupt the rebel forces' coordination. Her arrows flew true, taking down enemy commanders and sowing chaos among the ranks. Alara, with her deep connection to the land's magic, provided vital support to the defenders. Her healing abilities were indispensable, as she moved through the battlefield, tending to the wounded and using her magic to bolster the city's defenses. Her calm and compassionate presence was a source of comfort to those fighting and a reminder of the values they were defending. Selim, as the leader and strategist, moved between the different fronts, offering guidance and support wherever it was needed. His tactical acumen and ability to inspire his troops were critical in maintaining the city's defense. He knew that the key to victory lay not only in repelling the enemy but also in maintaining the morale and unity of his forces. The battle raged on for hours, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Varek's forces, driven by desperation and ambition, fought with fierce determination. The rebels launched wave after wave of assaults, seeking to breach the city's walls and overwhelm the defenders. The Imperial army, however, held firm, repelling each attack with resilience and tenacity. The judicial system, which had been instrumental in upholding the rule of law, was further strengthened. Courts were established in every major city, and judges were selected for their wisdom, integrity, and impartiality. These courts provided a forum for resolving disputes and ensuring that justice was served, reinforcing the values of fairness and equality that defined Alasea. The Imperial army, which had played a crucial role in defending the empire, was also restructured and strengthened. Selim and his military advisors recognized the need for a well-trained and versatile force that could respond to any threat, both internal and external. The army was divided into specialized units, each with its own unique capabilities. These units included the elite vanguard, known for their prowess in direct combat, the Rangers, experts in reconnaissance and guerrilla tactics, and the Guardians, dedicated to protecting key locations and infrastructure. Training and discipline were emphasized, with regular drills and exercises to ensure that the soldiers were always prepared. The diversity of the Imperial army, with soldiers drawn from all factions, fostered a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. This unity was further reinforced by shared values and a common purpose. The defense and prosperity of Alasea. As the empire continued to rebuild and grow, Selim's vision of a united and harmonious Alasea took on new dimensions. The cultural exchanges and celebrations that had become a hallmark of the Golden Age were expanded. Festivals celebrating the unique traditions and heritage of each faction were held regularly, providing opportunities for the people to come together and share their stories. One of the most significant cultural initiatives was the creation of the Great Library of Elysium. This grand repository of knowledge, located in the heart of the capital, was dedicated to preserving and sharing the wisdom and history of Alasea. Scholars, historians, and artists from across the empire contributed to the library's vast collection, which included ancient texts, scientific treatises, literary works, and artistic masterpieces. The Great Library became a center of learning and innovation, attracting scholars and researchers from distant lands. It also served as a testament to the empire's commitment to knowledge and enlightenment. Selim believed that an informed and educated populace was essential for the continued growth and stability of Alasea. The library's doors were open to all, ensuring that every citizen had access to the wealth of knowledge within. In addition to the cultural and educational initiatives, Selim also focused on improving the living conditions of the people. Infrastructure projects, such as the construction of new roads, bridges, and aqueducts, continued to enhance the connectivity and functionality of the empire. The introduction of advanced agricultural techniques, combined with the fertile lands of Alasea, ensured a steady supply of food and resources. Selim's efforts to promote economic growth and trade bore fruit, with bustling markets and thriving commerce becoming a common sight in the cities and towns of Alasea. The river people played a crucial role in facilitating trade, using their navigational expertise to transport goods and resources along the empire's waterways. Trade agreements with neighboring kingdoms and distant lands further boosted the economy, bringing prosperity and opportunities to the people. The empire of Alizia, now stronger and more united than ever, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration. The prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning had come to fruition, and the vision of a prosperous and harmonious empire was a reality. The journey to achieve this vision had been filled with challenges and sacrifices, but the resilience and determination of the people had prevailed as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land. Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the journey that had brought Alizia to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and unity of the empire. The new dawn of Alizia was not just a period of recovery and renewal but a foundation for a future built on the principles of unity, justice, and compassion. The story of Selim and the empire of Alizia was far from over. The lessons learned and the bonds forged through their shared journey would continue to guide them as they faced new challenges and opportunities. The vision of a united and prosperous Alizia would endure, inspiring generations to come to uphold the values of unity, justice, and compassion that defined their great empire. The new dawn was not just the beginning of a new chapter in the history of Alizia, but a continuation of the legacy that Selim and his companions had built. It was a testament to the power of unity and the strength of the human spirit. The empire of Alizia stood as a shining example of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. And so, under the leadership of Selim and the unwavering support of his loyal companions and the people of Alizia, the empire continued to thrive, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought a brighter future. The journey of Alizia, guided by the prophecy and the values that had shaped it, was a story of resilience, unity, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The new dawn was a promise of the greatness yet to come, and the legacy of the empire of Alizia would live on, inspiring generations for years to come. The empire of Alizia had emerged from the trials of conflict and chaos, blossoming into a beacon of hope and harmony under Selim's wise and compassionate rule. However, the journey of Alizia was far from over. As the empire continued to thrive, new challenges and opportunities arose, calling for continued vigilance and innovation. Selim's leadership was characterized by a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things within the empire. He knew that true prosperity could only be achieved through the continual nurturing of relationships, both within and beyond Alizia's borders. As such, Selim placed a renewed emphasis on diplomatic relations, seeking to forge alliances and friendships with neighboring kingdoms and distant lands. One of the first diplomatic missions undertaken during this new era was to the Kingdom of Amora, a powerful realm known for its advancements in technology and art. Selim recognized the potential for mutual benefit through collaboration and cultural exchange. He personally led the delegation, accompanied by his trusted companions Thane, Lyra, and Ilara. Their journey to Amora was filled with anticipation and hope for a fruitful partnership. Upon arriving in the grand capital of Amora, Selim and his delegation were welcomed with great ceremony. The Kingdom of Amora, renowned for its architectural marvels and vibrant culture, left a lasting impression on the visitors from Alizia. The Amoran king, King Orion, was a wise and forward-thinking ruler who shared Selim's vision of unity and progress. The diplomatic talks between Selim and King Orion were marked by mutual respect and a genuine desire to learn from one another. They discussed various topics, from advancements in technology and infrastructure to the importance of cultural preservation and environmental stewardship. The dialogue between the two leaders laid the groundwork for a series of collaborative projects that would benefit both realms. One of the most significant outcomes of the diplomatic mission was the establishment of the Alazia-Amora Cultural Exchange Program. This initiative aimed to promote understanding and appreciation of each other's cultures through the exchange of scholars, artists, and students. The Great Library of Elysium and Amora's renowned Academy of Arts and Sciences became the centers of this exchange, hosting exhibitions, lectures, and collaborative research projects. The Cultural Exchange Program fostered a sense of kinship and collaboration between the people of Alazia and Amora. Scholars and inventors from both realms worked together to develop new technologies and innovations that improved the quality of life for all. Artists and performers shared their unique traditions and artistic expressions, enriching the cultural landscape of both empires. Inspired by the success of the partnership with Amora, Selim sought to build similar relationships with other neighboring kingdoms. The Kingdom of Valoria, known for its formidable warriors and strategic military prowess, was another key ally. Diplomatic talks with Valoria led to the formation of a mutual defense pact, ensuring the security and stability of the region. The exchange of military knowledge and tactics further strengthened the imperial army, making Alazia and its allies a force to be reckoned with. As Alazia's influence and reputation grew, so did its responsibilities. Selim and his council recognized the importance of addressing global challenges, such as environmental conservation and sustainable development. Alazia took a leading role in these efforts, pioneering initiatives to protect natural resources, promote renewable energy, and ensure the well-being of future generations. Alara, with her deep connection to nature and expertise in healing, played a crucial role in these environmental initiatives. She led a series of conservation projects aimed at preserving Alazia's diverse ecosystems, from the lush forests to the arid deserts. These projects included reforestation efforts, wildlife protection programs, and sustainable farming practices that balanced the needs of the people with the health of the environment. The success of Alazia's environmental initiatives inspired other realms to adopt similar practices. The empire became a model of sustainability and environmental stewardship, demonstrating that progress and prosperity could be achieved in harmony with nature. The collective efforts of the people of Alazia and their allies ensured that the natural beauty and resources of the land would be preserved for future generations. As the years passed, the legacy of unity and prosperity that Selim had built continued to flourish. The empire's advancements in education, technology, and culture set new standards for excellence, and the values of justice and compassion remained at the core of Alazia's identity. The people of Alazia, united by a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good, looked to the future with hope and determination. Selim, now an elder statesman, continued to lead with wisdom and humility. He mentored the next generation of leaders, passing on the lessons he had learned and the values he held dear. The council, composed of representatives from all factions, worked collaboratively to address the evolving needs of the empire. This inclusive and democratic approach to governance ensured that every voice was heard and that decisions were made for the benefit of all. The ancient prophecy that had guided Selim from the beginning had been fulfilled, and its legacy endured through the continued prosperity and harmony of the empire. The relics, the orb of radiance, the crystal of clarity, and the heart of harmony remained symbols of the empire's values and aspirations. They were carefully guarded and revered, their power continuing to bless the land and its people. As Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, gazing out over the vibrant and thriving city of Elysium, he reflected on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and unity of the empire. The legacy of Alasya was one of resilience, collaboration, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The story of Selim and the empire of Alasya would be remembered for generations to come, inspiring future leaders and citizens to uphold the values of unity, justice, and compassion. The journey of Alasya, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story of triumph and hope. The legacy of the empire of Alasya would live on, a shining example of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. And so, under the wise and compassionate leadership of Selim and the unwavering support of his loyal companions and the people of Alasya, the empire continued to thrive, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought a brighter future. The journey of Alasya, guided by the prophecy and the values that had shaped it, was a story of resilience, unity, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The new dawn was not just the beginning of a new chapter in the history of Alasya, but a continuation of the legacy that Selim and his companions had built. It was a promise of the greatness yet to come, and the legacy of the empire of Alasya would live on, inspiring generations for years to come. The empire of Alasya, having weathered storms of conflict and emerged as a beacon of unity, now turned its eyes toward the horizon of the future. The vibrant tapestry of the empire, woven with the threads of diverse cultures and traditions, was fertile ground for innovation and progress. Selim, with his ever-present commitment to the greater good, encouraged an era of creativity and exploration. Under Selim's guidance, the great library of Elysium became a hub of intellectual activity. Scholars, scientists, and inventors flocked to the library, eager to share their ideas and collaborate on groundbreaking projects. This period, known as the Age of Enlightenment, saw remarkable advancements in various fields, from engineering and medicine to the arts and humanities. One of the most significant developments during this time was the invention of the crystal engine, a revolutionary source of clean and sustainable energy. This invention was the brainchild of a brilliant inventor named Öğren, who had dedicated his life to exploring the potential of the ancient relics. Inspired by the power of the crystal of clarity, Öğren designed a system that harnessed the crystal's energy to generate electricity without depleting natural resources. The crystal engine was a marvel of engineering, capable of powering entire cities and transforming the way people lived and worked. Its introduction marked the beginning of a new era of industrial and technological progress in Alasya. Factories, workshops, and homes were equipped with this new source of energy, leading to increased productivity and improved quality of life. The crystal engine also had a profound impact on transportation, with the development of electric vehicles and trains that connected the empire's regions more efficiently. The success of the crystal engine inspired further innovations in various fields. The medical community, guided by the healing wisdom of Alara and her fellow healers, made significant strides in understanding and treating diseases. New surgical techniques, advanced diagnostic tools, and innovative treatments were developed, resulting in improved public health and increased life expectancy. The collaborative efforts of healers from different factions ensured that these advancements were accessible to all citizens, regardless of their background. The arts and humanities flourished as well, with the establishment of the Academy of Arts in Elysium. This institution, dedicated to the study and promotion of literature, music, visual arts, and performing arts, became a cultural epicenter. Artists from across the empire and beyond came to the academy to hone their craft, share their work, and draw inspiration from one another. The Academy's exhibitions, performances, and publications enriched the cultural fabric of Alesia, celebrating the diversity and creativity of its people. Education remained a cornerstone of Selim's vision for the future. Schools and academies across the empire were equipped with the latest resources and teaching methods, ensuring that every child had access to quality education. The curriculum was designed to foster critical thinking, creativity, and a sense of social responsibility. Special emphasis was placed on history and cultural studies, helping students understand and appreciate the rich heritage of Alesia. The agricultural sector also experienced a renaissance, thanks to advancements in farming techniques and technology. The introduction of automated irrigation systems, climate-controlled greenhouses, and genetically enhanced crops led to increased yields and improved food security. These innovations were shared with neighboring kingdoms through collaborative agricultural programs, promoting regional stability and prosperity. One of the most ambitious projects undertaken during this era was the construction of the Sky Bridge, a monumental feat of engineering that connected the island of Ethoria to the mainland. Ethoria, known for its breathtaking landscapes and rich mineral resources, had long been isolated by the turbulent waters of the Azure Sea. The Sky Bridge, an elevated roadway suspended above the sea, provided a direct and safe route between the island and the mainland, facilitating trade and cultural exchange. The construction of the Sky Bridge was a testament to the collaborative spirit of the empire. Engineers, architects, and laborers from various factions came together to design and build this marvel of modern engineering. The project faced numerous challenges, from treacherous weather conditions to complex structural demands, but the determination and ingenuity of the team prevailed. The completion of the Sky Bridge was celebrated with great fanfare, symbolizing the empire's ability to overcome obstacles and achieve greatness through unity. As the Age of Enlightenment progressed, the empire's influence continued to expand. Diplomatic missions, cultural exchanges, and trade agreements strengthened relationships with neighboring realms and distant lands. The reputation of Alesia as a center of innovation, culture, and prosperity attracted visitors from far and wide, eager to learn from and collaborate with the empire. Selim's leadership during this time was marked by a deep commitment to the principles that had guided him from the beginning. He remained a humble and accessible leader, always ready to listen to the concerns and aspirations of his people. His ability to inspire and unite was unparalleled, and his vision of a united and prosperous Alesia continued to guide the empire's progress. The empire's advancements were not limited to the material realm. The spiritual and philosophical dimensions of life in Alesia also flourished. The sages of the moon, guardians of the ancient prophecy, played a pivotal role in guiding the spiritual and moral development of the people. Their teachings emphasized the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of harmony between humanity and nature. The Temple of the Celestial Eagle, located in the Serene Mountains, became a place of pilgrimage and contemplation. Citizens from all walks of life came to the temple to seek guidance, meditate, and reflect on their place in the world. The temple's teachings inspired a sense of inner peace and purpose, helping individuals find balance and fulfillment in their lives. As the empire continued to thrive, Selim began to contemplate his legacy. He knew that the future of Alesia depended on the continued commitment to the values of unity, justice, and compassion. To ensure that these values endured, Selim established the Council of Elders, a governing body composed of wise and respected leaders from each faction. This council was entrusted with the responsibility of preserving the empire's principles and guiding future generations. the establishment of the Council of Elders marked a significant milestone in the evolution of Alesia's governance. The Council, with its diverse perspectives and collective wisdom, ensured that decisions were made with the best interests of all citizens in mind. Selim's role as emperor evolved into that of a mentor and advisor, guiding the council and providing support as needed. The legacy of unity that Selim had built was evident in every aspect of life in Alesia. The empire's advancements in technology, medicine, culture, and education had transformed it into a beacon of hope and inspiration. The values that had guided Selim from the beginning, unity, justice, and compassion, remained at the heart of the empire's identity, shaping its path forward. As Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, watching the sun rise over the horizon, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The journey of Alesia had been marked by challenges and triumphs, but the resilience and determination of its people had prevailed. The empire, now stronger and more united than ever, was a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of humanity. The legacy of the Empire of Alesia would live on, inspiring future generations to uphold the values of unity, justice, and compassion. The journey of Alesia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of a people united by a shared vision. The new dawn was a promise of the greatness yet to come, and the legacy of the Empire of Alesia would continue to shine brightly for years to come. As the years passed, the Empire of Alesia continued to flourish under the guidance of the Council of Elders and the enduring legacy of Selim's leadership. The spirit of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined the empire's rise now infused every aspect of life, from governance to daily interactions. The people of Alesia embraced the values that had guided their journey, fostering a society that celebrated diversity, innovation, and mutual respect. The advancements made during the Age of Enlightenment had set the stage for a new era of exploration and discovery. The Great Library of Elysium remained a beacon of knowledge and curiosity, attracting scholars and researchers from across the world. The collaborative projects initiated during this time led to remarkable breakthroughs in various fields, from renewable energy sources to advanced medical treatments. One of the most ambitious endeavors undertaken during this period was the Elysian Space Exploration Initiative, ESEI. Driven by a desire to expand their understanding of the universe and explore new frontiers, the people of Alesia embarked on a mission to reach the stars. The initiative was a collaborative effort involving scientists, engineers, and visionaries from different factions, all united by a common goal. The construction of the Starfire, Alesia's first spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, was a monumental achievement. The vessel was equipped with cutting-edge technology, including the crystal engine, which provided a limitless source of clean energy. The design of the Starfire incorporated elements of both engineering prowess and artistic elegance, reflecting the harmonious blend of functionality and aesthetics that characterized Elysian innovation. The launch of the Starfire was a historic event, witnessed by citizens from all corners of the empire. The spacecraft, piloted by a team of courageous astronauts, embarked on its maiden voyage to explore distant stars and seek out new worlds. The mission represented the culmination of years of dedication and hard work, as well as the boundless curiosity and adventurous spirit of the people of Alesia. As the Starfire journeyed through the cosmos, it sent back stunning images and valuable data about distant planets, stars, and galaxies. The discoveries made during these missions expanded humanity's understanding of the universe and inspired future generations to reach for the stars. The ESEI became a symbol of Alesia's commitment to exploration and the pursuit of knowledge, reinforcing the values of curiosity, innovation, and collaboration back on Earth. the legacy of unity and progress continued to shape the lives of Alezia's citizens. The empire's advancements in technology, medicine, and culture had created a society where every individual had the opportunity to thrive and contribute to the greater good. Education remained a cornerstone of this society, with schools and academies fostering a spirit of lifelong learning and curiosity. The arts and humanities flourished, with the Academy of Arts serving as a vibrant center of creativity and expression. Artists, musicians, writers, and performers from all walks of life came together to share their talents and inspire one another. The cultural landscape of Alezia was a rich tapestry of traditions and innovations, celebrating both the heritage of the past and the promise of the future. Environmental stewardship continued to be a priority for the people of Alezia. Guided by the teachings of Alara and the sages of the moon, citizens embraced practices that promoted sustainability and harmony with nature. Conservation projects, reforestation efforts, and renewable energy initiatives ensured that the natural beauty and resources of the land were preserved for future generations. As the years went by, Selim's role as a mentor and advisor took on even greater significance. He remained a guiding force within the Council of Elders, sharing his wisdom and experience with the next generation of leaders. His legacy of unity, justice, and compassion continued to inspire and guide the decisions made by the Council, ensuring that the values that had defined Alezia's rise would endure. The story of Alezia, marked by resilience, collaboration, and the enduring power of the human spirit, continued to evolve. The challenges faced by the empire had strengthened its resolve, and the lessons learned had guided its path forward. The people of Alezia, united by a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good, looked to the future with hope and determination. As Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, watching the stars twinkle in the night sky, he reflected on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The Empire of Alezia, a shining example of what could be achieved through unity and collaboration, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alezia would live on, inspiring future generations to uphold the values of unity, justice, and compassion. The journey of Alezia was far from over. The seeds of innovation and progress had been planted, and the fruits of their labor would continue to shape the world for years to come. The Empire of Alezia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The legacy of the Empire of Alezia would continue to shine brightly, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The journey of Alezia, marked by courage, compassion, and the unwavering pursuit of knowledge and justice, was a story that would inspire and guide the generations to come. The Empire of Alezia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, would continue to stand as a beacon of hope, a legacy of greatness that would endure for all time. As the Empire of Alezia continued to thrive, its legacy of unity, innovation, and progress served as a guiding light for future generations. The Council of Elders, established by Selim, played a pivotal role in ensuring that the values of justice, compassion, and collaboration remained at the forefront of the empire's governance. This collective leadership fostered a sense of stability and continuity, allowing Alezia to navigate new challenges with confidence and resilience. One of the most pressing challenges faced by the empire was the need to address the growing complexity of its expanding territories and diverse population. To meet this challenge, the Council of Elders initiated a series of reforms aimed at decentralizing governance while maintaining a cohesive and unified vision. These reforms included the establishment of regional councils, each composed of representatives from local communities. These councils were empowered to make decisions on matters specific to their regions, ensuring that the unique needs and priorities of each area were addressed. The regional councils fostered a spirit of inclusivity and participation, allowing citizens to have a direct say in the governance of their communities. This decentralized approach not only strengthened the bonds between the central government and the regions, but also promoted a sense of ownership and responsibility among the people. The regional councils worked in harmony with the Central Council of Elders, creating a dynamic and responsive system of governance that adapted to the evolving needs of the empire. The regional councils fostered a spirit of inclusivity and participation, allowing citizens to have a direct say in the governance of their communities. This decentralized approach not only strengthened the bonds between the central government and the regions, but also promoted a sense of ownership and responsibility among the people. The regional councils worked in harmony with the Central Council of Elders, creating a dynamic and responsive system of governance that adapted to the evolving needs of the empire. Education continued to be a cornerstone of Alexia's progress, with a particular focus on fostering critical thinking, creativity, and empathy. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts remained at the forefront of intellectual and cultural development, providing resources and opportunities for lifelong learning. The curriculum emphasized not only academic excellence but also the cultivation of moral and ethical values, preparing students to become responsible and compassionate leaders. One of the most significant educational initiatives was the establishment of the Institute of Innovation and Sustainability, IIS. This institute brought together scientists, engineers, and scholars from various disciplines to collaborate on projects aimed at addressing global challenges, such as climate change, resource management, and social equity. The IIS served as a think tank and research hub, fostering a culture of innovation and interdisciplinary collaboration. The Institute of Innovation and Sustainability spearheaded numerous groundbreaking projects that had a profound impact on the empire and beyond. One such project was the development of advanced desalination technology, which provided a sustainable source of fresh water for arid regions. This technology, combined with efficient irrigation systems, transformed previously barren lands into fertile agricultural zones, ensuring food security and economic growth. Another notable project was the implementation of a comprehensive waste management and recycling program. The program utilized cutting-edge technology to convert waste into valuable resources, such as energy, compost, and reusable materials. This initiative not only reduced environmental pollution but also created new economic opportunities and promoted a culture of sustainability. As the empire continued to lead in innovation and sustainability, its influence extended beyond its borders. Alesia became a key player on the global stage, forging alliances and partnerships with other nations to address common challenges and promote shared prosperity. Diplomatic missions, trade agreements, and cultural exchanges strengthened the bonds between Alesia and its allies, fostering a sense of global community and cooperation. One of the most significant global initiatives was the establishment of the Council of Nations, a multinational organization dedicated to promoting peace, stability, and sustainable development. Alesia played a leading role in the creation of this council, bringing together representatives from various countries to collaborate on issues of mutual concern. The Council of Nations provided a platform for dialogue, negotiation, and collective action, addressing challenges such as conflict resolution, environmental conservation, and economic inequality. The Council of Nations spearheaded numerous initiatives aimed at promoting global stability and well-being. One such initiative was the Global Renewable Energy Network, GREN, which aimed to accelerate the transition to clean and sustainable energy sources. The network facilitated the exchange of technology, knowledge, and resources, enabling countries to develop and implement renewable energy solutions tailored to their specific needs. The GREN initiative not only reduced global carbon emissions but also promoted energy security and economic development. The Council of Nations also launched a series of cultural exchange programs aimed at fostering mutual understanding and appreciation among different cultures. These programs included international art exhibitions, music festivals, and educational exchanges, providing opportunities for people from diverse backgrounds to connect and share their stories. The cultural exchanges enriched the global tapestry, celebrating the beauty and diversity of human expression. As the years passed, the Empire of Alasya continued to evolve and adapt to the changing world. The legacy of unity, justice, and compassion that Selim had built remained at the heart of the empire's identity, guiding its path forward. The values that had defined Alasya's rise continued to inspire future generations, ensuring that the principles of collaboration and empathy endured. Selim, now an elder statesman, found solace in the continued progress and prosperity of the empire. He spent his days mentoring young leaders, sharing his wisdom and experiences, and offering guidance as needed. His presence remained a source of strength and inspiration for the people of Alasya, a reminder of the enduring power of unity and the human spirit. One evening, as Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, watching the sun set over the horizon, he reflected on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alasya was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alasya, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alasya, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alasya would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The Empire of Alasya, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alasya was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. As the Empire of Alasya continued to flourish, its influence spread far and wide, reaching corners of the world previously untouched by the light of unity and progress. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values of justice, compassion, and collaboration had become deeply ingrained in the fabric of Alasyan society. The empire's advancements in technology, medicine, and culture had created a thriving, harmonious community that served as a beacon of hope for all. The Council of Elders, working in concert with regional councils, ensured that the governance of Alasya remained inclusive and responsive to the needs of its diverse population. This dynamic and decentralized approach allowed for greater participation and representation, fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment among the citizens. The empire's ability to adapt and evolve in response to new challenges and opportunities was a testament to the strength of its foundations. One of the most significant developments during this period was the establishment of the Global Alliance for Sustainable Progress, GASP, an international coalition dedicated to addressing global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. Alysia played a leading role in the formation of GASP, bringing together nations from around the world to collaborate on innovative solutions and share best practices. The Alliance's flagship initiative was the Global Green Cities Project, which aimed to create sustainable, eco-friendly urban environments that prioritized the well-being of both people and the planet. Alysia's capital, Elysium, served as a model for this initiative, showcasing cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices that could be replicated in other cities around the world. The project included the development of green infrastructure, renewable energy systems, and urban agriculture programs, all designed to reduce the environmental footprint of cities while enhancing the quality of life for their residents. As part of the Global Green Cities project, Elysium underwent a transformation that further solidified its status as a leading example of sustainable urban living. The city's skyline was adorned with vertical gardens, solar panels, and wind turbines, creating a harmonious blend of nature and technology. Public transportation systems were upgraded to include electric buses and trams, reducing air pollution and making it easier for residents to navigate the city. Parks and green spaces were expanded, providing recreational areas and habitats for wildlife. As part of the Global Green Cities project, Elysium underwent a transformation that further solidified its status as a leading example of sustainable urban living. The city's skyline was adorned with vertical gardens, solar panels, and wind turbines, creating a harmonious blend of nature and technology. Public transportation systems were upgraded to include electric buses and trams, reducing air pollution and making it easier for residents to navigate the city. Parks and green spaces were expanded, providing recreational areas and habitats for wildlife. The success of the Global Green Cities project inspired other cities around the world to adopt similar practices, leading to a global movement toward sustainable urban development. The collaborative spirit of GASP fostered a sense of shared responsibility and collective action, uniting nations in their efforts to create a better future for all. Alysia's contributions to the Global Alliance for Sustainable Progress extended beyond urban development. The empire also played a pivotal role in advancing scientific research and innovation. The Institute of Innovation and Sustainability, IIS, continued to lead groundbreaking projects that addressed critical issues such as clean energy, water conservation, and climate resilience. One of the Institute's most ambitious endeavors was the development of the Harmony Network, a global grid of renewable energy sources that provided clean and reliable power to communities around the world. The Harmony Network utilized a combination of solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, integrated with advanced energy storage systems to ensure a stable supply of electricity. The network's modular design allowed it to be easily expanded and adapted to different regions, making it a versatile solution for diverse energy needs. The implementation of the Harmony Network not only reduced carbon emissions but also promoted energy security and economic growth. Education remained a cornerstone of Alysia's vision for the future. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts continued to be centers of excellence, fostering a culture of curiosity, creativity, and intellectual growth. The curriculum emphasized interdisciplinary learning, encouraging students to explore the connections between science, art, humanities, and technology. Special programs were established to support underprivileged communities, ensuring that every child had access to quality education and the opportunity to reach their full potential. One of the most notable educational initiatives was the Global Scholars Program, which brought together students from different countries to collaborate on research projects and cultural exchanges. The program aimed to build bridges between cultures and foster mutual understanding and respect. Participants in the Global Scholars Program engaged in hands-on learning experiences, working on real-world challenges and developing innovative solutions that could be applied in their home countries. The arts and humanities continued to flourish, with the Academy of Arts serving as a vibrant hub of creativity and expression. The Academy hosted international art exhibitions, music festivals, and theatre performances, showcasing the talents of artists from around the world. These events celebrated the diversity of human expression and promoted cultural exchange, enriching the global cultural landscape as the Empire of Alasya continued to lead in innovation, sustainability, and education. Its influence extended beyond its borders, inspiring nations to work together toward a common goal. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values of unity, justice, and compassion continued to guide the empire's path forward, ensuring that the principles that had defined Alasya's rise would endure. Selim, now in the twilight of his life, took great pride in the achievements of the empire and the continued progress of its people. He spent his days reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment, mentoring young leaders, and sharing his wisdom with those who would carry the torch of unity and progress into the future. His presence remained a source of strength and inspiration, a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit. One evening, as Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, watching the stars twinkle in the night sky, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alasya was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alasya, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alasya, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alasya would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The Empire of Alasya, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alasya was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. As the Empire of Alasya basked in its golden era, the world took note of its remarkable journey from fractured factions to a unified, thriving civilization. The guiding principles of unity, justice, and compassion continued to be the bedrock upon which every advancement was built. The legacy of Selim's leadership was celebrated, not just in Alasya but across the globe, as a model of what humanity could achieve through cooperation and empathy. The Global Alliance for Sustainable Progress, GASP, which Alasya had spearheaded, was thriving. Its initiatives had begun to bear fruit, with numerous countries adopting sustainable practices and technology to address climate change and resource scarcity. The Harmony Network, a global grid of renewable energy sources, was a shining example of what collective effort could accomplish. Clean energy flowed across borders, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and promoting environmental stewardship. Alasya's influence extended into the realm of social innovation as well. The Council of Elders recognized the importance of addressing social issues such as poverty, inequality, and access to healthcare. They launched the Global Social Equity Initiative, GSEI, an ambitious program aimed at improving the quality of life for all people, regardless of their circumstances. The initiative focused on providing access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, with a particular emphasis on marginalized and underserved communities. The GSEI included a range of programs designed to empower individuals and communities. One of the flagship projects was the Universal Healthcare Network, which aimed to provide comprehensive medical care to all citizens, regardless of their financial situation. The network was supported by advanced medical technology, telemedicine services, and a robust public health infrastructure. The program not only improved health outcomes but also promoted social equity and justice. Education was another key focus of the GSEI. The Council of Elders expanded the Global Scholars Program, ensuring that students from disadvantaged backgrounds had access to quality education and the resources they needed to succeed. Scholarships, mentorship programs, and community support networks were established to help students overcome barriers and reach their full potential. The emphasis on interdisciplinary learning and critical thinking prepared students to become responsible and compassionate leaders. Economic empowerment was also a central component of the GSEI. The Council of Elders introduced microfinance programs, vocational training, and small business support initiatives to help individuals and communities build sustainable livelihoods. These programs provided the tools and resources needed to start and grow businesses, create jobs, and drive economic development. The focus on entrepreneurship and innovation encouraged a spirit of self-reliance and resilience. As Alysia continued to lead by example, its cultural and diplomatic influence grew. The cultural exchanges and collaborations fostered by the Academy of Arts and the Great Library of Elysium enriched the global cultural landscape. Artists, musicians, writers, and performers from around the world came to Alysia to share their work and draw inspiration from the vibrant tapestry of human expression. The diplomatic missions led by the Council of Elders strengthened relationships with other nations and promoted a spirit of global cooperation. The Council of Nations, with Alysia as a key member, played a vital role in addressing global challenges and promoting peace and stability. The collaborative efforts of the Council led to significant achievements in areas such as conflict resolution, environmental conservation, and sustainable development. One of the most notable diplomatic successes was the establishment of the Global Peace Accord, a landmark agreement aimed at reducing conflict and promoting cooperation among nations. The accord included provisions for arms reduction, conflict mediation, and humanitarian assistance. The collaborative spirit of the Global Peace Accord exemplified the values of unity and compassion that had guided Alysia's rise. The Empire of Alysia, now a global leader in innovation, sustainability, and social equity, continued to inspire and guide future generations. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values that had defined the empire's journey remained at the heart of its identity. The story of Alysia was a testament to the power of collaboration, empathy, and the enduring spirit of humanity. As the years passed, the torch of leadership was passed to a new generation. Selim's successors, guided by his wisdom and the principles of the Council of Elders, continued to build on the foundations he had laid. The empire's commitment to unity, justice, and compassion ensured that it remained a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. One evening, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, a grand celebration was held in the Citadel of Unity to honor Selim's enduring legacy. Citizens from all corners of Alysia and representatives from allied nations gathered to pay tribute to the man who had transformed a fractured land into a thriving empire. The celebration was a joyous occasion, filled with music, dance, and heartfelt speeches that celebrated the achievements and vision of Selim. Selim stood on the balcony of the citadel, overlooking the vibrant city of Elysium. He felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alysia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alysia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The empire of Alysia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alysia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The empire of Alysia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alysia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alysia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alysia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. With the passage of time, the empire of Alysia's dedication to unity, progress, and enlightenment continued to strengthen. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the principles of justice and compassion remained deeply woven into the fabric of Elysian society. As the empire flourished, its citizens embraced the opportunity to explore new horizons, both intellectually and physically. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts stood as towering symbols of Alysia's commitment to knowledge and cultural enrichment. Scholars from across the empire and beyond gathered in these hallowed institutions, eager to push the boundaries of human understanding and creativity. This intellectual fervor gave rise to the Age of Illumination, a period marked by unprecedented advancements in science, philosophy, and the arts. The Age of Illumination was characterized by a spirit of curiosity and collaboration that permeated every aspect of life in Alysia. The Institute of Innovation and Sustainability, IIS, continued to lead groundbreaking research projects, addressing some of the most pressing challenges of the time. One of the most ambitious initiatives undertaken during this period was the Oceanic Exploration Program, aimed at uncovering the mysteries of the world's vast and largely unexplored oceans. The Oceanic Exploration Program brought together marine biologists, oceanographers, and engineers to design state-of-the-art submersibles and research vessels. These advanced technologies allowed scientists to venture into the deepest parts of the oceans, uncovering new species, ecosystems, and geological formations. The discoveries made during these expeditions expanded humanity's understanding of the marine world and highlighted the importance of conserving oceanic environments. In addition to scientific exploration, the Age of Illumination also saw a resurgence of interest in the humanities and social sciences. Philosophers and ethicists engaged in lively debates about the nature of justice, morality, and the human condition. These discussions were not confined to academic circles but were shared with the broader public through lectures, publications, and public forums. The exchange of ideas fostered a culture of critical thinking and reflection, encouraging citizens to consider their roles and responsibilities within society. The Academy of Arts played a pivotal role in nurturing creativity and expression during this period. Artists, musicians, writers, and performers from diverse backgrounds converged at the academy to share their talents and draw inspiration from one another. The vibrant cultural landscape of Alésia was a testament to the power of artistic expression to transcend boundaries and bring people together. One of the most celebrated artistic achievements of the Age of Illumination was the creation of the Symphony of Unity, a musical composition that captured the essence of Alésia's journey. Composed by Lyra, Selim's trusted companion and a gifted musician, the Symphony of Unity was performed by a grand orchestra that included musicians from every faction of the empire. The symphony's premiere was a monumental event, attended by citizens from all walks of life, as well as dignitaries from allied nations. The Symphony of Unity's powerful and evocative melodies conveyed the struggles, triumphs, and aspirations of the Elysian people. The performance resonated deeply with the audience, serving as a reminder of the values that had guided the empire's rise and the boundless potential of the human spirit. The symphony became a beloved cultural touchstone, performed at significant events and celebrations throughout the empire. Education continued to be a cornerstone of Alésia's progress, with a particular emphasis on fostering a love of learning and intellectual curiosity. The Great Library of Elysium expanded its collections to include works from around the world, making it a comprehensive repository of human knowledge. Scholars and students from different disciplines collaborated on interdisciplinary research projects, pushing the boundaries of what was known and exploring new frontiers. One of the most notable educational initiatives was the establishment of the Elysian Fellowship Program, which provided scholarships and research grants to promising students and scholars. The program aimed to support individuals who demonstrated exceptional potential and a commitment to advancing knowledge and improving society. The Elysian Fellowship Program not only nurtured talent but also fostered a sense of community and shared purpose among its recipients. The spirit of exploration and discovery extended beyond the intellectual realm to encompass physical exploration as well. The Elysian Space Exploration Initiative, ESEI, continued to make significant strides in interstellar research. The Starfire, Alésia's first spacecraft capable of interstellar travel, embarked on new missions to distant stars and galaxies. These missions expanded humanity's understanding of the cosmos and inspired a sense of wonder and possibility. The ESEI's achievements were celebrated not only for their scientific contributions but also for their symbolic significance. The exploration of the stars represented the boundless potential of human ingenuity and the desire to reach beyond the confines of the known. The discoveries made during these missions had practical applications as well, leading to advancements in technology, materials science, and space travel. As the Empire of Alésia continued to lead in innovation and cultural enrichment, its influence extended beyond its borders, fostering a sense of global community and collaboration. The principles of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined Alésia's rise served as a guiding light for other nations, inspiring them to work together toward a brighter future. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alésia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alésia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alésia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alésia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The empire of Alizia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alizia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alizia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alizia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. As the years rolled on, the empire of Alizia's commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom only deepened. The principles of unity, justice, and compassion continued to guide the empire, fostering an environment where innovation and intellectual growth flourished. The legacy of Selim's leadership was celebrated, and his vision for a harmonious society remained a beacon of hope for all. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts continued to stand as pillars of enlightenment, attracting scholars, artists, and thinkers from around the world. The intellectual fervor that characterized the Age of Illumination led to significant advancements in various fields, with collaborative efforts yielding groundbreaking discoveries and innovations. One of the most transformative projects undertaken during this period was the Global Health Initiative, GHI, a comprehensive program aimed at improving healthcare access and outcomes for all people, regardless of their geographic location or socioeconomic status. The initiative was driven by a coalition of medical professionals, researchers, and policymakers from Alizia and allied nations, united by a shared commitment to advancing global health equity. The Global Health Initiative included a range of programs designed to address pressing healthcare challenges. One of the flagship projects was the development of the Universal Health Monitoring System, UHMS, an integrated network of health data and telemedicine services. The system utilized advanced sensors, wearable devices, and artificial intelligence to monitor patients' health in real time, enabling early detection and intervention for a wide range of medical conditions. The UHMS allowed healthcare providers to deliver personalized and proactive care, improving health outcomes and reducing the burden on medical facilities. The system also facilitated remote consultations and telemedicine services, ensuring that individuals in remote or underserved areas had access to high-quality medical care. The implementation of the UHMS was a game-changer for global health, setting new standards for preventive medicine and patient-centered care. In addition to technological advancements, the Global Health Initiative focused on strengthening healthcare infrastructure and training healthcare professionals. Medical schools and training programs were established to equip the next generation of doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers with the skills and knowledge needed to meet the evolving demands of global health. The emphasis on interdisciplinary learning and collaboration fostered a culture of excellence and innovation within the medical community. The GHI also prioritized public health education, recognizing the importance of empowering individuals and communities to take control of their health. Public health campaigns, educational programs, and community outreach initiatives were launched to raise awareness about preventive measures, healthy lifestyles, and the importance of regular health checkups. These efforts were instrumental in promoting health literacy and reducing the prevalence of preventable diseases. As the Global Health Initiative gained momentum, Alizia's leadership in advancing global health equity was widely recognized and celebrated. The collaborative spirit that underpinned the initiative inspired other nations to join forces and contribute to the shared goal of improving health outcomes for all. The GHI's success was a testament to the power of unity and the collective effort to address some of the world's most pressing challenges. Beyond the realm of healthcare, the Age of Illumination continued to be marked by remarkable achievements in science, technology, and the arts. The Elysian Space Exploration Initiative, ESEI, reached new heights with the launch of the Starfire 2, an advanced spacecraft designed for long-duration missions and deep space exploration. The Starfire 2's missions uncovered new celestial phenomena, expanded humanity's understanding of the cosmos, and sparked a renewed sense of wonder and curiosity. The Institute of Innovation and Sustainability, IIS, remained at the forefront of scientific research, leading projects that addressed environmental conservation, renewable energy, and sustainable development. One of the Institute's most notable achievements was the development of the BioRenew system, a groundbreaking technology that converted organic waste into clean energy and valuable resources. The BioRenew system not only reduced environmental pollution but also created new economic opportunities and promoted a circular economy. The cultural landscape of Alysia continued to thrive, with the Academy of Arts nurturing creativity and expression. The Academy hosted international art exhibitions, music festivals, and literary conferences, celebrating the rich diversity of human expression and fostering cross-cultural understanding. The arts played a vital role in uniting people, bridging gaps, and promoting empathy and compassion as the Empire of Alysia continued to lead in innovation, sustainability, and cultural enrichment. Its influence extended far beyond its borders. The principles of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined Alysia's rise served as a guiding light for other nations, inspiring them to work together toward a brighter future. Diplomatic missions and cultural exchanges strengthened relationships with allied nations, fostering a spirit of global cooperation and collaboration. One of the most significant diplomatic achievements during this period was the establishment of the Global Knowledge Exchange, GKE, an international platform for the sharing of knowledge and best practices. The GKE facilitated collaboration between researchers, educators, and policymakers from different countries, enabling them to learn from one another and address common challenges. The exchange of ideas and expertise through the GKE led to significant advancements in education, healthcare, technology, and sustainable development. The Global Knowledge Exchange also played a crucial role in promoting cultural understanding and appreciation. The platform hosted virtual forums, webinars, and collaborative projects that brought together people from diverse backgrounds to share their stories, traditions, and perspectives. The GKE's emphasis on inclusivity and mutual respect fostered a sense of global community and solidarity. As the years passed, the Empire of Alysia continued to evolve and adapt to the changing world. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values of unity, justice, and compassion remained at the heart of the Empire's identity, guiding its path forward. The journey of Alysia, marked by resilience, collaboration, and the enduring spirit of humanity, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the Empire. The legacy of Alysia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alysia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alizia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alizia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The Empire of Alizia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alizia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The Empire of Alizia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alizia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. The Empire of Alizia continued to evolve, embracing new challenges and opportunities with the same spirit of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined its rise. The guiding principles of Selim's leadership remained a beacon of hope, inspiring future generations to strive for excellence and harmony. As the world around them changed, the people of Alizia remained steadfast in their commitment to creating a better future for all. The Age of Illumination had brought remarkable advancements in science, technology, and the arts. Yet, the Empire of Alizia recognized that true progress also required a deep understanding of the human condition and the cultivation of wisdom and empathy. This realization led to the establishment of the Elysian Institute of Philosophy and Ethics, EIPE, an institution dedicated to exploring the fundamental questions of existence, morality, and the nature of society. The EIPE attracted scholars and thinkers from around the world, fostering a vibrant intellectual community where diverse perspectives could be shared and debated. The Institute's mission was to promote critical thinking, ethical reflection, and the development of a holistic understanding of the world. Through lectures, seminars, and public dialogues, the EIP sought to engage the broader public in meaningful conversations about the values that underpinned their society. One of the most significant initiatives undertaken by the EIPE was the creation of the Global Dialogue Series, a platform for cross-cultural exchanges on topics such as justice, human rights, environmental stewardship, and the role of technology in society. The series featured renowned speakers from different cultural and intellectual traditions, providing a space for the exchange of ideas and the exploration of common challenges. The Global Dialogue Series was instrumental in fostering mutual understanding and respect among people from diverse backgrounds. The conversations held during these events highlighted the importance of empathy, collaboration, and the recognition of shared humanity. The series also inspired policy recommendations and collaborative projects aimed at addressing global challenges in a thoughtful and inclusive manner. As the EIP continued to promote philosophical inquiry and ethical reflection, the Institute of Innovation and Sustainability, IIS, led efforts to address environmental and technological challenges. One of the most ambitious projects undertaken by the IIS was the development of the Terrasphere, a self-sustaining, closed-loop habitat designed to support human life in space and other extreme environments. The Terrasphere project brought together experts in engineering, biology, and environmental science to create a habitat that could maintain a balanced ecosystem, recycling water, air, and nutrients to support human and plant life. The project's success had far-reaching implications, not only for space exploration but also for addressing environmental challenges on Earth. The TerraSphere's principles of sustainability and resource efficiency were applied to urban planning and agricultural practices, promoting a more resilient and sustainable future. The empire of Alesia's commitment to innovation and sustainability also extended to its economic and social policies. The Council of Elders introduced a series of measures aimed at promoting economic resilience and social equity. These measures included progressive taxation, social safety nets, and investment in education and healthcare. The focus on equitable growth ensured that the benefits of progress were shared by all citizens, reducing inequality and fostering social cohesion. Education remained a cornerstone of Alesia's vision for the future. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts continued to be centers of excellence, fostering a culture of curiosity, creativity, and intellectual growth. The curriculum emphasized interdisciplinary learning, encouraging students to explore the connections between different fields of knowledge and to develop a well-rounded understanding of the world. One of the most notable educational initiatives was the expansion of the Global Scholars Program to include immersive, hands-on learning experiences. Students were given opportunities to work on real-world projects, collaborate with experts, and engage with communities both within and beyond Alesia's borders. These experiences not only enhanced their academic and professional skills but also deepened their understanding of the complexities and interconnectedness of the world. The arts and humanities continued to thrive, with the Academy of Arts nurturing creativity and expression. The Academy hosted international art exhibitions, music festivals, and literary conferences, celebrating the rich diversity of human expression and fostering cross-cultural understanding. The arts played a vital role in uniting people, bridging gaps, and promoting empathy and compassion. As the Empire of Alesia continued to lead in innovation, sustainability, and cultural enrichment, its influence extended far beyond its borders. The principles of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined Alesia's rise served as a guiding light for other nations, inspiring them to work together toward a brighter future. Diplomatic missions and cultural exchanges strengthened relationships with allied nations, fostering a spirit of global cooperation and collaboration. One of the most significant diplomatic achievements during this period was the establishment of the Global Knowledge Exchange, GKE, an international platform for the sharing of knowledge and best practices. The GKE facilitated collaboration between researchers, educators, and policymakers from different countries, enabling them to learn from one another and address common challenges. The exchange of ideas and expertise through the GKE led to significant advancements in education, healthcare, technology, and sustainable development. The Global Knowledge Exchange also played a crucial role in promoting cultural understanding and appreciation. The platform hosted virtual forums, webinars, and collaborative projects that brought together people from diverse backgrounds to share their stories, traditions, and perspectives. The GKE's emphasis on inclusivity and mutual respect fostered a sense of global community and solidarity. As the years passed, the Empire of Alesia continued to evolve and adapt to the changing world. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values of unity, justice, and compassion remained at the heart of the empire's identity, guiding its path forward. The journey of Alesia, marked by resilience, collaboration, and the enduring spirit of humanity, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alezia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alezia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The empire of Alezia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alezia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The empire of Alezia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alezia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alezia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alezia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. As the empire of Alezia thrived, it became increasingly important to honor and preserve the history that had shaped its journey. The story of Selim and the prophecy that had guided him from the beginning held a special place in the hearts of the Elysian people. To ensure that this rich history was passed down to future generations, the Council of Elders initiated a project to document and celebrate the empire's heritage. The Legacy Archives was established as a grand repository of historical records, artifacts, and personal narratives. Scholars, historians, and archivists from across the empire gathered in this magnificent institution, dedicated to preserving the collective memory of Alezia. The archives housed everything from ancient manuscripts and relics to oral histories and multimedia exhibits. It became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the roots of their civilization and draw inspiration from the past. One of the most treasured sections of the Legacy Archives was the Hall of Heroes, dedicated to the individuals who had played pivotal roles in Alezia's history. The hall featured detailed accounts of their lives, their contributions, and the values they embodied. Visitors could explore interactive exhibits that brought these stories to life, allowing them to walk in the footsteps of the heroes who had shaped the empire. The Hall of Heroes also celebrated the unsung heroes, ordinary citizens whose acts of bravery, kindness, and innovation had left a lasting impact on their communities. Their stories served as a reminder that greatness could be found in every corner of the empire and that each person's contributions, no matter how small, were invaluable to the collective journey. In addition to preserving the past, the empire of Alezia remained committed to shaping a future defined by progress and innovation. The Council of Elders recognized the importance of preparing for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. To this end, they launched the Horizon Initiative, a forward-looking program aimed at exploring new frontiers in science, technology, and society. The Horizon Initiative brought together experts and visionaries from diverse fields to collaborate on projects that pushed the boundaries of human knowledge and capability. One of the most ambitious endeavors was the development of the Quantum Nexus, a cutting-edge research facility dedicated to the study of quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and advanced materials. The Quantum Nexus aimed to unlock new possibilities for solving complex problems, from climate modeling to medical breakthroughs. The advancements made at the Quantum Nexus had far-reaching implications for various sectors, including healthcare, energy, and communications. Quantum computing enabled researchers to analyze vast amounts of data with unprecedented speed and accuracy, leading to new insights and innovations. The development of advanced materials with unique properties opened up possibilities for more efficient energy storage, lightweight construction, and enhanced medical devices. As the Horizon Initiative continued to drive scientific and technological progress, the Empire of Alesia also placed a strong emphasis on the ethical implications of these advancements. The Elysian Institute of Philosophy and Ethics, EIPE, played a crucial role in guiding the ethical considerations of emerging technologies. Philosophers, ethicists, and technologists engaged in thoughtful dialogue about the impact of these innovations on society and the environment. The EIPE's efforts led to the establishment of the Ethical Innovation Framework, a set of principles and guidelines designed to ensure that technological advancements aligned with the values of unity, justice, and compassion. The framework emphasized transparency, accountability, and the consideration of long-term consequences. It served as a guiding light for researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders, ensuring that progress was pursued responsibly and inclusively. As the Empire of Alesia continued to explore new horizons, its influence extended far beyond its borders. The principles of unity, justice, and compassion that had defined Alesia's rise served as a guiding light for other nations, inspiring them to work together toward a brighter future. Diplomatic missions and cultural exchanges strengthened relationships with allied nations, fostering a spirit of global cooperation and collaboration. One of the most significant diplomatic achievements during this period was the establishment of the Global Unity Summit, an annual gathering of world leaders, scientists, artists, and activists dedicated to addressing global challenges and promoting shared prosperity. The summit provided a platform for the exchange of ideas, the forging of partnerships, and the development of collaborative solutions. The spirit of unity and mutual respect that characterized the summit exemplified the values that Alesia held dear. The Global Unity Summit led to the creation of several collaborative initiatives aimed at addressing pressing issues such as climate change, poverty, and social inequality. One notable initiative was the Global Green Energy Alliance, GGEA, a coalition of nations committed to transitioning to renewable energy sources and reducing carbon emissions. The alliance facilitated the sharing of technology, resources, and expertise, accelerating the global shift toward a sustainable energy future. The Empire of Alesia's commitment to global cooperation and ethical innovation also extended to the realm of space exploration. The Elysian Space Exploration Initiative, ESEI, continued to make significant strides in interstellar research, with new missions uncovering the mysteries of distant planets and galaxies. The collaborative spirit of the ESEI inspired international partnerships, with scientists and researchers from different countries working together to explore the cosmos. One evening, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the empire. The legacy of Alesia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alesia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alesia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alesia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The empire of Alizia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alizia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alizia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alizia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. The empire of Alizia stood at the cusp of a new era, driven by the unwavering principles of unity, justice, and compassion. As the world around them continued to evolve, the Elysian people remained committed to forging a future that honored the legacy of their past while embracing the limitless possibilities of the present and future. The Horizon Initiative, having paved the way for numerous scientific and technological advancements, now set its sights on even more ambitious goals. The quantum nexus had already made significant strides in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and advanced materials. Building on this foundation, the next phase of the Horizon Initiative focused on the exploration of consciousness and the intersection of technology and the human mind. This new phase, known as Project Ether, aimed to unlock the mysteries of human cognition and consciousness. Scientists, neuroscientists, and philosophers collaborated to develop technologies that could enhance cognitive abilities, improve mental health, and deepen our understanding of the human experience. The project also sought to ensure that these advancements were pursued ethically and with a focus on enhancing human well-being. One of the most groundbreaking achievements of Project Ether was the development of the Neural Interface Network, NIN, a sophisticated system that allowed for seamless communication between the human brain and advanced computing systems. The NIN enabled individuals to access vast amounts of information, communicate effortlessly, and perform complex tasks with unprecedented ease. The system was designed to be non-invasive, prioritizing safety and user control. The applications of the neural interface network were vast and transformative. In the field of medicine, the NIN provided new avenues for diagnosing and treating neurological disorders, allowing for personalized and precise interventions. In education, the NIN revolutionized learning by providing students with immersive and interactive experiences that catered to their individual needs and preferences. In the arts, the NIN opened up new dimensions of creative expression, allowing artists to explore new mediums and techniques. The ethical considerations of Project Ether were paramount, and the Elysian Institute of Philosophy and Ethics, EIP, played a crucial role in guiding the development and implementation of these technologies. The ethical innovation framework ensured that the advancements pursued through Project Ether were aligned with the values of unity, justice, and compassion. The EIP facilitated ongoing dialogues about the impact of these technologies on society, the environment, and the human condition. As the Empire of Alizia continued to lead in innovation, the principles of global cooperation and collaboration remained central to its vision. The Global Knowledge Exchange, GKE, facilitated the sharing of research and expertise, enabling countries to work together to address common challenges. The annual Global Unity Summit brought together world leaders, scientists, artists, and activists to forge partnerships and develop solutions that promoted shared prosperity and sustainability. One of the most significant collaborative initiatives during this period was the creation of the International Council for Ethical AI, ICEAI. an organization dedicated to ensuring that artificial intelligence technologies were developed and used in ways that benefited humanity as a whole. The ICEAI brought together experts from diverse fields to establish guidelines and best practices for ethical AI development. The Council's work emphasized transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, fostering a global culture of responsible innovation. The Empire of Alesia's commitment to cultural enrichment and the arts continued to thrive. The Academy of Arts remained a vibrant hub of creativity, hosting international festivals, exhibitions, and performances that celebrated the diversity of human expression. The Academy's emphasis on inclusivity and cross-cultural collaboration fostered a sense of global unity and appreciation for the richness of human culture. One of the most celebrated cultural events during this period was the World Harmony Festival, a week-long celebration of music, dance, visual arts, and storytelling from around the world. The festival brought together artists and performers from diverse backgrounds, providing a platform for them to share their traditions, talents, and stories. The World Harmony Festival exemplified the power of the arts to transcend boundaries and bring people together in a spirit of unity and joy. Education remained a cornerstone of Alesia's vision for the future. The Great Library of Elysium and the Academy of Arts continued to be centers of excellence, fostering a culture of curiosity, creativity, and intellectual growth. The curriculum emphasized interdisciplinary learning, encouraging students to explore the connections between different fields of knowledge and to develop a well-rounded understanding of the world. One of the most notable educational initiatives was the establishment of the Global Leadership Academy, GLA, an institution dedicated to training future leaders with the skills and values needed to navigate the complexities of the modern world. The GLA's curriculum combined rigorous academic training with practical experiences in governance, diplomacy, and social innovation. Students were encouraged to develop a deep understanding of global challenges and to cultivate the qualities of empathy, resilience, and ethical leadership. The Global Leadership Academy's graduates went on to assume influential roles in various sectors, from government and international organizations to business and civil society. Their contributions helped shape a more just, compassionate, and sustainable world, reflecting the values that had guided their education and the legacy of the Empire of Alesia. As the years passed, the Empire of Alesia continued to evolve and adapt to the changing world. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the values of unity, justice, and compassion remained at the heart of the Empire's identity, guiding its path forward. The journey of Alesia, marked by resilience, collaboration, and the enduring spirit of humanity, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Selim stood on the balcony of the Citadel of Unity, reflecting on the incredible journey that had brought them to this moment. The challenges they had faced, the alliances they had forged, and the progress they had achieved were a testament to the strength and resilience of the Empire. The legacy of Alesia was a story of triumph, hope, and the limitless potential of humanity. The journey of Alesia, guided by the prophecy and the collective efforts of its people, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The Empire of Alesia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alesia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, Selim knew that the future held infinite possibilities. The Empire of Alesia, guided by the values of unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to thrive and inspire. The journey of Alizia was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alizia stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alizia would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. The empire of Alizia had flourished, evolving into a beacon of hope, progress, and unity. The legacy of Selim's leadership and the principles of justice, compassion, and collaboration had shaped a society where innovation and human dignity thrived hand in hand. As the empire stood on the threshold of a new era, it was clear that the journey of Alizia was far from over, and the story that had begun with the prophecy etched in the stars would continue to inspire generations to come. Selim, now in the twilight of his life, looked upon the empire with a deep sense of pride and fulfillment. He had dedicated his existence to building a better world, and the fruits of his labor were evident in every corner of Alizia. The Citadel of Unity, the Great Library, the Academy of Arts, and the Legacy Archives all stood as monuments to the values that had guided the empire's rise. As Selim prepared for the next chapter of his life, he called upon the Council of Elders and the leaders of the regional councils to join him in the Grand Hall of the Citadel of Unity. It was time to pass the torch to the next generation, ensuring that the principles of unity, justice, and compassion would continue to guide the empire. In a solemn and heartfelt ceremony, Selim addressed the gathered leaders and citizens. His voice, though aged, resonated with the same clarity and conviction that had inspired the people of Alizia throughout his reign. He spoke of the journey they had undertaken together, the challenges they had faced, and the triumphs they had achieved. He reminded them that the true strength of the empire lay in the unity and resilience of its people. Today, we stand as a testament to what can be achieved when we come together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good, Selim said. The legacy of Alizia is not just a story of our past, but a promise for our future. It is a reminder that we have the power to shape our destiny and create a world where every person can thrive. As Selim concluded his speech, he passed the symbolic torch of leadership to the new generation of leaders. The Council of Elders, guided by the wisdom and experience of their predecessors, would continue to uphold the values that had defined Alizia's rise. The new leaders, filled with a sense of purpose and determination, pledged to carry forward the legacy of unity, justice, and compassion. In the days that followed, Selim retreated to a quiet corner of Alizia, where he could reflect on his journey and find solace in the natural beauty of the land he had dedicated his life to protecting. Surrounded by the tranquility of nature, he spent his remaining days writing memoirs, sharing his insights and experiences with future generations. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Selim felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. He knew that the legacy of Alizia would endure, carried forward by the unwavering spirit of its people. The values that had guided him from the beginning, unity, justice, and compassion, would continue to light the way for generations to come. The story of Alizia, marked by resilience, collaboration, and the enduring spirit of humanity, was a story that would continue to inspire and guide future generations. The empire of Alizia, built on the foundations of unity and progress, stood as a beacon of hope and inspiration for the world. The legacy of Alizia would live on, a testament to the power of collaboration and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As the dawn of a new day broke over the horizon, the people of Alizia looked to the future with hope and determination. The journey of Alasya was far from over, and the legacy of the empire would shine brightly for years to come, a promise of greatness and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ever-evolving tapestry of human history. The empire of Alasya stood as a reminder of what could be achieved when people came together with a shared vision and a commitment to the greater good. The legacy of Alasya would continue to light the way, a beacon of hope and a testament to the boundless potential of humanity. And so, the story of Alasya continued, a legacy eternal, guided by the stars and the unwavering spirit of its people. The empire of Alasya, a symbol of unity and progress, would inspire generations for all time, a testament to the enduring power of the human heart and the boundless possibilities of a shared vision. Childhood and the kingdom of King Adrian. Prince Julian grew up within the walls of a magnificent palace, where every hallway echoed with the sounds of royal life. His father, King Adrian, was a man of strength and wisdom, beloved by all who lived within his kingdom. The kingdom was a place of peace and prosperity, where justice ruled and the people lived in harmony. King Adrian had earned the title of Adrian the Just for his ability to govern fairly and without bias. The country flourished under his reign, with thriving trade routes, rich cultural heritage, and a well-trained military. Julian, as a young boy, often wandered the palace grounds, his curiosity constantly leading him to the grand libraries and secret chambers of the royal estate. His mother, Queen Elise, often told him stories of his father's rise to power. She would describe how King Adrian had been a humble knight before he became king, rising through the ranks by his courage and unshakable belief in justice. One of Julian's most cherished memories was of walking with his father through the gardens of the royal palace. King Adrian would always speak to him as an equal, sharing wisdom that would one day shape Julian's own future. A ruler's true strength, King Adrian would say, is not measured by the size of his army or the wealth of his lands, but by the trust and love of his people. Julian spent countless hours with his father, learning the arts of diplomacy, statecraft, and leadership. As a young prince, he was tutored by the finest teachers from around the kingdom. History, philosophy, and military strategy were subjects that Julian studied intensely. He knew that one day, these lessons would serve him well. He grew particularly close to his childhood friend, Elias, who was also being trained to become one of the king's most trusted generals. Elias and Julian would often practice sword fighting and strategy games together, laughing and dreaming of the day when they would face real battles. As the years passed, the kingdom flourished under King Adrian's reign. The people were content, the roads were safe, and the countryside was rich with harvests. The country was united and strong, thanks to the wise leadership of King Adrian. Julian's heart swelled with pride every time he saw his father address the people, always calm, always just, never showing signs of arrogance. Adrian ruled not with fear, but with respect and love for his people. But even in times of peace, the kingdom was not free from external threats. Rumors of nearby lands seeking expansion and power were growing louder each day. While his father kept the kingdom secure, Julian often heard whispers about the growing tension at the borders. A new power was rising in the east, and many feared that it was only a matter of time before they would be forced to defend their peaceful lands. For Julian, life in the palace was filled with love and comfort. Yet, he could not ignore the deep sense of duty that weighed on his young shoulders. He knew that one day, his father would pass the crown to him, and when that day came, he would be ready. But for now, he was content to learn and grow, safe in the knowledge that his father's reign was a symbol of hope and stability for their people. Prince Julian's childhood was marked by the vast expanse of his father's kingdom, a land that stretched as far as the eye could see, from the rolling hills in the north to the sparkling rivers in the south. The capital city, Riverrun, where the royal palace stood, was a marvel of architectural beauty, with towers that reached the sky and gardens that bloomed year-round. Inside the palace walls, the life of the royal family was lived in peace and luxury, but it was a life also steeped in duty. King Adrian, Julian's father, was a man of unmatched wisdom and compassion. He was beloved by his people, not only for his just rule but also for his ability to listen, understand, and make decisions that served the greater good. His reign had brought prosperity to the kingdom, and his people had flourished. It was said that under King Adrian's rule, there were no beggars on the streets, no unjust taxes, and no unrest, only peace. Julian, as a boy, had always been in awe of his father. He would often sit beside him in the royal council chambers, watching as King Adrian made decisions with a calm and steady hand. His father never rushed, never spoke hastily, and always considered every angle before making a decree. Patience and wisdom are the marks of a true leader, King Adrian would often say, patting Julian on the shoulder with a smile. A ruler must think beyond the moment, for the consequences of a decision can echo for generations. But while King Adrian was known for his wisdom, he was also a great warrior in his youth. His journey to the throne had not been easy. He had fought in countless battles, risen through the ranks of the royal army, and earned the trust of the people through his courage and dedication. His father, the previous king, had passed away unexpectedly, and Adrian had assumed the throne at a young age, facing numerous threats from rival nations and internal strife. Yet, through it all, he had emerged victorious, gaining the respect of even his fiercest enemies. Julian had always admired his father's bravery and strength, but he was more captivated by the way his father governed. As a young boy, Julian would often sit in the palace gardens, watching the people of Riverrun go about their daily lives. He saw them smiling, greeting one another, and working together. It was in these moments that he realized what made his father such a great king, his ability to unite people, to make them feel like they were a part of something greater than themselves. As a child, Julian spent much of his time with his friends, the children of noble families from across the kingdom. His closest friend was Elias, the son of the kingdom's chief general. Elias was strong, loyal, and adventurous, traits that Julian admired deeply. Together, they would explore the forests surrounding the palace, playing games of strategy and mock battles. The two of them often talked about the future, about the possibility of becoming great leaders, just like King Adrian. But while Julian's youth was filled with joy and play, there were signs of looming danger in the distance. The kingdom was not the only power in the land. There were rumors of neighboring kingdoms growing, restless kingdoms that coveted the resources and wealth of Riverrun. And while King Adrian's reign had been one of peace, Julian's eyes had begun to open to the harsh realities of ruling a kingdom. He knew that his father's time on the throne would not last forever, and that one day, he would have to take his place. One of Julian's earliest memories was of sitting on his father's knee in the royal throne room, listening to King Adrian speak of the importance of preparation. A ruler, his father had said, must be ready for anything, for there are always challenges ahead, and sometimes they come when you least expect them. As Julian grew older, he began his own training in the ways of leadership. His education was rigorous every day. He studied the history of their kingdom, the lands beyond, and the art of diplomacy. He spent time in the royal army, learning the tactics that his father had once used to win battles and secure peace. But despite all of his studies, Julian knew that there was one thing he would never truly understand until it was his turn to rule: the weight of the crown, the burden of making decisions that affected not only his life but the lives of everyone in his kingdom. At night, Julian would often lie awake, staring at the ceiling of his chambers, wondering what the future held. Would he be as wise as his father? Would he be able to protect the kingdom and its people? These questions swirled in his mind, but he never spoke them aloud. Instead, he continued his studies and spent more time with his father, learning everything he could from the great King Adrian. The peace that Julian knew, however, would not last forever. As whispers of unrest and war began to grow louder from neighboring lands, Julian felt the stirrings of a challenge on the horizon. And when the day came, when the trumpets sounded and the armies gathered for war, Julian would be ready not just as the son of King Adrian, but as the future ruler of Riverrun. The sun had barely risen over Riverrun when the royal council convened. King Adrian, now an older and more seasoned ruler, stood at the head of the great oak table in the council room, his expression serious. Julian, now a young man in his 20s, stood beside him, observing the proceedings closely. For years, he had been learning from his father, absorbing every piece of wisdom that had been imparted to him, but today was different. Today, the kingdom faced a challenge it hadn't encountered in decades: war. The rumors of unrest in the neighboring kingdoms had finally taken root. King Adrian's spies had confirmed the reports. An ambitious ruler to the east, King Malga, had been consolidating power, building a formidable army, and eyeing Riverrun's fertile lands. The kingdom of Riverrun, while powerful and respected, was not the only kingdom vying for dominance. Malga's forces were said to be massive, and his ambition seemed insatiable. The council room was filled with the kingdom's greatest military minds, advisors, and generals. The atmosphere was heavy with tension as the realization set in that war was inevitable. Julian listened carefully as the commanders discussed strategies and resources, each one contributing their expertise, offering advice, and debating plans of attack. As much as he had learned from his father, he had never been in a war room like this one. This was the moment that would shape his future. King Malga has a sizable army, General Elias, now a seasoned officer, said. We cannot underestimate his strength. His forces are well trained, and they outnumber us 3-1. But we have something he doesn't: unity. Our people stand with us, and our soldiers are loyal. King Adrian nodded. True. But loyalty is not enough. We must prepare strategically, or we risk losing everything. He paused, his eyes scanning the room. Julian, I need you to take command of the training camps. I want every soldier ready for the fight of their lives. We cannot afford any weaknesses." Julian stood straighter. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His father had always trusted him, but now the responsibility was more real than ever. He had been learning from the best generals in the kingdom, but this would be his first real test. The weight of the crown felt heavier as he accepted his father's request. "Yes, father," Julian said, his voice steady, though his heart raced with the enormity of the task. "I won't let you down." As the council meeting continued, Julian's thoughts began to race. This was no longer a time for games or practice. The army had to be prepared for war, and every single soldier needed to be sharp. He needed to ensure that they could fight not only with skill but with the same loyalty and unity that had been the foundation of Riverrun's strength. Later that day, Julian made his way to the training grounds. The air was thick with anticipation. Soldiers were practicing their drills, their swords clashing against shields, their armor shining in the afternoon sun. Julian watched closely, observing their form and technique. The training camp was large, with hundreds of soldiers preparing for battle. He could see the determination in their eyes, but he also saw the fear. War was coming, and many of these men had never fought in a real battle before. "Elias," Julian called, spotting his friend among the ranks. Elias, who had risen to the position of general, approached quickly, his boots clicking against the stone path. "Julian, I can see the burden on your shoulders," Elias said, his voice calm but firm. "Your father trusts you, and so do we. You're ready for this." Julian nodded, though doubt lingered in the back of his mind. "I don't know if I am," he admitted. "This is real. This is what we've been preparing for, but I never imagined it would come so soon." Elias clapped him on the shoulder. "No one is ever truly ready for war, but you've learned everything you need to know. You've trained for this your whole life. Just remember what your father always says, lead with wisdom, and the rest will follow." Julian took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the soldiers. "Let's get started," he said. "We need every man at his best." For the next several weeks, Julian worked tirelessly to prepare the soldiers. He personally oversaw their training, pushing them to their limits. He spent long hours with the generals, reviewing tactics and strategies, making sure every detail was accounted for. As the days passed, Julian's confidence grew. The soldiers began to trust him, to look to him for guidance, and soon, the kingdom's army was ready, but it wasn't just the army that needed preparation. Julian's father had also called upon the people of Riverrun to support the war effort. The kingdom's farmers were asked to increase their crop yields, the blacksmiths worked around the clock to forge weapons, and the merchants provided the necessary supplies for the soldiers. It was all hands on deck as the kingdom mobilized for war. Julian's life had been consumed by the preparations for battle. Every day, he was in the field, training, strategizing, and organizing. But as the final days before the army's departure approached, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his father's expectations. He had always known this day would come, but now that it was here, the reality of leading an army into war was overwhelming. On the eve of their departure, Julian stood alone on the balcony of the palace, gazing out over the kingdom he had spent his entire life protecting. He thought of the people, the farmers, the merchants, the children, and the elderly. They had all placed their trust in him. He was no longer just the prince, he was now the commander, the protector of Riverrun. "Tomorrow, we march," Julian whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the wind. "And we will win. For them. For my father. For my kingdom. As the moon rose high above the horizon, Julian felt the stirring of something deep within him. A sense of duty, of courage, and of the legacy that was about to unfold. He was ready. The day had come. The army of Riverrun, now fully prepared, stood ready to march. King Adrian had assembled the most formidable force the kingdom had ever known, and Julian, as the new commander, was at its helm. The time had come to leave the familiar safety of Riverrun and venture into the unknown. Beyond the borders of their land, the soldiers lined up in perfect formation, their banners waving proudly in the wind. Julian stood at the front of the formation, his sword gleaming under the rising sun. His heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve was unshakable. His army, his people, and his father were all depending on him. The road ahead would be long and filled with dangers, but Julian knew that he was ready for what lay ahead. The journey began early in the morning, the rhythmic sound of marching feet filling the air. The soldiers were accustomed to long treks, but this journey would be unlike any they had ever undertaken. They would cross dense forests, climb rugged mountains, and traverse vast plains before they reached the heart of the enemy's territory. It was a journey of great peril, but also one of hope. Every step brought them closer to their goal, the defeat of King Emalgard. As they traveled, Julian found himself contemplating the challenges ahead. The landscape was vast and untamed, much of it unknown to the people of Riverrun. The journey would take them through ancient forests and over treacherous mountain passes, each step into unfamiliar territory. The roads were not always clear, and the further they traveled, the more hostile the lands became. At one point during the journey, the army was forced to make camp in a dense forest. Julian had heard rumors of dangerous creatures that roamed the forests, and he was determined to keep the men alert and prepared. That night, as the soldiers gathered around their campfires, Julian and his trusted commanders discussed their plans. "Stay vigilant," Julian warned his generals. "We don't know what dangers lurk in these forests. We've heard rumors of beasts, large, wild creatures that could easily tear apart an unprepared army." The generals nodded, and the soldiers remained on high alert, keeping watch throughout the night. Despite their preparation, the night passed uneventfully, but Julian knew this was just the beginning. The journey would only grow more dangerous as they moved further from their homeland. Days turned into weeks, and the army marched tirelessly toward their destination. Along the way, they encountered many challenges. There were times when the weather turned against them, rainstorms and high winds that made the journey almost impossible. There were moments when morale faltered, when the soldiers' spirits waned under the weight of the long journey. But Julian remained a steady presence, always at the front, encouraging his men to push forward. One particularly difficult stretch of the journey led them through a vast, barren desert. The heat was unbearable, and the soldiers were exhausted. Water supplies ran low, and the land offered little in the way of shelter or comfort. At times, it seemed as though the endless sand dunes stretched on forever, with no end in sight. The men began to question whether they could continue. During one particularly difficult day, Julian rode out ahead of the main column. He was alone, feeling the weight of responsibility heavier than ever. But as he ventured deeper into the desert, he was struck by something off in the distance. He spotted a group of riders approaching. They were not Riverrun soldiers, but travelers, seemingly out of place in the vast desert. As the riders drew closer, Julian saw that they were a group of nomads, their faces dark and weathered from years of traveling the unforgiving desert. They were an enigmatic group, with a reputation for surviving in the harshest of conditions. Julian greeted them cautiously, unsure of their intentions. "You are far from home, young prince," one of the nomads said, his voice deep and wise. "What brings you to the heart of the desert?" "We are on a journey," Julian explained, "to fight a war and defend our kingdom." The nomad nodded thoughtfully. War is a treacherous path, one that not even the strongest armies can conquer without the wisdom to navigate its trials. If you seek to continue, there is a hidden oasis not far from here. It may provide you with the water you need to survive. Julian, thankful for the advice, thanked the nomads and returned to the main army. The oasis was a lifeline, a much-needed respite from the heat and exhaustion of the desert. With renewed energy, the soldiers pressed on, and the journey continued. Over time, Julian learned valuable lessons from these experiences: patience, resilience, and the importance of trusting those who had walked the path before him. The army grew closer with each challenge they faced, their bond strengthened by the trials they endured together, but it wasn't just the physical hardships that tested them. As they ventured deeper into enemy territory, Julian faced more difficult decisions, tactics, strategies, and leadership decisions that could mean the difference between life and death. There were moments of doubt, moments when Julian questioned whether the war was worth the cost. But every time, he reminded himself of the stakes. He thought of his people, his father, and the future of Riverrun. Finally, after months of grueling travel, the army arrived at the outskirts of King Malga's kingdom. The landscape had changed, from the desolate deserts to lush, rolling hills and forests. The enemy's land was rich and fertile, a stark contrast to the harsh journey they had just endured. The soldiers were tired, but they knew that the hardest part was still to come, the battle itself. And as Julian stood before his army, looking out over the enemy's land, he knew that they were ready. They had survived the trials of the journey. Now, they would face the greatest challenge of all: war. The air was thick with anticipation as Julian's army stood at the edge of the enemy's territory. The soldiers, though weary from their long journey, stood tall. The looming threat of war was palpable, and the weight of what they had been through together was now at the forefront of their minds. They had come so far, and now, standing at the precipice of a new chapter, they could feel the reality of the battle approaching. It had been a journey of unyielding determination, but they all knew that the hardest part was yet to come: the battlefield. King Malga's forces were formidable, an army that had laid waste to many kingdoms before Riverruns. They were ruthless, trained in the art of war, and led by a man whose desire for power was insatiable. But Julian was determined. His resolve was as solid as the steel of his sword. He would not let his father's legacy be tarnished by failure. "We have arrived," Julian said to his generals, his voice steady yet carrying the weight of leadership. "The time for words is over. We fight now, for our people and for our kingdom." The generals nodded in agreement, their faces hardened by the years of conflict. The soldiers gathered in formations, their armor clinking as they moved into position. It was an overwhelming sight, an entire army ready for war. Yet Julian could sense the unease in the air. Every man felt it, the uncertainty of the battle ahead. Would they be able to overcome the powerful forces of King Malga? Would they return home victorious, or would this be the end of the road? As the soldiers prepared for battle, Julian's mind wandered back to the journey they had just completed. All the sacrifices, the hardships they had endured, had led them to this moment. He thought of the nomads, of the oasis, of the long days spent marching through unforgiving terrain. He thought of the soldiers who had lost their strength, but pushed forward nonetheless. He thought of the people who relied on them, who depended on their victory. "We fight for River Run," Julian whispered to himself, more as a reminder than a declaration. "We fight for those who cannot fight." The battle lines were drawn as Julian's army faced King Malga's troops across a wide, open field. The tension between the two armies was almost unbearable, a silence hanging in the air before the inevitable clash. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, as if the earth itself held its breath. Julian surveyed the enemy ranks, trying to gauge their numbers and strategies. He knew that King Malga was a master tactician, his army was well disciplined, and his generals were as ruthless as they came. The enemy's position was strong, but Julian had a plan, a strategy that would use his army's strengths to their advantage. The first wave of battle came swiftly. The sound of horns filled the air, signaling the start of the clash. The armies collided with a roar, the sound of metal striking metal echoing across the field. Julian led the charge, sword in hand, his heart pumping with adrenaline. His soldiers followed, a unified force, as they cut through the enemy ranks. The battle was fierce, and Julian fought with the determination of a man who had everything to lose. The air was thick with smoke from the fires of war, and Julian could hear the cries of his men as they clashed with King Malga's soldiers. Every swing of his sword was filled with purpose, every step taken with the weight of responsibility. His soldiers looked to him for guidance, for leadership, and he would not falter amidst the chaos. Julian spotted his father's banner flying high above the battlefield. It was a symbol of their strength, their unity, and their unwavering resolve. His heart swelled with pride, his father's spirit was with them, guiding them toward victory. But as the battle raged on, it became clear that King Malga's forces were no easy match. His soldiers fought with a ferocity that was unmatched, and they quickly pushed Julian's forces back. The battlefield became a blur of chaos, swords clashing, men falling, horses galloping. The line between life and death seemed impossibly thin. Despite the overwhelming odds, Julian's army refused to give up. Every soldier fought with everything they had, knowing that the future of their kingdom rested on their shoulders. The battle was no longer about honor or glory, it was about survival. Julian's mind raced as he scanned the battlefield, looking for any opening, any advantage they could use. That's when he spotted it. The enemy's left flank was vulnerable, a small gap in their formation. It was a risk, but it was their only chance. "Forward! Push through the left flank!" Julian shouted to his generals, who relayed the command to the soldiers. It was a last-ditch effort, and it would require every ounce of strength and determination they had. With a rallying cry, Julian and his soldiers surged toward the enemy's weak point. The battle was turning in their favor, but it was far from over. Julian could feel the weight of the war upon him, the pressure mounting with every strike, every breath. And then, just as victory seemed within their grasp, disaster struck. Julian's father, King Adrian, was struck by an enemy spear. The blow was fatal, and Julian saw his father fall before him, blood staining the earth beneath him. A wave of grief and rage consumed Julian, but there was no time to mourn. His father's legacy had been passed on to him now. With the strength of his father's spirit within him, Julian rallied his forces one final time. "For River Run," he shouted. And with that, the soldiers pushed forward with renewed determination. They fought with everything they had, and the tide of battle began to turn. King Malga's forces, exhausted and demoralized, began to retreat. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Julian's army emerged victorious. The enemy was broken, their forces scattered. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, but River Run had won. But the cost had been great. Julian stood amidst the wreckage, his heart heavy with the loss of his father. He had won the war, but at a great personal sacrifice. The field was silent now, save for the sounds of the wounded and the victorious cries of his soldiers. The sun began to set on the battlefield, casting long shadows over the wreckage of war. The smoke of the burning battlefield hung in the air, a heavy reminder of the fierce conflict that had just taken place. Julian stood at the edge of the carnage, his armor bloodied and worn, but his eyes focused on the horizon. The sounds of triumph and mourning filled the air as his soldiers celebrated the victory, but Julian could not join in. His heart was heavy with grief, and the weight of the crown now felt like a burden he was not sure he was ready to carry. His father, King Adrian, the man who had ruled Riverrun with wisdom and justice, had fallen in battle. Julian had seen it with his own eyes, the fatal blow that had taken his father's life. The man who had guided him through his youth, taught him the importance of duty and honor, was gone. Now, it was Julian's turn to lead, but the task ahead felt overwhelming. He walked slowly across the battlefield, his thoughts consumed by the loss. He had been prepared to fight for Riverrun, but he had never imagined that he would lose his father in the process. His hands trembled as he reached his father's body, still lying in the dirt. The king's once proud face was now a mask of peace, but Julian could not bring himself to feel relief. His father was gone, and with him, a part of Julian himself. Kneeling beside his father's body, Julian whispered, "I will honor you, Father. I will carry on your legacy." But deep down, he wasn't sure if he was ready. The thought of leading Riverrun without his father by his side seemed impossible. The burden of ruling, of protecting his people, now rested entirely on his shoulders. As the soldiers began to gather the wounded and prepare for the journey home, Julian gave the orders to begin the burial of the fallen. His generals were quick to follow his lead, but Julian could see the exhaustion in their eyes. It had been a long, grueling battle, and everyone was weary, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Yet, there was no time to mourn. Riverrun had won the battle, but the war was far from over. And now, the future of the kingdom rested in Julian's hands. He spent the night in solitude, contemplating the road ahead. The war with King Malga was only one chapter in the long and tumultuous history of Riverrun. Julian knew that even though they had won, there would be more challenges waiting for them. But what worried him most was his own uncertainty. Would he be able to live up to the expectations his father had set? Would he be able to lead Riverrun with the same wisdom and strength his father had? The next morning, Julian gathered his remaining generals and soldiers for a briefing. He stood before them, feeling the weight of their gazes on him. He was their king now, and he knew that they would look to him for guidance, just as they had looked to his father. The responsibility was enormous, but Julian could no longer afford to be uncertain. He had to take charge, not just for himself, but for the kingdom that depended on him. "My father is gone," Julian began, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "But we have won this battle, and we will carry on his legacy. We will rebuild Riverrun, and we will ensure that our kingdom remains strong." There was a moment of silence before one of the generals, a man named General Cedric, stepped forward. His face was weathered and his eyes tired, but there was a glimmer of respect in them as he addressed the new king. "Your Majesty," Cedric said, "your father was a great leader. But I see the same strength in you. We will follow you, as we followed him. Together, we will protect this kingdom." Julian nodded, though he could not fully shake the doubts that lingered in his heart. "Thank you, General. I will need all of you, more than ever, to guide us through the challenges ahead. Our victory here is just the beginning. Riverrun must rise again, stronger than before. As Julian spoke to his generals, he knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The loss of his father weighed heavily on him, but he also knew that he could not afford to dwell on his grief. Riverrun needed him now, more than ever. The kingdom had suffered, but it had not been defeated. And as long as he was king, it would not be. That evening, Julian stood alone on the castle balcony, looking out over the kingdom that was now his to protect. The stars shone brightly in the sky, a silent reminder of the vastness of the world and the weight of his new responsibility. He could still feel the presence of his father with him, in every decision he made, in every step he took. His father's legacy lived on in him, and Julian would do everything in his power to honor it. The road ahead would be difficult. The wounds of war ran deep, and there was still much to be done. But Julian knew one thing for certain: he was ready. Ready to lead, ready to protect, and ready to carry on the legacy of the man who had taught him the true meaning of being a king. The days following the battle were a blur. Julian spent them in endless meetings with advisors, generals, and council members, all while the weight of the crown seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. His father's absence was palpable, a void that could not be filled. Still, Julian carried on, determined to protect his kingdom and honor his father's legacy. The castle was filled with preparations for the return to Riverrun. The soldiers had begun their march home, the wounded cared for by the kingdom's healers, while the celebrations of their victory remained subdued. Julian's mind was elsewhere, in the quiet moments when no one was watching. In those moments, he wondered if he was truly ready to be king. The council meetings often seemed endless, the topics ranging from the rebuilding of the kingdom to military strategy to discussions of foreign affairs. Julian's advisors spoke of peace treaties with neighboring kingdoms, of securing borders, and of re-establishing trade routes. But even as he nodded and made decisions, his thoughts often drifted back to the battlefield, to the soldiers who had given their lives, to his father, and to the legacy that now fell to him. On one particular day, as the sun began to set over the kingdom, Julian found himself alone in his father's study, surrounded by maps of the land, old books on governance, and letters from dignitaries. His father had spent so much time here, poring over these same maps, making decisions that affected the future of Riverrun. Julian felt a deep sadness as he ran his fingers over the worn edges of his father's writing desk. He had always admired the king's strength, but now, standing in his place, he was overwhelmed with the responsibility. The door opened quietly, and General Cedric entered the room, his expression serious but respectful. Julian straightened up, wiping away a tear that had escaped his eye. "Your Majesty," Cedric said softly, "I understand the weight you carry. I saw it in your eyes during the battle. But you are not alone. We are with you, every step of the way. Your father would have wanted you to lead, but he would also want you to trust in those around you." Julian looked at Cedric, feeling the warmth of his words, but still unable to shake the doubt that lingered in his mind. "I don't know if I'm ready, General. The kingdom is in shambles, and there is so much that needs to be done. How can I do it all?" Cedric stepped closer, placing a hand on Julian's shoulder. "You are ready, Your Majesty. You have your father's blood in your veins. But remember, a king does not rule alone. You have advisors, generals, and soldiers who will stand by you. Trust them as they trust you." Julian nodded, appreciating the counsel, but still uncertain. The weight of the crown was crushing, and the idea of taking his father's place in such turbulent times seemed impossible. "Tomorrow, we set out for River Run," Cedric continued. "We need to prepare the kingdom for reconstruction, both physically and emotionally. The people will look to you for guidance. They need to know that their king will not falter." Julian looked out the window, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The kingdom was broken, but it was still his to protect. The weight of his father's legacy might be heavy, but it was a legacy worth carrying. His father had always believed in him, and now it was time for Julian to believe in himself. "You're right, General," Julian said, his voice steady. "Tomorrow, we begin the journey home. I will lead River Run, just as my father did. For him, and for the people of this kingdom." Cedric gave a nod of approval. "And we will follow you, Your Majesty. Always." With a final glance at his father's study, Julian stood tall, his resolve beginning to solidify. The journey ahead would be long and difficult, but it was one he had to make. Riverrun had been through much, and now it was up to Julian to lead them into a new era. As he turned to leave the study, Julian felt a spark of hope ignite within him. He was not alone, and though the road ahead was uncertain, he knew that with the support of those around him, he could restore Riverrun to its former glory. His father's legacy would live on not just in the kingdom, but in the heart of every citizen who called it home. The journey back to Riverrun was long and arduous. The army, wounded yet victorious, moved at a steady pace through the dense forests and across the open plains. The once glorious roads of the kingdom now lay in ruin, much like the state of the land itself. Julian's mind remained heavy, but his resolve grew stronger with each passing day. As the procession neared the kingdom's borders, Julian could see the devastation firsthand. Villages had been burned, crops destroyed, and the people, who had once lived in peace, now lived in fear. The smoke from the ruined towns still lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the price paid for the recent war. Julian's heart ached as he thought of the innocent lives lost, the families torn apart, and the land scarred by battle, but he would not let it remain this way. Riverrun had always been a place of prosperity, a beacon of hope for the people who lived there. His father had dedicated his life to protecting and nurturing it, and now it was his turn. The people needed him, and he would not let them down. When they finally reached the gates of Riverrun, Julian's heart swelled with both pride and sorrow. The city had changed, though not in the way he had hoped. It felt quieter now, as if the very soul of the kingdom had been sapped by the war. But it was still Riverrun. It still had the heart and spirit that had made it great. And that was something Julian would fight to preserve. Julian quickly set to work, consulting with the kingdom's officials and military leaders. There were plans to rebuild, to restore the villages that had been destroyed, and to re-establish the trade routes that had once connected Riverrun to the outside world. But there was also a need to heal both the land and the people. The scars of war were not just physical, they were emotional, and Julian knew that would take time. That he spent his days traveling to the farthest reaches of the kingdom, speaking with the people, offering what comfort he could, and assuring them that the crown would stand beside them in their rebuilding. He met with the farmers who had lost everything, the craftsmen whose workshops had been burned to the ground, and the children who had been orphaned. Julian listened to their stories, shared in their grief, and promised them that their suffering would not be forgotten. And while Julian worked tirelessly, the advisors and generals worked just as hard behind the scenes. The kingdom's military, once a source of strength, was now weak from the losses suffered in battle. But Julian, ever the strategist, understood that they needed to build it back up, not just in numbers, but in morale. He authorized the creation of new training camps, ensuring that every soldier, from the youngest recruit to the seasoned veteran, was prepared for whatever the future held. It would take time, but the kingdom would rise again. One evening, after a long day of meetings and inspections, Julian found himself alone in the royal gardens, walking amidst the stillness of the evening. The cool air of the night brushed against his skin, and the sounds of the kingdom, of children laughing, of merchants calling out to customers, of the distant hum of everyday life, seemed to bring him a fleeting sense of peace. He stopped by a fountain, gazing at the water as it trickled down into the basin. His thoughts drifted back to the war, to his father, and to the responsibility that now lay squarely on his shoulders. The crown, once a symbol of pride and honor, felt like a weight he wasn't sure he could bear. But he couldn't let that show. For the kingdom, for the people, he had to remain strong. "You look lost in thought, Your Majesty," a voice interrupted his reverie. Julian turned to see General Cedric approaching, his ever-steady presence a reminder of the loyalty and strength of the men who fought by his side. "Just thinking," Julian said, his voice quieter than he intended. "Wondering if I'm doing enough. The kingdom, it's broken. And I fear it may never be the same again." Cedric walked to his side, standing silently for a moment before speaking. "None of us will ever forget the scars of this war, Julian. But you are not alone in this. You've already done more than most would ever be capable of. And remember, the people of Riverrun have never known a king as determined as you. They look to you for guidance, and they know that you will bring this kingdom back to life." Julian nodded, grateful for the general's words, but still unsure of his ability to lead. "But can I bring it back? Can I make this kingdom thrive again?" Cedric placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of reassurance. "You already are. Every day you work, every decision you make, you are laying the foundation for a new era. You have the heart of a king, Julian. That is what this kingdom needs." The following months were a blur of effort, determination, and hard work. Julian oversaw the rebuilding of the kingdom, meeting with artisans, farmers, and traders to ensure that the heart of Riverrun would beat again. He worked tirelessly, sometimes pushing himself beyond his limits, but he always remembered what General Cedric had told him. He wasn't alone. Riverrun began to change. Slowly but surely, the people returned to their homes, the markets came alive again, and the land began to heal. Julian's leadership was proving effective, and for the first time since the war, hope began to spread throughout the kingdom. There were still challenges ahead, but the worst of it was over. And then, one day, as Julian stood atop the royal balcony overlooking the capital, he realized something. The kingdom was not just recovering, it was thriving. Riverrun had not just survived, it was stronger, more united, and more determined than ever before. He smiled, the weight of his responsibilities momentarily lifted. His father's legacy would live on, not just in the kingdom, but in the hearts of the people. Julian had done it. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like the true king of Riverrun. The sun was just beginning to rise over Riverrun, casting a golden hue across the kingdom. Julian stood on the balcony, watching as the light touched the stone walls of the castle, the gleaming spires of the city, and the faraway hills beyond. His kingdom was at peace, or so it seemed. But Julian knew better. Peace was always fragile, and threats could lurk in the shadows. As the days passed, a sense of unease began to creep into the court. Whispers of unrest in the neighboring regions began to surface, and rumors of a new, hidden enemy surfaced. Julian could not ignore them. Riverrun had been rebuilt, its people had returned to their homes, and life had started to feel normal again. But the war had taught him one lesson above all else: complacency was dangerous. Julian met with his most trusted advisors and generals in the war room that morning. General Cedric, his right-hand man, was there, along with Lady Miriam, the head of intelligence, and Sir Alistair, the kingdom's chief strategist. They had been discussing the possibility of an enemy, someone or something, lurking just beyond their borders. "We've received reports," Lady Miriam began, her tone grave. "There are signs of a conspiracy. An assassin's guild, known only as the Black Blade, has been seen in several neighboring regions. They specialize in killing high-ranking officials and have been hired by an unknown force to target you, Your Majesty." Julian felt a chill run down his spine. Assassins were no strangers to the royal family, but the idea of being hunted by such a mysterious and skilled group filled him with dread. "Do we have any leads?" Julian asked, his voice steady but concerned. Miriam nodded. "There have been sightings of Black Blade operatives near the borders of the Eastern Province. We believe they are trying to gain access to the castle." "Then we will fortify the castle," Julian said firmly. "We cannot allow this to succeed." Over the next few days, the kingdom's defenses were heightened. Guards were placed at every strategic point, and the streets around the castle were closely monitored. Julian knew that the Black Blade was not an enemy that could be dealt with lightly. They were known for their ability to infiltrate even the most secure locations, and they worked with ruthless efficiency, but Julian was determined. He would not fall victim to this threat. The people of Riverrun had trusted him, and he would protect them at all costs. The days passed in tense silence. Every corner of the castle felt like a potential trap, every shadow a hiding place for an assassin. Julian slept fitfully, his mind racing with thoughts of his kingdom's safety and the looming threat. But he would not be intimidated. He would be ready. One evening, as Julian was walking through the castle's private gardens, his thoughts were interrupted by a soft rustling in the bushes. His instincts immediately kicked in, and he reached for his sword, but before he could draw it, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman, her face partially hidden by a hood. She was tall, with striking features, and her movements were smooth and precise. Julian had seen her before. She was the one who had saved him months ago from the assassin's trap in the forest. "You," Julian said, his heart racing. "What are you doing here?" The woman lowered her hood, revealing her face fully. Her eyes were dark and intense, and there was an aura of mystery about her. "I've come to warn you, Your Majesty," she said, her voice low and urgent. "The Black Blade is already inside the castle." Julian's blood ran cold. "What do you mean? How?" "They've infiltrated the castle's staff," the woman explained. "I have learned of their plot. They plan to strike tonight, during the royal banquet. They will blend in with the guests and strike when you least expect it." Julian's mind raced. He knew that the banquet was a critical moment. Hundreds of nobles, diplomats, and guests would be in attendance. It would be the perfect opportunity for an assassin to slip through the cracks. "We need to act quickly," Julian said, his voice tight with urgency. "Gather the guards, and we will prepare for the worst." The woman nodded. "I will lead you to the hidden passageways. There is a way to confront them before they can strike." The night of the banquet arrived, and the castle was alive with activity. Music played in the halls, and guests milled about, their laughter echoing through the corridors. But Julian could not shake the feeling of unease that hung in the air. He knew that danger was imminent, and he would not allow himself to be caught off guard. The woman, whose name Julian had learned was Alina, led him through a series of hidden corridors beneath the castle. As they moved through the shadows, Julian could hear the muffled sounds of the celebration above, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of their mission. They reached a small, dimly lit chamber where several guards were waiting. Alina motioned for Julian to stay back as she began to give orders, her voice barely a whisper. They would surround the banquet hall and take out any assassins before they had a chance to strike. As the banquet continued, Julian's heart pounded in his chest. He stood among his guests, his smile thin, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd. It was a game of patience now. He would have to trust Alina and the guards to do their work. Then, as the clock struck midnight, chaos erupted. A sharp cry rang out from the far side of the hall. A nobleman fell to the ground, his throat slit open, and the guests screamed in panic. The assassins had made their move, but Julian was ready. Alina and the guards sprang into action, moving quickly and decisively through the chaos. They fought with precision, neutralizing the assassins one by one. Julian, with his sword drawn, moved through the crowd, his eyes searching for the leader of the Black Blade. He found him at the center of the hall, surrounded by the last of his men. "You won't leave this castle alive," Julian said, his voice cold as he faced the leader, a man cloaked in black armor. The assassin smiled, his eyes glinting with malice. "We've been paid well, Your Majesty. But you'll never stop us. There are always more of us." Julian's heart hardened. "Then we will fight until the last." The battle was fierce, but Julian, fueled by the protection of his kingdom, fought with unmatched determination. With a final, swift strike, he brought down the leader of the Black Blade, ending the threat once and for all. The castle was left in a state of chaos, but the assassins were defeated. Riverrun had survived yet another crisis, and Julian's reign was secured. As the blooded bodies were removed and the wounded tended to, Julian stood tall, his eyes filled with determination. He had faced the shadow of death, and yet he was still standing. Riverrun was safe, and with Alina at his side, they would rebuild once again. The night was long and filled with the sounds of quiet whispers as the wounded were tended to, and the castle's halls were cleaned of the remnants of the attack. Despite the chaos, Julian felt a strange calm settle over him. The danger had passed, and Riverrun was still intact. The threat of the Black Blade had been erased, for now. But Julian knew that in the world he inhabited, threats didn't always come from the obvious places. Alina had proven invaluable in the defense of the castle. Her knowledge of the enemy and her swift actions had saved countless lives. Julian had never felt more grateful for her presence. He had always been a king focused on the larger picture, but Alina was a reminder that it was the small details, the hidden corners, the quiet movements that often held the greatest power. As the hours passed, Julian returned to his chambers to find himself alone with his thoughts. The weight of the crown never truly left him, even in moments like these. The burden of keeping his kingdom safe, of being the protector of Riverrun, felt heavier with each passing day. But there was a resolve in Julian's heart, a belief that he could handle whatever challenge came his way. However, just as he was about to rest, a soft knock came at the door. He straightened up, wiping the fatigue from his face as he called out, "Enter." The door creaked open, and Alina stepped inside. Her face was tired, her eyes dark from the hours of battle and strain, but there was something else in her gaze, a quiet urgency. "Your Majesty, there's something you need to know," Alina said, her voice tight with concern. Julian sat up straighter, his heart quickening. "What is it?" "It's about the Black Blade," she began, closing the door behind her and stepping closer to him. "I found something after the attack. A letter, hidden beneath the leader's armor. Julian's brows furrowed as she handed him the letter. He took it from her and broke the seal, reading the contents quickly. The letter revealed something that sent a chill down his spine. There was more to the Black Blade than he had initially realized. The guild had been hired by someone inside his own court, someone he trusted. The letter named a figure in his inner circle who had been secretly collaborating with the assassins. "My lord, I believe there's a traitor among us," Alina said softly, watching Julian's reaction carefully. Julian's heart sank. He had always known that betrayal was a constant companion in leadership, but to have someone so close to him involved with the enemy, it was unimaginable. He looked at Alina, meeting her eyes with a newfound determination. "We need to find out who did this," Julian said, his voice low. "And we need to stop them before they can do any more damage." The investigation began immediately. Julian ordered the most trusted members of his council to search for any signs of betrayal within the court. Whispers and suspicions began to circulate, but no one was certain. Every meeting was shadowed by suspicion, and every person in the royal court became a suspect. It was a tense atmosphere, where no one was safe from the growing paranoia. As the days passed, Julian couldn't shake the feeling that the traitor was someone closer than he had thought. The circle around him had always seemed tight, but now it seemed full of cracks and hidden dangers. Then came a breakthrough. Lady Miriam, who had been investigating the council, found evidence of a secret meeting between one of the royal advisors and a member of the Black Blade. The advisor's name was Lord Victor, a man who had served as one of Julian's closest allies for years. Julian was stunned. He had known Lord Victor well, had even relied on him during the darkest times of the war. To think that he had been deceiving him all along was beyond belief. Julian wasted no time. He summoned Lord Victor to the royal chambers, his mind already made up. The betrayal cut deep, but he would not show weakness. Riverrun needed its king to be strong, unwavering in the face of treachery. Lord Victor arrived, his demeanor calm and composed, but Julian could see the flicker of unease in his eyes. The man knew the truth had been uncovered. "Your Majesty," Lord Victor greeted, bowing low. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." Julian's voice was cold as he spoke. "You are, Victor. You've been conspiring with the Black Blade. I know everything." Lord Victor's face remained unchanged, though his hands clenched slightly at his sides. "I don't know what you mean, my king." "Don't lie to me," Julian said firmly, stepping closer. "I have the letter. I know about the meetings. You've betrayed everything I've worked for." The silence in the room was deafening. Finally, Lord Victor's composure cracked, and a smirk appeared on his face. "You think you can stop it, Julian? You're too weak. The Black Blade is unstoppable. And now, so is I." Before Julian could react, Lord Victor drew a dagger, but it was too late. Alina, ever watchful, had been waiting for this moment. She was on him before he could make another move, disarming him in an instant. "Your Majesty, he's not going anywhere," Alina said, her voice as sharp as her sword. Julian stared at Lord Victor with disgust. "You've been hiding in the shadows, plotting, while I trusted you with everything. Your treachery ends today." With that, the guards took Lord Victor away, his plans foiled and his fate sealed. Julian knew that this event had shaken his court to its core. The wound of betrayal would take time to heal, but Riverrun had survived it. With Alina by his side, he had uncovered the traitor, and justice had been served that night. As Julian stood in his chambers once more, gazing out over the city, he felt a deep sense of resolve. He had learned that power came with immense responsibility, and that responsibility was not always about ruling, it was about protecting. And that protection would always come first, no matter the cost. The kingdom was safe, for now. And with Alina at his side, Julian was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The days following Lord Victor's betrayal were filled with reflection and resolution. Julian had expected anger and a deep sense of betrayal, and while both were present, they were not as overpowering as he had imagined. Instead, there was a quiet determination that burned inside him, a sense that he had learned something important, not just about the people around him, but about himself. Alina continued to be a pillar of strength, never wavering in her loyalty and always ready to act when called upon. Julian found himself relying on her more than ever, not just for her skills in battle, but for her wisdom, her ability to think through the problems that seemed to overwhelm him. Together, they navigated the murky waters of politics, ensuring that Riverrun was safe from further threats and that the kingdom's reputation remained strong. But there was something else that lingered in Julian's mind, something that had begun to take shape during the darkest days of the war, when everything seemed lost. The question of what kind of king he wanted to be. What did it mean to rule justly, to lead with strength but also with compassion? His father's legacy had taught him the importance of strategy and might, but Julian had come to understand that the true power of a king lay not in the strength of his armies or the wealth of his lands, but in the hearts of his people. If they did not trust him, if they did not believe in his vision for the future, then all the power in the world would be meaningless. The journey ahead would not be easy. Riverrun, though victorious, had been scarred by the recent events. The political landscape was shifting, alliances were in flux, and the kingdom's enemies, though weakened, were not gone. Julian knew that he had to secure his throne, but more than that, he had to secure the future of his people. It was a heavy burden, but one that he had come to accept. One morning, Julian called for a council meeting. As he sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his most trusted advisors, he looked around the room with a sense of purpose. His eyes landed on Alina, who had become a close confidant and, in many ways, a symbol of the strength of their kingdom. "Today marks the beginning of a new era for Riverrun," Julian said, his voice strong and commanding. "We have faced betrayal and darkness, but we have emerged stronger. Our kingdom is more than just its walls, its armies, or its wealth. Our true strength lies in the people we serve, the people who look to us for guidance and protection. It is time we shift our focus. We must rebuild not just our defenses, but our hearts." The room fell silent as Julian's words sunk in. His advisors exchanged glances, each of them aware of the weight of what he was saying. "We must ensure that the lands we've fought so hard to protect are prosperous, that the people's voices are heard, and that we create a future that is worthy of the sacrifices that have been made. This will be our legacy," he continued, his eyes now resting on Alina. "And Alina, you will be at my side, as always. Together, we will guide Riverrun into this new chapter." Alina nodded, her eyes meeting Julian's with unwavering trust. She had always believed in him, but now, more than ever, she saw the man he was becoming. A king, not just by title, but by the choices he made every day. The weeks turned into months, and Julian's vision began to take shape. He traveled across Riverrun, meeting with the people and hearing their concerns. He worked with his advisors to ensure that the economy was rebuilt, that education and trade flourished, and that the foundations of a just and prosperous society were laid. His reign, though still young, had already begun to reflect the ideals he had set for himself: strength tempered by compassion, power wielded with fairness, and a commitment to the people above all else. And then, one day, as Julian stood at the edge of the great city of Riverrun, watching the sun set over the horizon, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find Alina standing beside him, her eyes as steady as ever. "You've done it, Julian," she said softly, her voice filled with pride. "I couldn't have done it without you," he replied, his voice filled with gratitude. Together, they stood in silence, watching as the light of the setting sun bathed the kingdom in a golden glow. The road ahead was long, and there would undoubtedly be more challenges to face. But in that moment, Julian knew that they were ready. They had not only survived the darkness, they had emerged from it stronger, united, and ready to build a future that would stand the test of time. And so, King Julian and Alina continued to rule Riverrun, a kingdom once on the brink of destruction, now flourishing under their leadership. Their story was one of resilience, of overcoming betrayal and adversity, and ultimately, of creating a legacy that would inspire generations to come. Months had passed since the war had ended, and Riverrun was flourishing under the wise and compassionate rule of King Julian. The wounds of the past were slowly healing, and with the guidance of his most trusted advisor, Alina, the kingdom was becoming a beacon of prosperity. Julian and Alina had grown inseparable, their bond deepening with each passing day. Their connection, forged in the fires of battle and cemented through shared ideals, had become a force that no one could break. The people of Riverrun looked to their king and his queen with admiration and respect. Julian's leadership was steadfast, and Alina's counsel had proven invaluable. The kingdom was rebuilding, not just physically, but emotionally, as hope once again flourished in the hearts of the people. But amidst the joy and the achievements, Alina often found herself lost in her thoughts. Late at night, when the palace was quiet, she would sit by the window, gazing out at the stars, remembering her father, the humble forester who had once guided her with wisdom and strength. She had not forgotten the lessons he had taught her, the bond they had shared before his death in the battle point. One evening, after a long day of matters of the court, Alina retired to her chambers. She had grown tired, both physically and emotionally, yet something called to her in the quiet of the night. As she drifted into sleep, her mind wandered into a dream. In her dream, Alina found herself standing in the middle of a dense forest, the trees towering above her, their leaves whispering in the wind. The air was cool, and the scent of pine and earth filled her lungs. As she walked deeper into the forest, she saw a familiar figure ahead, her father. He stood with his back to her, his rugged clothes blending with the natural world. She called out to him, her voice trembling. "Father!" He turned slowly, his eyes warm with the same wisdom she had always known. He smiled softly, though there was a sadness in his eyes. "Alina," he said in his deep, steady voice, "you've done well. You've become the woman I always knew you could be." "But," Alina began, her voice catching in her throat, "how can I continue without you? I don't know if I'm strong enough to carry on the way you did." Her father's smile deepened, and he placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "You are stronger than you think, my daughter. The strength you seek is not in the battles you fight or the victories you claim. It's in your heart, in your ability to love and lead, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I see the leader in you, Alina. You will guide this kingdom with the same wisdom and compassion I taught you. Your journey is just beginning." Alina's eyes filled with tears, but she held them back. "I miss you, Father. So much." "I know," he said quietly, "but I am always with you, in the whisper of the trees, in the rustle of the leaves. You carry me with you in everything you do. And now, you must carry the future of Riverrun with the same love and courage. You will not fail." Before she could respond, the image of her father began to fade, and the forest around her shifted, dissolving into light. Her father's voice echoed in her ears as the dream slowly slipped away. Alina awoke with a start, her heart pounding in her chest. The room was dark, save for the moonlight filtering through the window. She sat up in bed, her mind racing. She could still hear her father's words, as though they were etched in her soul. Her gaze turned to the window, where the first light of dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon. She rose from the bed and walked to the window, her heart filled with a newfound clarity. In her father's dream, she had found the strength she had been searching for all along. It was not in the sword she had wielded or the battles she had fought, but in her heart, in the love she had for her people, and in the leadership that she and Julian now shared. Alina smiled softly to herself. She knew that the journey ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready. With Julian by her side, and with her father's spirit within her, there was no challenge they could not overcome. As she turned to leave her chamber, she found Julian standing in the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. "Alina," he asked softly, "are you all right?" She nodded, her heart at peace. "I'm more than all right, Julian. I'm ready. Together, we will guide Riverrun to even greater heights." And with that, the two of them walked forward into the future, hand in hand, united not only by their love but by the shared responsibility they carried for their kingdom. It was a new beginning for them both, a new chapter that would be written with courage, wisdom, and love. The days in Riverrun seemed to flow with a quiet serenity, but beneath the surface, there were whispers of a future yet to unfold. Julian and Alina's reign was still young, and the people were hopeful, their eyes fixed on the horizon, expecting great things. Yet, as they stood at the edge of a new era, neither Julian nor Alina could shake the feeling that their journey was far from complete. There were still shadows lingering beyond the peaceful borders of their kingdom, and some challenges, though unseen, would soon test them in ways they could not yet understand. One evening, as Julian sat by the great hearth in the palace, contemplating the path ahead, a messenger arrived. His face was drawn with urgency. "Your Majesties," he said, bowing low, "there are reports of strange happenings near the borders. Movements we cannot explain, whispers of old powers awakening in the east." Julian stood, his brow furrowed. "What sort of powers?" "We don't know yet, my king," the messenger replied, his voice tense. "But it seems that the world outside Riverrun is changing. Forces we thought long gone are stirring once more. I fear it may be something ancient." Alina, who had been silently observing, exchanged a look with Julian. The weight of the messenger's words hung heavily between them. Riverrun had been peaceful for so long, but now the winds of change were blowing, and they both felt that they stood at the threshold of something far larger than they could have imagined. The room grew quiet as the tension thickened, and for the first time in months, Alina felt a flicker of uncertainty. Was this the end of their peace, or the beginning of something more? The dawn of a new adventure, a new challenge perhaps? Neither of them knew, but one thing was clear: whatever was coming, they would face it together. As Julian turned to look out over the palace gardens, Alina's thoughts wandered back to the dream of her father. She could hear his voice again, urging her to be strong, to lead with wisdom. But now, as she looked out into the darkening sky, she knew that even the wisest rulers were not immune to the unknown. A storm was brewing, and they would have to meet it head-on. Would they rise to the challenge, or would this be a chapter in Riverrun's history they would wish to forget? As the wind howled outside, it was clear that the story of King Julian and Queen Alina was far from over. Julian awoke to a heavy silence, the room around him dark except for the faint glow of early morning light creeping through the curtains. He sat up slowly, his thoughts still hazy from the dreams that had haunted him throughout the night. The vision of his father, standing strong in the forest, his deep voice calling out through the trees, echoed in Julian's mind. As he rose from his bed, the weight of the crown seemed heavier than ever. He had dreamed of Alina's father, the man who had saved him from the assassin's blow. The forest, the trees, and the memories from their past together were vivid, as if they were trying to communicate something important. The memories of that moment, when Alina had saved him, still felt like a dream. The world felt fragile now, as if everything was teetering on the edge of uncertainty. Julian stepped out onto the balcony, feeling the cool morning breeze on his skin. His eyes scanned the horizon, but all he could see was the quiet expanse of the kingdom he ruled. His thoughts wandered back to the dream. Could it have been a message from his father? He needed to understand what it meant before it was too late. Julian clenched his fists, determination in his heart. He would not fail his kingdom. He would not fail Alina. The air felt different today, as if something was brewing in the distance. Julian could feel the weight of the decisions ahead of him, the burden of leadership pressing harder now than ever before. But he was ready, or so he hoped. Alina appeared in the doorway, her expression soft but serious. "Julian, what's wrong?" she asked gently, her eyes filled with concern. Julian turned to face her, his heart heavy with emotions he could not yet express. "I saw him again," Julian whispered, his voice shaking slightly. Alina stepped closer, her hand resting on his arm, offering him her strength. "Your father?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Julian nodded, the memory still fresh in his mind. "He spoke to me in the dream. But there was something in it, something I can't understand yet. It's as if he was telling me something important, something that might change everything for us." Alina took a deep breath and held his gaze. "Maybe it's time we found out what it means. Together," she said firmly, her confidence reassuring him. The two of them stood there, looking out over the kingdom they had fought so hard to protect, knowing that their journey was far from over. But in that moment, they both understood one thing. They would face whatever came next, side by side, ready to uncover the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. And so, Julian and Alina's journey continued, not knowing what awaited them, but knowing they had each other, and that was all that mattered. As the days passed, Julian couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. A storm on the horizon, something he couldn't yet see but could feel in his bones. The kingdom felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to shift, something to change. Alina remained by his side, steady and strong, a constant reminder of what he was fighting for. Her unwavering support gave him strength, even when his doubts threatened to overwhelm him. Together, they started making plans for the future, discussing every possible outcome, every possible path that their kingdom could take. But the weight of the dream, the cryptic message from his father, lingered in Julian's mind. Was it a warning? A sign? He couldn't be sure, but he couldn't ignore it either. His father had always been a man of action, a man who spoke with his deeds, not just words. Julian had to honor that legacy, had to carry it forward. One evening, as the sun set behind the castle, Julian and Alina walked along the walls, looking over the vast lands that stretched beyond the kingdom. Julian's mind was heavy, but his heart was full of determination. He knew the battle ahead would be difficult, but he also knew that he wasn't alone. "I think we're ready," Alina said, her voice soft but resolute. Julian turned to look at her, seeing the confidence in her eyes, the same confidence she had always had in him. Ready for what? Julian asked, though he had a feeling he already knew the answer. Ready to face whatever comes next, Alina replied, her words strong and true. Together, we can handle anything. Julian nodded, the weight on his shoulders a little less heavy with Alina's support. He took a deep breath, letting the wind carry away some of his worries. In this moment, Julian knew that the journey would be long and the path unclear, but with Alina by his side, he felt ready to face anything that lay ahead. They continued their walk, side by side, their footsteps echoing in the quiet evening. The kingdom around them was peaceful, the calm before the storm, but Julian knew that peace was always temporary. In the days that followed, Julian gathered his advisors, prepared his army, and set the wheels of change in motion. His father's dream had shown him that there were more challenges to come, and he couldn't afford to be unprepared. The kingdom needed him to be strong, to lead them through whatever trials awaited them. Alina was with him every step of the way, her strength and wisdom guiding him through the most difficult decisions. And though Julian's heart was heavy with the weight of his father's legacy, he knew that he was ready to take up the mantle, to become the king the kingdom needed. As the days turned into weeks, the winds of change began to blow across the kingdom. Julian spent his nights in the war room, studying maps and strategies, preparing his soldiers for what lay ahead. Alina, ever watchful, would sit beside him, offering words of encouragement when the weight of the decisions became too much. The dream he had of his father, that strange, cryptic message, still haunted him. Was it a prophecy? A warning? Julian couldn't say, but one thing was clear: the peace he had fought so hard to protect would soon be tested. He knew that no matter how prepared they were, the true test would be in the battle itself. Julian had always admired his father's strength, his unwavering belief in the people and the land they ruled. But now, the mantle of leadership had fallen to him, and he felt the pressure more than ever. There were moments when he doubted his ability, when the weight of the crown seemed unbearable, but Alina's unwavering belief in him kept him going. Her confidence reminded him of the strength he carried within, the same strength that had seen his kingdom through the darkest of times. The day finally arrived when Julian had to face the armies that threatened the kingdom's borders. His army stood ready, their weapons polished, their hearts prepared for the battle that would shape their future. The kingdom had never been so united, so determined, but Julian knew the real test would be in the heat of battle. Alina, though not a soldier, stood by his side, her presence a constant reassurance. She had always been his rock, but now she had become the kingdom's protector as well. The people of the kingdom had learned to trust in her, to look to her for guidance and wisdom. As Julian looked out over the horizon, he could see the enemy's forces assembling in the distance. It was time to defend the land he had promised to protect, time to face the unknown forces that threatened everything they held dear. The air was thick with tension as Julian's army lined up in formation, each soldier standing tall, ready to defend their kingdom. Julian could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on him, but he didn't waver. His people believed in him, and he would not let them down. The battle that loomed ahead would be one for the history books, but it was also a battle for survival. Alina stood beside him, her presence a calm amidst the storm. She had taken her place among the advisors, helping strategize, offering her wisdom when Julian needed it most. The bond they shared was undeniable, and in these critical moments, it became even clearer how much they had come to depend on each other. "Ready yourself, my king," one of the generals said, his voice steady despite the nervous energy in the air. Julian nodded, gathering his courage before turning to face his army. His heart raced, but his resolve was unwavering. The battle horn sounded, and the earth beneath their feet seemed to tremble as the enemy forces began to advance. The sky was dark, clouds swirling as if the heavens themselves were preparing for the conflict. The roar of the enemy's war cries filled the air, a sound that would have frightened many, but Julian stood firm. Alina watched from a distance, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew this battle could change everything, and she knew the risks better than anyone. But she also knew that Julian was no ordinary king. He had the strength of his father in him, the same strength that had been passed down through generations. The clash of swords echoed across the battlefield as Julian led his army into the fray. His soldiers fought with fierce determination, their trust in their king unshakable. Julian fought at the forefront, his sword flashing in the sunlight, his heart and mind focused on the task at hand. 4 hours, the battle raged on, neither side giving ground. Julian's arm ached from swinging his sword, but he pressed on, knowing that his kingdom's fate rested on this moment. With every strike, every movement, Julian could feel his resolve harden, his fear and doubt fading away. As the sun began to set, Julian saw the enemy's forces start to retreat. His army, though blooded and tired, had managed to hold their ground, and with one final push, they forced the enemy to surrender. Julian's heart swelled with relief, but he knew this victory came at a cost. The battlefield was littered with fallen soldiers, both from his kingdom and the enemy's forces. Julian knelt beside the bodies of his fallen comrades, his heart heavy with grief. It was a victory, yes, but it was also a reminder of the harsh reality of war, its cost, its pain, and its irreversible toll on both sides. The battlefield was silent now, save for the sound of soldiers tending to the wounded, their faces grim with exhaustion and sorrow. Julian stood at the edge of the field, his eyes scanning the aftermath of the conflict. The once green grass was now stained with blood, the scent of smoke and iron lingering in the air. His mind was clouded with thoughts of the lives lost, both from his own army and the enemy forces. Victory, he realized, always came with a price. He had won the battle, but the cost of war weighed heavily on his shoulders. The cries of the wounded echoed in his ears, and each face he passed seemed to remind him of what they had endured to achieve this victory. Julian had always believed in the cause, in the defense of his kingdom, but as he walked through the remnants of battle, he couldn't help but wonder if there was another way, a way to protect his people without so much bloodshed. Alina appeared beside him, her face pale from the tension of the day. She had been at the back of the battlefield, coordinating the medical teams, making sure the wounded were tended to. Her hands were stained with blood, but it was not her own. Julian's heart ached seeing her like this, so strong yet carrying the weight of the battlefield on her shoulders. "We did it," she said softly, though there was no joy in her voice. "But at what cost?" Julian didn't answer at first. He couldn't. The words felt hollow, and nothing he said could change the reality before him. He reached out, taking her hand in his. "We've won, Alina," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I'll carry this weight with me, always." She squeezed his hand gently, her eyes meeting his with a look of understanding. They both knew that the battle was just one chapter in a much larger story. The war was not over. The enemy may have been defeated, but other challenges lay ahead. Julian couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger struggle. Later that evening, Julian stood alone in his chamber, looking out over the kingdom. The moonlight bathed the land in a soft glow, and for a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel a sense of peace. The war was over, for now, and his people could rest. But Julian knew deep down that peace was fleeting. His father's dream of a united kingdom, one that would stand strong in the face of any enemy, was far from complete. As he turned to leave the room, a servant entered, a letter in hand. "From King Julian's advisors," she said. Julian took the letter, his curiosity piqued. He opened it slowly, his eyes scanning the contents. "The enemy is not as defeated as we thought," the letter read. "Reports indicate that remnants of their forces are regrouping in the mountains, preparing for another assault." Julian's heart sank. The war was not over. His victory was short-lived, and the kingdom would once again be thrust into the fires of battle. Julian paced the war room, his mind racing. The news of the enemy's regrouping sent a chill through him. He had hoped for a chance to rebuild, to help his people recover from the scars of war. But now, it seemed that another conflict loomed on the horizon, one that could threaten everything they had fought for. Alina was by his side, as always, her eyes scanning the map spread out before them. The enemy forces were regrouping in the mountains, a difficult terrain to navigate, but not impossible. Julian knew that they would have to move quickly if they were to prevent the enemy from launching another attack. "We need to act now," Julian said, his voice steady. "We can't afford to wait for them to come to us. We need to take the fight to them." Alina nodded, her expression serious. "I agree. We can't let them regroup and strengthen their forces. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to stop them." Julian turned to his generals, his mind already working on the strategy. "We'll move out at dawn. We'll take the mountain pass and attack them before they have a chance to gather their forces. We can't afford a drawn-out battle. This must end now." The room fell silent as the generals processed the plan. It was a bold move, one that could end the conflict once and for all, or it could lead to disaster. But Julian knew there was no other choice. His kingdom needed him, and he would not falter now. Later that night, Julian sat with Alina, discussing the next steps. "This is it," he said softly. "This could be the final battle." Alina met his gaze, her eyes full of determination. "You're ready, Julian. You've always been ready for this." Julian smiled faintly. "I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm going to fight with everything I have." As dawn broke, the kingdom's army set out toward the mountains. Julian led the charge, his heart heavy with the weight of the decisions ahead. This battle would determine the future of his kingdom, and he couldn't afford to fail. The journey to the mountains was treacherous, the terrain difficult to navigate. But Julian and his army pressed on, their determination unwavering. As they neared the enemy's stronghold, Julian could feel the tension in the air. The final battle was upon them, and the fate of the kingdom rested on their shoulders. The sun was just beginning to rise as Julian and his army approached the foot of the mountain pass. The air was crisp and biting, but the soldiers were determined, their faces set with purpose. Each step brought them closer to the enemy, and Julian could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This was the battle that would determine the future of his kingdom. If they failed, everything they had fought for would be lost. Alina stood beside him, her eyes scanning the distant peaks. "We can't afford to underestimate them," she said, her voice steady despite the tension. "They've been preparing for this, and they're likely waiting for us." Julian nodded. "We know the terrain, and we know their tactics. But we also have the advantage of surprise. If we strike hard and fast, we can catch them off guard." The army moved silently through the mountains, their footsteps muffled by the snow. The only sounds were the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant calls of the hawks that circled overhead. As they climbed higher, Julian's thoughts turned to his people. This battle was not just for him, it was for everyone in his kingdom. He couldn't afford to let them down. At the top of the mountain pass, they finally saw the enemy encampment in the distance. It was heavily fortified, but Julian had already devised a plan. They would split into two groups, one to attack the front gates, and the other to scale the cliffs on the side and ambush the enemy from behind. If they could take them by surprise, they might stand a chance of winning. "Get ready," Julian said to his commanders. "We move in 5 minutes." No hesitation. His heart pounded in his chest as they prepared for the assault. He could hear the sound of his soldiers' armor shifting, their weapons being drawn. This was it, the moment they had all been waiting for. Julian took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He knew there was no turning back. As the signal was given, the army surged forward, charging down the mountain pass with a roar that echoed through the cliffs. The enemy forces, caught off guard, scrambled to defend their position. The sound of clashing swords and cries of battle filled the air as Julian and his men fought their way toward the enemy's stronghold. The battle raged for hours, the enemy putting up a fierce resistance. But Julian's forces had the advantage of surprise, and slowly, they began to push the enemy back. The sound of the battle grew louder, and Julian felt the adrenaline coursing through his veins. His body ached with exhaustion, but there was no time to rest. The fight had to be on. As the sun began to set, the tide of battle began to turn in Julian's favor. The enemy's forces were retreating, but they were not giving up without a fight. Julian's heart raced as he pressed on, determined to finish what they had started. The enemy's leader, a man known only as Varek, was still at the heart of the stronghold, and Julian knew that defeating him was the key to ending the war. Julian and his most trusted soldiers pushed forward, cutting through the last of the enemy's defenses. The gates to the stronghold were finally breached, and they charged into the heart of the enemy camp. Varek's personal guard was waiting for them, but Julian was ready. He had trained for this moment, and he would not let anything stand in his way. Varek appeared at the top of the stairs, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "You think you can defeat me?" he sneered. "I've spent years building this empire, and you, a mere boy, think you can end it all?" Julian raised his sword, his eyes locked on the enemy leader. "Your empire is built on blood and suffering," he said coldly. "It ends today." With a battle cry, Julian charged up the stairs, his sword raised high. The two men met in the center of the courtyard, their swords clashing with a deafening ring. The fight was fierce, but Julian was fueled by years of pain and loss, and he fought with a determination that Varek could not match. With a final, powerful strike, Julian drove his sword into Varek's chest, ending the fight once and for all. The enemy leader collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the stones beneath him. Julian stood over him, panting, his chest heaving with exhaustion. "It's over," Julian whispered, his voice hoarse. As the battle came to a close, Julian's army secured the stronghold. The enemy forces had been defeated, and the war was finally over. But Julian's victory felt hollow. The cost of the war, the lives lost, and the destruction wrought upon his kingdom weighed heavily on him. He had won, but at what cost? Julian returned to his kingdom a hero, but the victory felt bittersweet. His people hailed him as a savior, and the celebrations lasted for days, but in the quiet moments, He could feel the weight of the war's aftermath pressing down on him. The fields that had once been lush and green were now scarred, the villages reduced to rubble. There was no true celebration, only a fragile sense of relief. Alina stood by his side, as always, offering him support. "You did what you had to do," she said gently, her eyes filled with compassion. "You saved your people, Julian. The war is over, and now it's time to rebuild." Julian nodded, but the burden of leadership still hung heavily on him. "The people are celebrating, but they don't understand what it cost," he said softly. "We may have won the war, but the scars will remain. It's going to take time to heal." Alina placed a hand on his shoulder. "You don't have to do it alone. We're in this together, remember?" Her words were a comfort, but Julian still felt the weight of his responsibility. He knew that his kingdom would need him more than ever in the days to come. There was much to rebuild, and many wounds to heal, but he was determined to lead his people into a new era of peace. As Julian and Alina stood on the balcony overlooking the kingdom, they both knew that the journey ahead would not be easy. But with each other's support, they would face whatever came their way, together, and so, the new era began, with Julian and Alina at its helm. The kingdom would rise from the ashes of war, stronger than before, and under their rule, peace would reign. The future was uncertain, but Julian knew one thing for sure: he would never stop fighting for his people, no matter the cost. Alina's father, Roderick, lived a simple life as a woodcutter in the dense forests of the kingdom. He had always been a quiet man, content with his role as a protector of the forest and its creatures. He spent his days chopping wood and gathering resources for the people of the nearby villages. Though his life was humble, Roderick was a man of great integrity and strength. His small cottage was nestled deep in the forest, surrounded by towering trees, which he had planted himself. Roderick's love for nature went beyond just harvesting wood. He understood the balance of the forest and treated the land with respect. He often spoke to Alina about the deep connection he felt with the earth, explaining that every tree had a spirit and that the forest was a living, breathing entity. Alina grew up learning the ways of the forest from him, understanding how to live in harmony with nature. While many saw him as just a simple woodsman, Roderick had been a man of great influence in his community. He had a reputation for wisdom, and people from neighboring villages would often seek his advice on matters of the land and even on matters of life. Though he never sought fame, his reputation spread, and even the king had come to respect his knowledge of the forests and its resources. It was no surprise that, when Alina married King Julian, Roderick became an important advisor to the kingdom in matters related to nature and the environment. The peace that Julian had worked so hard to build was shattered when a neighboring kingdom, Doria, suddenly declared war on the kingdom of Julian. The reason for the war was a dispute over a border territory that had long been disputed but never fully resolved. Doria's king, King Malcor, had been looking for an excuse to expand his land, and Julian's peaceful reign had become a target. The declaration of war came as a shock. Julian had worked tirelessly to maintain peace and prosperity in his kingdom, but now, with tensions rising, the threat of war loomed. Malcor's armies, massive and ruthless, marched toward the borders of Julian's kingdom with overwhelming force. Julian immediately gathered his council and prepared for a defense. Despite the peace-loving nature of the kingdom, the people rallied behind their king. Julian knew this was not just a fight for land, but for the future of his people and his reign. Alina, though worried for her husband, stood by his side, offering strength and support. The war that was supposed to have been avoided had now come to their doorstep. As war loomed, Julian knew that he had to give his kingdom every advantage possible. In a bid to protect his people, Julian's engineers and scholars were called upon to create a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. After weeks of tireless work, a revolutionary weapon was invented, a massive cannon capable of launching large projectiles over great distances. The war cannon was unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was a technological marvel, crafted with iron and brass, and capable of dealing devastating damage to the enemy. Julian knew that this weapon would be crucial in the coming battles, and he ordered a series of competitions to test the cannon's accuracy and strength. The competitions were held in the kingdom's largest training ground, where the best engineers, soldiers, and scholars competed to improve and refine the cannon. Alina, though not a participant in the competition, watched with fascination as the cannon was tested. She knew that this invention would change the course of the war. It was a new kind of weapon, and Julian's kingdom would be the first to wield it. As the war preparations continued, Julian recognized that in order to secure victory, his kingdom would need to strengthen its naval forces. The neighboring kingdom of Doria had a powerful navy, and Julian's kingdom could not afford to be outmatched on the seas. Julian ordered the construction of a large fleet of ships, each one designed for both defense and offense. The naval fleet would be a crucial part of their strategy. The people of the kingdom were eager to contribute to the cause, and soon the shipyards were bustling with activity. Men and women worked tirelessly, building sturdy ships with advanced techniques and materials. With the naval fleet taking shape, Julian could see the power of the sea as a force to be reckoned with. The ships were larger and more durable than any that Doria had, and they were equipped with the same cannons that had been so effective on land. Julian knew that with his navy and the war cannon, he now had a fighting chance against Doria's overwhelming forces. The day of battle finally arrived, and Julian found himself torn between the love for his kingdom and the duty he had to protect it. As he prepared for war, he spent his final moments with Alina, who had become a pillar of strength for him throughout the war. Her presence gave him the courage to face what lay ahead. Though Julian knew the war would be difficult, he was ready. He understood that this was a fight for the future of his people, and he was willing to risk everything for them. Alina, too, stood strong, though she feared for her husband's safety. She reminded him that no matter what happened, their love for each other would remain, and the kingdom would endure. The armies gathered, the warships set sail, and the cannons were loaded. The kingdom of Julian was ready for war, and the fate of the kingdom rested on the shoulders of its king. The war raged on for weeks, but Julian's forces, bolstered by the powerful cannons and the newly formed navy, began to gain ground. Doria's forces were strong, but the kingdom of Julian was fighting with the full strength of its people. Julian led his forces with a determination that inspired his men. The war cannon proved to be a game-changer, breaking through Doria's defenses and allowing Julian's forces to gain significant territory. On the seas, the naval fleet proved to be just as effective, sinking enemy ships and cutting off supply lines. The final battle took place near the border, where Julian's forces fought with everything they had. The fight was brutal, but with the help of the war cannon and the naval fleet, Julian's forces eventually prevailed. Doria was forced to retreat, and the kingdom of Julian emerged victorious. After the war, Julian returned to his kingdom, victorious but weary. The people celebrated the defeat of Doria, but Julian knew that the work of rebuilding was just beginning. As he and Alina returned to the castle, they were greeted with cheers from their people. The time had come to make a decision. Should they remain in the current castle, or should they move to a new palace? The people of the kingdom were divided on the matter, and Julian called for a vote to decide the future of the royal family. The vote was held in the grand hall of the castle, with citizens and nobles alike casting their ballots. After much discussion and debate, the decision was made: the royal family would move to a new palace in the newly conquered lands. The kingdom had grown, and the new palace would symbolize the strength and unity of the people. The vote was overwhelmingly in favor of moving to the new palace. The royal family was eager to begin this new chapter, and the people were excited about the prospects of living in the new lands. With the new palace constructed, Julian and Alina moved into their new home, ready to begin rebuilding and expanding their kingdom. As they settled into their new life, the kingdom of Julian entered a period of peace and prosperity. Julian's reign continued to bring stability and growth, and Alina stood by his side, offering wisdom and support. Together, they ruled the kingdom, knowing that their love and dedication to their people would ensure that their legacy would live on for generations to come. With the victory over Doria and the decision to relocate the royal family to the newly conquered lands, Julian knew that it was time to focus on securing the future of the kingdom, beyond the walls of the new palace. The land, though rich in potential, was still untapped, and Julian's vision for the kingdom stretched far beyond what the eyes could see. The key to his dreams of prosperity lay in the land's hidden resources, its mines. The newly conquered territory was rich in minerals: gold, silver, copper, iron, and rare gems, all buried deep within the earth. Julian understood that these resources could not only fuel the kingdom's economy but could also provide the power necessary to ensure the kingdom's defense and future growth. He was determined to harness this wealth for the greater good of his people, ensuring that no foreign power could threaten them again. Alina, as ever, stood beside him as they walked through the kingdom's rugged terrain, surveying the vast forests and mountains. The land, though beautiful, was harsh and unforgiving. It would take time, effort, and great investment to build the infrastructure that would bring these riches to the surface. The work ahead was monumental, but Julian was undeterred. He had fought for his kingdom's future, and now he would work for it. The first order of business was to establish the foundation of the mining operations. Julian called upon the kingdom's finest engineers, architects, and laborists to begin planning and constructing the necessary infrastructure for the extraction of the minerals. Roads needed to be built to reach the distant mountains and mines, while rail systems and mining carts had to be designed to transport materials quickly and efficiently. The challenge was immense, but Julian's engineers were some of the most skilled in the world, and they rose to the occasion. Work began in the heart of the kingdom's new territories, where the most promising mines were located. Julian had ordered the construction of a fortified mining town near the mountains, where workers, soldiers, and engineers would live. This would serve as the base for all mining operations, where resources would be gathered, sorted, and sent back to the kingdom for further processing. The town was designed with care, with large storage facilities, workspaces, and barracks for the workers and soldiers who would oversee the operation. The town was to be self-sufficient, with its own food supply grown in small farms surrounding it. It also had a large training center, where workers could learn the skills necessary for operating the mines and maintaining the machinery. The goal was not just to exploit the land for resources, but to create a thriving community of workers who could benefit from their labor and live in decent conditions. Julian was committed to ensuring that the workers who toiled in the mines were treated fairly and that they had access to everything they needed to live healthy, safe lives. Meanwhile, Alina worked with the kingdom's officials to establish the policies and guidelines that would govern the mining operations. The royal couple wanted to ensure that the land was not exploited at the expense of future generations. Sustainable practices were key to their vision for the kingdom's prosperity. They implemented strict environmental guidelines, ensuring that the mining operations would not damage the surrounding ecosystems or pollute the rivers and streams. Julian also ordered the planting of trees and other vegetation in the areas surrounding the mines to replace what was taken, ensuring that the land could regenerate. The creation of these mining operations was not without its challenges. The harsh terrain posed difficulties for transportation and construction, and the workers had to contend with extreme weather conditions. Some mines were located in dangerous, inaccessible places, requiring innovative techniques to extract the minerals. Julian's engineers devised advanced drilling and extraction methods, using a combination of new machinery and old-fashioned labor to get the job done. As the mining infrastructure began to take shape, Julian turned his attention to the processing plants. He understood that extracting the minerals from the earth was only the first step. The resources had to be refined and processed into valuable goods, metal alloys, jewelry, and other products that could be traded or used within the kingdom. The kingdom's blacksmiths, artisans, and merchants were enlisted to create these goods, working closely with the engineers and architects to develop the necessary facilities. Julian also saw the importance of securing the mineral resources for future generations. He understood that the prosperity of the kingdom was tied to its ability to manage these resources responsibly. Therefore, he set up a council of advisors, composed of experts in mining, engineering, economics, and trade, who would monitor the progress of the mining operations and ensure that the wealth generated was used to benefit the kingdom as a whole. Alina, ever vigilant, spent her time visiting the mining town, speaking with the workers and the leaders of the operation. She wanted to ensure that the workers were treated well and that the kingdom's ideals of fairness and prosperity were being realized on the ground. She personally oversaw the development of the education programs for the workers and made sure that the town's infrastructure, including healthcare and schooling for the children, was in place. As the months passed, the mining operations began to show results. Gold and silver were extracted from the depths of the earth, and iron and copper were smelted into ingots, ready to be forged into weapons, armor, and tools. The kingdom's coffers were soon overflowing with wealth, and the economy began to thrive. Julian and Alina, though busy with their royal duties, could see the effects of their hard work reflected in the growth of their people. With the riches flowing in from the mines, Julian had the funds he needed to continue his efforts to expand the kingdom's infrastructure. The roads and railways that had been built to support the mines were now being extended to other parts of the kingdom, opening up new regions for settlement and trade. The new resources also allowed the kingdom to invest in the arts, sciences, and education, fostering a golden age of knowledge and creativity. However, even with all this prosperity, Julian knew that the future of the kingdom depended on balance. He could not allow the pursuit of wealth to cloud his judgment. His commitment to his people and to his kingdom's future would always remain his highest priority. The new mines had brought prosperity, but Julian understood that true wealth came not just from the land's resources, but from the strength, unity, and resilience of the people who inhabited it. Together, they would continue to build a kingdom that would last for generations to come. The sun shone brightly over the kingdom, casting a golden hue over the vast fields, peaceful villages, and magnificent city that Julian and Alina had worked so hard to build. The kingdom, once a land of conflict and uncertainty, was now a beacon of prosperity, peace, and happiness. People walked the streets with smiles on their faces, their hearts light with the promise of a better future. Julian stood at the highest balcony of the royal palace, gazing out at the kingdom he had fought for. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the sounds of laughter and joy from the marketplace below. The construction of new homes and buildings had slowed, but life was vibrant. The kingdom had settled into a golden age, where peace prevailed, and people lived harmoniously, each day a testament to their shared efforts. Julian's heart swelled with pride as he watched his people, his family, flourish. Alina, by his side, held his hand tightly, her smile radiant. It was hard to believe how far they had come from the days of war and turmoil. Their kingdom was thriving, and now there was another source of joy that filled their hearts, the news of a new life. Alina was expecting a child, a son. This announcement had brought waves of excitement and joy throughout the kingdom. The people celebrated in the streets, their joy contagious. From the smallest child to the oldest elder, everyone shared in the happiness of the royal couple. The news spread like wildfire, and soon there were festivities everywhere. Banners with the royal crest were hung on every building, and people danced in the streets, celebrating not only the king's success but the future that was now within their grasp. The anticipation of the child's arrival brought the kingdom even closer together. It was a symbol of hope, of continuity, and of a new beginning. The child was to be the heir to the throne, the future king who would one day continue the legacy of peace, prosperity, and unity that Julian and Alina had built. The couple had always dreamt of this day. Julian had long imagined the joy of raising a child in a kingdom that was at peace, a child who would be surrounded by love and stability. Alina, too, had imagined this moment countless times, but never could she have foreseen the depth of her happiness. She watched Julian, his face lit with pride and love, as he gazed out at the kingdom. "This is just the beginning," Julian murmured, his voice full of emotion. "Our son will inherit a world that we've worked so hard to create. He will grow up in a land of peace and prosperity, a land that knows the value of unity and strength." Alina rested her head on his shoulder, her heart full of warmth. "We've done it, Julian. We've given the kingdom a future. And now, we have the most beautiful gift of all, a child." The news of Alina's pregnancy had not only brought joy to the royal family but also to the people. They saw this child as a promise, a new hope for the future of the kingdom. The royal couple had been through so much together: war, loss, and struggle, but now, with the arrival of their son, their love story was entering a new chapter, one filled with joy and anticipation. As the days passed, preparations for the child's arrival were underway. The palace was being decorated in the softest colors, and rooms were being prepared for the royal heir. Julian, despite his responsibilities as king, spent every moment he could with Alina, supporting her and preparing for the arrival of their son. The couple would often walk through the gardens, hand in hand, dreaming of what the future would hold for their family. The kingdom itself seemed to be in harmony with the news. Every corner of the land buzzed with excitement. Children played in the streets, dreaming of the day they would meet the prince. The farmers worked the fields with greater vigor, knowing that their efforts would help provide for the royal family and their future. The artisans created beautiful gifts for the royal child, eager to share in the joy that had gripped the kingdom. Julian's advisors, sensing the immense morale boost, ensured that the kingdom's economy remained strong. Trade routes flourished, and new alliances were formed with neighboring lands. The kingdom was not only at peace but also growing stronger each day. Julian, now with his wife by his side and a child on the way, could look toward the future with hope and confidence. He knew that the legacy of his family would live on, not just through the son they were about to welcome into the world, but through the unity and peace they had established. As night fell, Julian and Alina stood once more on the balcony, looking out at the peaceful kingdom below. The lights from the town glittered in the distance, and the sound of laughter and song carried on the wind. It was a kingdom at peace, a kingdom that had found its way through hardship and uncertainty. And now, it was poised to embrace a new beginning. Alina looked at Julian, her eyes full of love. Our son will grow up in a kingdom of peace. A kingdom where his future is bright, and his heart will be full of hope. Julian nodded, a smile playing on his lips. A kingdom where his heart will always be safe, and his future will be as bright as the kingdom we've built. And together, they watched the stars twinkle in the night sky, the promise of tomorrow shining brightly, knowing that their love and their kingdom's strength would carry them into the future, one filled with hope, joy, and endless possibilities. The days passed by in a flurry of joy, anticipation, and love. It had been 9 months since Alina's pregnancy announcement, and the entire kingdom was awaiting the royal birth. The people of the land, from the smallest villages to the grand city, felt connected to the royal family's happiness, as the arrival of the heir was not just a private matter, it was a symbol of the kingdom's enduring legacy. Every corner of the kingdom felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the day that the royal children would be born. As the time drew near, the atmosphere in the palace was electric. Servants and advisors bustled about, making the final preparations for the arrival of the royal babies. Julian remained by Alina's side, his heart full of both excitement and protectiveness as the moment approached. He had dreamed of this day for years, and now it was finally here. He would soon become a father to 3 sons, each one destined to play a part in shaping the future of the kingdom. On the day of the birth, the palace was filled with an air of quiet excitement. The royal physicians were ready, and the palace staff had been instructed to ensure that everything would run smoothly. The royal couple, despite their nerves, remained calm. Julian, ever the stoic king, held Alina's hand as she labored with great strength. Alina, her face flushed with effort, smiled at her husband, knowing that this was a moment they would share forever. After hours of intense labor, the cries of 3 newborns echoed through the royal palace. Julian's heart swelled with joy and relief as he looked at his wife, exhausted but radiant with happiness. 3 sons, 3 heirs to the throne, had been born: Leo, Arthur, and Martin. The names held deep meaning for the royal couple. Leo, for its strength and courage; Arthur, after the legendary king who once ruled the lands; and Martin, for the warrior spirit and wisdom that would guide them through the ages. The birth of these 3 sons brought an indescribable sense of joy to the royal family. Not only had Alina and Julian been blessed with healthy children, but the kingdom had also received a new generation of future leaders. The palace erupted with cheers and celebrations as the news spread. The 3 princes were welcomed with open arms by the people, each one a symbol of hope for the future. The early years of the princes' lives were filled with love, joy, and the warmth of their parents' care. Julian and Alina were deeply involved in raising their sons, ensuring they were not only taught the ways of royalty but also the importance of compassion, justice, and unity. The royal couple spent countless hours with Leo, Arthur, and Martin, teaching them the values that had made their kingdom great. Leo, the eldest, showed signs of leadership even as a young child. He was strong-willed, intelligent, and fiercely protective of his younger brothers. Julian, recognizing Leo's natural ability to command, began teaching him the art of diplomacy, leadership, and strategy at an early age. Leo would often accompany his father on royal visits to neighboring lands, learning how to manage relations with other kingdoms and understanding the intricacies of governance. Arthur, the middle child, was a dreamer with a deep curiosity for the world. While his brothers focused on matters of power and leadership, Arthur's passion lay in exploration and discovery. From a young age, he was fascinated by the natural world, mountains, rivers, forests, and would often ask questions that left even the wisest of advisors pondering. He became the family's diplomat, traveling to faraway lands to broker peace treaties and build alliances. Arthur's open heart and curiosity led him to form connections with people from all walks of life, earning him the respect of both commoners and nobles alike. Martin, the youngest, was a fierce and independent spirit. He wasn't as eager to embrace the traditional duties of a prince, and at times, he clashed with his brothers and tutors. But it was in Martin's rebellious nature that the true strength of his character was revealed. He had an unshakable resolve and a deep sense of justice, often standing up for the underdog, even when it meant defying authority. Julian recognized his son's potential and made sure to channel Martin's rebellious energy into something productive, teaching him the importance of standing up for what was right, even in the face of adversity. As the years passed, the princes grew in wisdom and strength, each taking their own path. Despite their differences, they remained close, bound by the love of their family and the kingdom they were destined to lead. By the time they were 12, Leo, Arthur, and Martin had already begun taking on royal duties. Leo, being the eldest, was often seen by Julian's side, assisting with state affairs and learning the intricacies of leadership. He showed great promise as a future ruler, with his natural charisma and strategic mind. His ability to make difficult decisions with clarity was admired by all. Arthur, meanwhile, spent much of his time traveling. At the age of 13, he set out on his first diplomatic mission to a neighboring kingdom to negotiate trade agreements and alliances. His travels took him across mountains, through dense forests, and over vast plains. Along the way, Arthur made many friends, learned from different cultures, and discovered new ways to bridge the gaps between disparate peoples. Martin, though still rebellious, was slowly finding his place. At the age of 14, he began training with the Royal Guard, developing his skills in combat and strategy. Though his heart wasn't always in the courtly duties expected of him, he had a deep sense of loyalty to his family and kingdom. He was determined to become a protector of his people, even if it meant walking a different path than his brothers. As they entered their 15th year, the princes had become pillars of strength, each contributing to the kingdom in their own unique way. The royal court often found themselves in awe of the young men they had become. Leo, Arthur, and Martin were a reflection of their parents' love and guidance, and their future seemed brighter than ever. But even as the kingdom flourished, the princes were beginning to understand the weight of their destinies. They were no longer just children, they were the future of the realm. The expectations placed upon them grew with each passing day, and while they remained united in their love for one another, each prince began to feel the burden of leadership. The journey ahead was filled with challenges, but one thing was certain: the three brothers, Leo, Arthur, and Martin, would face the future together, side by side. The legacy of their parents, Julian and Alina, would continue, and the kingdom would thrive under their watchful eyes. As they approached their 16th year, the path of the kings would soon be in their hands, and they would prove to the world that they were worthy of the crown, just as their father had been before them. The time had come for the princes to make a decision, an important decision that would shape their futures. At the age of 15, Leo, Arthur, and Martin were no longer children. but young men who had learned much from their parents and the world around them. King Julian and Queen Elena had always believed in allowing their sons to choose their own paths, guiding them but not pushing them toward any particular destiny. It was a momentous day, one that would be remembered for years to come. The kingdom gathered to witness the three princes make their choices. Each prince was to select a profession that would become their life's work, a responsibility they would take on as future rulers and leaders. The king and queen, standing together in the grand hall of the palace, watched with proud hearts as their sons prepared to announce their choices. Julian had always known that each of his sons had unique talents and interests, and he was curious to see which path they would choose. Leo had always been a young man of deep intellect and curiosity. From the time he could walk, he was fascinated by the workings of the world around him. He would often dismantle mechanical objects, trying to understand how they worked, and he spent hours in the royal library, poring over ancient texts and scrolls on engineering and invention. His keen mind had made him a favorite among the scholars in the kingdom, and his ability to solve problems with precision and creativity had earned him respect from those who worked with him. Despite his aptitude for leadership and strategy, Leo felt a deep calling toward the world of engineering. His fascination with machines, architecture, and the mechanics of life had grown into a burning desire to contribute to the kingdom in a different way. One evening, as he sat by the fire with his father, Leo had expressed his thoughts to Julian. "I want to build, father," Leo had said, his eyes filled with determination. "I want to create new machines, improve the infrastructure of our kingdom, and make life easier for our people. I don't want to rule the kingdom like you, but I want to shape its future in my own way, through innovation." At first, Julian had been surprised. His eldest son had shown such promise as a future king, and the idea of Leo stepping away from the throne had unsettled him. But as Leo explained his vision, Julian realized that his son was destined for something greater. He would help build the kingdom in ways they had not yet imagined. When Leo announced his decision to pursue a career as an engineer, the kingdom was supportive. He immediately began studying under the finest engineers in the land, learning the art of creating grand structures, devising new tools, and improving existing technologies. Leo's projects soon took shape. He designed better roads and bridges, making travel safer and more efficient. He built machines that improved farming and manufacturing processes, helping the kingdom prosper. Leo's mind and work soon became the backbone of the kingdom's growth, and he found fulfillment in his ability to create something that would last long after he was gone. Arthur, unlike his brothers, had always been drawn to the world beyond the palace walls. While Leo had buried himself in books and Martin had found joy in the outdoors, Arthur had spent his early years traveling with various diplomats, learning the art of negotiation and diplomacy. He had seen firsthand how wars could be avoided with careful words, and how alliances could be built through understanding and mutual respect. His heart longed for peace, and he knew his talents lay in connecting people and countries. In his youth, Arthur had been known for his charm, his ability to talk to anyone, and his quick thinking. He had befriended people from different lands, and wherever he went, he left a trail of goodwill and positive influence. Arthur could read people with ease, and he understood the power of words far more than most. To him, diplomacy was not just about representing the kingdom, it was about connecting hearts and minds, and building a world that could work together for the greater good. When it came time for Arthur to choose his path, there was no hesitation in his heart. He knew exactly what he wanted to do: become a diplomat for the kingdom. He wanted to continue the work of his mother, Queen Elena, who had brokered several peace treaties in her youth. Arthur wanted to travel the world, build relationships with other kingdoms, and ensure that the peace and prosperity of the kingdom would never be threatened. King Julian, though initially apprehensive about Arthur's decision, soon saw the wisdom in it. He knew that the future of the kingdom depended not only on military might but on the strength of alliances and the ability to negotiate peacefully. Arthur's gentle nature and sharp mind made him perfect for the role, and Julian could not help but be proud of his son's decision to be a diplomat. Arthur became known for his exceptional skills in negotiations, securing trade agreements, and keeping peace between warring factions. He traveled far and wide, visiting neighboring kingdoms and even distant lands to forge new alliances. His efforts in diplomacy brought prosperity to the kingdom, and soon, he became a trusted figure in foreign courts. Arthur had truly found his calling, and through his work, the kingdom's reputation for peace and goodwill spread across the world. Martin, the youngest of the three brothers, had always been the most independent and wild-hearted. While Leo sought knowledge and Arthur sought peace, Martin was drawn to the wilderness. From the time he could walk, Martin had shown a remarkable talent for survival. He had a natural connection with the land, an understanding of the animals that roamed it, and an ability to track and hunt with the skill of a seasoned hunter. As a child, Martin would spend hours in the forests surrounding the kingdom, honing his skills. He had no desire for the throne and was never interested in the courtly life. He had witnessed his brothers struggle with the pressure of their royal duties, and he knew that his future did not lie in ruling. Instead, Martin sought solace in the simplicity of nature and the thrill of the hunt. His father, King Julian, had often tried to convince him to take on a more traditional royal role, but Martin's heart was set on becoming the kingdom's finest hunter. When the time came for Martin to choose his future, he stood before his family and declared his intent: "I will become a hunter. Not just any hunter, but the protector of our land. I will ensure that our forests remain safe, that our wildlife thrives, and that our people are protected from the dangers of the wild." Julian, though initially hesitant, understood his son's deep connection to the natural world. He had seen Martin's skill with a bow, his ability to navigate the forests, and his keen sense of awareness. Martin was a natural protector, and his decision to dedicate himself to hunting was, in many ways, a decision to serve the kingdom in his own way. Over the years, Martin's skills grew. He became renowned as the kingdom's greatest hunter, able to track even the most elusive prey. He ventured into the deepest forests, protecting the kingdom's borders from wild beasts and poachers. Martin's bond with nature made him a revered figure, and his ability to provide for the kingdom and keep it safe earned him the admiration of both the people and the nobility. He was not a king, nor a diplomat, but Martin found his purpose in protecting the kingdom in a way that no one else could. As the years passed, Leo, Arthur, and Martin each carved out their own destinies. Though their paths diverged, the bond between the three brothers remained unbreakable. They had each chosen to follow their hearts, and in doing so, they had found true fulfillment. Their different paths would one day serve to strengthen the kingdom in ways none of them had initially imagined. Leo, the engineer, built the future of the kingdom with his inventions and innovations. Arthur, the diplomat, ensured that the kingdom's relations with other lands remained strong and peaceful. And Martin, the hunter, protected the kingdom from the dangers that lurked in the wilds. Each brother had found his purpose, and in doing so, they had proven that they were not just heirs to the throne, but champions of the kingdom in their own right. Their adventures had only just begun. Chapter 35. The Forgotten Cave. It was an unusually cold morning when Martin, the youngest of the three princes, ventured deep into the forest. The crisp, cool air swept through the towering trees, and the leaves rustled softly as if whispering ancient secrets. Martin had always found solace in nature, and this day was no different. As a skilled hunter, he had spent countless hours in these woods, tracking game and exploring every corner. However, this time, he had a different purpose. There was a strange pull, a feeling deep in his gut that urged him to go further, deeper into the forest, beyond the familiar paths. The sun had barely risen, casting a faint golden glow across the landscape as Martin moved through the dense underbrush. He had been following a trail for hours when he stumbled upon something strange, something he had never seen before. A rock, half hidden by thick vines, jutted out from the ground, appearing to lead to a narrow opening in the earth. His instincts kicked in, and despite the curiosity gnawing at him, he hesitated for a moment. The air around the rock felt different, damp, cool, and heavy. Something about this place seemed ancient, forgotten by time. Martin had always respected the power of the forest, knowing that there were places in nature that should remain undisturbed. But today, his curiosity got the better of him. With a deep breath, he pushed the vines aside and crawled through the narrow opening. As soon as he passed through, the light from the forest faded, and the temperature dropped significantly. Martin's heart raced as he moved further into the darkness. He carried only his bow and a small lantern, which he lit to illuminate the path ahead. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, its walls damp with the passage of time. The air smelled musty, and the sound of dripping water echoed around him, making the cave feel alive in its eerie stillness. It wasn't long before Martin found himself in a vast underground cavern. The space was enormous, larger than any room he had ever seen, with high ceilings and stalactites hanging like sharp, frozen teeth from above. The floor was uneven, and as Martin took cautious steps forward, he noticed something that sent a shiver down his spine: ancient carvings and symbols on the walls. They were unlike anything he had ever seen, strange markings that seemed to tell a story of a civilization long lost to history. But before he could examine them further, the ground beneath him gave way. A loud crack echoed through the cavern, and Martin tumbled into a deep hole, his body flailing through the air as he fell. The world spun around him, and then darkness. When Martin awoke, his head was pounding, and his body ached from the fall. He tried to stand but stumbled, his legs weak from the shock. Slowly, he regained his senses and took in his surroundings. He was in a lower part of the cavern, surrounded by jagged rocks and deep shadows. The lantern had been knocked from his hand, but it was still flickering faintly in the distance. As he moved toward it, he noticed that the cavern seemed to open up even more. There were several tunnels, leading deeper into the earth. But his focus was on something else. A figure there, standing in the dim light, was a young woman. She was crouched down, carefully examining the ground, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes met Martin's, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. She was unlike anyone Martin had ever encountered. Her skin was tanned, her clothes simple but practical, and she radiated a quiet strength, a connection to the earth itself. It was as if she belonged to this place. "You're hurt," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. Martin, still groggy, nodded. His head throbbed, but he could feel his limbs beginning to regain strength. "I fell," he muttered, rubbing his forehead. "I didn't expect to find anything like this." The woman helped him to his feet, her grip surprisingly firm. "This place is ancient. No one comes here anymore. It's dangerous." She paused, glancing at the surrounding tunnels. "But I can help you." She led Martin through the cavern, her movements swift and sure, as if she knew these tunnels like the back of her hand. She took him to a small, hidden alcove where she had set up camp. There, she tended to his injuries with herbal remedies, her skill with healing evident in every gesture. As she worked, Martin watched her, intrigued by her knowledge of the natural world and the calm confidence she exuded. Over the next few days, the woman, whose name was Alara, taught Martin about the cave and its secrets. She was a healer, living alone in the cavern, far from the kingdom and its wars. She had discovered this place years ago, hidden deep in the forest, and had made it her home. Martin had no idea how she had come to live here, but he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of familiarity with her. They spent hours together, talking about their lives, the world above, and the mysteries that lay beneath the earth. During this time, something unexpected happened. Martin found himself drawn to Alara in a way he couldn't explain. Her presence was calming, and her wisdom was vast. She had an aura about her, an ancient, powerful connection to the earth that Martin could not ignore. He began to feel as though this place had been waiting for him, that his fall into the cave was no accident. Perhaps it was fate. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, his brothers, Leo and Arthur, had grown worried about his disappearance. They gathered a team of soldiers and set out to search for Martin, determined to bring him back. Leo, ever the engineer, began to devise a plan to navigate the tunnels beneath the forest, using maps and blueprints from the royal archives. Arthur, with his diplomatic skills, sought the help of the local villagers, who had spoken of strange occurrences in the forest and whispered about an ancient civilization hidden beneath the earth. As the days passed, Martin's bond with Alara deepened. They began to explore the caves together, discovering hidden treasures and relics left behind by a long-lost civilization. One day, as they ventured into a new part of the cave, Martin stumbled upon something incredible, a vein of precious metal, glittering in the dim light. It was gold, but not just any gold. This was a rare, magical alloy, stronger than steel and capable of withstanding immense pressure. Martin was astonished. He realized that this discovery could change everything for the kingdom. The metal could be used to create advanced tools, weapons, and structures that would revolutionize the kingdom's capabilities. He immediately began to think of ways to extract it and bring it back to the surface. But to do so, he would need to rely on the one person who could help him, the brilliant engineer, his brother Leo. Back in the kingdom, Leo had been working tirelessly on new technologies, and the news of Martin's discovery reached him. As soon as he heard, Leo was eager to explore this new opportunity. He designed a specialized mining system, utilizing his engineering skills to develop a way to extract the precious metal from the depths of the cave. With the help of his team, Leo crafted the tools necessary to begin the extraction process, but there was a catch. The cave's structure was unstable, and the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. It was Alara who warned them. She knew the cave's fragile nature better than anyone, and she urged caution. If they were to continue, they would need to be careful, or else the entire cave could collapse. As the brothers worked with Alara, they realized that the discovery was not only valuable for the kingdom but also a symbol of the untapped potential beneath the earth, potential that could change the future of the kingdom forever. But for Martin, this adventure was more than just a quest for treasure. It was a journey of self-discovery, of realizing his purpose in the world and his connection to something greater than himself, and it was there, in the heart of the cave, that Martin understood the true meaning of destiny. It wasn't just about the wealth or the power, it was about the people he met, the lessons he learned, and the world he had come to understand. As he stood beside Alara, watching the sun set through the cave's entrance, he knew his life had forever been changed, and so, with the promise of new beginnings and the weight of his discoveries, Martin returned to the kingdom, ready to share the knowledge he had gained and the incredible journey he had experienced. The future of the kingdom was brighter than ever, and the path ahead was full of endless possibilities. Leo stood at the mouth of the ancient cavern, his tools clinking softly as he set up for another day of work. The revolutionary mining system he'd designed was in full operation, slowly extracting the rare and magical alloy hidden deep beneath the earth. Martin's discovery had already begun transforming the kingdom, and Leo knew that what lay in these caves would solidify their place in history, but something felt different today. The air was heavier, carrying an uneasy stillness that even the echo of dripping water couldn't fill. Leo brushed off the feeling, attributing it to exhaustion. As he worked, the dim light of the lanterns illuminated strange shadows on the cave walls, and for the first time, the ancient carvings seemed less like relics and more like warnings. Far above the cavern, in the icy peaks of the northern mountains, a band of savage marauders had been watching the kingdom for weeks. These were not ordinary raiders, they were a fearsome and brutal clan, their faces scarred and their hearts full of hatred. Known as the Bloodfangs, they were notorious for their ruthless tactics and disdain for the rule of law. Their leader, a towering figure called Valka, had heard of the kingdom's newfound wealth and strength. He saw the thriving nation not as an ally or a rival but as an affront to his chaotic way of life. Under the cover of darkness, the Bloodfangs descended from the mountains, their movements swift and deliberate. They slaughtered anyone they encountered without mercy, their battle cries echoing across the valleys. By dawn, they reached the outskirts of the kingdom, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Leo had no idea the Bloodfangs were closing in. Deep in the cave, his focus was on refining the mining process, oblivious to the chaos unfolding above. But then he heard it, a distant roar, faint but unmistakable. The sound sent a chill down his spine. He froze, straining to listen, and then the ground beneath him trembled. Before he could react, the Bloodfangs stormed the cavern. They came like a plague, overwhelming the workers with terrifying efficiency. Leo tried to flee, but they caught him, dragging him into the light. Valka himself stepped forward, his eyes cold and calculating as he looked down at the young engineer. "So, this is the great inventor," Valka sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Your machines will die with you, boy." Leo, defiant to the end, spat at Valka's feet. "You'll never understand what we've built here. You're nothing but beasts, living in shadows." Valka's grin widened. "And yet, here we stand, tearing down your mighty kingdom." Without another word, he drove his blade through Leo's chest, silencing him forever. Word of the attack reached the castle as the royal family prepared a ceremony to honor Leo's achievements. The news of his death struck the kingdom like a hammer, and grief rippled through the palace. Queen Elena, pregnant with another child, collapsed in tears while Arthur and Martin stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with rage and disbelief. A funeral was hastily arranged, and the entire kingdom gathered to mourn the loss of their beloved prince. The streets were lined with grieving citizens, their faces pale and tear-streaked. The royal family stood at the forefront of the procession, their heads bowed in sorrow, but the Bloodfangs were not done. Valka had planned his next move meticulously, and the funeral provided the perfect opportunity. As the royal family and their subjects gathered to pay their respects, the marauders launched their second wave of attack. The Bloodfangs descended upon the crowd like wolves among sheep. chaos erupted as men, women, and children were cut down without mercy. Flames consumed the nearby buildings, and the air filled with screams and the clash of steel. Arthur, the diplomat, quickly tried to organize the surviving guards, shouting commands over the deafening roar of the battle. "Protect the queen," he bellowed, drawing his sword and stepping into the fray. Martin, the hunter, stayed close to their mother, his bow snapping arrow after arrow into the oncoming horde. But it was no use. The bloodfangs were too many, and their savagery unmatched. In the chaos, Queen Elena was struck by a flying arrow. She fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen as blood pooled beneath her. Martin screamed, dropping to her side. "Mother, stay with me," he cried, but her strength was fading fast. Arthur pulled Martin to his feet, his face pale with anguish. "We have to go. Now." Reluctantly, Martin followed his brother, dragging their mother's limp body to the safety of a nearby alley. Behind them, the bloodfangs pushed further into the castle grounds. The marauders stormed the palace, slaughtering the last of the royal guards and tearing through the halls. Valka himself ascended to the throne room, his blooded blade in hand. He sat on the king's throne, surveying the destruction with a twisted smile. The kingdom had fallen, but not all hope was lost. Arthur and Martin, along with a handful of survivors, fled into the wilderness under the cover of night. They moved quickly and silently, their hearts heavy with grief and fury. Somewhere along the way, they realized their father, the king, had been separated from them in the chaos. As they regrouped in the safety of the forest, Arthur turned to the small group of survivors. "This isn't over," he said, his voice firm. "We'll rebuild. We'll take back what's ours." Martin nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. "They'll regret the day they came for our family." And so, with their kingdom in ruins and their family shattered, the brothers began to plot their revenge. The bloodfangs had taken everything from them, but they would not be allowed to keep it. The fight for the kingdom was far from over. 2 years had passed since the kingdom's fall, and the pain of that day still burned in Arthur's heart. Once a confident diplomat, skilled in negotiation and tact, he had transformed into a hardened leader. Hidden deep in the forested mountains, Arthur, Martin, and their small band of loyalists had spent those years regrouping, training, and plotting. Every move was calculated, every resource rationed. Arthur knew the only way to defeat the bloodfangs was to use the very skills he had once wielded to forge alliances, strategy, cunning, and diplomacy. Martin, now a skilled tracker and hunter, had become their lifeline in the wilderness. His knowledge of the terrain kept their group hidden from Valka's patrols, and his bow ensured that they never went hungry. Yet even Martin, despite his resilience, often gazed toward the distant peaks with a longing that could not be hidden. "Our people are still suffering," Martin said one night as the two brothers sat around the campfire. "Every day we stay here, Valka tightens his grip on what's left of the kingdom." Arthur's jaw clenched, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. "We'll take it back," he said firmly. "Not with brute force, but with precision. The bloodfangs aren't invincible, Martin. Everyone has a weakness. We just need to find theirs." The opportunity came sooner than expected. While scouting the forest one day, the brothers stumbled upon a small, isolated village nestled in a hidden valley. The villagers were wary at first, recognizing Arthur and Martin as remnants of the fallen royal family. But as the brothers shared their story and their plans to reclaim the kingdom, the villagers' fear gave way to hope. One elder, a frail but sharp-eyed woman named Idria, came forward with a revelation. The bloodfangs may seem unstoppable, she said, her voice low and trembling, but their strength lies in more than just their savagery. Valka's rise to power was aided by something unnatural. Arthur leaned forward, his interest piqued. What do you mean? Idria gestured for them to follow her into a small hut, where she pulled a dusty map from a locked chest. Spreading it across a wooden table, she pointed to a spot deep within the mountains. There, she said. The Cavern of Shadows. It's an ancient place, older than the kingdom itself. Legends say Valka found something there, something that gave him the power to rally the Bloodfangs and destroy your kingdom. Martin frowned. What kind of something are we talking about? A weapon? Magic? Idria shook her head. No one knows for certain. But whatever it is, it gave Valka control over his men. They follow him not just out of loyalty, but out of fear. If you want to defeat him, you must go to the cavern and uncover its secrets. Arthur studied the map, his mind racing. If we can find a way to break Valka's hold on his men, we can turn them against him. Without his army, he's vulnerable. The elder nodded. But be warned, the cavern is treacherous, and many who enter never return. Determined to uncover the truth, Arthur and Martin set out the next morning, accompanied by a handful of their most trusted allies. The journey was perilous, the narrow mountain paths fraught with danger. Landslides, freezing winds, and hidden predators tested their resolve at every turn. As they approached the cavern, the atmosphere grew heavier, the air thick with an unnatural chill. The entrance was marked by ancient runes carved into the stone, their meaning long forgotten. Inside, the darkness was absolute, the only light coming from the flickering torches they carried. The group ventured deeper, their footsteps echoing off the jagged walls. Strange whispers seemed to emanate from the shadows, and more than once, someone swore they saw movement out of the corner of their eye. Finally, they reached a vast chamber at the heart of the cavern. At its center stood an ominous altar, surrounded by skeletal remains and remnants of ancient rituals. On the altar lay a black, jagged crystal, pulsing faintly with an eerie light. Arthur approached cautiously, his heart pounding. "This must be it," he said, reaching out to touch the crystal. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, a wave of visions flooded his mind. Valka finding the crystal, using its power to bend the Bloodfangs to his will, and the destruction of their kingdom. Arthur pulled back, gasping for air. "It's a source of control," he said, turning to the others. "Valka uses this to keep his men in line. If we destroy it, they'll turn on him." Martin stepped forward, his expression grim. "Then let's finish this." Using a hammer brought for the journey, Martin struck the crystal with all his might. It shattered with a deafening crack, releasing a shockwave that shook the entire cavern. The whispers ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a strange sense of calm. As the group emerged from the cavern, the first light of dawn bathed the mountains in gold. They hurried back to the village, where Idria awaited their return. "The crystal is gone," Arthur said. "Valka's power over his men should be broken." Idria smiled faintly. "You've taken the first step, but the battle is far from over. Without his control, Valka will grow desperate. He'll strike out with what's left of his forces." Arthur nodded. "Then we'll be ready. We'll gather what allies we can, infiltrate the palace, and take back what's ours without spilling unnecessary blood." Martin grinned, his confidence renewed. "And if Valka wants a fight, we'll give him one." With their resolve stronger than ever, the brothers began preparations for the next phase of their plan. The kingdom's future was still uncertain, but for the first time in years, hope burned brightly in their hearts. The time to reclaim their throne was drawing near. The days spent in the hidden village passed quickly. Arthur, Martin, and their small group were treated as honored guests, their spirits lifted by the hospitality of the villagers. Though the brothers were grateful for the warmth and camaraderie, their minds remained fixed on the mission ahead, reclaiming the kingdom. The information shared by Idria about the hidden tunnels and the Bloodfang's ignorance of new military technologies was invaluable. Late one evening, as the group gathered around the village fire, Arthur spoke with determination. "Our time here has been a blessing," he said, his voice steady. "But we can't stay any longer. The palace is waiting, and so are our people." The villagers nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with respect and hope. Idria approached with a bundle of maps, offering them to Arthur. "These are old, passed down through generations," she said. The villagers nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with respect and hope. Idria approached with a bundle of maps, offering them to Arthur. "These are old, passed down through generations," she said. "They show the secret tunnels beneath the palace. They were built centuries ago as escape routes for the royal family, but they can now serve as your way in." Martin studied the maps closely, his sharp eyes tracing the pathways. "If these tunnels are still intact, they'll lead us directly to the heart of the palace. Valka won't see us coming. But it won't be easy," Idria warned. "The Bloodfangs are ruthless, and the tunnels are likely treacherous after years of disuse." Arthur nodded. "We'll take the risk. The alternative is a full assault, and that would cost too many lives." The group spent the next few days preparing for the perilous journey. The villagers supplied them with provisions, weapons, and tools. Among their supplies were several prototypes of the kingdom's new war technology, compact, portable flame devices and reinforced armor crafted from the region's unique minerals. Arthur also made time to train the group in stealth tactics, drawing on his diplomatic experience to teach them how to think like infiltrators. "Speed and silence will be our greatest allies," he said during one training session. "If we're discovered before we reach the palace's inner chambers, it's over." Martin, meanwhile, focused on sharpening his hunting skills. He knew the journey through the mountains and tunnels would require not only cunning but also physical endurance and survival expertise. On the morning of their departure, the villagers gathered to see them off. Idria gave Arthur a final piece of advice: "Trust each other," she said. "And remember, the strength of your bond is greater than any weapon." With those words, the group set out, their hearts heavy with the weight of their mission but also buoyed by the villagers' faith in them. The first leg of the journey took them through dense forests and rugged mountain trails. The landscape was both beautiful and unforgiving, with towering cliffs and roaring rivers. Martin led the way, his keen senses guiding them safely through the wilderness. One night, as they camped near a quiet glade, Arthur and Martin spoke about the challenges ahead. "Do you think we'll succeed?" Martin asked, staring into the fire. Arthur hesitated before replying. "We have to. Not just for us, but for everyone who's counting on us." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of rustling in the bushes. The group quickly drew their weapons, only to find a young deer wandering into the clearing. Martin lowered his bow with a smile. "Even in dark times, life finds a way," he said. The moment of peace was brief, but it reminded them of what they were fighting for: a future where their people could live without fear. After days of travel, the group finally reached the entrance to the secret tunnels. Hidden behind a waterfall, the entrance was marked by ancient carvings that matched those on Idria's maps. "Let's hope these tunnels are as hidden as they seem," Arthur said, leading the group inside. The air grew colder as they descended into the depths. The tunnels were narrow and damp, with roots and stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Their torches cast flickering shadows on the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. As they navigated the labyrinthine passages, they encountered numerous obstacles, collapsed sections, underground streams, and even nests of venomous creatures. Martin's tracking skills proved invaluable, helping them find alternate routes and avoid dangers. At one point, they discovered a collapsed chamber filled with ancient relics and forgotten treasures. Among the items was a rusted sword bearing the royal crest. Arthur picked it up, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "These tunnels were built by our ancestors," he said. "Their strength flows through us. We won't fail." After hours of navigating the tunnels, the group reached a section that matched the map's description of the palace's underground chambers. They could hear muffled voices above, a reminder of the danger that awaited them. Arthur gathered the group for a final briefing. "We're close," he said. "From here, we split into 2 teams. Martin, you'll take half the group and secure the exits. The rest will come with me to infiltrate the palace's inner chambers. Once we're inside, we'll use the element of surprise to our advantage." Martin nodded. "We've come too far to turn back now." With their plan in place, the group moved cautiously through the final stretch of tunnels. The air was thick with tension, but their determination remained unshaken. As they reached the hidden entrance to the palace, Arthur turned to his companions. "This is it," he said. "The beginning of the end. Let's take back what's ours." The palace was eerily silent in the aftermath of its recapture. Walls once adorned with vibrant banners were scorched and crumbled. Floors polished by years of royal tradition were now marred with blood and ash. Arthur and Martin stood side by side in the great throne room, their faces grim as they surveyed the ruins of what was once their father's proud kingdom. The people had begun to return to the capital, filling its streets with life once more. But the kingdom was fractured, its spirit shaken by the brutal occupation and the loss of their beloved King Julian. His death had left a void not only in their hearts but also on the throne. Arthur, Martin, and the remaining royal advisors convened in the council chamber, now hastily repaired for an urgent meeting. "The kingdom needs stability," said Lady Idris, the chief advisor. Her voice was firm, though her eyes betrayed the weariness of the past few years. "We need a leader, now more than ever. But who will it be?" The room fell silent. All eyes turned to Arthur and Martin. Arthur was the eldest surviving son and had long been groomed for diplomacy and leadership. His calm demeanor and strategic mind had been instrumental in reclaiming the kingdom. Many believed he was the natural choice for king, but Martin, the younger brother, had captured the hearts of the people with his bravery and resilience. His time in the forests, living among the common folk and leading guerrilla efforts, had made him a symbol of hope and unity. Arthur spoke first, his tone measured. "The crown is not a prize to be won, but a burden to be carried. I have no desire for power, but I will serve if that is what the kingdom needs." Martin shook his head, his voice filled with conviction. "Arthur, you are the better choice. You've spent your life preparing for this. I'm just a hunter. My place is with the people, not on a throne." Lady Idris interjected. "The decision cannot be made by the two of you alone. The people must have a say. Let the council deliberate, and let the voices of the kingdom be heard." While the question of succession loomed, the brothers turned their attention to rebuilding the kingdom. The first order of business was restoring the palace, both as a symbol of royal authority and as a functional center of governance. Workers from across the realm came to assist in the reconstruction. Architects drew up plans not only to repair the damage but also to reinforce the palace against future threats. Martin took charge of overseeing the labor, working alongside the builders and ensuring that every hand, noble or commoner, was treated with respect. Arthur focused on re-establishing diplomatic relations with neighboring kingdoms. The Bloodfang's occupation had strained alliances, and it was crucial to secure their support. Letters were sent, emissaries dispatched, and treaties renegotiated among the people. There was a growing sense of hope. Markets reopened, children played in the streets, and celebrations were held to honor the heroes who had reclaimed the kingdom. As the palace neared completion, a grand assembly was called. Representatives from every corner of the kingdom were invited to the capital to discuss the future of the throne. The gathering was held in the newly restored Great Hall, its walls once again adorned with banners representing the realm's regions. Arthur and Martin stood before the assembly, their faces reflecting both confidence and humility. "We stand here today not as rivals, but as brothers," Arthur began. "Our father taught us that leadership is not about power, but about service. The crown belongs to the people, and it is their will that should guide us." Martin stepped forward. "I have fought alongside many of you, shared in your struggles and triumphs. I know what it means to suffer loss and to rebuild. But I also know that this kingdom needs someone who can lead it with wisdom and foresight. That person is my brother." The hall erupted in applause, though some murmurs of dissent could still be heard. Lady Idris rose to address the assembly. "The brothers have spoken, but the decision must be ours. Let us vote, here and now, for the future of our kingdom." The vote was held in solemn silence. Each representative stepped forward to cast their decision, placing a stone into one of two urns, one for Arthur, the other for Martin. When the final stone was counted, the result was clear. Arthur would be the new king. As the hall erupted into cheers, Arthur stood with a sense of both pride and trepidation. He turned to Martin, who clasped his shoulder firmly. "You'll be a great king," Martin said, "and I'll need you by my side," Arthur replied. Arthur's coronation was held a week later, a ceremony that marked not only his ascent to the throne but also the kingdom's resilience and unity. He pledged to rule with fairness and compassion, to honor his father's legacy, and to ensure that the kingdom would never again fall to darkness. Martin was appointed High Protector of the realm, a position that allowed him to continue his work among the people and oversee the kingdom's defenses. Amelia sat on the worn-out porch of her childhood home, the quiet of the small town surrounding her like a blanket. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the hills, but Amelia's mind was far from peaceful. She had always dreamed of something bigger than the simple life that everyone around her seemed content with. She wanted to write stories, to create worlds with her words, to make people feel things they had never felt before. But this dream felt out of reach, like a distant star in the sky that she could never quite touch. Her parents, hard-working and practical, had always encouraged her to focus on stable careers. A job in a hospital, a teaching position, something safe, something secure, they would say. They had never understood her passion for writing. "You can't make a living off of daydreams, Amelia," her father often reminded her. But Amelia could feel the pull of her dreams, stronger than any voice of doubt. It was on one ordinary evening, as she finished reading a novel that she had borrowed from the town library, that something shifted. The words on the page spoke to her in a way she hadn't expected. It wasn't just the plot or the characters, it was the way the author had used language, the way each sentence carried so much weight, so much emotion. Amelia closed the book and stared out the window, feeling an overwhelming sense of purpose. "I can do this," she whispered to herself. "I can write. And I will." The next morning, without telling anyone, she packed her bags and left a note for her parents. She was heading to the big city to chase her dreams. It wasn't easy. The journey was long, and the city felt overwhelming when she first arrived. The streets were always busy, the noise never stopped, and Amelia wondered if she had made the biggest mistake of her life. But there was no turning back now. She had taken the first step, and she knew there was no other choice but to keep going. Amelia found a small apartment in a quiet corner of the city. It wasn't much, just a room with a bed, a desk, and a tiny kitchen. But it was hers, and it symbolized freedom. Every morning, she walked through the busy streets, watching people rush to work, oblivious to the dreamer wandering among them. Amelia enrolled in writing courses and began attending local writers' groups, eager to find a community that shared her passion. She spent hours in the city's libraries, absorbing everything she could about writing techniques, storytelling, and the art of crafting compelling characters, but the city wasn't as welcoming as Amelia had hoped. The rejections started to pile up. She sent her stories to magazines and publishers, only to receive polite thank you, but no thank you letters in return. Each rejection stung, and there were times when she felt like giving up. She wasn't sure if she was just wasting her time, if maybe this dream wasn't meant for her after all. But deep down, she knew there was no going back. One evening, after a particularly harsh rejection, Amelia sat by her window, feeling the weight of failure pressing down on her. Her phone buzzed with a message from her friend Sarah, a fellow writer. "Don't give up, Amelia," Sarah's message read. "The road may be hard, but the view from the top is worth it." Amelia smiled, wiping away a tear, and opened her laptop. She began writing again, pouring her heart into the story, determined to keep pushing forward, no matter how many doors were slammed in her face. After months of writing, revising, and submitting her work, Amelia's persistence finally paid off. One morning, as she sipped her coffee, she received an email that would change her life. A publishing house had read one of her short stories and wanted to publish it. Amelia could hardly believe it. The dream she had held onto so tightly for so long was finally becoming a reality. Her heart raced as she read through the email again, double-checking to make sure she hadn't misread it. Amelia immediately called Sarah, her voice trembling with excitement. "They want to publish my story, Sarah. They actually want to publish it." Sarah's voice was filled with joy as she congratulated Amelia. "I knew you could do it. This is just the beginning." As Amelia signed her first publishing contract, she felt a rush of emotions, pride, relief, and a deep sense of accomplishment. She had worked so hard for this moment, and it had finally come. But she also knew that this was only the beginning. There was still much to do, still many stories to write and share with the world. Amelia's first book was published, but the world didn't immediately take notice. She had imagined the launch to be a grand affair, with readers lining up to get her autograph, glowing reviews flooding in, and her name on every bestseller list. But reality was far different. The book sold slowly at first, and the reviews that did come in were mixed. Some praised her writing, but others criticized her pacing, her characters, and her storytelling choices. For a while, Amelia questioned herself. Was she truly meant to be a writer? Had she been lucky with her first publication, or was it all just a fluke? The pressure to succeed weighed heavily on her, and she found herself struggling with self-doubt more than ever. But this time, she didn't give up. Instead, she leaned into the discomfort and used it to fuel her growth. She spent hours revising her second manuscript, learning from the feedback she had received and finding new ways to challenge herself creatively. Amelia began to write for herself, not for the approval of others. She focused on the stories that mattered to her, rather than trying to fit into any mold. Slowly, her audience began to grow. Readers who connected with her work reached out, telling her how much her stories had impacted them. One evening, as Amelia sat in her apartment, watching a new review of her second book pop up online, she smiled. It was a glowing review from a major literary magazine. Her heart soared as she realized that she had done it not for the recognition, but for the sheer joy of writing. She had found her place in the world, and the journey had made every moment worth it. Years passed, and Amelia's career as a writer continued to flourish. She had published several books, each one more successful than the last. Her stories had touched thousands of people, and she had built a loyal readership. But more than the accolades, the book signings, and the glowing reviews, Amelia had come to understand something more important: the value of the journey itself. Standing at a podium at a literary awards ceremony, Amelia looked out over the sea of faces, each one filled with admiration. But as she prepared to give her acceptance speech, her mind drifted back to that small town porch, to the girl who had dared to dream. She thought about all the obstacles she had faced, the doubts that had almost consumed her, and the quiet voice inside that had never stopped urging her to keep going. Amelia realized that success wasn't about fame or recognition, it was about staying true to herself, no matter how difficult the road might have been. She had made it not because of the awards or the bestseller lists, but because she had never given up on her dream. As she stepped off the stage, the applause still ringing in her ears, Amelia knew that the true reward of her journey was the person she had become. She had chased her dreams, and in doing so, had found a sense of peace and fulfillment that no amount of recognition could ever replace. Amelia had reached a point in her career where the accolades were frequent, and the praise was endless. But behind the scenes, the pressure was beginning to take its toll. She was expected to churn out books at a rate faster than ever before, and with each new release, the stakes seemed higher. What had started as a joyful passion had now become a job that consumed her thoughts, her time, and her energy. She no longer had the same spark when sitting down to write. The creative flow that had once come so naturally now felt forced, like a well that had been emptied too many times. Amelia spent long nights staring at the blank page, wondering if she had anything left to say. One evening, after finishing a draft of her latest book, Amelia felt drained. The words on the page didn't sing like they used to. They felt flat, tired. She closed her laptop and looked out the window, the city lights stretching far into the horizon. What happened to the fire inside me? She wondered. It was as if she had become a machine, churning out stories that no longer felt like her own. As the days passed, Amelia started to feel disconnected from her passion. She began to wonder if this was all worth it, if the endless cycle of deadlines and expectations had stolen the very thing she had loved about writing in the first place. Chapter 7. Rediscovering the spark. Amelia knew she couldn't continue down this path. She had to find her way back to the spark that had once driven her. But how? She couldn't remember the last time she had written just for herself. The pressure to succeed had overshadowed her love for storytelling, and it was time to change that. One afternoon, she decided to take a break. She closed her laptop, walked away from her desk, and stepped outside. She wandered through the city, not with the intention of finding inspiration for her next book, but simply to clear her mind. The bustling streets, the rhythm of life all around her, reminded her that she was part of something much larger than her own struggles. As she walked, she stumbled upon a small, quiet park she had never noticed before. The soft rustling of leaves and the distant sound of children laughing brought a sense of calm over her. She sat on a bench and closed her eyes, breathing deeply. In that moment of stillness, Amelia remembered why she started writing in the first place: to connect with others, to make them feel something real. The pressure to succeed had clouded that simple truth. She realized that she needed to return to her roots, to write stories that moved her, regardless of whether they were commercially successful. Amelia spent the next few weeks in a period of creative rebirth. She didn't write with the intention of publishing a bestseller or pleasing her readers. She wrote for herself, stories that came from her heart, with no pressure to conform to the expectations of the world. She spent hours each day writing, rediscovering the joy that had first led her to the world of words. The new stories were different. They were rawer, more vulnerable. They weren't crafted to fit a mold, but to express her emotions and thoughts in their purest form. She wrote about the struggles she had faced, the doubts that had once consumed her, and the hope that had always pushed her forward. Amelia poured herself into every word, knowing that this time, she was writing for the right reasons. After completing the first draft of her new book, Amelia took a deep breath and smiled. It was the best work she had done in years, and it felt like she had rediscovered a part of herself that had been lost for so long. Amelia knew that her new book wasn't like her previous ones. It was different, it was more personal, more vulnerable. She wasn't sure how the public would respond, but for the first time in a long while, she didn't care. She had written something that felt true to her, and that was all that mattered. After much deliberation, she decided to take the leap and submit the manuscript to her publisher. The waiting period felt excruciating. She had poured her heart into this story, and now it was out of her hands. Would they accept it? Would they understand what she was trying to say? One afternoon, just as Amelia was beginning to lose hope, she received an email. Her publisher had read the manuscript, and they loved it. They believed in the story, and they wanted to publish it as her next book. The tears that had once been a symbol of her frustration and doubt now became tears of joy. She had made it, she had rediscovered the joy of writing, and in doing so, had created a book that truly represented who she was. As Amelia's new book hit the shelves, something incredible happened. Readers connected with it in a way she hadn't expected. The raw honesty, the vulnerability, and the authenticity of her words resonated with people who had faced their own struggles and doubts. The book became a bestseller, not because it followed a trend or conformed to any expectation, but because it was real. Readers shared their stories with Amelia, telling her how her words had given them the strength to keep going in their own lives. It was more than just a success, it was a movement. Amelia had finally learned that success wasn't about fitting into the mold or meeting deadlines. It was about staying true to yourself and your passion, even when the world around you was pulling you in different directions. Looking out at the crowd at her book launch event, Amelia realized that the journey was never about fame or recognition. It was about the people she had touched along the way, the lives she had changed with her words. And in that moment, she understood that the dream she had chased for so long wasn't just about writing, it was about connecting with others, and in doing so, finding her own peace. The success of her book brought Amelia new opportunities. Invitations for interviews, speaking engagements, and book signings flooded in. But amidst all the excitement, Amelia started to feel a pull, something she hadn't anticipated. While she was grateful for the recognition, she noticed a subtle shift in herself. The public persona she had created, the confident, successful author was becoming a mask that she wore every day. Behind it, the person she had rediscovered was still there, but she hadn't yet fully embraced the changes within herself. It wasn't until one quiet evening, when she was alone in her apartment, that the weight of it all hit her. Amelia looked in the mirror and saw a stranger. The woman staring back at her was no longer the anxious, struggling writer who had started this journey, but neither was she the confident, fearless author everyone now admired. She was somewhere in between, still figuring out who she was becoming. It was then that Amelia made a choice. She would stop hiding behind the persona of success and embrace the vulnerability that had made her book so special. She would continue to write, not for the applause, but for the process itself. For the discovery of self, for the healing of others, and for the truth in every story she told. As Amelia leaned into this new chapter of her life, she found herself facing a crossroads. The pressure to write another bestseller loomed large, but Amelia realized that what truly mattered was the impact her work had on people, not the number of copies sold. She took a step back from the noise and focused on her craft. Amelia started to experiment with new genres, new styles, and even new forms of writing. She wrote poetry, short stories, and even started a blog where she shared her thoughts on life, creativity, and mental health. The world of writing had become her canvas once again, and she embraced the freedom to explore without fear of judgment. Her readers followed her on this new journey, supporting her as she explored new territories in her writing. Amelia had found her voice, and she was using it to express herself fully and authentically. With each new project, Amelia's writing grew bolder. She no longer feared the judgment of others, and in turn, her words became more powerful. She was no longer just writing stories, she was sharing pieces of herself, exposing her own fears, triumphs, and lessons learned along the way. One of her most impactful works came in the form of a deeply personal essay about mental health. Amelia had struggled with anxiety and depression for much of her life, and writing about it allowed her to confront the emotions she had long kept hidden. It was an incredibly vulnerable piece, one that many of her readers connected with deeply. The essay went viral, sparking conversations about mental health and the importance of speaking out about it. Amelia realized that vulnerability wasn't a weakness, it was a strength. By sharing her struggles, she had given others the courage to do the same. Her writing had become a platform for healing, and Amelia embraced the power that came with that. As Amelia continued on her journey, she started to understand that success wasn't about accolades or recognition. It was about following her heart. Even when the path wasn't clear, she took time to travel, to meet new people, and to immerse herself in different cultures and experiences. She no longer worried about meeting deadlines or writing for a specific audience. Instead, she wrote for herself, letting her adventures and emotions guide her words. Along the way, Amelia met others who were on similar journeys of self-discovery. She formed deep connections with writers, artists, and creators who shared her belief in the power of authenticity. Together, they created a community of support and encouragement, reminding each other that the road to success was never a straight line. Years passed, and Amelia's writing career continued to flourish. But as she looked back on everything she had achieved, she realized that the true success had nothing to do with the number of books she sold or the awards she received. It was about the lives she had touched, the stories she had shared, and the person she had become along the way. Amelia had come full circle. The young writer who had once struggled with self-doubt had found her place in the world, not because she had followed the prescribed path, but because she had paved her own. Her journey wasn't about perfection or constant success. It was about embracing the ups and downs, the failures and victories, and continuing to evolve. And in the end, That was the greatest gift she could give herself and her readers. As she sat down to write her next book, Amelia smiled. She had finally found her voice, and in doing so, had found her peace. As Amelia sat in the quiet of her writing space, the sounds of the city just outside her window, she realized something profound. She had become the author she always dreamed of being. Not because of the fame, not because of the wealth, but because her stories were genuine, raw, and real. Her voice, once muffled by the fear of judgment, now echoed across the pages of her books, resonating with countless readers who found pieces of themselves in her words. It was here, in this moment of reflection, that she understood writing wasn't about achieving perfection. It was about honesty. About being willing to show up with all of your flaws and fears and still write, still create. Amelia had found her rhythm, and it was as if the world had conspired to bring her exactly where she needed to be. And now, with each story, she was ready to share even more of herself, knowing that in doing so, she would help others heal, grow, and perhaps even find their own voices. The success of her previous work had opened doors she never imagined. With newfound confidence, Amelia accepted an invitation to speak at a literary conference. She had once been terrified of public speaking, but now she stood before hundreds of aspiring writers, sharing her story of struggle, growth, and the power of vulnerability. Her speech was raw, honest, and empowering. She told the audience how she had nearly given up on her dream of writing, how she had fought through self-doubt and fear of failure. She spoke of the moments when she felt invisible, like her voice would never be heard. But through it all, she persisted. As she looked out at the faces of the crowd, some hopeful, some nervous, some waiting for the next step in their own journey, Amelia realized that her story wasn't just her own. It was the story of countless others who had faced the same battles. She left the stage with a sense of purpose that she had never felt before. Her next book would be her most personal yet, exploring the themes of identity, transformation, and the search for meaning. As Amelia began working on her new book, she faced a challenge she hadn't anticipated. The words didn't come as easily as before. For the first time in years, she felt lost in the process. Her mind wandered, and her pen hovered over the page with hesitation. She wasn't sure what had changed. Perhaps it was the pressure of expectations, both from herself and from her readers. Or perhaps it was the fear that, after all this time, she might have run out of things to say. During this time of creative struggle, Amelia turned to her journal. Writing freely, without the pressure of deadlines or expectations, allowed her to reconnect with the simple joy of expression. She wrote about everything, the mundane moments of everyday life, the beauty in the small things, and the deep emotions she often kept hidden. It was in this quiet space of reflection that she rediscovered her love for writing. Amelia realized that creativity didn't have to be forced. It came from within, from the stillness of the mind and the willingness to embrace uncertainty. With renewed clarity, Amelia took a bold step. She left behind the genre she had built her career on and decided to write something entirely different. This book would not be a novel, but a collection of essays on personal growth, resilience, and the power of storytelling. The transition was difficult at first. She was used to crafting elaborate plots and characters, not diving into her own experiences. But as she began to write, the words flowed with ease. Each essay became a reflection of her journey, of the lessons she had learned, and the wisdom she had gained through years of overcoming obstacles. In one essay, Amelia explored the idea of failure not as something to be feared, but as a stepping stone toward growth. She wrote about her own failures, the times when she felt defeated, and how each setback had shaped her into the person she was today. As she worked on the collection, Amelia felt a sense of liberation. She was no longer confined by expectations or labels. She was writing not for the approval of others, but for her own healing and growth. The release of Amelia's new book was met with an outpouring of support. Readers shared how the essays had touched their hearts, how they had found solace in Amelia's words. The stories of vulnerability, resilience, and authenticity resonated deeply with people from all walks of life. Amelia realized that her true purpose as a writer was not to entertain, but to connect. Her words had the power to bridge gaps, to bring people together, and to spark meaningful conversations about the things that truly mattered. In the years that followed, Amelia continued to write, but she no longer felt the pressure of creating something for the sake of success. She wrote because it was her way of communicating, of sharing her heart with the world. And as long as she was able to do that, she would continue to write. Her journey was far from over. Each new chapter brought fresh lessons, new perspectives, and more opportunities to connect with others. Amelia's story, like all stories, was ever evolving. And in the act of writing, she had found her purpose, her voice. Amelia's journey was never about achieving fame or recognition. It was about finding her voice and sharing her truth. With each story she told, she not only connected with others but also grew closer to the person she was meant to be. And as long as she continued to write, she knew her purpose would remain clear: to inspire, to heal, and to connect.